My son might be a villain. Chapter 1 to Chapter 41. I'm not going. Standing by the car door, Su-ran stopped and said to the woman in front of her. What? You're not going? Are you kidding me? The client over there is waiting, and you're saying you're not going? Hearing Su-ran's words, the other party was surprised. I'm not kidding, it's just, I suddenly have a stomachache, I really can't help it. Su-ran said while pretending to be in pain, while pulling her wrist out of the other party's hand. Really? The other party looked at Su-ran with eyes full of suspicion. Today's client is staying in Dongshan. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this is an opportunity. Moreover, if you don't go, don't think about getting your seat fee today. I know, I also want to earn more, but it's not like the conditions don't allow it, Sister Hong, you. Okay, do as you please. The other party rudely interrupted Su-ran's words. With an unperturbed expression, she led the other women to the car. Bang. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. The moment the car door closed, Su-ran heard Sister Hong's low curse. This cursing made Su-ran look embarrassed, but he didn't get angry because of it. Compared to losing his life, what was a mere scolding? Although Su-ran didn't know how she would die if she followed Sister Hong to the client's place, she knew very well that she would die today, in a moment. After all, the original novel wrote like this. In the real world, Su-ran was a musician. Recently, she had been writing a song. If she had finished writing this song, it might have been a piece of work that would shock the world. It was also her best work. Unfortunately, when she was halfway through writing the song, she suddenly died beside the piano because she had not slept for a long time. When Su-ran woke up again, she found that she had transmigrated into a romance novel recommended by her little assistant. The time she transmigrated to was actually after the end of the original novel. In the ending of the original novel, the handsome and rich male lead and the intelligent and capable female lead lived happily together. After marriage, they gave birth to a pair of twins. Among them, Su-ran, who had the same name as her, was the number one vicious female supporting character. She was the daughter of a rich family who would do anything to marry the male lead. Because of her past evil deeds, she was disliked by everyone and expelled from her family. At the same time, she also implicated her parents. In the end, Su-ran didn't die, but her ending was worse than death. Not only did she lose her virginity and disfigure her face, but she also became a hostess in the red light district. At the end of the novel, there was an epilogue about the children of the male and female lead after they grew up. A certain perverted villain went to provoke the female lead's daughter for no reason, but in the end, he was pressed to the ground by the female lead's son. This villain was called Su-han, and his mother was called Su-ran. After all, it was an epilogue, so there wasn't much description of Su-han in the novel. There was only one sentence. 10 years ago, Su-han was tricked by a friend in society to go to a special cocktail party hosted by a rich person. At the cocktail party, Su-han, who was only 12 years old, witnessed the whole process of his so-called mother being humiliated to death. This became the beginning of Su-han's perversion and distortion. And Su-ran transmigrated into the novel at this point in time. Regardless of whether Su-ran would return to her original world in the future, regardless of whether there were other reasons that caused the character of the villain in the novel to be distorted or not, for now, for her own life, Su-ran couldn't take this step. As for what would happen if she changed this important turning point, no one knew. Looking at the van gradually driving away from her sight, Su-ran's gaze became blank. A gust of wind blew, making Su-ran shiver. It was already April in Bay City, and even at night, it was more than 10 degrees Celsius. But now, Su-ran was still wearing the original owner's work clothes, a translucent sling and a leather skirt, which really didn't have any insulation effect. Rubbing her arms, Su-ran turned and walked to the other side of the street. This wasn't the direction back to the rental house, but in the original owner's memory, there was a pedestrian street there. In the real world, Su-ran's daily life was always taken care of by her assistant, and most of her clothes were custom-made. So, whether it was in the past or now, Su-ran didn't know much about the brand, grade, and price of clothes. Looking at the sign of one of the stores, Bleeding Sale, and weighing the original owner's balance, Su-ran didn't hesitate to walk in. A tall woman walked into the store and easily attracted the attention of the clerk. However, the moment she saw Su Ran's work clothes, the clerk immediately changed into a look of disdain. Although they were all workers, this kind of special occupation made people look down on them. Ignoring the clerk's disdain, Su Ran walked to the pile of clothes on the sale and quickly picked a normal set of clothes to change into. The original clothes on her body were thrown into the trash by Su Ran without hesitation. "Is there a restroom here?" After paying, Su Ran asked. "Our restroom is not open to the public. If you want to find a restroom, you can go to the mall across the street." "I know, thank you." Now Su Ran was still wearing heavy makeup and strong perfume. She should have gone home to take a shower, but it was too late. Fortunately, the original owner was so poor that she could only use low-quality cosmetics. It didn't have the effect of no makeup, no smudges. Squeezing some hand sanitizer from the mall's restroom, Su Ran easily washed off the heavy makeup on her face. Wiping the water off her face, Su Ran sighed as she looked at her face in the mirror that was 60% similar to her in the real world, but her facial features were more beautiful. Finally, it didn't look so out of place. The 4-centimeter scar on her forehead was left by the original owner when she received a box lunch. On this stunning face, it was indeed similar to being disfigured. However, Su Ran was a woman living alone in the real world who relied on her strength to make a living. She didn't care about her appearance like the original owner did. Looking at the time, Su Ran quickly walked out of the restroom. Coming out of the mall, Su Ran raised her hand to call for a taxi. "Please go to Dongshan Garden." "Dongshan Garden? You mean the one next to Chaohai Park?" Hearing Su Ran's words, the taxi driver clearly didn't believe her and asked again. After driving in Bay City for more than 10 years, the driver was quite knowledgeable. Dongshan Garden, that wasn't a normal place. Looking at the appearance of this passenger, although her temperament wasn't bad, her clothes didn't seem to be related to that place. "Little girl, the place you want to go is not easy for normal people to enter. Moreover, it's late at night, it's not safe for a little girl to run around." The driver persuaded her, thinking, this girl might have some bad ideas. "Thank you for the reminder, I'm just going to pick up the child," Su Ran lightly said. The child was naturally referring to Su Han. Su Ran did indeed reject Sister Hong and didn't have to work at the banquet that would cost her her life. She changed the original owner's choice, but she couldn't change anyone else's. The cheapskate Su Han would still appear at that banquet. Whether it was Su Ran himself or the previous Su Ran, they were not familiar with this son of his. However, since he had taken over the body of the original owner of the body and knew what would happen in the future, Su Ran could not turn a blind eye and allow a flower of the motherland to go down the path of darkness. This was something that Su Ran could not do. If Su Ran didn't go, the plot of witnessing one's own mother die in humiliation in the original story wouldn't happen. However, the banquet would still go on. If it wasn't the tragedy of Su Ran, there would be other workers who would accept this highlight. If Su Han witnessed this, it was possible that the seed of perversion would still be planted in his heart. Su Ran wanted to take her cheapskate son away before the banquet's special program began. Although, according to the novel's inertia, 10 years later, as the villain, Su Han, could still go down the wrong path for some other reason, on the other side, Su Ran's words made the taxi driver a little surprised. This girl looked to be about the same age as his daughter. She already had a child, and from what she said, her child was already old enough to buy soy sauce. On second thought, the driver felt that this girl might be a tutor or a nanny of a rich family. The more he thought, the more the driver felt that it was the truth. Thus, on the way, he didn't say anything to Su Ran. "Miss, we're here. You can't go in here, so you can only stop here." The driver stopped the car outside the gate of the East Mountain residence. "Okay, here it is." After getting out of the car, Su Ran walked directly to the guard post next to the gate. "This is a private residential area. What do you want?" The security guard at the gate stopped Su Ran as expected. "Go home." Su Ran deliberately put on a very unhappy expression and threw out these 2 words. Then, without waiting for the security guard to say anything, Su Ran directly entered a string of characters on the screen at the side. Beep. "Welcome home." The iron gate opened automatically. Seeing this, the security guard couldn't say anything. He wasn't blind. The string of characters that the lady just entered was the reserved password of the important residents here. Moreover, it was a password that only the residents themselves knew. Even important guests or friends might not know it. He felt that this person looked familiar. Could it be that some family's young lady went out at night and encountered something bad? Cough, cough. As a professional security guard, he wouldn't meddle in the private affairs of the residents. On the other side, Su Ran had already walked to the central villa area according to the memory of the original owner. Nearly 60% of the rich families in Bay City lived in the East Mountain residence. The Su family was naturally no exception. This was the place where Su Ran lived since she was young, so of course, she wouldn't be unfamiliar with it. 2 years before the original owner was kicked out of the Su family, she would come here to beg for forgiveness. Unfortunately, she was rejected every time. If the original owner hadn't disappeared for almost 10 years and the security guards had changed several times, Su Ran might not even be able to enter the gate. Fortunately, Su Ran only had the original owner's memory and didn't have the original owner's emotions. Looking at one of the tallest villas in the central area, Su Ran withdrew her gaze without any sadness or joy. She turned left and walked towards another villa. The Gu family, whether it was in the past or now, was one of the places that Su Ran didn't want to set foot in. Thinking that she might be in the middle of it now, Su Ran rubbed her aching head and quickly walked forward with her head down. Naturally, she didn't notice a gaze from behind her through the car window. Su Ran was stopped by the Gu family's servant when she arrived at the Gu family's entrance. "I'm here for work. Sister Hong introduced me." Su Ran lowered her head and said. Sister Hong was quite famous in the Bay City's pimp circle. When Su Ran mentioned Sister Hong, the servant immediately understood what Su Ran's job was. "Your bag is at the door. Follow me in through the back door." "Okay." Su Ran only had a cheap lipstick and a 1,000 yuan phone in her bag. It didn't matter if she brought them or not. After putting down her bag, Su Ran followed the servant into the Gu family's house through the back door. Without waiting for the servant's arrangement, after the servant left, Su Ran quickly went to the front hall. The banquet seemed to have just started. There were quite a few people who were invited. Many of them were people that the original owner knew. 10 years ago, they were hedonistic sons of rich parents. 10 years later, they became birds of a feather. Sister Hong and the others were accompanying them. In addition to these people, there were also a lot of invited celebrities and art school students. Su Ran quickly found Su Han in the group of young people. The 13 or 14-year-old boy stood in the group. He was shorter than the others, but his handsome face stood out. Even if he was still underage, it was enough to see how outstanding his face would be in the future. Su Han's eyes and nose shape were very similar to the original owners. As for the rest, it was probably a certain man from that incident. At that time, Su Ran was only 15 or 16 years old when she was expelled from the family. She spent the last of her parents' money before they died to find someone. She was prepared to deal a painful blow to the female lead who was helping the male lead with business at a hotel. In the end, she was the one who got what she deserved. So, Su Han was actually the product of Su Ran eating her own bad karma when she was given a box lunch. As for Su Han's unruly temperament, as well as the chilling calmness and coldness between his eyebrows, she didn't know who he took after. He couldn't be like a bad guy, Su Ran muttered and walked towards Su Han. At such a banquet, except for a few young people who were fooled, there was probably no one who was innocent. At this moment, Su Ran appeared here in her ordinary clothes, which was very eye-catching. When Su Ran walked over, many people's gazes had already landed on her. Although she didn't really want to be a weirdo, it wasn't without benefits for her to appear here with this appearance. After being kicked out of the Su family, Su Ran wore heavy makeup when she slept. It was not only because of professional needs, but also because of Su Ran's personal reasons. Firstly, it was to cover up the scar on his face. Secondly, he didn't want to be recognized by people who used to know him. Now that she had appeared in front of everyone without any makeup, even Sister Hong and the others who had just met her did not recognize her. Not only Sister Hong and the others, but it seemed that even Su Ran, this cheap son of hers, did not recognize her. Hearing the whispers of his companions, Su Han also raised his head to look at Su Ran. Just like what his companions said, she was a very beautiful big sister. However, the first thing that Su-han noticed was not the other party's appearance, but the feeling that the other party gave him. For some reason, Su-han felt that the person over there gave him a very familiar feeling, which made him want to go over and talk to the other party. However, when he thought about how he didn't know that person, he felt that it was a bit abrupt. See, even our brother Han thinks so, right? A few of his companions came over again. Who is our brother Han? He used to be the flower of our primary school. But, she's really beautiful, on the level of a goddess. Should I go and ask for her number? I don't think that's a good idea. That big sister over there doesn't look like she's just playing around. Could she be the daughter of some rich family here? Isn't that even better? Who knows, I might be able to marry a rich and beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of my life. Besides, didn't Brohua tell us that we're just here to have fun and make friends? That makes sense. Hey, look, isn't that big sister coming over here? No way. She really is. F*ck, could it be that she's attracted by my handsome face? Dream on, didn't you say that she's attracted by our brother Han? That seems to be the case, F*ck. Brother Han, when did you get to know a big sister behind our backs? You're thinking too much. Su-han threw out this sentence coldly, but when he looked away, he noticed that someone had stopped in front of him. Su-han. Su-han's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Su-ran in front of him. Do I know you? Her son didn't recognize his mother. Was it a lack of humanity or a loss of morals? But this was also good. If Su-han really recognized her, with the relationship between mother and son, it might be more difficult for her to take Su-han away. Just as Su-ran was secretly rejoicing and was about to find a reason to take her son away, she was interrupted by a man who reeked of alcohol. TSK, Xiao Hongmei was brought here by Zhou Ro? The style of a good woman? Not bad. The man walked in front of Su-ran and said in a frivolous tone. He was about to pull Su-ran over to drink with him. The strong smell of alcohol almost made Su-ran vomit. She quickly dodged the man's perverted hand and Su-ran turned her head to look at him. This look made Su-ran's face freeze. Was she unlucky or just unlucky? She originally wanted to wave her sleeves and not take away a single cloud and bring her son home. She didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance at this time, and it was the host of this banquet. Gu Jiahao, the former young master of the Gu family, the current head of the Gu family. He was 4 years older than the original Su-ran and grew up in the East Mountain Garden with the original owner. Childhood sweethearts, 2 childhood sweethearts, that doesn't exist. The Su family, in the business world, may not be comparable to the Song family behind the male lead, or the Yi family of the male lead's mother, but in the entire Bay City, they were one of the top families. It was not something that the Gu family, who started by opening a restaurant, could compare to. In the eyes of the original owner, only a man like the male lead, Song Ziyu, was worthy of her. As for Gu Jiahao, in the eyes of the original owner, his family background was several streets below hers, and he was an ignorant and incompetent idiot. He didn't even accompany her to carry her shoes. Gu Jiahao once chased after Su-ran, but it wasn't because he liked Su-ran. It was because he saw that Su-ran was prettier than the little stars he played with, so he had evil intentions. And the Gu family also hoped to use this marriage to climb up the Su family's branch. The result was naturally that the wolf didn't get caught, and he was also impolitely humiliated by the original owner. However, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. The ups and downs of life were just that fast. When Su-ran was still the eldest daughter of the Su family, she was arrogant and willful. She didn't put anyone in her eyes and didn't have many friends in the circle. Later, she made countless enemies on the road of chasing the male lead and messing with the female lead. When Su-ran was expelled from the family and became a hostess in the traffic light district, it was unknown how many people were happy. Those who had bad relations with the Su family's eldest daughter lined up to spend money to humiliate Su-ran. Gu Jiahao was one of Su-ran's frequent customers at that time. Later on, perhaps because these people started their own families and became more mature, or perhaps because they felt that the daily routine of humiliating Su-ran was no longer as interesting, the number of people who came looking for trouble with Su-ran gradually decreased. In her memory, the last time the original owner and this Gu Jiahao was 5 or 6 years ago. Looking at the 30-year-old man in front of her, Su Ran only wanted to say, the bad guy has become old. In the original novel, although the evil female lead Su Ran had a hole in her brain, at least she didn't have a problem with her eyes. This Gu Jiahao was indeed not a good person. In the novel, Su Ran died at this banquet. Whether it was because she was recognized by Gu Jiahao, she didn't know. Now, Su Ran only hoped that she could peacefully pass this page and not be recognized by the other party. However, things didn't go as she wished. After staring at this unruly hostess for a while, Gu Jiahao's eyes suddenly widened as he laughed sinisterly. Haha, I was wondering where this bitch came from. So it's our eldest daughter Su Ran. Oh, no, it's the former. What, you think I'll forget you after not seeing you for a few years? Looking at the surprise that flashed across Su Ran's face, Gu Jiahao coldly mocked, eldest daughter Su's beautiful face, even if it turned into ashes, I would still recognize it. It's a pity that it's disfigured. Gu Jiahao stared at the scar on Su Ran's forehead. Speaking of which, when Su Ran's face was ruined, he also played a small part. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. Oh, that's not right, your business isn't as good as before, right? In a few years, it's probably already rotten on the streets. Gu Jiahao unscrupulously insulted Su Ran, but his eyes looking at Su Ran were full of undisguised greed. Gu Jiahao could recognize Su Ran, not only because he hated this person, but also because at this moment, Su Ran's face without makeup was no different from the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Su family. Gu Jiahao was once infatuated with this face, but he didn't expect that this face was still so attractive to him today. Or rather, it was even more attractive. For some reason, the Su Ran in front of him made Gu Jiahao feel very strange. Actually, she had stayed in the red light district for more than 10 years, but there was not a trace of dust on her. Actually, she was wearing cheap clothes, but on this person, she looked very elegant. Time didn't change this woman's appearance much, except that she became more mature. At this time, Su Ran's eyes were no longer as sinister and twisted as when Gu Jiahao last saw her in the nightclub. There was only calmness and indifference in her eyes. If he wasn't sure that this person was Su Ran, and if he didn't know that this B*TCH had lived a life worse than a dog all these years, Gu Jiahao almost thought that the Su Ran in front of him didn't experience everything after being expelled from the Su family, but successfully married into the Song family and became a rich madam for a few years. Back then, he didn't find trouble with Su Ran because he felt that it was meaningless, but now, staring at Su Ran, Gu Jiahao licked his lips, as if he was going to hug her in the next second. Humph. A slut with 1,000 men riding on her horse dares to put on airs in front of me. After being dodged by Su Ran once again, Gu Jiahao was thoroughly enraged. What, are you pretending to be pretentious in front of an old acquaintance? Don't forget why you're here today. It doesn't matter who you bitches serve. If you serve me well today, I'll be in a good mood and reward you with tens of thousands of dollars. You won't have to worry about opening for half a month. Faced with Gu Jiahao's insults, Su Ran snorted disdainfully. Master Gu, Su Ran interrupted the other party's insults. If you want to expand your grand career, I think you've found the wrong person. I'm not here to work. If it was the irritable Su Ran from before when she was interrupted while making music, she might have already slapped the stinking bug to death. Unfortunately, the enemy was strong and she was weak. The conditions didn't allow it. Thinking of this, Su Ran turned around and glanced at the youth behind her. At this moment, Su Han's expression changed. It changed completely from the alienation and a little uneasiness when facing strangers, to full of disgust. He, after being reminded by Gu Jiahao, the cheap son finally recognized his biological mother. The moment he recognized Su Ran, Su Han even had a moment of disbelief. For nearly 12 years, although this pair of mother and son lived under the same roof, they actually had very little contact with each other. Not a good woman. This was Su Han's only understanding of Su Ran. Although he didn't know that Su Ran was once the daughter of the Su family, nor did he know of the great achievements Su Ran had done in the past, Su Han more or less knew what Su Ran had been doing all this time. When Su Ran saw this son of hers as a stain, Su Han also felt ashamed that he had the same blood as this woman. The funny thing was, when he saw this woman walking towards him just now, he actually felt that she was very warm. That's right, didn't the man beside her say that this woman's dressing might just be a job requirement? Humph, her acting was quite convincing. He was almost fooled. Unfortunately, all of this fell apart the moment he recognized Su Ran's identity. The moment Su Ran approached him, Su Han took a step back in disgust, avoiding Su Ran's outstretched hand. Gu Jiahao, who was standing at the side, also saw the actions of the two. Immediately, a look of disdain and absurdity appeared on his face. He looked at Su Han, and then at Su Ran. Hee, Su Ran, is this what you meant by not here to work? It seems that Miss Su is tired of serving the nightclub guests and wants to change her taste. Hearing Gu Jiahao's words, Su Ran didn't say anything. Instead, it was Su Han who glared at Gu Jiahao with a face full of anger. Regarding Su Ran's job, the other party might be right. But for the other party to say that he and this woman had this kind of relationship, this made Su Han exceptionally angry. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. As for whether there were other reasons for his anger, Su Han couldn't delve into it at the moment. You. Shut up. Without waiting for Su Han to say the last two words, he was stopped by Su Ran. Moving a step, she blocked him behind her. I don't need Master Gu to worry about me. If you have this free time, why don't you take care of yourself? After all, your job isn't any easier than mine. Su Ran lowered her eyes and slowly said. Hearing this, Gu Jiahao's gaze sank. What do you mean? Su Ran's words didn't sound like anything special, but hearing the other party's tone, Gu Jiahao inexplicably had a bad premonition. The main thing was, he felt guilty. As if seeing Gu Jiahao's guilty conscience, Su Ran curled her lips and secretly said to herself, I made the right bet. Nothing much, I'm just praising Master Gu for his hard work. If Leader Wang knew that you worked hard to accompany Madame Wang to do her hair without complaint, he would definitely think so too. Gu Jiahao was the only son of the Gu family and also the only heir of the Gu family. But Gu Jiahao was also an idiot with no business ability. This was also true. After the death of the previous president Gu Jiahao didn't want the Gu family's business to collapse, but he also wanted to continue living a carefree life. The way he thought of was to relieve the loneliness of some rich and powerful madams. Not only the Madame Wang mentioned by Su Ran, Gu Jiahao's service list had about 7 or 8 such rich and powerful madams. It was just that Madame Wang was one of the biggest clients. Su Ran was very glad that she had finished reading the novel from beginning to end. This matter was accidentally discovered by the male lead in the novel's epilogue. Since the male lead knew, it meant that the female lead knew as well. After that, the female lead used this to control Gu Jiahao, making the Gu family her dog that would bite wherever she pointed. And this also became one of the most important ways for the female lead to gain a firm foothold in the Song family and become the matriarch of the family. Su Ran felt embarrassed that she had stolen such a big golden finger from the female lead as soon as she arrived in this world. But now, she really didn't know how to walk out of the Gu family if she didn't get some of the protagonist's halo from the male and female lead. The thing that he had always thought was a secret was revealed by a small character like Su Ran. Gu Jiahao would definitely be more careful. It was hard to say whether he would still be controlled by the female lead in the future. As for whether the female lead would still be able to convince the entire Song family without this support, Su Ran had even less of a clue. However, thinking about it, the female lead and the male lead had 2 children, and she had the male lead's 360-degree protection. It should be fine if she couldn't be a female warrior and continued to be a little princess. Thinking of this, Su Ran instantly calmed down. Pulling herself together, Su Ran once again looked at Gu Jiahao. Sure enough, Su Ran's words made Gu Jiahao's expression suddenly change. You, how did you know? Gu Jiahao asked with a face full of horror, but he subconsciously lowered his voice. Didn't the head of the Gu family say before that I have a lot of guests? At this time, Su Ran didn't confess that this information came from the female lead. It wasn't because she was kind and didn't want to cause trouble for the pure and noble female lead in the novel, but because she was cannon fodder and really didn't want to get involved with the male and female lead in the slightest. Su Ran's words made Gu Jiahao believe a little, and he began to viciously ponder which wall had leaked the information. At the same time, the way he looked at Su Ran wasn't very good. Humph. After staying in that kind of place for 10 years, you've become a lot smarter and learned how to threaten people, but... Gu Jiahao gritted his teeth and said proudly, "Do you think you can get out of here today?" After all, he had done a lot of things and was very experienced. Soon, Gu Jiahao once again took control of the situation. Of course, this was what he thought. As a supporting character in the novel who was described as an evil dog, no matter how crazy Gu Jiahao was, Su Ran wouldn't find it strange. Therefore, when she heard Gu Jiahao's words, Su Ran wasn't surprised. Instead, she pretended to be indifferent and smiled. "I forgot to mention, when I left my phone at the door just now, I also sent a message to the police, saying that I was suspected to have been kidnapped. I believe that the police should be able to locate this place by now." Of course, Su Ran paused, then continued, "It's just an indecent gathering and the disappearance of an insignificant passerby. Although the Gu family isn't much, it's not a difficult thing to settle. However, I heard that North City is building a harmonious city recently. Leader Wang seems to be the person in charge of this event. My life is ruined, so it's nothing if I die. However, the Gu family, TSK, that's a pity." Gu Jiahao wanted to refute Su Ran, but unfortunately, he realized that this woman was completely right. Killing a B*TCH wasn't a big deal, but he couldn't let himself be implicated in it. Also, when did this B*TCH become so powerful? Or was this just a signal that someone was manipulating this woman behind the scenes to cause trouble for the Gu family? Just as Gu Jiahao was glaring at Su Ran, and the atmosphere was in a deadlock, Su Ran turned to Su Han and said, "Let's go." Su Han frowned. Perhaps he wasn't experienced enough, but Su Han was very smart. From the conversation between Su Ran and that man just now, Su Han could sense that this so-called gathering popularity for the aristocrats' banquet and making friends banquet was not as simple as it seemed. In addition, Su Ran's appearance was like a basin of cold water that extinguished Su Han's previous interest. Even if Su Ran didn't say anything, Su Han wasn't prepared to continue staying here. However, he could leave, but he didn't want to leave with this woman at all. However, this time, Su Ran didn't give Su Han a chance to reject. She grabbed his arm and walked out of the villa without looking back. Gu Jiahao, who had just recovered from the shock of knowing who was trying to mess with the Gu family, wanted to kill Su Ran now, immediately. Unfortunately, at this juncture, it was as if his weak point was being pinched, and he couldn't move. In the end, Gu Jiahao could only stare at the direction Su Ran left with a venomous gaze, secretly thinking about how to torture this B*TCH to death after he solved this crisis. On the other hand, the moment the two walked out of the East Mountain Court, Su Han shook off Su Ran's hand on his arm without hesitation. Su Ran, who had just escaped with her life, was already drenched in cold sweat. The moment she breathed in the fresh air outside, Su Ran seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and her numb limbs instantly lost their strength. After being shaken off by Su Han, Su Ran staggered. Seeing that Su Ran almost fell, Su Han was also stunned. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand to support the other party, but in the next second, he stiffly withdrew his hand. Even though there was a flash of guilt and worry on his face, it was instantly replaced by a cold indifference. Thus, when Su Ran finally steadied himself and raised his head to look at Su Han again, he only saw a young man who was so handsome that it angered both men and gods. He stood before him with a cold expression, and his eyes were filled with unfamiliarity and rejection. The moment Su Ran raised her head, Su Han seemed to consciously take half a step back, as if she was some kind of terrifying virus. The corner of Su Ran's mouth twitched. She almost couldn't resist giving this unfilial son a slap. Perhaps Su Han could sense that Gu Jiahao's motive for organizing the banquet was not pure, but he wouldn't escalate the matter to the level of personal safety. Su Ran, on the other hand, had read the original text and knew that if things went wrong, this pair of cannon fodder mother and son would have to die in the Gu family. Just now, she had risked her life to bring the other party out, but in the end, this cheap son not only didn't feel grateful for her saving his life, but also acted as if he had seen an incredible influenza virus and needed to quickly get away from it. However, Su Ran quickly returned to her peaceful self. It wasn't unreasonable for this future great villain to dislike his own mother. After all, if it was the original owner, she wouldn't have accepted this son of hers. For the original Su Ran, Su Han's birth was an accident. In the beginning, the disfigured and violated Su Ran didn't realize that she was pregnant. By the time she realized and wanted to get rid of the child, it was already too late. Su-ran gave birth to Su-han in the toilet of the rented house. At that time, her first action was to throw the child into the rubbish bin. In the end, it was a neighbor who found out and called the police. Only then was the innocent little life saved. Perhaps she had 10,000 thoughts of killing Su-han, plus 10,001 ways to kill him. However, in order to avoid legal action, Su-ran, who had no money or power at that time, could only raise this child. At that time, how could Su-ran, who was not that old to begin with, raise the child well? What's more, this child was the biggest nightmare in her life. Su-ran had very complicated feelings for Su-han. Perhaps there was some maternal love that originated from her nature, but it was pitifully little. Most of it was disgust and fear. The way Su-ran raised Su-han was worse than raising a stray dog. Sometimes, when Su-ran didn't come home for a few days, the young Su-han had to rely on the help of kind neighbors to not starve to death. Not to mention whether his personality was perverted or not, just the fact that Su-han, the future villain, could grow up smoothly was already a miracle. It wasn't strange that the relationship between Su-han and Su-ran was unfamiliar. As for the disgust, it was normal. If it were her, if she knew that her mother was a bad woman who went out to do special work, it would be difficult for her to have any good feelings. What's more, Su-han was a cub who already knew how to distinguish between good and bad and was in the rebellious period. Su-ran was an outsider, so she wouldn't have such a strong sense of rejection for Su-han like the original owner. However, it was impossible for her, an outsider who had never been in a relationship, let alone married and have children, to immediately integrate into the role of a mother. Looking at Su-han's face, which had already begun to show its contours, Su-ran shook her head in her heart and secretly felt pity. After all, he was a villain who could challenge the male lead son in the future. His IQ was definitely not bad, and he was so handsome. If he didn't grow crooked, it was completely foreseeable that he would be an excellent man in the future. It wasn't impossible for him to grow into a boss. However, what Su-ran thought in her heart, she didn't hide it on the surface. So much so that being stared at by Su-ran like this, Su-han suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This woman occasionally looked at him with eyes that were always cold and disgust. He didn't know why Su-ran was looking at him with such an expression. This kind of gaze was somewhat difficult for Su-han to understand and inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. As if he didn't want to suffer under Su-ran's gaze anymore, he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Su-han expressionlessly turned around and left. "You're not going home with me?" Seeing Su-han leave, Su-ran subconsciously called out to him. However, as soon as this was said, Su-ran instantly felt awkward. How could she forget that after entering middle school, Su-han moved out of Su-ran's rented apartment? Even his tuition and living expenses didn't seem to have come to the original owner for a few months. As expected, after hearing Su-ran's words, Su-han's footsteps paused for a moment. With his back facing Su-ran, a trace of mockery flashed across his face. Then, he continued to walk away. "You should study hard right now. This kind of banquet sounds good, but in reality, it's not clean and safe." Regardless of whether Su-han could hear it or not, Su-ran felt that she still had the obligation to remind him. "My business is none of your business." After coldly throwing down these words, Su-han left without looking back. Seeing Su-han leave, Su-ran sighed again. It was clearly impossible for her son to be obedient and get along well with her. Today, she forcefully changed the plot and caused Su-han to lose an important turning point. She didn't know what the future would be like. Even if she knew, she was already offline as cannon fodder. It didn't seem like she could make any waves. Not to mention Su-han, even Su-ran's current situation wasn't very optimistic. Although her life was temporarily saved, the mess that the original owner left behind for her was still actually laid in front of her for nothing. Su-ran didn't forget that on the way here, she received all sorts of messages asking for money. There were bank calls, landlord's calls, water and electricity bills notices, and even a few of the original owner's loan sharks. The other party was now asking for money. Forget it, as long as she was alive, it was fine. Borrowing a sentence that a certain second male lead often said, "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems." In the novel, the second male lead was a clown disguised as a flirtatious slut. When she read the novel, Sue Ran was the second male lead's Aunt Fan. Thinking about it, Sue Ran's mood suddenly became a lot better. The second male lead's mysterious uncle had left him a mine. If nothing happened to the second male lead, he wouldn't know about it, but Sue Ran knew where it was. If she really couldn't survive, she could still steal a few pieces of gold from the other party's land, right? In an instant, Sue Ran was revived and walked forward with large strides. When he left, Sue Ran glanced at the wealthy and inhumane villa area from the corner of his eye. He shuddered. This was the original owner's death-seeking stage. Today's situation was special. From now on, she was certain that she wouldn't set foot on this azure field again. Sue Ran said this to herself in her heart, but she didn't know that the slap to the face came very quickly. Sue Ran didn't expect a place like the Eastern Mountain Garden to have a bus stop. But today, she bought these clothes and took a taxi. She had already spent all of the original owner's savings. When Sue Ran finally returned to her apartment, it was already 2 hours later. Before Sue Ran could finish wondering why the residential corridors were so lively even though it was already so late at night, he saw a large patch of bright red in front of his house. Of course, there were also the words "Return the money" written in large letters on the door. This woman only came back now. She was knocking here and it almost gave me a heart attack. Right, I heard that this woman borrowed money from a loan shark. Heavens! Do you think you can provoke loan sharks so casually? Humph, it's a rare thing for us normal people to do. But you didn't see what women do. That's right. I heard that she has a son? I haven't seen him in a long time. Could it be that this woman took him to pay off her debt? Pay, don't talk nonsense. The adult is unreliable, but the child is innocent. I think he moved out a few days ago. That's right, otherwise he would be sold by this woman sooner or later. Probably because they felt that they were implicated by Sue Ran and woke up in the middle of the night, these people whispered without any intention of avoiding Sue Ran. If it was the original owner, she would have already torn these people apart. At this time, seeing Sue Ran silently open the door and enter the house, although everyone had a mouthful of resentment in their throats, they had nothing to say for a while. Forget it. It's already so late, let's all go. I'll go see if my grandson is asleep. My husband will change his shift early tomorrow morning, so I'll hurry back. On the other side, although Sue Ran had the original owner's memory, she was still shocked when she opened the door and saw the mess in the house. This was an old house built in the last century. The entire house wasn't big, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The bedroom inside seemed to have been completely abandoned by the original owner because of a leak. In the living room outside, 40 to 50 pairs of shoes took up most of the living room's floor. The only sofa was also filled with the original owner's clothes. There was no doubt that it was the same type of clothes as Sue Ran's translucent suspenders and leather skirt. As for the small half of the kitchen, it was now occupied by the original owner's clothes and shoes. It was obvious that it hadn't been used for many years. Sue Ran spent most of the day in his room before he finally found the 9,000 yuan that the original owner of his body hadn't managed to spend in time in a knockoff bag, as well as an IOU of 90,000 yuan. Why did she say that she didn't have time to spend it? Sue Ran didn't have the concept of saving money. Even if she became a hostess, her biggest hobby other than the male lead was still to buy. When she was kicked out of the Sue family, Sue Ran still brought a lot of luxury clothes and bags. It was a pity that these things had already been sold by her a few years ago. As for this room full of inferior and cheap professional clothes, no one would want it even if it was given away for free. So, this 9,000 yuan should be all of Sue Ran's belongings. 9,000 yuan should be enough to pay off the credit card and this month's rent and utilities. But the remaining 90,000 yuan from the loan sharks, Sue Ran sighed. Who would have thought that she, a master who was praised by the outside world as only drinking dew every day, would be forced by life one day? Should she go back to her old profession? Anyway, the original owner's evil supporting female lead had been offline for more than 10 years. If she wanted to live in her own way, there shouldn't be any problems. With the confusion of coming to a fictional world and the disgust of the legacy left by the original owner, Sue Ran tossed and turned until very late into the night. The next day, before the sun had even risen, Su-ran was woken up by the chatter outside the door. "Io, look, it's a mess here, how can people pass?" "That's right, it's like a dog's nest, so annoying." "What dog's nest, let me say, actually it should be a chicken's nest." Hee, this saying is really appropriate. Without using her imagination, Su-ran knew that the madams and aunties outside the door were talking about her. The original owner didn't have much money in the past few years, but she bought a lot of cheap goods. The shoes that couldn't fit in the house were piled up outside the door. In this kind of old house, who didn't have some junk outside the house? Usually, the others wouldn't say anything. But last night, they were scared awake by the loan sharks. Later, because of Su-ran's abnormality, they couldn't vent their anger. With a stomach full of anger, they finally found a reason to complain in the morning. "Our corridor is so narrow, how can we pass with so many things piled up? And it's so dirty, Io, it's so annoying. In my opinion, what kind of person does this? Then let that woman come out and clean it up. If she doesn't clean it up, we'll throw all her junk away." "Yes, throw it away. Who told her to occupy the public area? Then throw it away." The aunties were talking enthusiastically, no one thought that the person involved would open the door at this time. Everyone paused, their expressions were a little awkward. "Cough, we won't throw other people's things, we just want to urge you to clean up." They took advantage of Su-ran's normal sleeping time to come over and act fierce, they didn't dare to really throw away other people's things. If things got out of hand, it wouldn't look good if the comrades from the police station came. I'm telling the truth. Before the crowd could figure out what this woman was trying to do, they saw Su-ran turn back into the house and come out with 2 large woven bags. "And these, if you want to throw them away, please throw these bags away too," Su-ran said. These were all packed up last night. She really couldn't accept the original owner's things, even if these aunties didn't help. Su-ran planned to get rid of them today. These aunties naturally didn't know that Su-ran's core changed, they all looked at each other, thinking that this woman's brain. "So, you don't want them?" One of them took a step forward and doubtfully looked at Su-ran and asked. I don't want them all." "You said it yourself. If you don't want it, I'll take it all away." "I really don't want them all." "I'll take them, but don't ask me for them later." As she spoke, the auntie had already taken the 2 sacks from Su-ran's hands and took away the shoebox at the door. After a while, everyone left Su-ran's house and began to discuss in hushed voices. "What's wrong with that woman? She just threw away so many things. I don't know, maybe she's crazy. Or maybe she wants to run away. Look at those people who came to collect debts yesterday, they were all fierce." "That's right, Grandma de Bayo, why do you want that woman's things? Don't be fooled by the fact that she has a lot of things. None of them are good. Look at the way she usually dresses. You still dare to accept her clothes. Even if they were made into shoes, you would still find them hard to wear." "That's right, I heard from my Qianwen that her donkey brand bags are all fake. They're not even on the ABCD, they're worse than knockoffs. I'm not keeping them for myself. My sister lives in the countryside, so her daughter will take these things back and sell them. Who cares, they're still money, aren't they? Also, don't be fooled by these things, they might be popular in other places." So that's how it works. Listening to the conversation between the aunties, Su-ran felt like she had lost 100 million yuan. With some regret, Su-ran went back into the house and started to pack up. 10 minutes later, when Su-ran walked past Grandma de Bayo without any makeup, the latter almost didn't recognize her neighbor who had lived in the same building for a few years. "You? Huh? Su-ran? Are you going out?" After all, she had just accepted her things a few minutes ago. Now that she recognized Su-ran, it would be awkward if Grandma de Bayo didn't greet her. "Yeah, I'm going out. Someone who works at night actually went out early in the morning today." "Did the sun rise from the west?" Changing clothes is like changing skin. After Su-ran walked away, Grandma de Bayo couldn't help but mutter. Today, Su-ran had her hair tied up in a ponytail. She didn't put on makeup and didn't deliberately hide the scar on her head like the original owner. She was wearing the same clothes as yesterday and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Almost all of the shoes of the original owner were professional high-heeled shoes with a height of 10 centimeters and above. Occasionally, there were a few pairs of 15 centimeters. Like this pair of sneakers that were stuffed in the corner and had obviously been washed white, they definitely didn't belong to Su Ran. If it wasn't Su Ran's, then it should be Su Han's. When Su Han left home, other than his school bag and clothes, he didn't take anything with him. This pair of shoes should have been left behind at that time. After living with Su Ran for more than 10 years, Su Han's things were pitifully few. Even if he left something behind, it didn't have any sense of existence among Su Ran's spectacular clothes. A 12-year-old youth's shoe size was already 37. The original owner's feet were also 37, just right. At least for the current Su Ran, compared to the original owner's high heels, her cheap son's sneakers were much more friendly. And with Su Ran's dress, let alone the next-door neighbors, even the people who worked with her the day before wouldn't be able to connect the two. So Ran went to the bar where the original owner worked and was stopped by the uncle at the door. "Stop, what are you doing?" "Huh? I have something to do, something to do?" "Girl, do you know where this is?" He just kept walking towards the inside. "This isn't a milk tea shop, it's not open during the day, you know?" "That, Uncle Wang, it's me, Su Ran." Seeing that the other party didn't recognize her, Su Ran explained. When crossing over, Su Ran also inherited the original owner's memory, so she was quite familiar with the place where the original owner worked. "Su Ran? You're Su Ran. Hee, without makeup, I almost didn't recognize you." After the surprise, Uncle Wang smiled embarrassedly. "Why are you here so early?" "To deal with something." "You're planning to turn over a new leaf?" Uncle Wang guessed. In these years, there were many people who left. Some went back to their hometown, some found a proper job to get married and have children, of course, some were taken away by rich people. Seeing Su Ran like this, it seemed like she was going to live a proper life. "Sort of." Su Ran smiled and nodded. "That's good." Uncle Wang wasn't a cultured person, so he was a guard here. In fact, he wasn't a bad person. Seeing so many girls go astray, he felt that it was a pity. Seeing that another person had thought it through and was going to live a good life, Uncle Wang was happy from the bottom of his heart. "Is Sister Hong here?" Sister Hong was the woman who led the team to the Gu family yesterday. Sister Hong was in charge of the princesses in the bar, so if Su Ran wanted to resign, she would have to go to her. "Sister Hong, I didn't notice that." "You can go and look for her." "Okay." Su Ran looked around the dark bar, but couldn't find Xiao Hongmei. Instead, she was stopped by another woman. "Xiao Ran, so early?" "Sister Xia." Xianxia was a distant relative of Sister Hong who had brought her here from her hometown to help. She usually took care of the original owner. "Sister Hong isn't here?" "My cousin?" "Don't mention it." Xiaoxia thought of something and said, "She came back in the middle of the night with a black face." She scolded Xiao Ling and the others until they cried. "Oh right, I heard that you got off halfway yesterday?" Without waiting for Su Ran to answer, Xiaoxia nodded again. "I'm telling you, it's a good thing you didn't go yesterday." Although she didn't know what happened at the banquet yesterday, she knew that it wasn't good from the looks of the people who came back. Listening to her cousin's scolding, she seemed to have said that the boss didn't like the quality of the people he brought. He was angry on the spot, and a few of the girls even left with injuries. Hearing this, Su Ran pursed her lips and didn't ask any more. "Then where is Sister Hong now?" "She's not here. She went out early in the morning with the 2 newcomers this month. She probably went to apologize to the big boss." After all, to survive in this circle, there was no big boss that could be offended. "Oh right, why are you looking for my cousin so early in the morning? What's the matter?" "I'm planning to quit, so I came to tell Sister Hong. When the original owner first came here, she was tricked into signing a 5-year contract. She couldn't quit even if she wanted to. Now that Su Han was in junior high school, that contract had long expired. It was just that Su Ran couldn't leave this financial pillar." You're saying that you're quitting?" Xiaoxia was a little surprised. Girls who entered this circle had all kinds of reasons and purposes. But there was a kind of people that Xiaoxia felt would probably stay rooted in this soil for the rest of their lives. Su Ran was one of them. She wasn't young anymore. She didn't have a family. She didn't know anything except for her face. She was vain and spent money like water. If she didn't work in this industry, what could she do? You wouldn't have been poached by another family, right? It had to be said that there was really such a possibility. Although Su Ran was considered old in this industry, and for some reason in the past, her reputation in the circle was not too good, it could not be denied that she was really beautiful. No. Then you found a financial backer? Xiaoxia immediately denied this guess. That couldn't be. Although there were a lot of rich people who came to Su Ran in the early years, none of them said that they wanted to establish a long-term financial relationship with Su Ran. You, borrowing Uncle Wang's words from the door, I'm going to live a serious life. Are you kidding? Xiaoxia glared at Su Ran. She suddenly had a feeling that the girl whom she had been observing all this while and was even prepared to make her a moderator in the future had suddenly left the group without a word. Forget it, forget it. Do as you wish. Xiaoxia waved her hand and didn't want to continue this topic. But my cousin is going out now. I don't know when she'll be back. I don't think you should wait for her today. Then I'll wait for Sister Hong to come back and talk to her. There's one more thing. What else? I don't care about your resignation. It's useless to look for me. It's not about my resignation. Before I leave, I want to borrow the private room and the piano. Private room? You have a guest? Hearing that Su Ran wanted to borrow a private room, Xiaoxia's first reaction was, she wanted to invite a boss to dinner, and this guest might have something to do with Su Ran quitting. No. Xiaoxia didn't even try to hide the expression on her face. Seeing this, Su Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it wasn't for the fact that the core of this body had changed, with the temperament and situation of the original body, it was indeed impossible for her to leave the circle. It was no wonder that Xiaoxia didn't believe her when she said that she wanted to go back and live a good life. I just want to borrow the piano in the private room to record a few songs. Su Ran explained her intention. Sell songs. This was the fastest way that Su Ran could think of to make money and pay back the original body's loan sharks. In Su Ran's original world, although she had always been evaluated by the media and the industry as a musician at the level of a master, she was different from most of the other masters. In order to survive and ensure the quality of her life, Su Ran had never rejected producing commercial music that catered to the market. Not only did she not reject it, she was also very productive in this kind of commercial music. So, in the circle of musicians, Su Ran was not only the youngest, but also the richest. Now in this world, there was no longer a genius musician Su Ran, so naturally there would be no music companies, hot singers, or celebrities coming to buy songs from her. So, Su Ran had to take the initiative to send herself to the door. In the past, her handwritten music score could make several major music companies fight over it. But now, without anything practical, just a few music scores would probably sink into the sea. So, Su Ran needed to record a few pieces of music and then package it and send it to the music company. No matter how simple the recording was, it still needed an instrument. Since the original body couldn't count on it, the only thing that Su Ran could think of was this. After listening to Su Ran, Xiaoxia's expression became even more suspicious. Piano? Record music? You? Don't be kidding. After working together for so many years, she knew Su Ran's capabilities. Other than her pretty face, she was still lacking in talent and gentleness to be a streamer. Really, just a few songs. When the private room is empty, you can lend me the piano inside. Su Ran said. You only use the piano? Although he still didn't know what Su Ran wanted to do, the store didn't do business during the day, and the private room was empty. As for the piano inside, it was just a prop to adjust the atmosphere and add some fun. It wasn't worth much at all. If Su Ran wanted to borrow it, it was not a big deal at all. Yes, just 10 minutes. It definitely won't affect the business of the store. What can you do in 10 minutes? I'll lend it to you for 3 hours. Don't delay the cleaning in the afternoon. Thank you, Sister Xia. After thanking Xiaoxia, Su Ran pushed the door into a private room and went straight to the piano on the small table. It looked very gorgeous, but in fact, it was just a facade. However, the reality was that it was already very good to have such a piano. Therefore, Su Ran quickly put away the trace of disgust in her heart, simply tuned it, turned on the recording function of the mobile phone, and put it on the piano rack. At the moment when her fingertips touched the piano keys, Su Ran's mouth raised a smile like a spring breeze. In the real world, Su Ran had no family, and there was no interpersonal communication except for a few assistants who were very concerned about her. Music was almost all she had. Therefore, the moment Su Ran touched the piano, it was almost the same as seeing a relative. The regret of suddenly dying halfway through the work and the fear of coming to a different world seemed to melt at this moment. Her fingertips jumped and tapped on the piano keys. A series of notes flowed out like a spring in the mountains, leisurely and with a bit of sadness, as if telling a story of love and separation. Outside the private room, Xianxia, who was playing with her mobile phone, suddenly froze when she heard the piano sound. No way, she really knows how to play the piano? Xiaoxia's face was full of satisfaction and disbelief. Maybe this was the expression of the phone ringing. She put away her mobile phone and walked towards the private room. Xiaoxia originally wanted to see if the piano sound was really played by Su Ran, but the moment she pushed the door open, she was shocked. Is this person really Su Ran? The one she knows? At this moment, Su Ran was sitting in front of the piano. Her face was calm, her eyes were focused, and her slender fingers were skillfully dancing on the piano keys. Previously, the light outside was too dim, so Xiaoxia didn't notice. Only now did she notice that Su Ran's face was completely without makeup. Without the cover of heavy makeup, not only did it not make her ugly, but it also revealed her originally exquisite and stunning face. A beam of light fell from the ceiling and fell on Su Ran's body. It made Xiaoxia feel like she was watching a high-end concert. Moreover, Su Ran actually knew how to play the piano. Even if Xiaoxia didn't know much about music, she could feel that Su Ran played very well, and it was really nice to listen to. Xiaoxia wasn't the only one attracted by Su Ran's piano sound. Ah! So beautiful. Li Shui, who followed the music to the door, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Su Ran playing the piano in the private room. The next second, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand and kept quiet. However, she couldn't help but take out her phone to secretly record this beautiful moment. However, just as the people at the door were intoxicated by the music, the piano sound suddenly stopped. It wasn't interrupted by anyone, but Su Ran stopped herself. Others were wondering why Su Ran stopped halfway, only to find that Su Ran didn't stop, but directly changed to another song. The style of the song suddenly changed, and the lyrical and affectionate music suddenly became light and bright. No one expressed dissatisfaction when she suddenly changed the song just when she reached the climax, because this song was also very nice. As for the previous song, everyone just felt that it wasn't enough. Su Ran only played half of the second song before changing to the next one. It was a piece of ancient music, but Su Ran played it with a soul-stirring grandeur using the piano. After that, Su Ran changed a few songs in a row. Sometimes, he would hum a few lines along. Soon, the 10 songs ended, and Su Ran took the phone and stopped recording. No more, no less, exactly 10 minutes. Turning around, Su Ran saw Xiaoxia at the door. I'm done, thank you Sister Xia. Su Ran, why didn't you say you had this talent before? Xiaoxia recovered from the surprise and looked at Su Ran with wide eyes. She always knew that she was a bronze, but she didn't expect her to be a king. I didn't use it before, right? Su Ran talked nonsense. As the young miss of the Su family, the original owner learned piano. However, in the novel, the talent of Su Ran completely became a foil for the existence of the female lead. In the novel, at the birthday party of Mrs. Song, the male lead's mother, Su Ran made everyone think that the female lead was a poor girl who didn't know anything. Not only did she play a song for Mrs. Song, she also mocked the female lead for having no talent. In the end, she was slapped in the face and crushed by the female lead. This experience was also in the original owner's memory. It seemed that after that, Su Ran felt that she lost a lot of face and didn't play the piano again. Xiaoxia, who didn't know the truth, nodded thoughtfully when she heard Su Ran say this. That's right. In their job, having a face was enough. Talent was at most seasoning. Su-ran, tell me the truth, did you meet a talent scout? Xiaoxia suddenly pulled Su-ran to the side and asked mysteriously. No, Su-ran said no, but Xiaoxia didn't believe her at all. If she didn't meet a talent scout, or was preparing to change her career to become a celebrity, why would she record a song? Although the Su-ran was a bit old, but if you looked carefully, her appearance could completely crush most of the celebrities in the entertainment industry. Maybe she really did have a fortuitous encounter? Don't worry, if you really become popular, I definitely won't leak the gossip you did hear. Xiaoxia was just speaking when Sister Hong came back in her high heels. Her face was still not looking good, and when she saw Su-ran who got out of the car yesterday, her face was even worse. Su-ran? You ran so fast yesterday, what are you doing here? Oh, cousin, Su-ran is preparing to quit, so she came to tell you. Quit? Who are you talking about? Su-ran? Hearing that Su-ran was preparing to quit, Xiao Hongmei's face was the same as Xiaoxia's from before. But soon, Xiao Hongmei's expression returned to normal. Okay, if you want to leave, then leave. Sister Hong said indifferently. But let's make it clear, if you leave now, your appearance fee for this month will definitely be gone. Okay. Su-ran just wanted to quickly put an end to the original owner's strange life, so money didn't matter. How much did the original owner earn in a month? Even she didn't know, so Su-ran wouldn't know, but it was definitely not enough to pay off the loan sharks. When Su-ran left, Xiaoxia pulled Xiao Hongmei. Cousin, why did you let her go so easily this time? It was completely unlike her usual style. Just Su-ran? When speaking of Su-ran, Xiao Hongmei showed contempt. Do you believe that in less than a week, she will come back crying for her parents? The business is just like that, it depends on whether I'm willing to accept it or not. Sister Hong didn't know that Su-ran, who she was so sure of, didn't come back a week later. When she saw Su-ran's name again, it was already on Weibo's hot search list, and there was also a hot next to it. Sister. So Ran walked out of the bar and was stopped by Li Shui, who chased after her. You're calling me? Looking at the girl in front of her who wasn't much older than her cheap girl, Su-ran was a bit confused. Yes, sister, are you a musician hired by the bar? Li Shui only worked part-time during the holidays. During the day, she came here to clean and distribute flyers, so she didn't have any interactions with Su-ran and the other night workers, so she didn't know Su-ran's previous identity. No. Oh. Is there anything else? I just wanted to ask, sister, what are the names of the songs you played just now? They're super nice. Li Shui said very excitedly. She had never heard the songs that this sister played just now. Why was she so sure? It was because such nice songs, if she had heard them before, she would definitely remember them. It was a sin that these songs weren't recorded in her phone's music library. No. Huh? Those songs haven't been published yet. How could it be, but it should be published soon. Seeing the disappointment on her face, Su-ran smiled faintly. Really? Really? If she didn't even have this much confidence, Su-ran wouldn't be called a master. But when the time came, it was unknown who would sing the songs. Su-ran didn't care about the little episode at the door of the bar. Back home, Su-ran took out her mobile phone, cut the 10-minute recording into 10 audio files, sent them to several singers' studios, and then sent them to Xingding Entertainment's public email. Xingding Entertainment, the biggest company in the entertainment industry, was also the company of the second male lead in the novel, Lu Boyang. In the original novel, the second male lead attracted countless fans with his frivolous and cynical appearance, but in fact, he was deeply affectionate. At the end of the novel, the female lead must be with the male lead, and Lu Boyang smiled and blessed the female lead while remaining unmarried. Although some of the dialogue between Lu Boyang and the female lead's 16-year-old daughter made the reader smell the scent of sugar, Su-ran felt that it was more like a friendly interaction between uncle and nephew. As for other things, Su-ran felt very strange. After all, the age gap between the two was so big. Back to the point. Xingding, at first, was just the second male lead's plaything. Later, probably because the marriage of the female lead and the male lead stimulated Lu Boyang, he was frustrated in love and worked hard in his career. In just a few years, Xingding had become the leader of the industry. There were two reasons why Su Ran chose to sell the song to Xingding. Firstly, she was also a fan of the second male lead's period back then. She naturally had a good impression of the second male lead's company. Secondly, according to the forum, Xingding was the most generous person in the industry when it came to works and copyrights. Before the new year, Xingding had bought an IP at a high price of 50 million. After sending the email, Su Ran didn't stay on the page for too long, and directly exited the email. The external email of a big company like Xingding might receive more emails than the complaints of a hotline every day. It was good enough that her email didn't sink into the sea. She didn't expect to receive a reply in a short time. Therefore, Su Ran still needed to solve the urgent problem. After the original owner's reputation was ruined and she was kicked out of the Su family, she cut off all contact with her plastic sisters. Coupled with the special nature of her job, she didn't need to socialize at all. So other than a Weibo account that she occasionally used to read gossip, the original owner's phone didn't have any social media apps. This was convenient for Su Ran now. After using the original owner's phone number to register a few common social media accounts, Su Ran also registered a few reliable forum and information website accounts. After following a few recruitment posts, she left her information and contact information. Soon, Su Ran received her first friend request on WeChat. Verification information: are you applying to be a part-time piano teacher? Su Ran nodded and agreed. Surname show is a lunatic. Hello, I saw your message on the forum in the same city. You're applying to be a piano teacher, right, Su? It's me. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Are you from Beibei? Su, N. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Have you passed level 8? She had participated in competitions and performances, but she had never participated in the piano exam. Su, what is the level 8 exam piece? The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Czerny, Mendelssohn, etc. Su, what about level 10? The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Etude in F minor, sonata in B major. Su, that's no problem. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Really? The one surnamed show is a lunatic. That's great. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. I used to be a piano tutor for a family. On Saturday and Sunday, I have 2 hours of lessons a day. I have something to do here and can't go for a while, so I found someone to replace me. Don't worry, you can directly settle the lesson fees with that family. Su, when will the lesson start? The one surnamed show is a lunatic. It starts this Saturday. Is that okay? Su, okay. After quitting the previous host's job, she was now completely unemployed. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Okay, you can take a picture of your ID card and give it to me. Wait a moment, I will send you the specific class time and address. After Su Ran took a picture of her ID card, the other party quickly replied. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. What a beautiful young lady. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Class time is Saturday morning from 9 to 11 and Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. East Mountain Garden, East Garden, Block A17. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. This is the address. Su Ran clicked on the address sent by the other party. WTF. She had already made up her mind to never step into that azure field again. She didn't expect to find a part-time job in the East Mountain Garden. East Garden, Block A16. This address seemed to have grown in the mind of the previous host. Even if she forgot her own birthday, she wouldn't forget this string of numbers. Because this was the address of the Song family with the male lead. As for Block A17, wasn't it directly opposite the male lead's house? Can I regret it now? Can I not go? Su, it's a bit far from my house. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. Why don't you find someone else? The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Surprised. The one surnamed show is a lunatic. Don't. My post has been up for a day. You are the most reliable one. It's already so late. There probably won't be anyone replying. I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. Where can I find someone else? Crying. The one surnamed show is a lunatic, and I already told them that my colleague will take my place. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic. If it's far, you can take a taxi. This family's classes are quite expensive. 200 yuan per hour. It won't even be enough to take a taxi around North City. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic, and it's very easy to teach this family. Really, it's very easy. You'll know when you go, it wasn't just easy. If her Mr. Zhou hadn't suddenly proposed to her and even brought out 2 wedding tickets, she definitely wouldn't have given up on such a part-time job with little work and plenty of money. Although she didn't understand why that family would find her, a second-year graduate student at a music school, to teach. This was also what Su Ran was puzzled about. Those who could live in the East Mountain residents were either rich or respectable. They usually hired tutors for their children, even if they weren't world-class, they were at the top of the industry. Even the original host, when she was in the Su family, had also hired a musician from Vienna to teach her. Wasn't this family too sloppy? In the original host's memory, the villa opposite the male lead's house had been empty before. She didn't know if it was a nouveau riche who moved in after the original host went offline. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic, Mississippi. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic, Mississippi. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic, please. I've waited for 2 years. It wasn't easy for my boyfriend to propose. Pitiful. Su, okay. When the original host was kicked out of the Su family, she was only 15 or 16 years old. Not to mention a bachelor's degree, she hadn't even graduated from high school. It was completely unconvincing for her to find a job. As for Su Ran herself, she had been completely immersed in the creation of her music for the past 2 years. She was almost spoiled by her considerate assistants. However, the reality was that if she didn't have any income, she might really starve to death. She would be the first adult with hands and feet, who wasn't crazy or sick, to starve to death at home. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic, really? Su, yes, I'll be there on time. After thinking for a while, Su Ran sent another message, congratulations on your marriage. The one surnamed Zhou is a lunatic, thank you. Cute. Maybe he already doesn't remember this cannon fodder female lead. After ending the WeChat conversation, Su Ran said to herself. She looked at the mirror on the side as if she wanted to prove it. The mirror reflected an extremely beautiful and recognizable face. This face was hard to forget even for those who had only seen her once. Moreover, Su Ran had done so many things that made the male and female leads hate her to the core when she was still the supporting female lead. AI. Su Ran sighed and couldn't help but comfort herself, it's not that coincidental to meet the male and female lead. As the main character of the novel, Xianxia was very busy. If he had some time, he would spend it with the female lead. It shouldn't be that he would meet the female lead who had already gone offline. What were the male and female leads doing in the original novel? Su Ran thought about it and showed a conflicted expression. The novel ended abruptly when the female lead gave birth to twins, was accepted by the Song family, and lived happily with the male lead. In the epilogue, there was mention of the Song family, how powerful the twins were when they grew up, how the female lead became the head of the Song family, and even the second male lead's future was vaguely arranged. Only the plot between the male and female lead was very little. At the beginning, many readers commented that there was too little sugar and they were about to have low blood sugar. While Su Ran was puzzled, she was startled by the sudden ringtone of her phone. Hello. Hello, is this Miss Su Ran? It's me. Hearing the other party's question, Su Ran's face was still puzzled. The original owner's phone was mostly used to arrange work for Sister Hong. Now that she had resigned, who would call her? Don't say anything, I'll say it first. I can't afford a house, I don't need to buy a cemetery, I don't need a loan, I don't have money to invest, I don't accept online reviews, I don't have any relatives who are hospitalized, I don't have any elderly who can't find their home, I don't need to check my children's exam results. Okay, what's the matter, just say it. Cough, Miss Su is very cautious, but I'm not a scammer. We're at the Nanping police station. Police station? Hearing these 3 words, Su Ran's first reaction wasn't whether the other party was real or fake, but that the original owner had done something illegal that she didn't know about. What's the matter? Su Ran clenched her jaw and asked slowly. She owed money to loan sharks, those people shouldn't be able to call the police, right? Or was the original owner's work illegal? Su-han is your son, right? Ah, yes. Hearing the name of her cheap son, Su-ran didn't react for a while. Su-han is with us because of a dispute. Because the person involved is underage, as his guardian, you have to come to the station immediately. There weren't many people who knew that Su-ran had a son named Su-han. When Su-han's birth certificate was registered, the people at the police station were worried that Su-ran would turn around and throw the child in another trash can, so they helped. Now she didn't have to worry about the other party being a scammer. Okay, I'll be right there. On the phone, Su-ran didn't ask how Su-han came to the police station. It was impossible not to be surprised. A future perverted villain, on the road to becoming a villain, there would always be countless things that would make him turn evil. This wasn't strange at all. However, according to the description of the novel, before he turned evil, although Su-han was relatively cold and had contact with some people in society because he had to work, he was still a good teenager. And yesterday, she actually changed the major point of Su-han's evil transformation. When Su-ran arrived at the police station, the first thing she saw was Su-han leaning against the wall in the corner with his head down. The young man was wearing torn and tattered clothes. His entire body was dirty and his hair was a little messy. However, coupled with the coldness that he had inherited from who knows where or was a genetic mutation, as well as the ruthlessness on his face, he actually didn't look so pathetic. As if he had noticed that someone was looking at him, Su-han raised his head and looked in their direction. At the instant he saw Su-ran, the teenager's stubborn and calm face flashed with a rare moment of surprise and panic that could not be easily noticed. But very quickly, Su-han expressionlessly lowered his head. You're Su-han's guardian? I am. She's not. Hearing the question, Su-han and Su-ran both opened their mouths at the same time. She's not my guardian, I don't know this woman. Su-han coldly said, his eyes filled with undisguised rejection. Then it seems there's no mistake. The police glanced at Su-han and said. Then police comrade, the dispute you were talking about on the phone, was it? Before the police could speak, a 50-year-old man jumped out, pointed at Su-han and angrily shouted, What do you mean, your son stole money from my shop, and even fought and caused trouble, do you know that? The moment he saw Su-ran, the hot pot shop owner was stunned. God, if he didn't hear the conversation between Su-ran and the police comrade, he would have thought that he was looking at a celebrity. But very quickly, the hot pot shop owner's attention turned back to his financial losses, and aggressively approached Su-ran. Stand properly. This is a police station, do you know that? If you have something to say it properly. The police scolded, and the hot pot shop owner immediately quieted down. Cough, let's put it this way, I have 500 yuan in the shop's cabinet, I didn't have time to deposit it, but in the end, it was gone, it was stolen by this kid. I didn't steal it. Hearing the word steal, Su-han, who had been silent all this time, suddenly exploded. He glared at the big man with cold eyes, which actually made people shudder. Little brat, try glaring at me again. This is the police station, you can't be so arrogant. Then, he pointed at Su-ran and said, You're this kid's mother, right? Tell me, what do you think we should do? He said he didn't steal it. What did he say? Just because he said he didn't steal it, he didn't steal it? Where's the evidence? I can say that he stole it. Then do you have evidence? Su-ran frowned, looked up and asked. This kind of quarrel was really annoying. She was starting to miss her cute little assistants. I don't have any evidence, but, since you have no evidence, who gave you the courage to be so self-righteous? Also, what is Su-han, a minor, doing in your shop? Do. I thought he was pitiful and didn't have a place to stay, so I let him stay in my shop. Police comrade, it's true, I just gave this kid a place to stay. You're saying that you're actually a philanthropist? You. Okay, I admit that I was unlucky to steal the money, but he can't deny the fact that he smashed my shop. My shop has surveillance cameras. He smashed your shop, but you also injured him, right? When Su-han raised his head just now, Su-ran had already noticed that not only was Su-han dirty, but the corners of his mouth, the corners of his eyes, and even his forehead were covered in wounds. Even if this cheap son wasn't born by her, Looking at the originally handsome face full of scars, Su-ran couldn't help but feel distressed. He's injured? You don't know, but several of my shop's employees are lying in the hospital right now. Don't tell me you don't want to admit that you hit someone and want to renege on your debt. The hot pot shop owner suddenly jumped up. Isn't it just a matter of money? Why are you so agitated? It's a matter of money, then tell me, how much are you going to pay for this? I don't have money. When Su-ran said this, several people in the police station almost couldn't help but laugh. Could she not say that she didn't have money in such a righteous manner? Even the corners of Su-han's mouth, which had been tightly shut, were pursed. When the police called to inform the guardian, he didn't even think that the woman who never cared about him would come. But not only did she come, she actually opened her mouth to argue with their boss. He believed that she didn't have money. After all, the speed at which this woman spent money. When they came out of the police station, Su-ran's hand that was holding on to Su-han's hand was once again flung away by the other party. You didn't need to come at all. Su-han said coldly, turning his face to the side to hide a trace of awkwardness. No matter how mature Su-han looked, he was still a 12 or 13-year-old youth. Facing Su-ran's unexpected help and protection, he suddenly felt a bit at a loss. However, today's Su-ran really surprised him. This kind of Su-ran had never appeared in Su-han's memory. That's not right. The last time at the rich people's banquet in the East Mountain Garden, Su-ran was also like this, even more stubborn than today. However, as he thought of something, Su-han's expression became bad again. Well, I'm leaving. Wait, where are you going? Or rather, where are you going to stay? Su-ran stared at Su-han and asked. It's none of your business. After a pause, Su-han added, I'll think of a way myself. Is your way to go to the kebab shop on the right of the hot pot shop, or the stationery shop on the left? Let's go, you come back with me. No matter how bad it is, it's still better than sleeping on the streets. Su-ran said. When she came out of the police station just now, the police comrade said a lot of things to her about being a parent having a sense of responsibility, about how rebellious children needed to be cared for, and so on. Su-ran felt that she still needed to fulfill the obligations of a cheap mother. Who knows, maybe when the future great villain encounters a crisis, she might be able to turn back a little. I won't use your money, and I won't touch your things. After hesitating for a moment, Su-han said. Then let's go. A pair of plastic mother and son, who had no mother-son affection and no good memories, walked together. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. I didn't steal money. Just when Su-ran thought that they were going to be awkward all the way, she suddenly heard Su-han's somewhat stiff voice. Yes. Su-ran nodded with certainty. I'm telling the truth. I know, you won't. Su-ran's tone was very certain. After all, he was the great villain that could challenge the Song family more than 10 years later. Even if he was still growing, he would never stoop so low as to steal such a small amount of money. He didn't know Su-ran's inner thoughts. Although he didn't care about this woman's affirmation, the moment he heard Su-ran's words, Su-han's eyes couldn't help but light up. So, you believe me? You won't steal that 500 yuan. Su-ran nodded. Yes, I won't. If I'm going to do it, I'll do it big. But, there's more. Yes? There's no stationery store on the left of that hot pot restaurant, and there's no kebab restaurant on the right. Ah, is that so? Then what is it? It seems to be a ramen shop. Is it delicious? I don't know. I've never been there. Then let's go visit a shop when we have time. In the modern world, probably worried that Su-ran would get sick from staying at home, the little assistant liked to take Su-ran to visit all kinds of shops. Yes. It was a very small, deep sound that almost came from his throat. If it weren't for the fact that she got used to Su-han's pronunciation and was more sensitive to sounds, Su-ran would have thought that the other party ignored her. After another awkward silence, the two returned to the rented house. When he saw the red paint and the big words on the door, Su-han's eyebrows deeply wrinkled. You went to borrow money again? Oh, haha. Should it be said that the son knows his mother best, or that the original owner did this kind of thing so many times that even the cheap son found a rhythm? Faced with Su-han's questioning tone, Su-ran suddenly felt a bit confused. I borrowed it before, Suran said. She tried to wipe the paint on the door in the morning, but unfortunately, she didn't succeed, so she could only leave it like this. Who knows when those people would come again before she returned the money, so it would be a waste of effort to wipe it. Oh. Su-han responded in a low voice. His eyes that landed on the door flashed with disgust and a trace of disappointment at the same time. This woman was always like this. How much do you owe them? For the first time, Su-han couldn't hold back and asked. Not much. Just 10,000. Okay, I'll pay it back soon. You're a child, so you don't have to worry so much. With that, Su-ran took out the key from her bag and opened the door. Let's go in. Before leaving Su-ran, Su-han had lived in this small, dark, messy house filled with shoes, clothes, and cosmetics for more than 10 years. He didn't have any expectations of going home. If it wasn't for his short-circuited brain and agreeing to this woman's request, Su-han wouldn't even think that living here was much better than living on the streets. However, this time, the moment Su-ran opened the door, what entered Su-han's eyes was no longer the messy scene in his memory. The room was still the few familiar rooms, but the appearance was completely different. Previously, Su-ran had filled the room with items. Now, not a single one of them could be seen. Only a few pieces of furniture could be seen. Was this house ransacked by a thief? This was Su-han's first reaction. However, a large pile of takeout boxes, used tissues, and the remains of cosmetics were also gone. The newspaper that was pasted on the window to block the light was torn down, allowing sunlight to enter the house. The windows were wiped, the floor was swept, and the table was wiped clean. Therefore, Su-han's second reaction was that this house had become clean. Not only was it clean, it was also empty. Previously, the original owner's house didn't have many necessities other than clothes and cosmetics. After Su-ran threw everything away, it didn't even look like a human lived in it. However, it was this empty house that made Su-han feel a sense of warmth that he had never felt before. Where are your things? I threw them away. Why was it more wasteful than before? Su-han frowned. You didn't eat at the police station in the afternoon, right? What do you want to eat? Noodles or rice? Not receiving Su-han's disdain, Su-ran walked into the kitchen and asked. Rice. Su-han answered subconsciously. Let's eat noodles. Then why did you ask me? Su-han was a little angry, and he didn't want to eat the food in this house. I'm used to the conversation, I was just asking, but there's no rice in the house. Even if there was, she didn't know how to cook. Then whatever. After a while, Su-ran came out again. There seems to be no noodles. Previously, the assistant would prepare these things in her refrigerator, but she forgot that the original owner's house hadn't used the kitchen for several years. Then you can order takeout. If he couldn't finish it, she would just give him some. It was always like this in the past. Let's go out and have a big meal. Do you have money? He wouldn't forget this afternoon at the police station. In the end, they reached an agreement to compensate 200 yuan. This woman also haggled with the other party for a long time and finally settled at 167 yuan. Then let's order takeout. The original owner's wallet had 9,000 yuan. After paying off the credit card, rent, and utilities, there wasn't much left. Forget it, let's go out and eat, I'll treat you. Su-han stood up and looked at Su-ran with disdain and said. He still had 120 yuan left from working at the hot pot restaurant, so he would treat it as paying back part of the 167. 5 yuan. Although we're cheap sons, you can order whatever you want. Attitude successfully made Su-ran's face handsome, but after a one-sided discussion, the two finally ordered takeout. When the takeout arrived, Su-ran was rummaging through Su-han's things. The original owner's things were thrown away by her, Su-han's and a few more normal-looking things were temporarily stuffed into the room's cabinet. The takeout was received by Su-han. When he took the heavy and fragrant takeout, Su-han's eyebrows wrinkled. More and more wasteful. Su-han muttered. What did you say? Su-ran, who was still putting on clothes, faintly heard Su-han's voice outside. Nothing. Su-han quickly replied, the takeout is here. Saying this, Su-han's face returned to indifference, carrying the takeout to the only table in the house, Then, he turned around and walked to the side of the sofa. When Su-ran came out, she saw this scene. The takeout was placed on the table, and Su-han's head was lowered, silently sitting on the sofa. The two seemed to be separated by an invisible dimensional wall. Was the food not tempting enough, or was he not hungry enough, to make this youth so indifferent to the takeout in front of him? The takeout is here, why aren't you eating? Su-ran asked somewhat strangely. This plastic mother and son had maintained a strange relationship for more than 10 years. It would not be broken by a few awkward words these 2 days, so, Su-ran did not think that Su-han would wait for her to eat with the two of them. Su-ran had only asked casually, but who knew that when he heard Su-ran's words, Su-han froze in his seat as if someone had pressed his acupoints. Then, a hint of mockery flashed across his stubborn face. It was very small, but Su-ran with her 5.2 vision saw it. Dylan's children, it's rare to be cute, so that when they receive their takeout in the future, their ending will not be so miserable. She didn't know where she had learned these unlikable expressions from. Could it be the original owner? Thinking of the original owner, Su-ran suddenly froze. How could she have forgotten about this? When the original owner ordered takeout, she only ordered what she liked. She never bought Su-han's takeout. Every time, after the original owner had her fill, she would carry her bag and go out. Until the original owner left and the sound of her high heels faded away, a small figure would come out from the corner of the room and pick up the leftovers on the table. Thinking of such a scene, Su-ran felt her chest tighten and her blood pressure soar. Especially after taking over the original owner's memory, she also knew that the leftovers were not specially left for Su-han. It was purely Su-ran who was in a hurry to go out and was too lazy to throw it away. Su-ran couldn't stand the way the original owner treated her son. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using this body, she would have pulled out the original owner's heart to whip her corpse. What are you still standing there for? I ordered 2 portions for the 2 of us. Come and eat. Hurry, this rice noodle is really good. It won't taste good when it's cold. Su-ran tried to speak in a normal tone. When Su-han looked over, she already hid the sympathy and heartache in her eyes. Seeing that Su-han didn't move, Su-ran half-jokingly and half-threateningly added, "Do you want me to bring it to you?" His words had an effect. Su-han stood up abruptly and walked over in a few steps. Looking at the 2 lunch boxes in the takeout bag, Su-han's movements paused. Then, without hesitation, he took out the smaller one. Hey, wait, that's mine. Seeing that Su-han was about to return to the sofa, Su-ran stopped him. Here, this big one is yours. Take it. Seeing that Su-han didn't move, Su-ran said again. After a few seconds, Su-han's throat stiffly spat out 2 words, no need. No need for what? I ordered for the 2 of us. The original owner didn't have many memories of Su-han in her mind, but Su-ran went to some high school for music exchange before. There was a junior high school among them. The boys around the same age as Su-han already had a big appetite. She was worried that this large portion of rice noodle wouldn't be enough. If it wasn't for the fact that she really didn't have enough money, she would have added a fried egg for Su-han. Seeing that Su-han still didn't move, Su-ran directly took the lunch box from him and stuffed the large portion of rice noodle into Su-han's hand. Hurry up and eat. Su-ran didn't have any experience with children. She could only use the way her assistant usually talked to her and said simply and roughly. Then she thought of something and said, also, it's easy to digest food if you curl up on the sofa. Eat on the table. This time, Su-han finally reacted. Holding the lunchbox, he walked to the opposite side of Su-ran and sat down. He lowered his head, opened the lid, and silently ate. Even when he was chewing and swallowing, Su-han's facial muscles were tense. If it wasn't for the other party's obviously faster than normal eating speed, Su-ran would have thought that this portion of rice noodle was disgusting. Looking at Su-han again, the youth's head was almost buried in the lunchbox. Su-ran wanted to remind the other party that if he buried his head so low, there might be dandruff falling into the bowl. But the moment she saw Su-han's red eyes, Su-ran stopped. Look, how much did the original owner starve this son of hers? This was a future big villain, but he actually cried because of a portion of rice noodle. Although this restaurant's rice noodle was really delicious. Su-han ate very quickly at first, but his speed gradually slowed down. When Su Ran finished eating, Su Han also put down his chopsticks at the same time. Before Su Ran could clean up, Su Han had already quickly stood up. He deftly folded the lunch boxes in front of the two of them and put them into a bag. Then he turned around and threw it into the trash can by the door. The whole process was done in one go. There was no room for Su Ran to intervene. Su Ran, I'll go find your things. Su Ran still couldn't put herself in the role of a mother. After bringing Su Han back, Su Ran felt more like she had gained another roommate. For a new roommate, it was always right to show some concern. Su Han was just about to say that there was no need, but Su Ran had already entered the room again. Su Han followed her. When he reached the door of the room, he pursed his lips and hesitantly stopped. Before, the bedroom was filled with Su Ran's things. Because she was afraid that her slightly valuable things would be messed up or couldn't be found, Su Ran never allowed Su Han to enter the room. After a while, Su Ran came out of the room again. Well, you've already found your things. You can pick what you can use. What else do you need? You can buy it tomorrow. Saying this, she suddenly thought of something and Su Ran had an awkward expression. Let's go now. If she remembered correctly, Su Han's toothbrush was used by the original owner to brush her shoes. No, I'll buy it myself. Turning his head to the side, Su Han said in a stiff tone. Hearing this, Su Ran glanced at Su Han. TSK, I almost forgot. This son has a huge amount of money and can afford a hot pot meal. Okay, then you can clean up and go to sleep. Su Ran pointed to the bedroom. Su Ran's words made Su Han feel a bit incredulous. This woman wants me to sleep in the bedroom. Although he instinctively felt that it was more likely that he was hearing things, Su Han still replied to Su Ran. No, go. In fact, Su Ran was afraid that she would scare Su Han. Using the words of her assistant, creative people were a bit neurotic. Sometimes, Su Ran would suddenly have inspiration and spend 2 to 3 hours on the toilet or in the bathtub. This was a common occurrence. Or she would wake up in the middle of the night. It's more convenient for me to sleep outside. Originally, Su Han was still standing there motionless, but when he heard Su Ran's words, he suddenly thought of something. His childish face suddenly had a coldness and sarcasm that did not match his age. Vaguely, there was also a trace of disappointment. How could he forget about this woman's job, ignoring the disappointment in his heart that made him uncomfortable? Su Han turned around and went into the room without saying a word. Although there were not many things on the bed that belonged to him, they were neatly arranged. Su Han was actually still angry, but inexplicably happy. He thought that his things were already thrown away by the woman. After all, when he came back, the house was almost emptied. He did not expect that everything was still there. Except, toothbrush. Humph. That woman's business has nothing to do with me. Su Han muttered to himself. He took out an English book from the cabinet and began to memorize words. However, with the book in hand, Su Han could not help but begin to pay attention to the movements outside. It was unusually quiet outside. The sound of the door closing that he was used to did not appear. Su Han felt that it was a bit strange. Finally, Su Han could not help but walk out of the room to take a look. Then he saw Su Ran, who was wearing home clothes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding a pen and paper and writing something. So Ran finished writing the last note of the paragraph, looked up and saw Su Han standing in front of the bedroom door in a daze. She could not hide the strange expression on his face. What's the matter? Nothing. After Su Han finished speaking, he turned around and took 2 steps before turning back. You are not going out? Su Han could not help but ask. I'm not going out. Then tomorrow? Su Han asked again. His eyes had a trace of expectation that he did not realize. Tomorrow? I'm not going out tomorrow either. While speaking, Su Ran continued to write the music score. Occasionally, she would free her fingertips to play a few times on the piano app that she had just downloaded on her phone. After a while, Su Ran added, I probably won't go out for a few days. Shengding Entertainment did not reply so quickly. Except for the private piano tutor in Dongshan Garden that she did not want to go to, Su Ran was currently unemployed. The best way to save money was to stay at home. Hearing Su Ran's answer, Su Han's slight happiness did not last long. He immediately thought of another question. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Anne? Yesterday, what happened? Yesterday in Dongshan Garden, what happened in that rich man's villa? Yesterday, in the Gu family, when Su Ran and Gu Jiahao had a conflict, Su Han was next to them. Judging from the man's clothes and tone, his identity was definitely not simple. Although Su Han could not fully understand the conversation between the two, it was obvious that the other party was very angry because of Su Ran's words. Su Han guessed that this woman might have offended that person, so she had to hide at home for a few days to avoid trouble. Staying by Su Han's side all day, Su Ran had almost forgotten about Gu Jiahao. Being reminded by Su Han, Su Ran rejoiced. Fortunately, she acted quickly and went to the bar to resign. Yesterday, after being threatened by her, he found out that his biggest secret was exposed. Perhaps Gu Jiahao was already on his way to get revenge on her at the bar. Don't worry, that person's revenge won't reach here. The people living here didn't know Su Ran's past, and the people who knew Su Ran in the past wouldn't have thought that she lived in this kind of shantytown. Is that so? What about after that? Obviously, regarding Su Ran's words, Su Han was skeptical. After that? After that, there probably won't be any opportunities to meet. Su Ran replied. As long as she didn't take the initiative to go to the Eastern Mountain Garden to make her presence known, Gu Jiahao and her, these two small cannon fodder that had nothing to do with the main plot of the novel, shouldn't have many opportunities to meet. Immediately, Su Ran thought of something, and looked at Su Han with a serious face. What? Su Han was a bit uncomfortable under Su Ran's stare. That person that day, don't think that he's rich, he's actually not a good person. Also, the person who invited you children to the banquet is also not a good person. If in the future, someone asks you to go to these strange banquets, you better not go. Su Ran tried to use a tactful tone to say. Looking at Su Ran, Su Han didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed a trace of strange emotion. Cough, what I just said, do you have any objections? Su Ran coughed and asked. She didn't want to admit it at all. She was an adult, yet she was stared at by a child until her scalp went numb. She also felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Pursing his lips, Su Han didn't answer Su Ran's question. He lowered his head as if he was struggling with something. Why did you go there that day? Su Han gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Su Han vaguely guessed what the banquet was about and why those scantily clad women were there. No, didn't he already know what kind of woman she was? What did it have to do with him, Su Han thought to himself. He was a little annoyed by the question he had asked. However, he couldn't help but care. He wanted to hear Su Ran's answer. Well. Su Ran laughed dryly. Why would she go there? Could it be that she had to tell her cheap son that his biological mother was originally going there to entertain the guests, but halfway there, she changed her mind and changed her mind? I'm going to pick you up. Hearing this, Su Han clenched his fists and raised his head. His long and narrow eyes stared straight at Su Ran. How did you know I was there? Su Ran was speechless. Who could tell her what children these days ate when they were growing up? Were they all so sharp? Or was this the potential of a future great villain? Ahem, I heard it from a friend. I felt that her description was a little similar to yours. Su Ran didn't have much confidence when she said this. Anyway, I just knew. As for how I knew, it's not important. Up to you. Su Han threw out a sentence. Humph, how could he think that this woman would speak the truth? Su Han's eyes flashed with disappointment. He turned his head and prepared to return to his room. Hey! Wait! Su Ran called out to Su Han from behind. Believe me, the East Mountain Garden is really not a good place. So don't go there, it's fine if you have any psychological trauma. But what if you coincidentally meet the children of the male and female lead, especially the female lead's daughter, and become evil in advance? It's not a good place? Yes, yes. Let me tell you, the people who live there are rotten on the inside. Don't be fooled by their pretentious appearance. They might be perverts. You saw the person who stopped us yesterday. There must be something wrong with someone who hasn't formed a normal family at this age. If you see this kind of person, you should stay away from them. In a villa in the East Mountain Garden, a certain person who was sitting in the study and looking at the company's report suddenly sneezed. You know that place very well? It's okay. After all, the original owner also grew up in the East Mountain Garden. Oh. Su-han responded coldly. His thoughts were completely different from Su-ran's. This woman, it was because of her work that she knew about that place. The next day, Su-ran wanted to fulfill her responsibility as a plastic parent and make Su-han breakfast or something. But when Su-ran got up from a pile of music drafts, Su-han had already gone to school by himself. That's right, the original owner used to work at night and sleep during the day. Su-han would not wake Su-ran up when he went to school. However, there was something different from the original owner's memory. Although Su-han left, he left a boiled egg on the table. Ioyo, look, what a good son. Not only did he take care of himself, she didn't need to worry about him at all. He even knew how to repay her kindness by leaving breakfast for her. Su-ran's heart was moved. She didn't know what the original owner was thinking. She didn't treat this sensible villain well and was full of disgust for Su-han to disappear from under her eyes. Anyway, Su-ran felt that having one more roommate was not a problem at all. Once she started making music, she would no longer care about what happened around her. And Su-han also had a quiet temperament. The two people lived under the same roof, each doing their own thing, quite harmonious. The only thing that Su-ran couldn't stand was that every day at 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, Su-han didn't read or go to sleep. He just sat on the sofa in the living room. Su-han, do you want to go to sleep? Su-ran couldn't help but say. I am not sleepy. Su-han, who was called, slightly paused and stiffly replied to Su-ran. It's okay if you're not sleepy, but if you're not sleepy, don't stare at me like I'm a thief, Su-ran wailed in her heart. Don't think that she didn't notice that Su-han holding a Rubik's Cube in his hand was completely pretending. In fact, this kid would sneak a glance at her every 10 seconds, and then look at the door. Are you looking at when I'm going out? Suddenly thinking of the conversation between the two of them the night before, Su-ran asked. Originally, Su-ran just wanted to tease Su-han and ease the atmosphere. But she didn't expect that as soon as she said this, Su-han's face suddenly showed a touch of uneasiness, a bit like a child who did something bad and was caught by his parents. I didn't. If you didn't, then you didn't, you don't have to be so excited. Su-ran deliberately teased Su-han and said. This villain usually acted like an old man, it was rare to see him have such a funny expression. Su-ran deliberately blinked at Su-han, dragging out the end of her words and said, You don't want me to go out? Hearing Su-ran's words, Su-han suddenly became silent. However, his silent expression already explained everything. After a long time, Su-han opened his mouth, as if it was from his throat, Don't go to that kind of place again. This time, it was Su-ran who didn't know what to say. She deliberately said that, she originally thought that Su-han would coolly reply to her, You think too much, but she didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. She thought that a bunch of plastic mother and son, the original Su-ran didn't care about Su-han's life and death, Su-han also didn't care about her theoretical mother. But she didn't expect. Also, anyone who had a mother who worked in an area with flashing red lights would feel ashamed. Suddenly, Su-ran felt a little distressed for this villain. While Su-ran was struggling, Su-han, who didn't get a response for a long time, suddenly felt a little panicked. If you want to buy something, I can give you money, in short, don't go again. Su-han turned his head and continued to use a cool tone. Su-han's sentence inexplicably reminded Su-ran of a particularly classic sentence she saw before, I'll support you. Although it was a bit out of place, her son's words were really cool. What are you laughing at? No, I'm not laughing, I just want to ask how you're going to support me. Who said I'm going to support you? Su-han frowned, and, I can. Go to the kind of fast food restaurant that cheats underage labor without morality? It's a hot pot restaurant. There's no difference. I won't tease you anymore, I've already quit my previous job. After admiring Su-han's confused face, Su-ran said. Really? Hearing Su-ran's words, Su-han's eyes flashed, but he still didn't believe this woman's words. It's absolutely true. Didn't you see that I didn't go out at night for the past few days? The day I went to the police station to pick you up, I quit my previous job, and I won't go back again. Seeing that Su-han seemed to believe her words, Su-ran continued, as for you, you're not allowed to work at the fast food or hot pot restaurant. Think about it, you're doing so well, but those unscrupulous bosses only give you a small salary, it's not worth it. Also, our family doesn't need your salary. Hearing the word family from Su-ran's mouth, Su-han's heart was a bit touched, then he looked at Su-ran and asked, then what do you eat? Su-ran, WTF, it seemed that in Su-han's eyes, this mother of his was a good-for-nothing. Don't worry, I've already found a part-time job, you won't starve. After Su-ran finished speaking, she saw that Su-han was still skeptical, so she added, really, I'll go tomorrow. A serious job. What kind of serious job can you have? Su-han whispered. What did you say? Nothing, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. After speaking, Su-han finally got up and walked to the room. That. Su-han walked to the door and stopped. There's one more thing. With his back facing Su-ran, Su-han's voice was a bit low. En? What is it? Do you need my help? Su-ran asked. She seemed to vaguely hear Su-han say en, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Su-han's following words. Nothing. Bang, the room door was closed. If you don't want it, then don't want it. Are kids nowadays so grumpy? Su-ran casually complained. Although she said that, Su-ran still felt that Su-han should have something to say. Thinking about the Eastern Mountain Garden, Su-ran really wanted to be an ostrich and stand him up. But, thinking about Su-han's soul torture, Su-ran finally clenched her teeth and left on time. Before she left, she even picked out the most expensive set of clothes she had bought recently. There's no need to say what kind of place the Eastern Mountain Garden is. There, if you dress too plainly, you'll really attract attention. Ah, this miss, it's you. Su-ran arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Mountain Garden and was stopped by a voice. Su-ran turned her head to look. At first, she was stunned, but then she remembered, the person who stopped her was the security guard she met at the entrance of the Eastern Mountain Garden that night. What a coincidence, I'm on duty today and I see you again. Seeing Su-ran look over, the security guard said with a smile. Although the Eastern Mountain Garden has a lot of people going in and out of it all day, but for someone as beautiful as Su-ran, it's really hard to forget. Miss, you forgot to bring the door card. Again today? Yes. Being asked like this, Su-ran had no choice but to stop her action of pressing the door number. It's fine, it's fine. Miss, don't trouble yourself, I'll just open it for you. Cough, thank you. You're welcome, I'm just serving the owner. Su-ran smiled awkwardly at the security guard and entered the Eastern Mountain Garden. This time was different from a few days ago. After entering the Eastern Mountain Garden, Su-ran directly walked to the highest area in the center of the Eastern Mountain Garden. This place didn't change much from the original owner's memory 10 years ago. Probably because of the bad memories in her mind, walking here, Su-ran's heart didn't feel relaxed at all. With great difficulty, she finally arrived at the A17 address given by surnamed Zhou is a lunatic on WeChat. Su-ran couldn't help but look at the A16 behind her. Hiss, the legendary charaba, it's really scary. Su-ran muttered. The novel didn't write much about the male and female lead, but it also didn't say that the protagonists moved, so those two and their child should still be living in this villa. As he thought about it, Su-ran shuddered. He quickly averted his gaze and pressed a 17th doorbell. Soon, a woman in her 40s came out and led Su-ran into the house. You're the colleague that teacher Xiaoli introduced to teach the piano, right? The other person asked. Yes, it's me. My surname is Su, Su-ran said. At that time, the matter of Su-ran pestering the Song family's young master caused quite a stir in the East Mountain Garden. Although it had been more than 10 years, to be on the safe side, if the other person didn't ask, Su-ran felt that she shouldn't casually mention her name as the #1 female supporting lead. Miss Su, come with me, the piano room is on the 3rd floor, young master is already waiting inside. Saying this, the other person led Su-ran upstairs. It's here. Saying this, she pushed open the door. Young master, the piano teacher is here. The previous teacher Shaoli had something to do, this time it's her colleague. N. A lazy voice came from the room. Miss Su, go in, the class time is 1 hour, you can come downstairs to find me after the class. Okay. This was a very large piano room. As soon as he walked in, Su Ran was attracted by the two pianos, one black and one white. It was actually B family's piano, her second favorite piano. And from the size of the two pianos, as well as some special key spacing, these two pianos should be B family's advanced custom-made version. Are you the new piano teacher? A slightly dissatisfied boy's voice came from the side. Su Ran just remembered that there was still a main customer here. Turning around to look to the side, Su Ran saw a little boy lying lazily on the sofa. Su Ran's eyes lit up. It was very rare for her to see such a good-looking child. His looks were already the second best-looking child that Su Ran had ever seen. The best-looking was, of course, her family's villain's son, but this little boy's level of appearance was already second only to Su Han. At most, there was a layer of mother filter in between. Moreover, the other party seemed to be about the same age as Su Han. He was also very cool and arrogant. However, unlike Su Han who was in his rebellious phase, this child was completely high and mighty, full of a noble aura. Also, what was he holding in his hand? Advanced macroeconomics? A 12 or 13-year-old child reading an advanced economics book. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Oh right, what books was her son reading yesterday? 7th grade English, Volume 2, the 3 points quiz, and what was it called, Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Did her son lose at the starting line? In that case, should she also buy Su Han some of these amazing books just by hearing the names of the books? Or listen to some online classes? She seemed to understand the feelings of the parents who signed their children up for this and that cram school all day long. Ahem, back to the topic. Yes, the previous teacher Lee has something to do, so I'm taking her place to give you piano lessons during this period of time. Su Ran said very kindly to the other party. Oh. Song Ian responded casually and didn't say anything else. His eyes were still on the book in his hand, and he didn't even look at Su Ran. Su Ran, her Su Han was still the cutest. You see the piano there? You go play, don't touch the white one, you can use the black one. Song Ian pointed in the direction of the piano and said, his tone was obviously used to it, ? Su Ran looked at Song Ian with a puzzled expression. What? Didn't you hear what I said? I heard, but I didn't understand what you were trying to say. The previous teacher Lee didn't make it clear to you? Song Ian frowned. What? You only need to play the piano for this class. After playing for 2 hours, you can go down and get money from Mother Wu. Song Ian looked at Su Ran and added, the previous teacher Lee was also like this. Hearing this, Su Ran's mouth twitched. Haha, she finally knew what surnamed Zhou is a lunatic meant when the girl repeatedly emphasized very, very easy in WeChat. That was the previous agreement between you and teacher Lee, it has nothing to do with me. Since it's me now, I hope to finish this class properly. Su Ran said seriously. Although, strictly speaking, she didn't like to call others, since she was going to receive money, she still had this bit of professional ethics. Moreover, when she was asked to play the piano, she would play for an hour or two. Young man. Do you know how much the appearance fee of the person in front of you is? How could a lessons fees cover it? TSK, I don't need you to teach me. Song Ian looked at Su Ran with disdain and said. Is that so? Su Ran maintained a kind smile as she looked at Song Ian and asked. In her heart, she wasn't so kind. In the past, there were many cases of people who were in the music industry who set up tents in front of her house for 1 or 2 months just to get her to give them some pointers. Now, she was actually being looked down upon by a child. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was underage and had to pay, she would have slapped him. Troublesome. Inexplicably, Su Ran's gaze made his hair stand. Song Ian couldn't take it anymore and put down the book in his hand. He impatiently got up from the sofa and walked to the piano. I'm just going to play a part. After listening to it, you can either scram or do as I said and play for 2 hours and get paid. You decide. After saying that, Song Ian's fingers started to play on the piano keys. Memories of Don Juan. When Song Ian played the first two notes, Su Ran had already guessed the song the other party was going to play. It was a very difficult song, but the other party seemed to have good control over it. After the song ended, Song Ian stood up from the piano and raised his head to look at Su Ran with a somewhat proud expression on his face. However, on Su Ran's face, he didn't see the surprise or shame he expected. On the contrary, Su Ran's serious face made Song Ian feel inexplicably uncertain. Strange, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the part one just played. It was even the best in history. What's with this person's expression? Suppressing the guilt in his heart, Song Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Ran. How is it? More than enough craftsmanship, but not enough ingenuity. Su Ran frowned and truthfully evaluated. Su Ran was a relatively casual person. As long as she didn't starve to death and didn't die from the cold, it was fine. The only thing she was unusually serious about was music. This was also the reason why Su Ran wasn't willing to teach others. She was afraid that she couldn't control herself and would have a bad mouth. You're saying I didn't play well? Hearing Su Ran's evaluation, Song Ian's face was full of disbelief, and then unconvinced stared at Su Ran and said, how should I say it? How should I say it without being too bad-mouth? Forget it. I'll play it once and you can feel it yourself. Su Ran didn't know what to say, so she simply sat in front of the piano. Touching the piano keys, Su Ran was a little excited. Ayaya, ever since she transmigrated, she hadn't touched such a nice piano for many days. It was also her second favorite series. Look at this touch, this timbre. When the notes sounded, Su Ran was no longer as excited as she was a second ago. Instead, she wholeheartedly immersed herself in the music. It was the same Memories of Don Juan, and there wasn't a single syllable wrong. However, the feeling it brought was completely different from when Song Ian played it. Su Ran's piano sound seemed to let Song Ian see an absurd farce, sex, violence, and finally hell. However, Su Ran didn't finish playing. She stopped at a certain section. That's about the meaning, Looking up at Song Ian, Su Ran originally wanted to ask him if he got the point she wanted to express, but she saw the little boy's autistic look. Miss Su, I was too conceited. After a while, Song Ian suddenly lowered his head and said. Then, Song Ian raised his head again and looked at Su Ran with admiration. Anil was a piano master that Song Ian liked very much. Anil had played Song Ian's Don Juan before, and Song Ian even took his sister to listen to it. However, he felt that the piano teacher in front of him who looked like she was 10 years old was even more shocking than Anil. Miss Su, my name is Song Ian. Thank you very much for letting me know my shortcomings. I will learn piano seriously from you, and so will my sister. Wait. Su Ran's expression suddenly changed and interrupted Song Ian. What did you just say? I said I will be serious, no, the previous sentence. Think, the previous sentence. Oh, I said, my name is Song Ian. Song. E. And, isn't this the name of the powerful son of the male and female lead in the novel? Su Ran still remembered that when she was reading the novel, there was a chapter about the female lead giving birth in the hospital. Because she was pushed by some blind cannon fodder, the female lead's water broke and she was sent to the hospital in advance. When she arrived at the hospital, the female lead had a difficult birth and postpartum hemorrhage. In short, the male lead and the second male lead were scared out of their wits. Under the illumination of the protagonist's aura, the female lead of course gave birth to the children successfully. They were the standard in a lot of romance novels, twins. Song Ian and Song Jining were the names given by the male lead to the twins. He hoped that the female lead and the children would be safe and peaceful. When she first saw this, Su Ran felt quite moved. But now, her identity was different. When she heard the word Song Ian again, it was like a death sentence. Teacher. Miss Su? Ah. Song Ian called out several times before Su Ran, who was in an ice cellar, came back to her senses. Miss Su, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Seeing that Su Ran's expression suddenly became ugly and pale, Song Ian asked with some concern. No, nothing, it's just that I've been a little anemic recently, plus the hot weather. Ahem, it's an old problem. Su Ran made up a story and then made a smile that was probably uglier than crying. Do you need me to call the doctor? No, no, I'm always like this. I'll be fine after some rest, hee, really. Oh, that's good, then I'll get you a glass of water. Song Ian got up and went to get Su Ran a glass of water. When she took the glass of water, Su Ran could still feel that her fingers were a little numb. After a while, Su Ran finally regained some of her composure. She looked at Song Ian and asked, well, did you just say that you have a younger sister? Yes, I have a younger sister called Jining. She went to a pre-match physical examination today, so she's not here. She'll go to class on time tomorrow. Song Ian nodded and said. Song Ian and Song Jining. All right. She was alive. Aren't they the son and daughter of the male lead? So, this offline supporting female lead had tried her best to hide, but she still bumped into the male and female lead's family. However, whether it was written in the novel or in the original owner's memory, didn't the male lead's Song family live in A16 across the street? She wouldn't be wrong about that. But how did he end up at A17? Su Ran was puzzled. She carefully peeked through the window. The opposite is also our family. Following Su Ran's line of sight, Song Ian explained. No matter how smart he was still a 12 or 13-year-old child. It was impossible for him to be as shrewd as his main character father. Seeing that Su Ran's expression wasn't right and looking over there, he would be able to connect the dots. Now, Song Ian only treated Miss Su as a highly accomplished music teacher. Ah. So that's how it is, your family has two houses? Su Ran asked dryly. Yes, my sister and I usually live here. Our parents live in the opposite building. After a pause, Song Ian continued, previously, I didn't want to waste the piano teacher's time and let her play the piano like this. The main thing is, at this point, Song Ian frowned and didn't continue. Previously, their family of 4 used to live together. However, in recent years, their mother's sleep condition had been very bad. He and Jining usually had more classes. In order to not let them disturb their mother, their father let him and his sister move out. The sound of the piano could be heard from the opposite side. He felt that the previous teacher Lee couldn't teach him and Jining anything. The reason why he let teacher Lee play for 2 hours was mainly to deal with the supervision of the opposite side's mother. Oh, I see. I understand. Su Ran said. Hearing that the male and female leads were still on the opposite side, Su Ran's tense state relaxed a little. As for what Song Ian said after that, she didn't have the heart to listen at all. Carefully looking at Song Ian, Su Ran's heart was heavy. This was Song Ian, who was more awesome than the male lead in the future novel and could even press her villain's son to the ground. No wonder when she first came in, she felt that this child was so good-looking. Inheriting the genes of the male and female leads, how could it not be good? Song Ian's nose was at most similar to the female lead. Everything else was the same as the male lead. And she actually didn't notice it just now. If she had noticed it earlier, she would have definitely turned around and run. Now, Su Ran could only hope that the time would quickly reach 2 hours so that she could finish and leave. And during this time, the male and female leads must not appear. Miss Su, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Sensing Su Ran's gaze, Song Ian felt a little strange and asked. Sure enough, the antagonistic protagonists and villains in the future all had similarities. Su Han was sharp, but this Song Ian in front of her was even sharper. Su Ran secretly thought. Cough, nothing, I just wanted to say, the song Don Juan is actually not suitable for children of your age. Although she was trying to fool Song Ian, when it came to music, Su Ran also began to become serious. A more difficult song can improve your skills, but a complete work is not enough to just have skills. At most, skills are just a beautiful shell, but there is no soul. The soul of a work needs to be understood by the player and then integrated into it. As for Don Juan, with your current experience, it is actually not enough to bear this soul. This is what was lacking in your performance just now. Su Ran tried to say in a very gentle tone. Fortunately, Su Ran kept reminding herself in her mind, this is the male lead's son, they can't afford to offend him. Otherwise, she would have already changed to the way she was used to in the past. I understand. Thank you, Miss Su. Song Ian replied very seriously. That's good. Today's time is almost up, let's call it a day. Okay, I'll send Miss Su off. No need. I can go down by myself. Su Ran tactfully declined. As she spoke, she had already opened the door and walked towards the direction of the stairs. How could she dare to let this big boss, who could easily crush her and her son in the present and future, send her off? When Su Ran went down, Mother Wu was already waiting downstairs. Seeing Su Ran come down, Mother Wu warmly welcomed her. Miss Su, have you finished today's lesson? Mother Wu asked with a smile. Although she didn't know much about music, when Miss Su was teaching young master just now, she vaguely heard it from downstairs. She felt that the sound of the piano was much better than before. One moment it was high and the next moment it was low. It made her heart ache. Yes. Su Ran also smiled and replied. She looked in the direction of the door, but her expression was a little nervous. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Su. Miss Su, sit at home and rest for a while. I'll make a cup of tea for Miss Su. Or Miss Su, do you want to drink juice or milk? You're welcome. She just wanted to leave quickly. How could she have the courage to sit cross-legged in the male lead's territory? Oh right, there's one more thing. Forgive me for being blunt. Su Ran organized her words and said, your family's young master's piano skills are already very high, completely surpassing the standard of ordinary piano teachers. You should invite some master musicians to teach him. Although she had the intention of quitting this part-time job, Su Ran was also speaking the truth. If it wasn't her who came today, Song Ian's standard would be much higher than that teacher Shaoli who went to get married. It was obvious that the male lead's family had invested a lot in nurturing this pair of children. Moreover, it wasn't like the male lead didn't have the money to hire a master. Why was he so sloppy about piano lessons? Hearing Su Ran's words, Mother Wu's expression changed slightly. I don't really understand this, but it's all Madam's idea. Regarding this, Madam and Sir had a few arguments before. Madam, in other words, the female lead. Su Ran was speechless. Combined with the content of the novel, she seemed to have guessed the reason. Although she married the male lead and became Madam Song, the female lead was still born in an ordinary family. There were some things that couldn't be changed so easily. What's more, the female lead had also realized that what attracted the male lead to her was the simple, unadorned, pure, and unpretentious nature that a rich young lady would never have. Because of this, the female lead was even less likely to change. Like the other families in the East Mountain residence, spending a lot of money to hire a master to teach their teenage children, in the female lead's eyes, was completely extravagant and wasteful. Therefore, when she arranged the lessons, she would usually find a few ordinary teachers from universities or ordinary training institutions to teach them. Piano was one of them. That year, at Madame Song's banquet, she used the same song to crush the Su family's young miss. This was something that the female lead had always been proud of. She heard that the Su family even hired world-class musicians to teach their children. She only relied on the level of the school's interest classes to beat Su Ran. She was talented and hardworking, so naturally, her children would also be able to reach a very high level through basic teaching. However, the female lead didn't know this. At that time, Su Ran didn't study hard at all. At most, she was half-baked. When she performed for Madame Song, she was completely focused on how to attract the male lead's attention. How could she be in the mood to play properly? As for the female lead, although her level was average, with the brick Su Ran as a foil, and the male lead, the young master of the Song family, on the scene, of course, she won the cheers of the entire audience. Sigh, Su Ran sighed in her heart and said, then I'll have to trouble you to tell your wife. Even if it's not a master, please find a university professor to teach the lesson. After all, your young master's level is already very high. So Ran finished speaking, but then she saw Song Ian come down from upstairs. Miss Su, I can hear that your level is very high. I also believe that there are many areas where I need to improve. And Jining, she's very talented. If Miss Su sees her, she'll like her. I believe that she'll also like you, Miss Su. If it's because of what happened at the beginning, I apologize for my previous disrespectful attitude. I hope that Miss Su can continue to teach us. Song Ian looked at Su Ran and said very sincerely, with a bit of nervousness in his eyes. The Song family raised the two children in different directions. Learning the piano was a hobby for him, and he mainly studied finance and company management. However, Jining was different. Jining was really interested in art and music, and she was also very talented. Jining wasn't here today. It wasn't easy to find such a good teacher. If he angered her and made her leave, Song Ian would feel sorry for his sister. Yes, Miss Su, I'll have to trouble you from now on. Mother Wu chimed in when she heard the conversation between Su Ran and Song Ian. Although she didn't know anything about music, but since the young master said that the new teacher was good, then she must be good. Moreover, after taking care of the young master for so long, this was the first time she saw the young master treat a teacher with such an attitude. Oh right, Miss Su, this is your class fee. Mother Wu stuffed an envelope into Su Ran's hands. She was in a hurry, as if she was afraid that Su Ran wouldn't accept it. Actually, Mother Wu was overthinking it. Su Ran took the envelope and felt its texture in his hand. He was quite touched. She hadn't held so much money in a long time. At least 10 Grandpa Mao bills. Thank you. Su Ran said. If this wasn't the male lead's territory, and she could be killed at any time as a supporting character, she would really want to accept this part-time job. But, don't say that. I still have to thank Miss Su. Without waiting for Su Ran to speak, Mother Wu said, Miss will be back for class tomorrow, so I'll have to trouble you, Miss Su. Su Ran, on the way out of the Eastern Mountain Garden, Su Ran couldn't help but spurn herself. What about her principles? What about her pride? How could she be fooled by Mother Wu's words and the 1,000 yuan in her hand into agreeing to come back for class tomorrow? However, it seemed like she had no choice but to agree. If she didn't have any income, she and Su Han would really have to starve to death. Also, the rent was almost due. Ever since Su Ran found out that the location of this part-time job was the East Mountain residence, she had continued to submit her resume online. Unfortunately, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was also no reply to the music file she had sent to Xingding Entertainment's public mailbox. As she was thinking, Su Ran's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hello, are you Su Han's parents? Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Su Ran's glimmer of hope instantly collapsed. She thought it was a call from Xingding Entertainment, but she didn't expect that it was for Su Han again. Could it be that her villain's son had gotten into a fight with someone again, and some police station had called to pick him up? It's me. May I ask who you are? I'm a teacher at number 7 high school and also Su Han's homeroom teacher. Su Han's class teacher? Did Su Han get into a fight with someone at school? Su Ran was a little surprised at first, but then she asked nervously. Probably because she had a deep impression of Su Han's villain persona. Su Ran's first reaction when she heard that the other party was from school was that Su Han had gotten into trouble again. No, Su Han is doing quite well at school. After a pause, the other party continued, it's like this. Su Han said that his parents weren't around, so I haven't contacted you. However, when I updated the parents' information this week, Su Han left your phone number in his address book. I think you must be back. Ah? Cough, yes, I'm back. Then teacher. My surname is Wang. Okay, then Miss Wang, may I ask why you're looking for me? The school just finished its midterm exams, and the results and rankings are out. There will be a parent-teacher meeting next week. Su Han should have told you about this when he got back, right? Miss Wang asked. Su Ran, nope, I didn't receive your reply in the group, so I called to confirm. Oh, right, Su Han's mother, you haven't joined our class's parent-teacher group yet, right? Yes. Then I'll add you on WeChat later and add you into the group. Usually, homework, important notifications, and exam results will be placed in the group. Is your phone number a WeChat number? Yes, that's right. Okay, I'll add you later. Also, your parents just came back, so there are many things that the school needs to communicate with them. We'll talk about the specifics at the parent-teacher meeting on Monday, Miss Wang said. As Su Han was ambiguous and didn't like to talk much in school, Miss Wang theorized that Su Han's parents should be working in another city and had just returned to Bay City recently. Okay, I'll go to the parent-teacher meeting. Thank you, teacher. After hanging up, Su Ran first saved the other party's number as Sun's form teacher, then raised her eyebrows at the new message on WeChat. Oh, the parent-teacher meeting. Su Ran vaguely felt that this was what Su Han wanted to talk about last night. As for why he didn't finish his sentence, she didn't know. It couldn't be that he disliked her as his mother, right? Su Ran subconsciously dismissed this reason. She would just treat it as her villain's son being shy. However, whether Su Han was willing or not, Su Ran was definitely going to the parent-teacher meeting. Su Han's form teacher's call temporarily interrupted Su Ran's thoughts about Xingding. She could only assume that Xingding received too many emails every day and hadn't seen her email yet. However, what Su Ran didn't know was that not only had her email been read, but her 10 music samples were now on the operating director's desk. It was a pity that the signature wasn't Su Ran. Lin Xiaoxiao, I've already listened to the arrangements you gave me. They're very good. Moreover, I also gave them to our gold medal composer, Teacher Liu, and he praised you for your talent. Director Zhou called Wu Xiao into the office and said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao was parachuted into their department half a year ago. She was usually quiet and didn't have much of a presence. That day, Lin Xiaoxiao gave her a USB drive and said that it was an attempt to make a song. She asked her to help find the music teacher to give her some pointers. She happened to be going there, so she took it. She didn't think much of it at first, but she didn't expect that once the music was played, everyone present, including her, was stunned. Especially Lu Buiguang, who was famous for being difficult to deal with in the music department. He actually played the 10 pieces of music over 20 times and excitedly said that he wanted to poach her over. He even said that I'm burying talent. Director Zhou pretended to be dissatisfied and complained. The people in the music department think that your 10 songs are very good and are especially in line with the current trend. If it's released, whether it's the title song of an album or a single, it's very likely to be popular. Director Zhou said again. This was the original words of Lu Buiguang and the other producers. She really didn't expect that this Lin Xiaoxiao, who didn't say anything, was actually so amazing. Moreover, when these 10 songs were released, several producers and agents present at the time opened their mouths to claim them. I reckon that if it weren't for the music department suppressing them, they would have been snatched up by now. It's true. Lin Xiaoxiao was also a little excited. That day, she occasionally helped her colleagues deal with the emails in the public mailbox and accidentally heard these 10 songs. Because she thought that they were very good, she downloaded them and deliberately asked Director Zhou to bring them to the music department. At the same time, she also deleted the original email. She wasn't the only one who did this kind of thing. Previously, she heard that some colleagues who received good music, scripts, and short stories in the mail would also stop them and submit them themselves. Even if they couldn't be chosen, they could still sell them to other small studios. Anyway, there were so many emails in the company's external mailbox every day that the company's executives didn't pay much attention to them. Lin Xiaoxiao just graduated from university half a year ago and entered Xingding through her cousin's relationship. At that time, almost all the students in her grade were jealous of her. Unfortunately, after half a year in the operations department, she was still just an inconspicuous small staff. She was unwilling. Lin Xiaoxiao originally just wanted to use these few songs to let the company see her specialty and pay more attention to her. It would be best if they could arrange a new department and position for her, but she didn't expect that the effect would be better than she expected. Of course it's true. But, after a pause, Director Zhou said again, didn't you only play a short part of your 10 songs? Hurry up and get the complete songs. If you don't have time to get the music score, this kind of piano playing music file is also fine. The company should be distributing these 10 songs soon. You said you want the complete songs? Director Zhou originally thought that Lin Xiaoxiao should be very happy when she said this, but she didn't expect that the little girl's face didn't have the slightest smile at all. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words again, Director Zhou vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Director Zhou frowned and asked. Isn't my music complete? Although it's only half, according to the normal music, if you repeat it again, wouldn't it be complete? No. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Director Zhou's eyes darkened and said, Teacher Lu and the others said that your songs are not complete. About 1/3 of the verse, there's a transition to the chorus, and the chorus is only half. She remembered that at that time, Lu Buiguan had jokingly asked her, this composer is so stingy. Is it because he's afraid that his work will be snatched by others, so he did this? But the person who can do this is really a genius. Hearing Director Zhou's words, Lin Xiaoxiao fell into the chair, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Although she didn't major in music in school, as an art student, she would also come into contact with music classes. Hearing Director Zhou's words, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that she was finished. She originally thought that those songs were only half recorded, but she didn't expect it to be like this. The complete songs, what? What do you mean by that? That, Director, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, those songs weren't composed by me. Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to tell the truth. What? Lin Xiaoxiao. Director, I'm sorry. I just think that those songs are very nice, and I hope that they can be heard as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoxiao, do you believe your own words? Director Zhou was completely furious. Do you know that although these songs weren't announced, it was reported to the general manager, and the 3 departments even had a meeting about it. Previously, Director Zhou didn't say everything because she was afraid that Lin Xiaoxiao would be proud. But in fact, after hearing those songs, the music department felt that there was going to be a good composer joining, the marketing department felt that there was going to be a few golden songs of the year, and even started to contact the film and television department. Lin Xiaoxiao had never seen the director so scary, and she was about to cry. Where did you get those songs? Suppressing her anger, Director Zhou asked in a deep voice. It's a friend of mine. Friend? No, it's from the company's email. Director, I really didn't do it on purpose, it's sisterly and the others, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and contact the sender. Director Zhou interrupted Lin Xiaoxiao. Forget it, I'll contact them myself. Speak. I deleted the email. Lin Xiaoxiao. So smart. You. Director, don't pretend to be wronged. Director Zhou pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao and angrily said, I'll deal with this matter first, I'll deal with you when I come back. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to say anything, Director Zhou had already taken the USB on the table and went to the general manager's office. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't realize the seriousness of this matter, but Zhou Lingyan knew. It wasn't that a big company like Xingding would lose anything just because they missed out on a few good songs, but the operation department's own staff actually embezzled the resources in the mailbox, which was a huge mistake in principle. Moreover, the 3 departments and even the general manager attached great importance to the production and release of these 10 songs. Director Zhou went to the general manager's office and explained the matter. Sure enough, the usually steady Chen Ang's face showed a bit of a dignified expression. You said that this matter was Lin Xiaoxiao's personal behavior, but after all, the influence is not good. The whole matter, your department should make a report and submit it to me. Chen Ang thought for a moment and said. There were some things that Zhou Lingyan didn't know, but he more or less knew. As for the follow-up plan you mentioned, frowning, Chen Ang said, okay, but because we need to use some of the company's upper authority, we need to talk to the chairman. Come with me. Chen Ang took Director Zhou to the chairman's office on the 17th floor and knocked on the door. At this time, Lu Boyang was sitting in front of his desk, fiddling with a pile of documents on his phone. Hearing the knock, he casually raised his head and said, come in. He inadvertently emitted a mature and evil aura. Even a married woman like Zhou Lingyan couldn't help but be a little fascinated. CEO Lu. Speak. It's about the few good songs that Lin Xiaoxiao gave to the company. I reported to you before. Chen Ang said in a cautious tone. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao, Lu Boyang was slightly stunned, as if he was recalling who this person was, then he nodded, and, you said that you were going to arrange a team to do the post-production of those songs, right? Yes, but there are some things that have happened, Chen Ang continued to speak, while Lu Boyang listened, his fingers still kept tapping on the phone. Group, Landlord family, Lu family 6, third cousin, I just want to ask you, are you still alive? Lu Boyong, are you cursing me? I, your brother, am living well. I have champagne and beautiful women. 2 idiots of Lu Boyong is real? 2 idiots of Lu family, Lu Xiaoyang, are you trying to find joy in suffering? You have champagne and beauties with the big devil? The foolish sons of the Lu family, seconded. Could it be that third uncle is watching you, so you don't dare to tell the truth? 2 idiots of Lu family, F***ck, third uncle is here? 2 idiots of Lu family retracted a message. 2 idiots of Lu family retracted a message. Lu Xiaoyang, wait. What do you mean, third uncle? The foolish sons of the Lu family, isn't third uncle with you? I. In the office, Lu Boyong, who was looking at WeChat, jumped out of his chair. CEO Lu, you? It's nothing, it's nothing. Go on. Lu Xiaoyang, you said that third uncle is with me? Lu family is the most handsome, yes, they said that the Lu family has a few inheritance certificates that have expired and they need to go back to deal with them. Third uncle has been back in B City for a few days now. Don't you know? The foolish sons of the Lu family, you haven't seen third uncle? The foolish sons of the Lu family, that's not right. I heard that third uncle went back to his old house as soon as he got off the plane. Lu Xiaoyang, F***ck. I was dragged to some stupid event these days and didn't go back to Dongshan Garden at all. The foolish sons of the Lu family, then you're finished. Lu family is the most handsome, you're finished. Little six of the Lu family, +1. CEO Lu, CEO Lu? Say it. That's right. I'm done. Okay, let the technical department find the sender. As for the rest, you can figure it out yourself. With that, Lu Boyong got up and took his jacket. CEO Lu, I have something urgent to do and have to leave first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. That was if he could come to the company alive tomorrow. Third uncle had been at Dongshan Garden for a few days, but he didn't know about it. Lu Boyong also felt that he was going to lose his mind. Lu Boyong left, leaving Chenong and director Zhou dumbfounded. Manager Chen, about this matter, do as the chairman says. Let's put the Lin Xiaoxiao matter aside for now. I'll inform the technical department to contact the sender. Your department can continue to follow up on the follow-up. On the other hand, Su Ran didn't know what happened in Xingding. At this time, she was spending the 1,000 yuan she got from the Song family in the market. Su Han, this child, had led a miserable life when he was with the original owner of the body. In the past few days when he was at home with her, he had been eating takeout all day and did not have anything good to eat. Now that they had money all of a sudden, Su Ran was prepared to buy something good for his son. However, Su Ran seemed to have overlooked a fact. She didn't know how to cook at all. At 7 p.m., Su Han came back from outside. When he opened the door, he saw Su Ran sitting at the table, looking at her phone with a conflicted expression. Su Han opened his mouth, but quickly closed it again. Hey, you're back? Su Ran looked up at Su Han. Where did you go? Su Ran asked. Wasn't it the weekend today? It's none of your business. Su Han turned his head away, avoiding Su Ran's gaze, and walked into the house sideways. Okay. Su Ran was now used to the awkwardness of the villain's son. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Come and eat. Oh. Hearing Su Ran's words, Su Han responded. He squeezed the things in his hands tightly and put them in his pocket. Then, he threw them into the room with his dirty coat, washed his hands, and walked to the table. Why did you buy so much takeout? Su Han looked at Su Ran strangely as he looked at the pile of takeout on the table. It was enough for 7 or 8 people to eat. Moreover, because they didn't have enough money yesterday, they only ordered 2 skewers of quail eggs and 3 bowls of rice. Where did this woman get the money to buy so much takeout today? It's nothing. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I found a part-time job? The class fee is calculated on a per-session basis. Don't I have money now? It's been hard on you these 2 days. Let's have a good meal today. These? Su Han pointed at the food on the table. Malatang, fried chicken, rujiamo, noodles from the restaurant downstairs, and spicy crayfish. Ahem, that. Actually, I also bought a fish, a chicken, and 2 pounds of shrimp. They're in the kitchen, but it's a bit late, so I didn't have time to cook. Oh. Suhan responded and sat down. His eyes stared at the food on the table, but he didn't eat. Why aren't you eating? You don't like these? Su-ran asked. No. Then you. Before Su-ran could ask again, Suhan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Su-ran. You said your job, is it? Fine. Even though Suhan didn't finish his sentence, Su-ran could guess what he wanted to say based on his scrutinizing and slightly disgusted expression. No. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I'm looking for a proper job this time. Su-ran said with certainty. Really? Suhan didn't notice that his eyes lit up for a moment. Really, I went to give someone a piano lesson. You said you can play the piano? Suhan didn't know that Su-ran could play the piano and was a little surprised. Yeah, I play the piano very well, Su-ran said. Suddenly, she felt that her words weren't very convincing, so she added, it's just teaching a child, it's not difficult. Child? Yes, a child about your age. Moreover, the one who is very likely to become your sworn enemy in the future. Thinking of Song Ian, the male lead son, Su-ran suddenly felt a little emotional. Good looks, good family background, good grades, a lot of talents, personality. It could be considered an outstanding personality. Also, he was only a little old, but he could actually understand that advanced economics. It was no wonder that he could become someone more powerful than the male lead in the future. He could press the villain to the ground with just a few moves. With such a comparison, she suddenly felt that Suhan, the villain, was too pitiful. His childhood was miserable, and he even walked into society with all kinds of psychological trauma. Who knew how much hardship he had suffered and how he had to climb up in society to have his later achievements? Who knew that after sitting in the position of a big boss for less than 2 days, because he had taken a fancy to Song Jining, he was KO'd by Song Ian? Compared to Song Ian, Suhan didn't seem to be able to compare to him in anything other than being a little better looking. The main thing was that he had a cannon fodder mother. Sigh, Su-ran sighed. Suhan, what's wrong with this woman? Hearing Su-ran's inexplicable sigh, Suhan glanced at Su-ran slightly, and then saw her looking at him with a strange expression. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Suhan decided to ignore Su-ran and lowered his head to continue eating his rujiamo. Suhan. Suhan? What's the matter? What books do you usually read? Chinese, mathematics, English, and? That's it, nothing else. Oh, then do you have any talents? Or interests? Cough, or let me ask you this, do you have anything you want to learn? For example, music, painting, advanced macroeconomics. No, Suhan frowned and said, and, will you let me learn these? Of course. Although before she sold her songs and became rich, it was impossible for Suhan to receive advanced training like the 2 children of the Song family. But with her current part-time income, it was still possible for her to sign up for ordinary interest classes. Otherwise, Suhan could also learn piano from her. If Suhan liked something, it would be best if he was addicted to it. Maybe then he wouldn't have time to be evil and wouldn't have time to jump in front of the male lead's family. The more Su-ran thought about it, the more excited she became. Looking up, she saw Suhan just lowered his head, she didn't know what he was thinking. No need, after a long time, Suhan said dryly, put down his chopsticks, got up and prepared to go back to his room. Hey, wait. Suhan was stopped by Su-ran. Remember to brush your teeth and wash your face before going to bed. I know. Suhan gritted his teeth and said. Did this woman think he was a 3-year-old child? Okay, it's good that you know. Su-ran wiped her sweat. She originally wanted to talk about the parent-teacher conference on Monday. However, after thinking about it, she decided to give Suhan a surprise when the time came. The main thing was that Su-ran was afraid that if she said it now, her son would say no need to her, then it would be awkward. Although Su-ran promised to go to the Song family for lessons the day before, she still called Mother Wu to ask for leave the next day. She received a call from Xingding Entertainment. They didn't contact her on weekdays, but asked her to go to the company on a Sunday. For this reason, Su-ran even checked the authenticity of the phone number on the internet. you're going out? Seeing that Su Ran was about to go out, Su Han, who was sitting on the sofa and secretly watching Su Ran for a long time, finally couldn't hold back and asked. Yeah, I'm going to earn our living expenses. Oh right, there's still a lot of takeout left from yesterday. Remember to heat it up for lunch later. If you don't want to eat, I left 200 yuan on the table. You can order takeout yourself, Su Ran said. She finally realized her stupidity when she was cleaning up the table last night. She had no choice. The leftover takeout could only be used for breakfast, lunch, and dinner today. In addition, Su Ran couldn't handle the fish, chicken, and 2 kilograms of prawns in the kitchen, so she gave them all to Grandma DeBeo upstairs. Are you still going to teach piano? Although he didn't believe it, Su Han was still slightly curious about Su Ran's ability to play the piano. Of course, not, Su Ran smiled and said, I'm going to earn tuition fees for your interest class today. Hearing this, Su Han's face suddenly stiffened and he turned his head away awkwardly. Who wants you to earn tuition fees for my interest class? Su Han whispered. Also, when did I say that I'm going to the interest class? Hee, okay, if you didn't, then you didn't, Su Ran said indifferently. Looking at Su Han's expression, she felt inexplicably funny. That, Su Han. Staring at Su Han, Su Ran's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, do you want to be a rich second-generation heir? Although her current living condition and financial situation were far from being a rich first-generation heir, with her previous life's earning speed, there was still hope for Su Han to become a rich second-generation heir before he came of age. Su Ran thought this way, but Su Han didn't think in this direction. Hearing Su Ran's words, Su Han furrowed his brows at first, feeling a little confused. Then, he recalled the messy gossips that his classmates were gossiping about. Su Han suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned abnormally ugly. No need. Su Han stood up and roared at Su Ran. Then, he walked back to his room and slammed the door shut with a bang. What was this woman up to? Go back to her previous job? Or be a mistress of a rich man? No matter what it was, it made Su Han abnormally uncomfortable. I shouldn't have believed that this woman would change for the better. Su Han clenched his fist and thought angrily in his heart. No, this woman had nothing to do with him. He didn't need a rich second-generation heir. He also wouldn't use this woman's money. He could earn it himself. Su Han stared at the crumpled 30 yuan on the table and kept telling himself that this woman had nothing to do with him. But, in his heart, he couldn't help but care. Outside the room, looking at the closed bedroom door, Su Ran was dumbfounded. What's wrong with my son? Is it so difficult to raise a rebellious child? Helpless, Su Ran shouted at the door again, remember to eat. Then, she put on her shoes and went out. Outside, Su Ran took a taxi to Xingding Entertainment. Originally, she thought that she would need to look for her, but she didn't expect that the other party was already waiting in the company lobby. You're Miss Su, right? Yes, it's me. Hello, Miss Su. I was the one who called you earlier. Our director is already waiting for you upstairs. Please come with me. The assistant said. She just contacted Ms. Su according to the director's request. She didn't know the details. But she vaguely guessed that Ms. Su was coming to sign a contract with Xingding. Thank you. Su Ran was taken to the director's office upstairs by the assistant. She saw a woman about 40 years old sitting inside. When Su Ran looked at her, the woman also saw Su Ran coming in. You're the sender? To be honest, Director Zhou was very surprised when she saw Su Ran. After the technical department confirmed the sender's identity, Director Zhou also learned something about Su Ran. A 28-year-old unmarried woman should be very talented in music. Director Zhou almost imagined what kind of person Su Ran was and how she would communicate with such a person. However, Director Zhou didn't expect that Su Ran was so beautiful in person. She was so beautiful. With her experience as the director of an entertainment giant, it was no exaggeration to say that Su Ran's face was so beautiful that she could even be a star. And she was definitely more beautiful than 90% of the signed artists of Xingding. It's me. My name is Su Ran. Well, Miss Su, hello. I'm the director of the operation department of Xingding Entertainment. My surname is Zhou. Director Zhou came to herself and said. Today, I invited Ms. Su here mainly to talk about the music you invested in Xingding. Please sit down. Su Ran sat down, and Director Zhou took out a document. Here's the thing. We have received the audio file you sent to the company's email and handed it to the music department's teachers for evaluation. The feedback we got was that the music you provided was not bad. Director Zhou said. How was it not bad? Everyone in the music department was praising these 10 songs to the heavens. However, Director Zhou couldn't tell Su Ran the truth. As for the matter about Lin Xiaoxiao before, Director Zhou didn't mention it at all. This kind of thing was a family scandal of their department's internal management. There was no need to tell Su Ran, an outsider. Moreover, she heard from Manager Chen that Lin Xiaoxiao was the person they wanted to protect. This matter couldn't be handled in a big way. So, in what way are you going to buy those 10 songs? Without talking nonsense with Director Zhou, Su Ran asked directly. Su Ran sold so many songs in her previous life that this kind of thing could be said to be very familiar to her. It's like this. The songs you provided are not bad. The company does intend to buy them, but you need to provide the complete music first. After that, the company will buy all of them at the price of 2,000 yuan per song. In addition, because the company is buying all the copyrights, you need to ensure that these songs are all original works by you, or that you have the full authorization of the original composer. When saying these words, Director Zhou felt a little embarrassed. The buyout price of 2,000 yuan per song was something she had thought about before. She had also checked before. Before this person named Su Ran didn't have any works. She was a completely unknown person. This kind of person was not famous and didn't know the market. If she casually gave a price, maybe the other party would excitedly accept it. Works were works, business was business. It was her duty to save costs for the company and maximize profits. Moreover, she had done similar things many times before. It's just that Director Zhou didn't expect this Su Ran to be so beautiful. She was completely different from the kind of people she had met before who sold music. Moreover, this person's temperament was really too good. Pfft. Hearing Director Zhou's words, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh. 2,000 yuan? Did this person think she was stupid or didn't know the market? In the past, when someone offered a price of 1 million yuan for a song, it depended on whether she had the time or not. Even if she transmigrated into the novel world, Su Ran was still confident about the things she wrote. Director Zhou inexplicably felt guilty because of Su Ran's chuckle. Ahem, if the price is not satisfactory, we can still discuss it. After all, we also saw that the music you provided is still of quality. Well, I'll make the decision and increase it to 4,000 yuan per song. Is that okay? Okay, we'll sign the contract immediately. It seems that your company doesn't intend to buy my music. Sorry to disturb you. With that, Su Ran stood up and was ready to leave. Seeing this, Director Zhou's face changed and hurriedly called out to Su Ran. Wait. We are very sincere about buying your music. Miss Su, if you are not satisfied with my previous price, you can tell us your expected price. 200,000 yuan per song. In addition, it's not a buyout. 200,000 yuan is the music fee. The online royalties are 10,000 yuan a year and the offline royalties are 15,000 yuan a year. Su Ran said. This price was already the price before she became famous. Hearing Su Ran's words, Director Zhou's eyes suddenly widened. She finally realized that this was not a newcomer. She had met an expert, but 200,000 yuan? It was not a buyout price. This was basically the price of a master's music. Miss Su, since you said this, I believe you should also know that 200,000 yuan is already the price of a master's music. Since it's already 200,000 yuan, we can definitely buy a master's music work. Director Zhou said in a deep voice. Whether the music is worth this price, I believe you have your own judgment. You can decide whether to buy it or not. 3 days. After 3 days, I will invest in other companies or studios. After Su Ran finished speaking, she turned around and left. She looked like she didn't care if they bought it or not. At first, she sent it to Xingding first because Xingding was rich and generous. She could sell her 10 songs at once and save herself the trouble. Miss Su, 50,000 yuan. How about 50,000 yuan per song? Director Zhou stopped Su Ran again and said. These 10 songs had already been released. The company must get them. Several songs had even been booked by the singer's agent who had internal channels. However, it was impossible for Director Zhou to buy a piece of music from an unknown composer at a price of 200,000 yuan per song. This time, hearing Director Zhou's voice, Su Ran didn't even stop and left directly. As soon as she walked out of the office, Su Ran almost bumped into someone. It's you? Su Ran didn't know what kind of luck she had. Actually, she was just a cannon fodder female supporting character who had been offline for many years. She was finally ready to live a good life, but who knew that she would meet the main characters of the novel one after another. First, it was the male lead's son, Song Ian. Today, on such a big weekend, she actually met the legendary second male lead, Lu Boyong. When he first saw Su Ran, Lu Boyong was first stunned, then his eyes flashed with amazement. Then, he felt a sense of familiarity. Lu Boyong frowned, carefully recalling. It didn't take long before Lu Boyong's expression changed from the initial astonishment to a serious one. It's you. Su Ran. This woman who had disappeared for more than 10 years, so long that she had been forgotten by everyone. Thanks to the novel's plot, every time the evil female supporting character Su Ran harmed the female lead, Lu Boyong would always be there. Although it wasn't as dazzling as the male lead's appearance, at least he was never absent. There were even a few times when the male lead and female lead were deeply in love. Lu Boyong, the second male lead, had to deal with Su Ran. Therefore, regarding Su Ran, Lu Boyong had a deep impression of her. Of course, this was something from more than 10 years ago. If Su Ran hadn't appeared again, and her face hadn't changed at all, Lu Boyong would have thought that this woman had died in some corner. After all, even if he didn't do anything, that guy surnamed Song wouldn't let Su Ran have an easy time. But, this woman appeared again. What did she want to do? Moreover, she was in his company. What do you want to do here? Lu Boyong raised his head and coldly stared at Su Ran. His eyes were full of disdain and scrutiny. Revenge? After Su Ran was expelled from the Su family, her fate could be said to be tragic. However, this was the result of her own actions, so she didn't deserve any sympathy. Right now, he only wanted to know what kind of waves this woman, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, was going to stir up again. If this woman wanted to do something bad, he didn't mind getting rid of her before Mr. Song did. Hearing Lu Boyong's impolite words and the way he looked at her as if she was a virus, Su Ran's heart felt stifled. She almost couldn't help but slap him. It's just a business deal, Su Ran said. Hearing this, Lu Boyong's face curled into a sneer. Business? You? He didn't have the guts to serve third uncle, so he made up an excuse to come to the company on the weekend. What kind of business did Su Ran come to discuss on the weekend? Moreover, why didn't he, the chairman, know about it? It's me, but the business deal didn't go through. You can pretend it doesn't exist. As for the revenge you mentioned, Su Ran looked at Lu Boyong as if he was crazy, and said lightly, it's something a child did when he had no dreams, no goals, and his hormones were soaring. How many years has it been? It's amazing that you can still remember it for so long. The things the original owner did weren't as simple as a child's. However, in Su Ran's view, these were just the plot of a novel. Hearing Su Ran's words, Lu Boyong felt surprised and strange. He immediately looked at Su Ran and noticed that this woman was indeed very different from the one in his memory. The Su Ran in Lu Boyong's memory was just an arrogant and vain idiot, but the Su Ran in front of him was very different, especially in terms of temperament. It was like heaven and earth compared to the past. If it weren't for the fact that her appearance didn't change at all and that special scar on her forehead, Lu Boyong would have thought that they were two different people. I can remember because the things you did, Miss Su, left a deep impression on me. Lu Boyong narrowed his eyes and said, however, if Miss Su's appearance is to play the same old trick, then I don't mind letting you relive what happened back then. While speaking, Lu Boyong stared at the scar on Su Ran's head. Su Ran felt a chill down her spine from Lu Boyong's stare. She retorted, you're crazy, and directly left. She was just selling songs. Shengding Entertainment was such a big company, it was impossible for the chairman to come forward for this kind of thing. It was purely an accident that she met the second male lead here. Although Lu Boyang's attitude made Su Ran very unhappy, thinking about it, she was just cannon fodder who was supposed to receive a boxed meal. There was really no need for her to go head-to-head with the real second male lead. However, was this the seductive second male lead in the novel who looked flirtatious but was actually affectionate? Su Ran used to be a fan of the second male lead's auntie. Now, their positions were different and the character did not match. Sorry, her fan had changed. After Su Ran left, Lu Boyang's expression also changed. Why did he feel that Su Ran's posture really didn't seem like she was coming back for revenge? Lu Boyang touched his chin and frowned slightly. Chairman? Why are you here? A cry of surprise came to his ears. Lu Boyang turned his head and saw Director Zhou, who had just chased out of the office. Dealing with some things, Lu Boyang said casually as he retracted his gaze from the direction Su Ran left. What are you doing at the company on the weekend? Chairman, it's like this. Previously, through the data recovery of the technical department, we have already contacted the sender of the 10 songs. Because Miss Su couldn't make time on weekdays, I made an appointment with her to meet at the company on the weekend, Director Zhou said. Not only did she push all the blame to Su Ran, but she also got herself an overtime job. Hearing this, Lu Boyang suddenly frowned. So, that woman was really here to talk about business? On the side, Director Zhou, who didn't know, saw Lu Boyang frown and panicked. She hurriedly said that the music that Miss Su sent over is indeed very good, but the asking price is too high, so we haven't reached an agreement yet. How much? 200,000 per song. And it's a price that doesn't include royalties. After thinking about it, Director Zhou added, this price is already at the master level. Do I need a master to go on stage and sing? Hearing Director Zhou's words, Lu Boyang asked back. However, he didn't think that Su Ran's music could be that good. She made that music? I talked to Miss Su before, and I can basically confirm that the music was made by her. It's worth 200,000? Lu Boyang asked. When it came to work, he became serious. Being asked by the chairman like this, Director Zhou was a little embarrassed. In terms of music alone, it was indeed very valuable. However, this Miss Su wasn't famous after all, and she also had her own selfish motives. Seeing that Director Zhou didn't speak, Lu Boyang's face flashed with a hint of impatience. Do you have the music? Yes, Chairman. I've organized the music into the USB drive, it's here. Give it to me. He wanted to hear how much progress that woman could make after not seeing her for more than 10 years. After taking the USB drive, Lu Boyang went upstairs and returned to his office. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a call. Lu Xing? Third young master, what's the matter? More than 10 years ago, because she offended the Song family and was expelled from the Su family, do you remember Su Ran? The young lady of the Su family? Yes, go and find out what she's been doing all these years, and what she's been doing recently. Although he had already received confirmation from Director Zhou that Su Ran was indeed here to discuss a business deal. However, Lu Boyang was still worried. Recently, Xing'er's mental condition wasn't very good, and he didn't want her to be disturbed. Also, seeing Su Ran today made Lu Boyang feel that she wasn't simple. He even faintly felt a kind of pressure from her aura. On the other side, Lu Boyang had just hung up the call with Lu Xing when another call came in. Seeing the name on the phone, Lu Boyang's hand trembled. His expression was extremely heavy, but he quickly picked up the phone. Third uncle? Are you looking for me? Go to West City in the afternoon to deal with the transfer of ownership. I'll give you 10 minutes to come back. On the other end of the phone, a cold voice sounded. It was low but couldn't be ignored. 10 minutes? Is there a problem? No problem. Lu Boyang laughed and said. Fortunately, it was the weekend. If the people in the company saw their resolute chairman in such a cowardly state, they would probably suspect that their chairman had been replaced by someone else. Before leaving, Lu Boyang took the USB drive on the table with him. Su Ran didn't know how Lu Boyang was doing. At this moment, Su Ran had already returned home and sent the previous 10 songs, as well as the new songs she composed in the past few days, to several studios. These few studios were selected by Su Ran on the internet. Originally, she sold the songs to Xingding because Xingding didn't lack money and the settlement was straightforward. However, if the main characters of the original plot were involved, Su Ran wasn't so happy. I'm going to school. Ah? Okay, be careful on the road. Hearing Su Han greet her before going out, Su Ran was a bit surprised. Su Han came back to live with Su Ran for a few days. This seems to be the first time. Probably because he is used to living with the original owner, Su Han will not specifically greet Su Ran when going to school. And in most cases, when Su Ran wakes up, Su Han is already out. Oh. Su Han blankly responded, but after putting on his shoes, he paused for a moment. I boiled 2 eggs, I took one with me, and the other one is in the pot. Oh, there are steamed buns. Su Han tilted his head and said. Because she doesn't know how to cook, and also feels that it is not healthy to always order takeout, Su Ran simply stored a pile of steamed buns, noodles, eggs and other food in the fridge. These days it seems to have become a habit. When Su Han gets up to make breakfast, he will also help Su Ran prepare a portion. Thank you son. Su Ran nodded, looked at Su Han with a smile and said. Hearing the word son coming from Su Ran's mouth, Su Han felt a bit awkward, but the tip of his ears can't help but somewhat hot. That, N? Looking at Su Han who obviously has something to say, Su Ran didn't say anything, just blinked, eyes full of light staring at Su Han. Unfortunately, Su Ran stared until her eyes were dry, but she still didn't hear Su Han's last sentence. I'm leaving. Su Han really dropped a sentence, carried his backpack, and directly went out the door. The moment the door closed, Su Ran finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Haha, this awkward child, if he actually wants me to go to the parent-teacher conference, he can just say it, I won't embarrass him. Su Ran snickered. After Su Han left and cleaned the house, Su Ran also took her bag and prepared to go out. Before going out, Su Ran specially put on some light makeup. Su Ran bumped into Sister Wang, who lived next door, and Grandma DeBeo, who lived upstairs. They were carrying 2 bags of groceries. Yo, little Su, you're dressed up so beautifully. Where are you going? Since Su Ran sent out 2 big bags of fish and prawns last time, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs no longer avoided her as much as before. I'm going to attend Su Han's parent-teacher meeting. Su Ran smiled and said. Io, you're going to a parent-teacher conference, Grandma DeBeo said. Su Han is in junior high school, right? Yes. That's really not bad. Su Han seems to be a very sensible child. That's right. He's not as naughty as my DeBao. DeBao's age is when children are mischievous. It's good to be lively. Yo, look at what you're saying. I'm not talking nonsense. They all say that lively children are smart. Hey, you're not. Haha. Su Ran felt that after living in this place for a few days, her interpersonal skills, which she had been lacking, had improved by leaps and bounds. Look at this wave of business flattery, Grandma DeBeo was happy. Seeing that Su Ran was about to leave, she even stuffed a few oranges into her bag. Seeing that Su Ran had walked away, Sister Wang, who had been at the side, moved closer to Grandma DeBeo. Is this woman not working in that kind of place anymore? Didn't my husband work the night shift recently? I wait for him to come back and sleep late every day, but I haven't heard anything from her at night for a long time. It should be. Grandma DeBeo also nodded and said, I think she's quite normal now. She even brought the child back. I don't know why she changed her personality. Yeah, I saw that she didn't want those clothes before. I thought that the child's father had found her and was going to take the mother and son away. The child's father? TSK, you can't have forgotten how she gave birth to that child, right? Working in that kind of place. Sister Wang glanced in the direction that Su Ran left and said, I guess even she doesn't know who the child's father is. Although the Sister Wang liked to gossip, the last sentence was right. Su Ran really didn't know who Su Han's father was, even after reading the entire novel. On the other side, Su Han's school had already ended. This time, the parent-teacher conference was the school's parent-teacher conference after the midterm exam. After the morning class, the afternoon classes were cancelled and directly changed into free activities. On this side, Su-han carried his school bag and was about to leave when someone called out to him from behind. "Brother Han, wait for me." Lu Yongyang, who was sitting behind Su-han, caught up from behind. "Phew, why are you walking so fast? If I don't hurry up, are you waiting to sit there for the parent-teacher conference?" Su-han rolled his eyes at Lu Yongyang and said. "Hee, that's true, but where are we going later?" Lu Yongyang smiled embarrassedly, put his hand on Su-han's shoulder and asked. Although Lu Yongyang's family was quite complete, because his parents were abroad, every time there was a parent-teacher conference, just like Su-han, no family came. Thus, the two men inexplicably established a revolutionary friendship. For example, every afternoon of the parent-teacher conference, where to go to play. Hearing this, Su-han frowned. In a bad mood, he subconsciously wanted to say, "I'm not going anywhere, I'm going home." However, thinking that Su-ran should be at home at this time, Su-han didn't want to explain why he didn't have classes in the afternoon, so he simply gave up the idea of going home. "Hey, where are you two going?" Su-han was about to speak when he was stopped by a few people in front of him. "The school rules, this afternoon, no one is allowed to leave the school." "Oh my, respected class monitor, aren't you being too nosy?" Blocked, Lu Yongyang said with a face of dissatisfaction. "Also, where are we going, is it your business?" "You." "I'm the class monitor, of course I have to care. Last time, because the two of you ran away in the afternoon, our class was deducted points." "So? What do you want?" Su-han, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyes to look at the other party and asked somewhat impatiently. The class monitor was refuted by Su-han and didn't know what to say, so he subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Lu Yongyang also came up and said loudly, "That's right, we're leaving, what do you want, fight if you have the guts." "Fight? Humph, do you think everyone is as uneducated as you?" That person shouted until he felt his uniform being pulled by someone. Only then did he stop talking. On the other side, Su-han withdrew his gaze, walked around the people in front of him, and walked away. "Haha, Brother Han is mighty. By the way, where are we going in the afternoon, how about playing video games?" "I'm not going." "Then Brother Han, you tell me. Where are we going?" "The library." "Huh? Are you kidding me, God?" Su-han's eyes just now were so scary. "I thought he was going to kill me." The person who shouted with Su-han couldn't help but pat his chest and said. "We're unlucky to be in the same class as these two people." Lu Min, who was the one who secretly liked Su-han when school started. I'm obsessed with looks, who said I liked him? Besides, at that time, I thought Su-han was the type of person who was cold and aloof. Who knew that his family was like that? That's right, there's a person upstairs who's also from a single-parent family. He fooled around outside and even beat his mother. Oh, right, Su-han's mother is also outside all year round, which is worse than a single-parent family. What do you mean by outside all year round? That's all a lie. Did you know, I heard that Su-han's mother is actually not outside, she's actually doing an improper job. God. Really? It can't be, that's right. Where did you hear about this? It's a classmate from my cram school. 2 weeks ago, when we came back from cram school, we saw Su-han near the bar street. I wanted to pretend that I didn't know her, but who knew that she also knew Su-han? She said that Su-han used to live in the same neighborhood as her. Su-han's mother is doing a special job, this is not a secret in their neighborhood. My God, no wonder Su-han never let his mother come to school before. It's really embarrassing to have such a mother. No, I heard that Su-han's mother doesn't care about him at all. Just when they were talking enthusiastically and felt that they knew the truth, a person suddenly came from the side. Students, do you know where Class 8 is? Su-han's mother, Su-ran, asked them with a friendly smile. Su-ran, who had never been to the school, said that she seemed to be a little lost. As for the topic that these people were just whispering, Su-ran vaguely heard it. But what they said was the truth, what could she do? She probably couldn't beat up a child. She could only sigh in her heart, son, as a mother, I'm sorry. No wonder Su-han turned evil in the end. The people who were asked by Su-ran looked at Su-ran in surprise. Sister? Oh no, Auntie, are you also here to attend the parent-teacher conference? When the class leader asked this, her tone was a little hesitant. The person in front of her looked really young, completely unlike the other parents who came to the parent-teacher conference. Also, isn't Class 8 their class? Why haven't I seen this person before? You're looking for Class 8? Yeah, it's my first time here. May I ask where Class 8 is? We're from Class 8, the classroom is over there. Auntie, come with me. While the class leader was still wondering if this was an auntie or sister who came to the conference, the two had already walked to the door of Class 8. It's here. Thank you. May I ask if we need to sit according to our seats at the parent-teacher conference? Yes, because we have to give out test papers and report cards, parents have to sit in their child's seat. Oh, then may I ask where Suhan is sitting? Suhan? Hearing Su Ran's words, the class leader suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Su Ran in disbelief. You're Suhan's sister? No, I'm Suhan's mother. Su Ran said with a smile. What? You? Previously, his classmates had all said that Suhan had been abandoned by his parents, or like what Xianxia had said, his mother did not have a proper job at all, which was why she never appeared in school. Therefore, the class leader didn't think that Suhan not only has a mother, but also is so young and beautiful. It's over, they just said bad things about Suhan in the hallway, it can't be that Suhan's mother heard it. The class rep glanced at Su Ran a little timidly. That. Auntie, I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. Su Ran said indifferently. Excuse me, where is Suhan sitting? Oh, there, 4th row, 6th row. Thank you. Su Ran said to the class leader with a gentle smile. You're welcome. Looking at Su Ran's smile, the class leader blushed. No wonder Suhan is so handsome, it turns out he inherited it from his mother. Then, Auntie, I'll go first. Back in the hallway, a few classmates from before were still standing there. Class leader, how was it? What do you mean how was it? That person just now, did she come to our class for the parent-teacher conference? Whose parent did she come to the parent-teacher conference to help? Whose parent? That auntie just now is Suhan's mother. Who? Suhan? No way. Didn't you say his mother? Stop talking. Xianxia, I think your cram school classmate is talking nonsense. I think so too. Suhan's mother looks so elegant, how could she have an improper job? Besides, Suhan's mother is so beautiful, she can even be a star, why would she have an improper job? On the other side, Su Ran followed the class leader's instructions and sat down. Compared to the other desks in the class, Suhan's desk was so clean that it was almost empty. Su Ran could not help but laugh when she thought about how Suhan would always clean up the table after the two of them finished eating takeout at home. She also thought about how every night, she would write songs all over the floor, and Suhan would always place them neatly on the table the next day. This seemed to be quite in line with Suhan's character. It seemed that the villain's son was a bit of a neat freak, she definitely didn't take after her in this regard. Is this your first time attending a parent-teacher conference? The parent sitting next to her looked at Su Ran and asked in surprise. She had attended several parent-teacher conferences for her son before, but the seat next to her had always been empty. Yeah, it's a parent-teacher meeting for my son. Son? You're Suhan's mother that Miss Wang invited into the parent-teacher group the other day? Zhou Qin looked at Su Ran and couldn't help but say in surprise, you look so young. Hearing this, Su Ran smiled and didn't say anything. The original owner gave birth to Suhan when she was 16 years old. Suhan was now in junior high school, and she was only 28 years old. How could she not be young? By the way, Suhan's mother, you and Suhan's father, have you been doing business outside? Zhou Qin asked. Suhan doesn't have a father, Su Ran thought to herself. Before Su Ran could answer the question, the class teacher had already entered the classroom. Are all the parents present? The class teacher looked around the class and said, the school has invited all the parents here to release the results of this semester's midterm exam, and also to let the parents and teachers face-to-face to understand their child's situation in school. I have the midterm exam results and rankings in my hands. I'll have to trouble all the parents to pass them around. Miss Wang handed out a stack of results in her hands as she spoke. Taking the results, Su Ran saw Su Han's name at first glance. It was in the first row, so of course it could be seen immediately. The results were ranked according to the class's grades. So, Su Han got first place in class? Ayaya, Su Ran remembered that the novel mentioned that the villain had good grades in school. After Su Ran died in the original work, Su Han relied on a scholarship to complete his studies. However, Su Ran didn't expect that her villain's son's grades would be so good, mathematics 100, Chinese 98, English 99. When Su Ran was in school, she was seriously a bad student in her subjects. She had never seen such grades before. Wow, your Su Han is number 1 in class again? Zhou Qin, who was at the side, also saw the ranking on the report card and said to Su Ran. In her son's class, this Su Han had always been first in class. It was a pity that she had only seen his name and never seen him in person. Look at these grades, he really did well. How? Can he be like my Du Wentao? Zhou Qin stared at her son's score, which was already out of the top 20. She couldn't help but look at Su Ran enviously. The other parents were purely free and their son could get first place every time. Zhou Qin's family sent him to school and hired a tutor, but he only got such a low score. Why was the gap between people so big? If you ask me, your Su Han is still the smart one. He has a talent for learning. Su Han's father must be very smart too, right? Zhou Qin asked casually. Otherwise, how could he find such a young and beautiful wife? Hee, not at all. Su Ran was a little embarrassed. Our Su Han mainly follows me. Su Ran said this without blushing. When she thought of her son, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Is that so? No wonder, Su Han's mother looks quite smart too. My Du Wentao and Su Han are deskmates. I still have to ask your Su Han to help my Du Wentao with his studies. Before this, Zhou Qin had never seen Su Han's parents and heard some bad rumors, so she didn't let her son get too close to this Su Han. Today, after seeing Su Ran, Zhou Qin felt that this was a very proper family. Okay, classmates should help each other. I'll tell Su Han when I get back. Ah, that's great. Oh right, Su Han's mother, let me add you on WeChat. We can communicate if there's anything. Okay. After Su Ran agreed, a few other parents who were sitting around them also came over. Su Han's mother, let's add you too. Me too, I added you through the parents group. I'm Lin Shue's mother. Thanks to the top student, Su Ran also experienced the feeling of being surrounded by stars outside of music. Anyway, the few newspaper statuses left by the original owner had been cleaned up by Su Ran. As for these parents who wanted to add her, Su Ran didn't reject them. Ahem, if you have any questions, we can discuss them later. Seeing that Su Ran was gradually becoming a crying sale, the class teacher said. Now, let me talk about the overall situation of this exam. First, although the class teacher began to speak and the parents who came over sat back down, Su Ran's WeChat still kept popping up with friend requests. That's about our midterm exam. Overall, our class did pretty well. However, many students still have room for improvement. Parents, don't slack off. The homeroom teacher ended his long speech. Next, if you have any questions, you can talk to me and the other teachers alone. Because Su Ran never appeared before, even the tuition was paid by Su Han himself. This time, they finally contacted Su Ran. In WeChat, Miss Wang said that she wanted to take the opportunity of this parent-teacher conference to talk to Su Ran. Therefore, after the parent-teacher conference, before Miss Wang could call, Su Ran took the initiative to find Miss Wang. You're Su Han's parent? The moment the class teacher saw Su Ran, she was obviously surprised by the overly young parent in front of her. Yes, I'm Su Han's mother. Su Han has troubled Miss Wang and Miss Wang at school, Su Ran said politely. It's not considered trouble. You've seen Su Han's results. They've always been very good. After a pause, Miss Wang changed the topic and said, there's no problem with Su Han's results. It's just that he's not enthusiastic and proactive enough when interacting with his classmates. Miss Wang's words were already subtle enough. Anyone who could become a villain probably had an unhealthy personality. Mr. Wang, this is my responsibility, Wang Yao said. You also know that Su-han is a child of a single-parent family. Over the years, because I didn't give him enough care, this child's personality has become a little dark. However, teacher, don't worry. Although Su-han usually doesn't like to talk and is a little cold, his nature is very good, Su-ran said. At least, the villain was still a child with normal values before becoming a villain. She had specially observed Su-han these past few days. He probably hadn't become a villain yet. Of course, as Miss Wang said, I'll pay more attention to Su-han's personality and how he interacts with others. Miss Wang, please pay more attention to him, Su-ran said very seriously. Only God knew why a villain would become a villain. However, Su-ran felt that the school environment was still very important to Su-han's psychological development. Don't worry, Su-han's mother. However, Miss Wang paused, then said, I'll take the liberty to ask. Su-han's mother, after coming back this time, will you still leave? After all, for children of Su-han's age, it's still very important to have a parent's company. No, I'll always be by Su-han's side, Su-ran said, her eyes full of seriousness. When she first transmigrated to this world, Su-ran at most felt that Su-han was a future villain with a pitiful background. She brought him home more because she felt sorry for the original owner. However, in just a few days of getting along, Su-ran unknowingly already saw Su-han as her only family. She wouldn't abandon Su-han like the original owner, nor would she watch Su-han become a villain. On the other side, seeing parents leave the school one after another, Su-han also carried his bag and left the library. Hey, Brother Han, why didn't you wake me up if you were going to leave? Lu Yangyang, who was behind him, chased after him and then saw several other pairs of parents and students coming this way. Tisk, why do we meet this meddlesome class monitor everywhere? However, since the class monitor came out, it seems that our class's parent-teacher conference is also over. Lu Yangyang ridiculed. After approaching, the class monitor also saw Su-han and Su-ran. Oh, so you two didn't leave school. That, Su-han, I'm sorry before, I misunderstood. Seeing Su-han, the class monitor remembered Su-han's mother and subconsciously apologized. It doesn't matter. Su-han casually replied, still with his usual cool appearance. Only those who know him well will know that Su-han is in a bad mood at this moment. In other words, he's been in a bad mood all day. Hey, wait. Seeing Su-han walking towards the school gate, the class monitor couldn't help but call out to him, Su-han, aren't you going to wait for your mother to leave together? Su-han. As soon as Su-ran came out of the school building, she saw Su-han leaning against the stairs with a backpack on his back. Although this person had his head down and looked unapproachable, she couldn't help but think that he was handsome. According to Su-ran's observation, in just a short while, there were already at least 7 girls secretly staring at Su-han. Look, he was so handsome, had such good grades, and was also sensible and filial. Such a good child, how blind was the author of the original novel to write her son as a villain. Coincidentally, at this time, Su-han also raised his head and saw Su-ran. Why are you here? Su-han slightly turned his head and asked. This repulsive look, and this disdainful tone. If not for Su-ran coincidentally seeing the light in Su-han's eyes the moment he saw her, as well as the uncontrollable smile on his face, she would have almost believed that her son despised her as his mother. Even if he was a child, he still wanted to save face. Su-ran decided not to expose him. Your teacher called to inform me that there's a parent-teacher meeting today, and it's very important, so I came. Su-ran looked at Su-han with a smile and said. I just had a chat with your teacher. How was it? Did you wait here for a long time? Hearing Su-ran's words, Su-han was stunned at first, then turned his face away arrogantly. Who's waiting for you? Oh, is that so? So you're not waiting for me. Su-ran pretended to be regretful and said. Alright, then who are you waiting for? Your little girlfriend? What little girlfriend? I don't have one, don't talk nonsense. Is that so? Su-ran held back his laughter when he saw Su-han's awkward and nervous expression as he tried to explain himself. That's such a pity. However, if you like a little girl, it's also possible to date her. Su-ran winked at Su-han and said. She was an open-minded mother. It was not a problem for her son to have a girlfriend, as long as it was not the precious daughter of the male lead. I already said I didn't. If you don't, then don't. Son, why are you blushing? Children nowadays matured early. For a boy as old as Su-han, wasn't he good at joking in certain aspects? Su-ran thought about it for a moment. He felt that the villain of his family was still rather reserved. His jokes were moderate. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if things got out of hand. All right. Su-ran waved her hand. Since you're not waiting for your little girlfriend, can you come home with me now? Su-han? All right, let's go. Su-han nodded. In order to not let the trace of pride on his face be discovered, he took a step forward before Su-ran. After taking 2 steps, Su-han slowed down again and walked side by side with Su-ran. However, as if he did not want others to see the expression on his face at this moment, he lowered his head very low. Although he looked a little cool with his head so low, was he sure he could see the road? Su-ran silently complained. Just as she was thinking about how to harmoniously and amicably correct Su-han's walking posture, she heard Su-han suddenly throw out a sentence from the side. You're wearing my shoes. Su-ran, didn't you find out a little too late? The original owner of the body's hateful sky high, which was comparable to the top 10 torture methods, was dealt with on the 2nd day after Su-ran transmigrated. After that, she had been wearing a few pairs of sports shoes that Su-ran left at home. The second reason why she did not change was that she did not have the time to buy new ones. The main reason was that she did not have the money. The 1,000 yuan earned from the Song family that day, other than using it to improve Su-han's meals, the remaining was only enough for Su-ran to buy the clothes for today's parent-teacher conference. Your shoes are easier to wear, Su-ran said in a self-righteous manner. Anyway, she was the mother and Su-han was the son. The family status determined the direction of the truth. I also think that my shoes are better. After a while, Su-han muttered in a low voice. At least it was much better than the high heels that this woman had at home. Su-han did not want to see Su-ran wearing the shoes and clothes from before. Because every time Su-ran went to those places, she would wear those things. Yes, 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 your shoes are the best. Eat an orange and grow taller. Su-ran took out a few oranges from her bag that Grandma DeBeo gave her before and stuffed them into Su-han's hand, finally ending this topic. At this time, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Su-ran did not hesitate to press the answer button. Is this Miss Su-ran? It's me. This is Ulele Studios. Okay, then I'll see you later. Son, business is here. Hanging up the phone, Su-ran looked at Su-han with excitement and said. If Su-ran's previous assistant were to see her like this right now, so excited just because she had sold a few songs, she would definitely complain, their master of high standards has been corroded by the stench of money. Su-han did not know what was said on the other side of the phone. He only heard that Su-ran seemed to have arranged a time and place to meet with the other party. When he heard the word business from Su-ran, the expression on Su-han's face suddenly changed. Oh. Su-han responded coldly and did not say anything else. What, son? Our family is finally going to get rid of poverty and become rich, aren't you happy? Su-ran was still puzzled until she saw the unconcealable disgust in Su-han's eyes. It was the same as when she first transmigrated and Su-han saw her at the banquet. But now, there was a bit more disappointment. Pfft, how could she forget that the image of the original owner was deeply ingrained in Su-han's son's mind? Even now, in Su-han's eyes, she was still unemployed. Let's go, you're coming with me. What? Hearing this, Su-han's face showed a touch of disbelief. What does this woman want to do? Why do you want me to go? Su-han asked in a deep voice. It's still early and it's on the way, so I'll take you with me. It was a good opportunity to let Su-han believe that she was doing something serious, so that this child would not think too much. Also, Su-ran estimated that Ulele Studios would not be delayed for too long. She had other plans later. Su-han bit his lower lip and showed a troubled expression. Where Su-ran wanted to go, he should not go, and he should not let Su-ran go. Let's go, and if I get back late, you can still protect me, right? Okay. If it really didn't work, he could still call the police. The address that the other party sent Su-ran was indeed close to Su-han's school. The two of them walked for 10 minutes and arrived. Throughout the entire process, Su Han's body tensed up and he remained vigilant. It was not until he followed Su Ran into an office building that he realized that things were a little different from what he had imagined. Before Su Han could voice out his doubts, a person had already come down from the elevator and walked towards Su Ran and Su Qianxuan. "Excuse me, are you Miss Su Ran?" "Yes, that's me." "Hello, I am a staff member from Ulele Studios. Our studio is on the 12th floor, please follow me." Su Ran followed the staff member to the 12th floor and entered the studio to see the person in charge. When the person saw Su Ran, he was very enthusiastic. "Miss Su, please have a seat. I am the manager of Ulele Studios. My name is Su Xiao. I'm sorry to suddenly contact you. I hope I didn't delay your work." "No," Su Ran said with a smile. "That's good. Please have a seat. This is..." Su Xiao asked as he looked at Su Han, who was standing next to Su Ran. His eyes lit up. "My son. I just picked him up from school and came over," Su Ran explained. When she mentioned the word son, she did not hesitate at all. "Your son?" Su Xiao was surprised. He thought that Su Ran had brought this young man over to sign a contract with the studio. After all, the young man in front of him was quite good on the outside. Although he looked young, his appearance alone was enough to defeat most of the popular fresh meat now. Moreover, in recent years, there had been quite a number of teenagers who had made their debut or joined the trainees. "Haha, Miss Su, you look so young. I couldn't tell that you had such a big son." Su Ran, "Haha, Su Han, are you saying that I look old?" Su Xiao looked at Su Han with slight regret. However, he did not forget the main purpose of today's visit. "Miss Su, I only heard the song you sent over this morning. Didn't I immediately contact you? Also, Lele listened to it and really liked your two songs. If you don't have any other questions, we hope to confirm the post-production and copyright of the songs with you today," Su Xiao said. Of course. Su Ran's conditions were the same as what she had said at Xingding. However, Ulele Studios' attitude was much more sincere than Xingding's. This was actually within Su Ran's expectations. Before sending over the songs, Su Ran specifically looked it up online. Ulele was a female celebrity who became popular a few years ago. Although she debuted as an idol, compared to other popular celebrities, this Ulele was already very capable. Moreover, she seemed to be working hard to change her career recently. The two songs that Su Ran sent over could be said to be very suitable for Ulele's current needs. As for this studio, it was opened by Ulele after she terminated her contract with her previous management company. After developing for a few years and signing a few batches of newcomers, the studio's current strength was not bad. She did not have to worry about the other party bargaining with her. "Miss Su, our studio basically has no problems with your request," Su Xiao said seriously after thinking for a while. He was different from the general manager of a company. He used to be Ulele's agent and developed with Ulele. Naturally, he knew more than others. Su Ran's asking price and request were not sky-high. Although it was relatively high in the industry, the quality of the songs was still there. Moreover, Lele was in a critical period of transformation. She really needed an album that could really play. These two songs, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were timely help. However, there is one more thing that I need to discuss with Miss Su. After a pause, Su Xiao said, "Ulele is now preparing for a critical album. To tell you the truth, other than your two songs, I haven't found any other suitable ones. If possible, I hope that Miss Su can consider being the producer of this album. Of course, it would be even better if you could join our studio. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't be the producer." Selling songs was to get food tickets. She still had to make time to work on her own music. Without waiting for Su Xiao to feel disappointed, Su Ran said again, "However, you can leave the composition of the album to me." "Really? That's great." When he followed Su Ran out of Ulele Studios, Su Han was still in shock. It turned out that this woman didn't lie to him, she really came to talk business. However, a song could actually be sold for 200,000 yuan. And listening to the conversation between Su Ran and the other party's manager, it seemed like there would be some income from copyright fees. This simply refreshed Su-han's entire value system since he was almost 13 years old. What are you daydreaming about? Su-ran patted Su-han's head and asked when he saw that Su-han's gaze was fixed on him. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Nothing, Su-ran. Well, she knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of Su-han. Let's go. Where are we going? Aren't we going home? Seeing that Su-ran wasn't walking in the direction of home, Su-han asked in confusion. Of course, our family finally got out of poverty, how can we not show off? Let's go, I'll buy you some clothes. Su-ran raised her voice. Buy clothes? For me? Su-han was stunned. Yeah. Su-ran nodded, her eyes shining as she looked at Su-han. A few days ago, when she was browsing through Taobao, she saw a lot of clothes worn by boys around Su-han's age. They were very handsome. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have money, Su-ran would have already bought them. Now that she had money, she didn't need the same clothes, she wanted to buy better ones for her son, hee. Su-han was so handsome, Su-ran was already imagining what Su-han would look like after wearing the clothes she liked. He would definitely look like someone who walked out of a romance novel. No, Su-han was originally a character in a romance novel, he was just a villain. Hearing Su-ran's words, Su-han didn't want to admit it, but he was also a little excited for a moment. However, after hesitating for a moment, Su-han still rejected Su-ran. No need. Why? I have clothes to wear, Su-han said dryly. If it was before, Su-han would have thought that he didn't need this woman's charity. But now, he didn't know why he rejected Su-han. He simply didn't want Su-ran to give him too much. Otherwise, if one day, no, your clothes are definitely not enough. Su-ran said firmly. Don't think I don't know. Usually, Su-han wore his school uniform at school, so no one could tell. But Su-ran knew that she had been packing Su-han's clothes for the past few days. In total, Su-han only had a few sets of clothes, and they had all been washed until they turned white. Also, it was unknown if boys at this age were more troublesome, but 2 of Su-han's clothes had holes in them. He had to buy it. Don't worry about money. Aren't we rich now? Su-ran waved the phone in her hand. With 400,000 yuan, she felt that her heart was stable. Also, just treat it as accompanying me. If you don't want to buy it, I'll buy it. Look at your classmates' mothers. They are all beautiful, and then your mother, let's go. She interrupted Su-han and said in a low voice. Why did she look like she was angry out of embarrassment? Su-ran smiled and didn't care. She pulled Su-han and went to the most expensive shopping mall nearby. Although she said that she wanted Su-han to accompany her, in fact, Su-ran only bought 2 sets of clothes and a few pairs of shoes. After that, she went straight to the men's section. Wow, that baseball shirt looks good. Hey, this shirt looks good too. You can wear it in formal occasions. Miss, you have good taste. This shirt is our latest collection this season. It suits your brother very well. Brother, ahaha. Hearing the way the staff addressed her, Su-ran felt inexplicably funny and deliberately didn't correct her. Yes, I think it suits him too. Isn't that right, little Han? Su-ran deliberately looked at Su-han and saw her son's confused expression. I'm not her brother. Su-han frowned and corrected her very seriously. Ah? Hearing this, the staff was surprised. Sorry, I misunderstood. The staff said in a professional manner. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. Did she make a mistake? These 2 people were actually, but that couldn't be right. These 2 people's eyebrows looked quite similar. This is my son. Su-ran smiled and explained. Although she didn't know what the staff was thinking, but looking at Su-han's dissatisfied face, Su-ran decided to smooth his hair. Ah, so that's the case. Miss, you look very young. You don't look like mother at all. How many times had they been told that they didn't look like mother and son today? Su-ran didn't think much of it. After all, a woman's vanity made her happy to hear others say that she was young. However, looking at Su-han's expression, it seemed that he wasn't too happy. Hee, is that so? Su-ran smiled and decisively took the shirt from the side and gestured in front of Su-han. Yes. You don't say, it's quite suitable. Little Han, go and try it on. No need. He already said that he didn't need to buy clothes. Why did this woman still want him to try it on? What do you mean you don't need it? Go quickly. Su Ran looked at Su Han with shining eyes and said, this is my wish. What wish? I just want to see you wear this shirt. I saw this style of shirt when I was scrolling through Mabao. I wanted to see you wear it. Being stared at so expectantly by Su Ran, Su Han suddenly felt a little embarrassed to refuse. Then I'll try it on. Yes. Go quickly. That shirt goes well with this pair of pants. Do you want to try it together? The waiter at the side found the right time to say. No, okay, you can also take this pair of pants in to try it on. Without waiting for Su Han to refuse, Su Ran had already finished speaking. Su Han, are all women so troublesome? Although he was complaining in his heart, Su Han still listened to Su Ran's words and took a set of clothes into the fitting room. In just a short while, Su Han came out from inside. Seeing Su Han coming out, not only was the waiter at the side looking at Su Han infatuatedly, even Su Ran's eyes lit up when she saw her handsome boy. The youth, who was almost 13 years old, was almost the same height as an adult. Previously, when he was wearing the school uniform, he didn't feel it. Now that Su Han had changed into a well-tailored casual shirt, he really did look like a young master. The key was his temperament, this kind of high and mighty temperament was definitely not cultivated by the original owner. He must have inherited it from her. Su Ran secretly nodded. Don't say, looking at Su Han, he was not worse than the male lead Song Ian, okay? No, it should be said that he was better than the boy from the Song family. Have you seen it? Without waiting for Su Ran to take out her phone and take a picture to show off in her circle of friends, she heard Su Han ask dryly. I've seen it. Then I'll go change it. Su Han said and was about to go back. Hey, wait, what change? Just wear it like this. Su Ran pulled Su Han and said. I didn't say I was going to buy it, Su Han protested in a low voice, but unfortunately, it was completely ignored by Su Ran. Without giving Su Han a chance to refuse again, Su Ran had already taken out her phone. I'll take both of these. Can I pay with WeChat here? Su Ran turned to the waiter and asked. Yes, please wait a moment. Your son's school uniform, I'll help you pack it up. Okay, thank you. After that, Su Ran did the same thing and pulled Su Han to buy several sets of clothes. However, considering that Su Han usually wore his school uniform in school, aside from the first set of clothes, Su Ran only bought Su Han t-shirts or hoodies for the rest of the time. Gradually, it was time to get off work, and the people in the mall began to increase. Su Han was still wearing the shirt he just bought. Such a good-looking mother and son walking in the mall had already attracted the attention of many passers-by, and some people secretly took pictures. I'd better change back to my school uniform, Su Han said, somewhat displeased. Don't, just wear it like this, Su Ran stopped Su Han, we still have a big meal later. Why do we have to eat outside? We already bought so many clothes, you still have to pay the loan sharks. Su Han reminded. Although Su Ran had just received a large sum of money, Su Han was very worried that with Su Ran's spending speed, the money would be spent soon. Suddenly, Su Han felt that having such an unreliable parent was simply going to break his heart. That's that. We bought clothes because our family escaped poverty and became rich, but the big meal is to celebrate my son getting first place in this midterm exam. You. Su Han widened his eyes and looked at Su Ran, surprise written all over his face. He thought that this woman wouldn't care about these things, but he didn't expect. It wasn't until he felt something blocking his eyes that Su Han awkwardly turned his head away. It's just an exam, what's the big deal? Su Han mumbled. So you don't want to celebrate? Su Ran said deliberately, knowing that Su Han was a little tsundere. I didn't say that, then let's go, I've already arranged it in advance. At the parent-teacher conference, Su Ran had already arranged a dinner, but she started with hot pot, and after pocketing the 400,000 yuan, she ordered another seafood meal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the seafood restaurant, Su Ran's eyes were full of stars as she looked at the handsome guy who was quietly peeling prawns. In the early years, when Su Ran was still in school, she saw the scene of the male protagonist helping the female protagonist peel prawns in the cookies recommended by her roommate. Although she said it was childish, Su Ran still fantasized about it in her heart. Unfortunately, Su Ran had always been a loner from the time he graduated from school to when he became a well-known music master. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. She didn't expect that the first time she saw someone peel prawns in front of her was actually her cheap son. Sigh, Su Ran let out a long sigh. Finally, after 7 minutes of Su Ran's gaze, Su Han couldn't help but raise his head. Why do you keep staring at me? Su Han asked with a strange expression. One moment she was emotional, the next moment she was conflicted, and the next moment she was laughing about something. It was inexplicably scary. Nothing, I'm just thinking, which girl will be so lucky to marry my baby in the future? Su Ran held her chin and looked at Su Han with emotion. It was as if she was saying, my son is the best, and I won't accept any rebuttal. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Han was stunned and said awkwardly. It's true, you see, my son is handsome, good at housework, and has good grades. Oh right, Su Ran paused and pointed at the small mountain of prawns in front of Su Han and said, and he's especially filial, he even helped me peel prawns. Su Han, why is this woman talking so much nonsense today? Su Han complained in his heart, but his face was inexplicably hot. Who said I was peeling prawns for you? You didn't? No. Although he said that, Su Han still pushed the peeled prawns in front of Su Ran and said coolly, let's eat together. After saying that, Su Han did not move his chopsticks. Instead, he picked up the spicy prawns and prepared to peel them. Wait a minute. Su Ran stopped Su Han. Su Ran stopped Su Han, but she didn't want him to put it aside and eat it first before peeling it. Su Ran liked it. No matter if it was nuts or anything else, she would peel them all together, pile them into a small pile, and eat them all at once. In this regard, Su Han seemed to be quite similar to her. Give me your hand, I'll help you roll up your sleeves. It wasn't cold today. She didn't know why Su Han had his sleeves buttoned up so tightly. If it weren't for the fact that Su Han's movements were a little stiff when he was peeling the prawns and his arms were raised high, Su Ran wouldn't have noticed this detail. Hearing this, Su Han's hand froze. There's no need for that, Su Han said, then immediately added, it's fine like this. Are you sure? This shirt is very expensive. This was a question that came from Su Ran's soul. She was mainly afraid of affecting Su Han's performance in peeling the prawns. While Su Han was in a daze, Su Ran had already pulled his hand, unbuttoned his cuffs, and rolled up his sleeves. This action also exposed the injury on Su Han's hand in front of Su Ran. I already said no. Su Han didn't have time to stop her, and his sleeves were already rolled up by Su Ran. How did this happen? Su Ran asked after a moment of surprise. Su Han's arm was basically full of injuries. There were a few bruises, and several scratches that were made by unknown things. Did you fight with someone? No. Su Han quickly pulled his arm back from Su Ran's hand. Then, did you get beaten up by someone? Su Ran asked again, and her tone subconsciously became nervous. What she was most afraid of was that this future villain would become evil. Su Han better not encounter something that could trigger him to become evil without her knowing, right? I already said no. Su Han didn't know what Su Ran was nervous about, but he subconsciously didn't want to talk to Su Ran about this matter. It's none of your business, Su Han turned his head and said stiffly. Su Ran, okay, I almost forgot, the original Su Ran wouldn't be so concerned about Su Han. After she transmigrated, they seemed to have only been a plastic mother and son for a few days. Moreover, children at this age were in their rebellious stage, so it seemed quite normal that they didn't want to tell their family about anything. She could only wait and slowly ask him in a roundabout way later. Su Ran was thinking about how to trick the villain into telling her the truth, and the meal ended in this strange quiet atmosphere. The plastic mother and son duo finished the seafood on the table and left the restaurant. Su Han was a few steps ahead of Su Ran out of the restaurant. But after taking a step, the child seemed to have left something behind, and turned around and walked back. Su Ran only felt that her hands were empty, and the few bags in her hands were all taken away by Su Han. Throughout the whole process, Su-han kept his head down with a smug look, just like when So-ran first saw him at the police station. Although he looked arrogant on the surface, Su-han was actually a little flustered in the face of this silent atmosphere. Originally, he should have been relieved that this woman didn't ask him, but Su-han was inexplicably nervous. It was as if he really did something wrong and didn't want to admit it. Pfft. He didn't do anything wrong, he just didn't want to talk about it. Although the atmosphere between the two of them was a little tense on the way back, Su-ran still dragged Su-han to the small clinic to apply some medicine for bruises. When the two of them returned to the neighborhood, they happened to see the owner of the small shop on the first floor beating his son with a meter-long stick. He was still scolding. "You little brat. You've grown up, haven't you? I asked you to look after the shop, but you actually ran away. How did I raise such a useless thing like you? You can't even get into a university, and you can't even look after the shop. Look, compared to those parents, I'm such a kind mother." Looking at the scene of a young man in his early 20s being beaten by his own father with a stick, Su-ran clicked her tongue. She turned her head and wanted to educate the villain, but she saw Su-han looking at the father and son in front of him with a strange expression. To be precise, he was looking at the son who was being beaten. "You know that person? Please don't." Compared to knowing this unemployed hooligan, Su-ran would rather Su-han know the male lead Song Ian. "No, I don't know him." While they were talking, the father and son had already chased after Su-ran. "Damn it, I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Who told you to fool around with the shop's money? I'll beat you to death." "Io, don't. Dad, I really didn't fool around." "You didn't fool around, you stole the shop's money?" "Really, I wanted to buy something, so I borrowed some money from the shop." "You little brat, you dare to lie to me." "Io, it hurts, it's true. I ran out to do odd jobs, I didn't lie to you." Speaking of which, he was really wronged. Last month, he tricked a young girlfriend at N University's English corner. 2 days later, she was clamoring for him to buy her a strange bracelet. If it wasn't for this small shop's income, it wouldn't even be enough to buy the same type of tabac. Why would he run to the construction site to do odd jobs? But his father didn't believe him. "Lie, you bastard, keep lying." "I'm not lying, it's true. If you don't believe me, you." "Hey, it's you, little brat." Just as he was talking, the man suddenly saw Su-han. "That's great, little brat, you, come here and testify for me." As the man spoke, he was about to move closer to Su-ran. "I'm teaching you a lesson, why are you dragging others into it?" the shop owner said unhappily. "No, didn't I say that I went to do odd jobs?" "Oh, this little brat also went, he can testify for me." The man pointed at Su-han and said. "You're talking about him?" The shop owner looked at Su-han and felt a little doubtful. The person in front of him was still a young child. That's right, isn't there a demolition site on Jianqing Road? They happened to be hiring temporary workers, so I went. This little brat was there at the time, I even thought he looked familiar." As he spoke, the man looked at Su-han with a hopeful expression. "Isn't that right, kid? We met face to face the other day. You also saw me, right?" The man originally wanted Su-han to testify for him, but in the end, he saw Su-han looking at him expressionlessly. The more he looked, the more uncertain he became. "I've never been there, I don't know," Su-han said. His expression could be said to be very sincere. "Humph. Little brat, you want to pull a passerby to fool me. Tell me. Did you run off to gamble?" Seeing that the father and son had entered the second round, Su-ran pulled Su-han away. Don't be fooled by what Su-han said as if it was true. After interacting with her for so many days, Su-ran understood her villain's son quite well. Just by looking at Su-han's expression, Su-ran knew that the man just now was not far from the truth. "Why did you go to work on the floor tiles?" Su-ran asked, her tone was a little serious. Did Su-han think that following her was too unreliable and that he would starve to death sooner or later, or was he afraid that she would not take care of him again? Hearing this, Su-han bit his lower lip, but in the end, he did not say anything. "Didn't you promise me before, Without waiting for Su Ran to finish her sentence, Su-han finally spoke and interrupted Su Ran. He said, "Didn't you say that you had no money at home that day?" Their family had no money. Since when did they have no money? Since when did she say that? Oh, it seemed like there was such a thing. Su Ran recalled that it was the first day she went to teach piano at the Song family. Did they have a steamed bun or a bowl of malatang soup for dinner? So, Su-han went to the construction site to move bricks because their family had no money and was worried that they would have to starve to death. Then, the injury on his arm that he was unwilling to show her was also done at the construction site. Sigh, why is this villain so sensible? Why does he make me feel so sorry for him? As such, the words that Su Ran originally prepared to educate Su-han could not be said. How many days have you been at the construction site? If Su-han dared to play truant, she would still have to educate him. Not many days, just this weekend. It was a temporary job, so it only lasted for a few days. Hearing that Su-han did not delay his studies, Su Ran heaved a sigh of relief, raised her eyebrows and deliberately asked, "Tell me, how much money did you earn?" Thinking of the 2 crumpled balls of money that he had placed in the drawer, Su-han's expression froze. He was afraid that he could not continue this conversation. Pursing his lips, Su-han did not say a word. Seeing Su-han's expression, Su Ran understood in her heart. Su-han. Suddenly, Su Ran's expression became serious. About 2 days ago. Our family did run into a bit of a financial crisis, but that's only temporary. I'm a parent, and I'm an adult, so earning money to support you is my job and responsibility. As for you. After a pause, Su Ran continued, what you need to do is study hard. You see, if you don't study hard, you can only move bricks at the construction site in the future. Not only will it be hard, but your income will also be low. If you study hard, you might be able to become a big boss in the future, Su Ran said. Although she knew that according to the development of the plot, Su-han would also become a big boss in 10 years, Su Ran still felt that she still had to fulfill her duty as a parent. Cough, of course. Su Ran switched to a more relaxed tone and continued, the most important reason is that our family is rich now. Look, we've already earned 400,000 yuan today. Once we're done with those 10 songs, you'll be the 2nd generation of the Kong family. That's right. A 2nd generation of a well-off family. Su Ran's words made Su-han fell silent. Thinking about how this woman had only sold 2 songs and earned 400,000 yuan today, Su-han still felt that it was unreal. The main reason was that it was unreal. He felt that this kind of ability did not seem like something a woman like Su Ran would have. Then what did you do earlier? After a moment of silence, Su-han finally asked. Since she could earn money so normally, why did she do that kind of work before? Su Ran, this was an interrogation that no one could withstand. Her son was so smart, why was she a little unhappy? How should I put it? This was all your mother's fault. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the plot. Back then, your mother liked someone to the point of paranoia. In the end, her feelings were thwarted and she was kicked out of the house, so she gave up on herself. Su Ran tried to use a bystander's tone to describe the ending of Su Ran in the past. As for the terrible things that the original owner did in the novel, such as drugging and hiring murderers, let's not talk about it. Hearing Su Ran's words, Su-han was extremely shocked. He never knew about this woman's past. Even the people who lived in the same building didn't know. It seemed that since he could remember, there were only the 2 of them. Su Ran didn't have any friends, nor did he hear about any family. She was kicked out of the house. Was it because of the relationship that Su Ran talked about? Su-han's eyes darkened. He really couldn't imagine that this woman would like someone so much in the past. For some reason, this information made Su-han feel inexplicably uncomfortable. So, you and that man gave birth to me? Suddenly, Su-han asked. In this way, there seemed to be an explanation for this woman not liking him in the past. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Su-han's question, Su Ran almost stumbled. No, definitely not. In the novel, the male protagonist was the vicious female supporting character who went crazy for love. If she could give birth to the male protagonist's child, she would wake up smiling in her dreams. Why would she give up on herself? Originally, Su Ran was still thinking about how to fool Su Han when he asked who his real father was later. But she heard Su Han just say oh and didn't say anything else. It's really not. Su Ran struggled for a bit. Looking at Su Han's appearance, this kid probably already believed that the person his biological mother liked before was his biological father. In fact, not only did Su Han think so, but he also believed that the man who provided him with half of his genes was not a good person. East Mountain residence. A man drank coffee and sneezed for no reason. Third uncle, did you catch a cold? Looking at the man sitting across from him, Lu Boyong, who was sitting upright, asked with concern. The air conditioner is broken. The man said faintly. He calmly put aside the spilled coffee cup and took a towel from the housekeeper to wipe the stains off his hands. This is the central air conditioner, it was just reinstalled last year. How could it be broken? Lu Boyong roared in his heart. However, in the Lu family, what the demon said was right and what was wrong was right. I'll get someone to fix it tomorrow. No. Change. Third uncle, did you just say that number 7 high school is also our Lu family's? Lu Boyong was a little surprised. Isn't that a public school? To be precise, it's that piece of land. That piece of land? That's a prime location. It's not a small piece of land. Lu Boyong's eyes widened. Which ancestor in the Lu family had such foresight to buy that piece of land in advance? Third uncle, what do you plan to do with that piece of land? Do you need to negotiate with the government? Whether to keep the school and buy it together, or to directly take back the land, store it, or engage in real estate, these were all things that needed to be considered. Lu Boyong himself was more inclined to the latter. Not for now, I'll personally go to number 7 high school in 2 days. He wanted to see if the school was worth the Lu family's investment. On the other side, Su Ran and her son, who had a parent-teacher meeting at the school in the prime location during the day, had already returned home with their own understanding. As soon as they reached the entrance of the corridor, they saw a group of people outside the corridor, looking up anxiously and whispering to each other about something. Grandma de Bao. When Su Ran saw de Bao's grandmother, she was just about to go over and ask her what was going on when she saw the other party give her a strange look. Then, she moved away without saying a word. What was going on? Didn't this person give her oranges today? Su Ran was stunned. Then, she saw a person walking towards her with an unhappy look on his face. It's all because of you. My husband has to work the night shift at night, and now he doesn't even dare to eat at home. This person pointed at Su Ran's nose and said. Looking at the others, besides gossiping, they were looking at Su Ran with unfriendly gazes. The other party didn't say it clearly, but Su Ran could roughly guess what was going on. Su Han, wait here for a moment, I'll go up and take a look, Su Ran said. Hearing this, Su Han didn't say anything, but very stubbornly followed Su Ran up the stairs, not leaving even a step behind. Sure enough, once they went upstairs, they saw 10 or so shirtless burly men surrounding Su Ran's rental apartment, holding sticks in their hands. The wooden door that had been splashed with red paint and then cleaned up by Su Han was now smashed into pieces, hanging shakily on the door frame. Seeing Su Ran appear, the leader of the group tossed away the cigarette in his hand and walked towards them. Miss Su, you made us wait for a long time. If you didn't come back, we would have reported you as a missing person, the man said rudely. Seeing that the man was approaching, Su Han, who was originally behind Su Ran, instinctively stepped forward and blocked Su Ran behind him. Yo, you found your son. What, are you planning to let your son pay for your debt? The man looked at Su Han and said. Su Han. Although they knew that in front of the future villain, these people were just small characters, Su Han was still only a 13-year-old boy. Su Ran pulled Su Han's arm, wanting to pull him back, but found that the young man's body was like cast iron, unable to be moved. What are you thinking? Su Ran slapped Su Han's arm with a pia. Sound. Children want to get involved in all kinds of things, stand aside. Su Han, exclamation point. Why is this woman so? Su Han couldn't say the word ungrateful no matter how hard he tried. He stared blankly as Su Ran walked in front of him, but didn't obediently stand aside. Aren't you here to pay me back? Is there a need to be so exaggerated? 90,000 yuan, right? I'll pay it all back today, Su Ran said. After paying off the loan sharks, Su Ran could finally solve all the problems that the original Su Ran threw at her. No, there was still Su Han. However, Su Han wasn't considered a problem. 90,000 yuan? The other party suddenly laughed. Miss Su, I'm afraid you remembered wrongly. Including the principal and interest, you owe us 180,000 yuan. The IOU was still in Su Ran's bag. How could she remember wrongly? You. Su Han wanted to go forward, but fortunately, Su Ran stopped him with a look. I owe you 90,000 yuan, I don't care about 180,000 yuan. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, this house isn't mine. You can tear it down if you want, this son isn't, cough, although this son is mine, he came back today to cut ties with me. Tomorrow, he won't be my son. 90,000 yuan, it's up to you whether you want it or not. Anyway, I'm barefoot, I don't have any relatives or friends. If you push me too far, I'll hit the knife in your hand. At that time, don't talk about 90,000 yuan, you won't get a single cent. You'll also get involved in a lawsuit. Think about it carefully. This. Why did it feel like Su Ran, who owed money, was more arrogant than debt collectors? Also, before he came, he didn't hear his boss say that this woman was so difficult to deal with. Damn it, I definitely didn't look at the almanac when I came out today. 90,000 yuan, hurry up and give it to me, or it'll be 100,000 after today. It was just a bluff, Su Ran didn't really plan to die. Seeing that the other party relented, Su Ran transferred 90,000 yuan through Alipay without hesitation and sent them away. Seeing that the group of people left, the people living in the building came back one after another. At this time, Grandma de Bao walked over with a few people. Little Su, I know that you want to live a good life, but it's not easy to live a good life. Today's events, and tomorrow's events, it's quite scary. Also, it's not safe for you to live here anymore, is it? That's right, Su Ran, if you're not safe, we're not safe either. Mom, I'll go in first. Listening to these people talking at once, Su Han felt annoyed and simply went into the house. Su Ran, wait. Did she hear wrongly just now? Why did she seem to have heard Su Han call Mom? Before Su Ran could be surprised by the way Su Han called her, a few aunties had already surrounded Su Ran. Su Ran, we didn't mean to chase you away, but we still have to live. Yeah, I still have heart disease, what if? Don't worry, those people won't come again. Also, we will move out in a while. Su Ran said after hearing these people's words. This was also what she had decided before. After completing Euleille's album, she should have enough money to buy a house, and then they would move out. Su Ran was originally a person who could live anywhere. However, after all, there was one more person in the house, and Su Han was a boy, so the house they lived in with one bedroom and one living room was indeed a bit small. When Su Ran saw the group of aunties leaving while looking at each other, he entered the house as well. Inside the house, Su Han was cleaning up the mess in the house. Don't do it, wait until tomorrow. Fortunately, except for a few simple old furniture, there was nothing valuable in their house. With that said, Su Ran looked at the door that was obviously unsalvageable. I'll call someone tomorrow to replace the door, you go to sleep first. Oh. Today, Su Han seemed to be particularly obedient. Su Ran looked at Su Han, who obediently went into the room, and sighed in her heart. However, not long after, she saw Su Han come out of the room, holding a quilt and pillow in his hands. You sleep in the bedroom today, I'll sleep outside. School. Brother Han. At the school gate that was already empty, Lu Yangyang saw Su Han coming from the opposite road, who was a few steps behind him. Haha, didn't I say that our hearts are connected? Even being late seems to have been discussed beforehand. How about it, Brother Han, do you also think that Geezer Wang's class is boring? Lu Yangyang ran over and said with a posture as if their relationship was the best in the universe. Su Han, hee hee. Who discussed it with you? Before he went out, he just looked at the wooden door that was half hanging on the doorframe and couldn't be locked. He really didn't like it, so he tried to fix it. Fortunately, Su Ran stayed up late last night to work on Euleille's album music. After going to bed in the morning, she basically couldn't move. Otherwise, if she knew that Su Han skipped an entire class early in the morning just to lock the door, she would probably want to beat Suhan up. Seeing that Suhan ignored him, Lu Yongyang didn't feel embarrassed. Brother Han. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Yongyang excitedly pulled Suhan and asked, "Let me ask you, was that person yesterday really your mother? Otherwise?" Suhan asked back. When he mentioned Su Ran, Suhan's mouth slightly raised, even he didn't notice it. "Oh my god. My brother Han. I envy you." "What's there to envy?" Suhan said with a face of indifference and arrogance. "What's there to envy about that woman, although she's still doing well recently? Of course I envy you, your mother is so beautiful, like a big star. You don't know, if I didn't hear the class leader and the others talking, I would have thought that she was your sister, or a girl who pretended to be your parent." Speaking of girls, Lu Yongyang was particularly excited. In the end, Suhan gave him a cold look and shut him up. "Class leader? What are they talking about?" Suhan frowned and asked. "It's nothing much. They just said that your mother is very elegant and gentle. They said that they misunderstood you and blah, 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 blah." After a pause, Lu Yongyang muttered in dissatisfaction, "Tisk, it's hindsight. By the way, Brother Han, did your mother come back especially to take care of you?" Previously, it was said that Suhan's mother was out doing business, so she wasn't by Suhan's side. Although not many people believed it, this was one of the theories. However, since Suhan's mother had appeared at the parent-teacher conference yesterday, this had become the truest and only explanation. "Suhan, will your mother still leave?" "I'm talking about doing business overseas." "I don't think so." After a few seconds of silence, Suhan said in a deep voice. This was what he hoped for. At least, it was Su Ran now. He hoped that this situation could continue. "Haha, that's great." Lu Yongyang laughed. "It has something to do with you?" Suhan raised his eyebrows and asked. Can't I be happy for my friend? What about your father?" Lu Yongyang couldn't help but ask curiously. In his knowledge, to be able to marry such a good wife, the other party was 99% successful. Could Suhan be an invisible rich second generation? Looking at it this way, the shoes Brother Han was wearing today seemed to be limited edition from a family, right? The reality wasn't as good as this big brother thought. Even Suhan didn't know who that man was. However, Suhan was already 13 years old now. He was long past the age where he would say pitifully, "My friends bully me because I don't have a father." He would also run to his mother in tears and ask, "Why do everyone else have a father but I don't?" The existence of a father, whether he had one or not, didn't make much of a difference to him. What's more, in Suhan's mind, he didn't recognize the existence of this so-called father. He was just a scumbag who provided half of his genes. How could he be worthy of being his father? "What is that?" Suhan asked coldly. His tone was calm and his expression. He wasn't joking at all. I. Oh my god. Suhan was wondering why this big brother was so excited about his background. He saw Lu Yongyang excitedly pointing in a certain direction. Look. That. Following the direction Lu Yongyang pointed, Suhan saw a black car that seemed to be driving towards them. "That's the car?" "What do you mean that's the car? Do you know what kind of car that is?" "Oh my god, I actually saw the real one." "Hey, no, I'm in school, how could this kind of car drive to their school?" While they were confused, the car actually drove towards them. Then, it stopped right in front of Suhan and Lu Yongyang. The car window rolled down, revealing the face of the person sitting in the car. "Student?" the person asked, his voice was low and steady. Yes, we're in PE class." Lu Yongyang stuttered. In this regard, the person didn't say anything. He just turned his gaze to Suhan, who was next to Lu Yongyang and hadn't said anything. Their eyes met, and both of them were obviously stunned. "Where is the academic administration district?" "Please ask." "Administrative district?" "Oh, you're asking about the academic administration building, right? Then, it's the tallest building in front." Lu Yongyang pointed forward. "Thank you." The moment the car window closed, the person's gaze seemed to stop on Suhan for 2 seconds. You're welcome, serving the people, When he could only smell the exhaust, Lu Yangyang said in a daze. Damn. It's true. It's incredible that I can meet such a big shot in my lifetime. Brother Han, tell me, is this all true? While speaking, he saw Su Han's cold eyes staring at the direction the car left, pursing his lips, as if he was in a daze. Lu Yangyang raised his hand and waved it in front of Su Han's eyes. Brother Han, Brother Han? What? You're also in a daze? Is it possible? Su Han coldly replied. Is it impossible? Brother Han, just admit it, I won't laugh at you. Also, are you sure you know him? Su Han raised his eyebrows. I was just speaking in a slip of the tongue. See, okay? But. Suddenly, Lu Yangyang frowned, raised his hand to touch his chin, tilted his head, and muttered, speaking of which, that big shot just now, I felt that he was quite familiar. That guy can't be a low-key distant relative of mine, can he? No, that's not right. His face alone is not something our family can have, but he does look familiar. Where have I seen him? Hey. Brother Han, why didn't you tell me you were leaving so suddenly? Wait for me. On the other side, in the principal's office. Facing the man sitting on the sofa across from him, the principal's expression was a bit reserved. Mr. Liu, please have some tea. Mr. Liu came quite suddenly, I didn't prepare anything. It's okay, I'm just looking around. Principal, haha. You're just looking around, but I'm having a hard time getting people to prepare the materials in a hurry. Then, what does Mr. Liu think of our school? The principal asked with hope in his eyes. Regarding the current location of their school, the Liu Corporation had already informed the school in advance. The impact of the school's relocation was too great. If possible, he certainly hoped that the Liu family would not move the school, and even invest in it. It's not bad, Lu Xiao said. He seemed to pause for 2 seconds on purpose, and then said, this location. The smile on the principal's face froze, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. Yes, the principal maintained the smile on his face, and said dryly, it's precisely because of this location that our school's environment and students are very good. It can be ranked in the top 5 in the city. Just as the principal anxiously looked at the office door several times, the dean finally came back with a large pile of materials in his hands. The principal's eyes lit up. Mr. Liu, this is our school's latest analysis of the quality of teachers and students, as well as the rankings of the students in the city in the past 5 years, and the awards of some competitions. Take a look. Okay, Lu Xiao responded, and his eyes only paused on the pile of materials for a few seconds, then looked away. So, Principal Wang, you think this school is good? Yes, our school's teaching, research, and early art training of the students are all top-notch in the city. The teaching quality, school spirit, and school discipline are also very good, and, a student skipped class and strolled around the school. Is this also part of your school's discipline? Lu Xiao suddenly interrupted the principal's long speech, thinking about what he saw on the road just now. This? What skipped class? What strolled around? He didn't know. This is our dereliction of duty. Regarding this matter, I will immediately launch an investigation. Regarding the student that Mr. Liu mentioned, our school will severely criticize and educate him, and if necessary, punish him. You can educate him, but don't criticize him. Huh? Okay. Then about our school, I'm a businessman, how many scores your students get or how many awards they get has nothing to do with me. What I care about is how much profit I can get by staying or even investing in this school. Goodbye. With that, Lu Xiao got up and left. Sir. When Lu Xiao returned home, Zhou Fu was already waiting for him at the door. Sir, is that school not satisfactory? Zhou Fu asked as he took the jacket from Lu Xiao. From the moment Lu Xiao took over the Lu family until now, Zhou Fu had been with Lu Xiao for nearly 20 years. In this world, other than Lu Xiao himself, Zhou Fu was probably the person who knew him the best. Lu Xiao's expression seemed to be the same as usual, but Zhou Fu could tell from Lu Xiao's subtle expressions that Mr. Liu was not in a good mood. Or rather, he was not as calm as he appeared. Indeed, I'm not satisfied, Lu Xiao said. Is that so? A school was not enough to affect Mr. Lu's mood at all. Zhou did not understand. In that case, I'll start assisting with the relocation of the school and the subsequent land recovery work. No, keep the school, and the subsequent capital injection can be postponed. Lu Xiao's order surprised Zhou. Before Zhou could ask, Lu Xiao said, investigate something. Sir, what do you want to investigate? 13 years ago, about me. What? You're talking about that matter? Zhou expression changed when he heard this. 13 years ago, Mr. Lu came to B City to deal with some family affairs of the Lu family and was plotted against by a group of collateral relatives. That was the only time he, as an assistant, neglected his duty in the 20 years he worked for the Lu family. However, after that incident, wasn't it already investigated and all the people involved were dealt with? Not that incident, another incident, on the same day at Huading Hotel. At the dinner table, Su Han looked at Su Ran a few times and finally couldn't help but open his mouth. N? Su Ran, who was eating fried dough sticks, raised her head. What did you call me? Su Ran blinked at Su Han and deliberately asked. Ever since the last time he called her mom at the door, no matter how Su Ran tried to beat around the bush, she still didn't let her son call her mom. It made Su Ran think that her ears were not good at such a young age. Also, it was fine if he didn't call her mom, but what kind of lousy name was that? Su Han was stunned by Su Ran's rhetorical question. Facing Su Ran's unwavering gaze, he suddenly didn't know what to say. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Han muttered and looked away. Su Ran, oh, this child is still pretending to be cool in front of me. Don't think that she didn't know that Su Han was subconsciously avoiding her gaze. Forget it, if you don't want to call me that then don't call me that. Su Ran waved her hand and said with a face of regret. She didn't know why she cared so much about Su Han calling her mom. But, thinking about the past Su Ran, she didn't know how much psychological trauma she left on Su Han. And after she transmigrated, it seemed that other than raising Su Han's food from the original owner's leftovers to 25 yuan takeout, she didn't establish a deep mother-son friendship with this cheapskate. So, it was better not to force him. Su Ran secretly helped Su Han find a reason. But she didn't know that Su Han didn't call her because he was simply embarrassed and didn't know how to say it. Looking at Su Ran's regretful and disappointed expression, Su Han's heart inexplicably tightened, as if he had done something wrong. He hurriedly explained, I was actually just, looking at Su Han's conflicted face and unable to continue for a long time, even Su Ran couldn't bear to see it. Right, what did you want to ask me just now? Skipping that topic, Su Ran asked. After skipping that embarrassing topic, Su Han's expression relaxed a lot, but soon, he became old and experienced. It's nothing, just that you don't plan to go out? Thinking about it, this woman hadn't left the house for almost a week. Huh? After being asked by Su Han, Su Ran also remembered that she hadn't left the house for a few days. However, this was actually quite normal for Su Ran. Before she transmigrated, Su Ran had gone into seclusion for a few months to compose a song. This time, because she wanted to quickly get the income from Ulele Studios, Su Ran began to concentrate on composing the song as soon as she came back that night. Su Ran was already used to composing at night. So, in Su Han's eyes, her work and rest for the past few days was seen as sleeping in the daytime. It was quite abnormal. At first, Su Han thought that this woman went to that kind of place to work like in the past. For this reason, he deliberately hid all of Su Ran's shoes when she went out, and deliberately locked their new anti-theft door several times. After a few days of observation, Su Han realized that Su Ran really didn't take a single step out of the house. Previously, Su Han was worried when Su Ran went out. Now that Su Ran didn't go out, Su Han was even more worried. She was cooped up at home every day. Was she sure she wouldn't get sick? It seemed like depression was quite popular recently. Staring at Su Ran, who was eating a fried dough stick and dozing off in front of him, Su Han's eyes were full of curiosity. Su Ran, who was being studied by Su Han, son, what's with your expression? Your mother isn't sick, it's just so that we can move into a big house as soon as possible. It's not easy for her. However, speaking of which, I'm going out today. After a week of seclusion, Su Ran had basically settled the tracks for Ulele's album. However, Su Ran wasn't going to Ulele Studios later. Instead, she was going to the Song family. The day before yesterday, when she received a call from Mother Wu, Su Ran found out that the 1,000 yuan given to her last week was for the entire weekend, which was 2 days of class fees. Last week, because of the incident at Xingding, Su Ran didn't go to class the next day. Now that Mother Wu had called, Su Ran naturally had to go. Whether it was to make up for the missed class or to return the extra 500 yuan, she didn't like to owe others, especially the male and female protagonists of the novel. When are you going out? I'll leave after eating. Then. After hesitating for a while, Su Han looked at Su Ran and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" Don't. It didn't matter if she was a cannon fodder who had already gone offline. In any case, she couldn't affect the development of the plot anymore. If Su Han went with her and met his future goddess and his old enemy who would kill him, that would be the real deal. Up to you. If she didn't want it, then so be it. He had eaten too much alum this morning and his brain had gone haywire, so he casually asked. Seeing Su Han's "I'm just pretending not to care, but I'm actually very unhappy" look, Su Ran couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. "I'm going to give piano lessons at the church. Do you still remember the part-time job I told you about last week? It's the weekend. You should stay at home and rest well. It's so boring to follow me everywhere." "But still, thank you, son," Su Ran said. She couldn't help but raise her hand to pat Su Han's head. "You haven't wiped the oil on your hands," Su Han said with a look of disdain, but the corners of his mouth curled up a few degrees. "I really haven't wiped it. Son, I'm sorry. Go wash your hair after eating. You haven't washed it in 3 days anyway." Su Han, after eating, Su Ran simply cleaned up and got ready to go out with her bag. Where are my shoes?" On the topmost shelf." "What?" "When I was cleaning the house that day, your shoes were too much of a hindrance, so I conveniently put them on the topmost shelf." Su Ran, who was over 6 years old, had to use a stool to step on. This child was currently shorter than her by a little, so how did he manage to put them on the topmost shelf, seeing that Su Han was 1 step ahead of her, jumping up and down a few times to take down a few shoe boxes from the topmost shelf? Su Ran decided to skip this topic. "Then I'm leaving." "Oh." After a few seconds, Su Han squeezed out another sentence. "Be careful on the road." "I know." "Oh, right. Did you forget to take something?" "No, I bought you a 3-5 gift package online. It's the package I asked you to bring up after school yesterday. Remember to do it. 30 pages. You have to do it for every subject. I'll come back to check." Su Ran didn't know whether that 3-5 was as magical as the other parents said. She was mainly afraid that Su Han would go to some construction site to lay bricks while she wasn't at home during the weekend. "It's fine if you can't finish it. Try your best to do as much as you can." After thinking about it, she felt that 30 pages was a little too much, so Su Ran added another sentence. "Su Han, his ability seems to be questioned. It's only 30 pages. He can finish one subject in 20 minutes. After giving these instructions, Su Ran took a taxi to the East Mountain residence. "Miss Su, you're here. Come and have a glass of water first." So Ran arrived at the Song family. Mother Wu welcomed her warmly. "Do you want tea or juice?" "I'll go prepare it." "No." So Ran wanted to say that there was no need for the trouble. She was just here to get a refund for the lesson fee and would leave immediately. However, before Su Ran could finish her words, she was interrupted by the sound of someone coming down the stairs. "Is Miss Su here?" A clear and pleasant voice that sounded like a copper bell rang out. Su Ran looked towards the source of the sound and saw the girl who had come down from upstairs and was walking towards him. The girl was wearing a white girly dress and had long black hair. Under her neat bangs was an exquisite face that looked as if it had walked out of a painting. "Hello, Miss Su. My name is Song Jining. My brother said that he mentioned me to you last time." "I know you're Song Jining," Su Ran thought to herself. The girl in front of her looked so much like Song Ian. She didn't need to think to know that she was the daughter of the male and female protagonist. Speaking of which, perhaps it was because the female lead's pure as a green tea appearance in the novel didn't have much of an advantage in terms of genetics. The siblings, Song Ian and Song Jining, actually looked more like the male lead. Su Ran silently sized up the girl in front of her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was no wonder that the villain in the novel liked the male protagonist's daughter so much. Look at this girl who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll and smiled like a little angel. She was so soft and cute. Even she couldn't help but feel her heart explode. It turned out that her Su-han had good taste. It was a pity that Su-han couldn't like this little girl. Otherwise, he would become the villain and be KO'd. Su Ran looked at Song Jining and felt regretful. At this time, Song Ian also went downstairs and came in front of Su Ran. "Miss Su, you're finally here. If you didn't come, Jining would say that I lied to her." "Miss Su, don't listen to my brother's nonsense." "I didn't," Song Jining said, her face a little red. "But, Miss Su, it's great that you came today." Song Jining looked at Su Ran and said with sparkling eyes. She had almost given up on the piano teachers that her family hired before. But it was different this time. To be able to make her brother say especially good, the teacher must be very, very good. To be honest, she had been looking forward to it since she heard Song Ian's words last Sunday. "Miss Su, let's go upstairs quickly. I have a lot of questions to ask you." Song Jining held Su Ran's hand and said with shining eyes. What should I do?" "So generous, I can't refuse." "Teacher Su, that is my piano." Song Jining pointed at the white piano and said as soon as she pushed open the door and walked into the piano room. "Not bad." Su Ran smiled and said carelessly. "Wasn't this the one that Song Ian didn't let her touch last time?" No wonder in the original novel, the villain only jumped around in front of Song Jining and was mercilessly wiped out by Song Ian. Song Ian must be in the late stages of a siscon. She had to find a chance to talk to her son. For a girl with a siscon brother, no matter how pretty she was, she shouldn't even consider him. Song Jining didn't notice Su Ran's absent-mindedness. Hearing Su Ran's affirmation, she was obviously very happy. Yes, I like it too. This was given to me by my father Yang." Yes, in the novel, not only did the female lead and the male lead happily have sex, there was also a second male lead silently guarding her. The father Yang that Song Jining mentioned was actually the second male lead in the novel, Lu Boyang. In the epilogue, at least until the author secretly arranged something between Song Jining and Lu Boyang, she had always called Lu Boyang Father Yang. This relationship was so strange. Why did she think that the second male lead guarding the female lead's family was a good setting when she read the novel? Anyway, Su Ran was full of complaints. As if he also remembered his rudeness last time, Song Ian smiled embarrassedly. "Miss Su, I'm sorry about last time. This is the 13th birthday present that Godfather gave to Jining last month. She treasures it a lot." It's okay. Su Ran smiled indifferently. "Wait, there's something, 13th birthday." Su Ran originally thought that the two siblings were only 12 years old. She didn't expect them to be 13 years old this year. In that case, wouldn't he be the same age as her Su-han? Moreover, he was a month older than her Su-han. It was the beginning of the month. Su-han's birthday was on the 17th of this month. This didn't make sense. The novel only wrote that the female lead gave birth to a pair of twins after marriage, but it didn't mention how she got pregnant and when she got pregnant. Even so, the female lead shouldn't have given birth before Su Ran. According to the novel, the male lead cherished the female lead so much that he wouldn't do anything to the female lead before marriage. Besides, in the original novel, the male and female lead hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. Could it be that day? For no reason, Su Ran suddenly thought of the day when the supporting female lead in the original novel went offline. In a certain hotel, the second female lead made some medicine for the female lead and prepared to make the female lead lose her virginity. In the end, she failed to harm the female lead and ended up being the unlucky one herself. The original novel said that the female lead discovered the second female lead's evil plan and plotted to make the second female lead suffer the consequences of her own actions. The female lead then continued to beautifully attend the banquet. Or could it be that the female lead was also drugged and on the same day, she got pregnant with the male lead's child? The second female lead succeeded, that didn't exist. She had a group of best friends by her side, the male lead's bodyguards, and the second male lead's protection. The possibility of the female lead being drugged was zero. The only possibility was that the female lead was willing to be drugged. Thinking of this possibility, Su-ran suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "Miss Su, what's wrong?" Nothing. It was just a bit too much information and she needed some time to digest it. Then Miss Su, sit here and rest for a bit. I'll play the song I competed in last week for you. I feel that there are some parts that aren't good enough, but I don't know how to deal with it. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Su-ran replied blankly, but his gaze subconsciously looked through the window to the opposite side. She thought that the female lead was a little white flower, but she didn't expect her to be a full-fledged tyrant. The male and female lead's family was indeed frightening. Luckily, she heard from Mother Wu that Lin Xing'er seemed to have gone abroad to recuperate because of a nervous breakdown. The male lead loved the female lead so much, so he probably went with her. It was good that he wasn't home. Otherwise, if he stayed here any longer, she might have to take a pill. Su-ran heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to herself. Little did she know that not only was the male lead at home, but he was also sitting in the room closest to her and receiving guests. I heard that Mr. Liu is planning to start the East City project? Song Ziyu asked casually as he placed the brewed tea in front of Lu Xiao. The Liu family does have this plan. Lu Xiao didn't shy away from the topic. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Ziyu. Why is President Song interested? Yes, if it's possible, I hope that Mr. Liu can consider the Song family when you're choosing partners. Although the Song family had been developing well in recent years, the Liu family was the real lion hiding in the dark. If they could establish a friendly and cooperative relationship with the Liu family, it would be very beneficial to the development of the Song family. The Song family is indeed a good partner. Lu Xiao seemed to give a fair evaluation. He then changed the topic and said, however, the Liu family has always liked to keep everything to themselves. Song Ziyu was stunned by Lu Xiao's words. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure. Haha, that's a pity. May I know why Mr. Liu is here? As far as he knew, the head of the Liu family had been living in seclusion for many years. To get something. Song Ziyu was confused. 13 years ago, to be precise, 13 years and 10 months ago, what happened at Huading Hotel? Do you remember? Hearing Lu Xiao mention what happened 13 years ago, Song Ziyu's expression changed drastically. He was instantly disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. It seems that not only do you remember, but you also have a deep impression of it. I'm sorry about that incident, it's mine. Stop. Lu Xiao interrupted Song Ziyu. He looked up and said, I'm not interested in what happened to you or your wife. That night, you took away the surveillance camera on the 13th floor of the hotel? Lu Xiao asked Zhou Fu to investigate what happened 13 years ago. However, during the investigation, it seemed that someone had purposely cleaned up some of the things that happened back then. The surveillance camera of the hotel was taken away by someone, and the person who took it was Song Ziyu. Hearing this, Song Ziyu's expression changed slightly. Back then, he took the surveillance camera in front of the Su family and solved the problem of Su-ran. After that, Song Ziyu didn't let anyone know about it. I took the surveillance camera of the hotel because of some personal matters. However, after so many years, that surveillance camera has probably been deleted, Song Ziyu said. Do you know why I came personally? Song Ziyu was a little scared by Lu Xiao's stare. The person in charge of the Liu family was indeed not ordinary. Mr. Liu, please wait a moment. On the other side, Su-ran, who didn't know that the original owner's troubles were about to be exposed, was currently staring at the son and daughter of the male lead with a conflicted expression. Miss Su? What's the matter? Nothing, haha, you just said that it was last month's birthday? Yes, it was last month on the 25th, less than a month after Su-han's birthday. Things like birth dates were generally inaccurate. Therefore, if the female lead was pregnant on that night, it was completely reasonable. Then you're in middle school now, right? Yes, it's the first day of the first year. The first day of the first year, her Suhan was also in the first year of the first year. Well, at least they didn't lose at the starting line. Oh right, did you do well in school? Not bad, right? So you're in first place? Ahem, not really. I'm pretty much in the top 5. Faced with Miss Su's sudden concern, Song Ian was a little embarrassed. Su Ran wasn't concerned about the male lead son. She just didn't know why she changed the topic. Top 5, so it was just SOSO. Her Su-han was always in first place. Su Ran felt smug in her heart. The competitive heart of a parent was burning fiercely. Oh right, there's another question. HM? What does Miss Su want to ask? That's right, little boys your age, what do you usually like to be given as a birthday present? Thinking of her son's cool and disdainful expression, Su Ran really couldn't think of what he liked. What do you like? Song Ian thought about it and said, I don't think I like anything in particular. Shoes, watches, etc. Brother, you actually like video games. I heard you secretly say it to Father Yang last time. Ahem, Miss Su wasn't talking about me. Oh. Miss Su, I'm done playing. I just feel that something isn't right. Song Jining frowned and said. Speaking of this, Su Ran also started to get serious. Do you feel that the middle nodes are a little awkward? Yes, that's it. What's going on? The composer of this song, Winnie, was a farmer on a farm before he became a pianist. Because of the long hours of farming, the movement of his right index finger is sluggish. So when he plays the piano, every note will miss half a beat. Many people will deliberately pause when practicing Winnie's song. In fact, it's completely unnecessary. So that's how it is. Song Jining felt that she had learned something new. This was the first time a teacher said something like this. She felt that it was very reasonable. But how to deal with it, I still don't quite understand. You'll understand after I play it once. With that, Su Ran walked to the piano. On the other side, in the Song family study, Song Ziyu handed a USB drive to Lu Xiao. I only have the video I need. As for whether it will help Mr. Lu, I don't know. At first, Song Ziyu didn't know why the manager of the Lu family suddenly wanted to investigate the incident at Huading Hotel. Until he just received the information from his assistant, it seemed that the collateral family of the Lu family also did something against Lu Xiao that night. Mr. Lu, I admire your self-righteousness. It's okay. Lu Xiao said and put away the USB drive. Just then, a light and pleasant piano sound suddenly came from the opposite side of the room. Although there was one before, it was completely different from this one. The song was the same, but the feeling was different. Is this your family's pianist? Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked Song Ziyu. Lu Xiao was not someone who would care about these things. It was just that this piano sound was actually able to make him feel abnormally calm. This was very rare. It should be a new piano teacher for the 2 children at home. I heard that he's very good. After a pause, seeing Lu Xiao nod, Song Ziyu asked again, Mr. Lu, do you want to go and take a look? No need. Lu Xiao simply spat out 2 words. Just when Song Ziyu thought that Mr. Lu wouldn't say anything else, he heard Lu Xiao speak again. Give me the pianist's contact, Lu Xiao said. After returning to B City, his insomnia seemed to have worsened. Okay, no problem. Send it to my phone. Lu Xiao stood up and said, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Okay, Mr. Lu, please, I'll send you off. Although Lu Xiao said no need, Song Ziyu still insisted on sending Lu Xiao to the door. After sending Lu Xiao off, Song Ziyu stood at the door and thought to himself, it's said that the head of the Lu family is unpredictable. It seems that the rumors are just rumors. Narrowing his eyes, Song Ziyu retracted his gaze and looked at the piano room on the 2nd floor. He thought about asking Mother Wu to send him the piano teacher's phone number later. At the same time, Su Ran had finally finished 2 hours of piano lessons. He put the 500 renminbi he had originally planned to return back into his bag with a clear conscience. Miss Su, you've worked hard. Why don't you have lunch at home before going back? It's okay. Facing Mother Wu's warm invitation, Su Ran could only smile awkwardly and refuse. Okay then, Miss Su, this is today's lesson fee, please accept it. With that, Mother Wu stuffed an envelope into Su Ran's hands. This was obviously a few times thicker than before. No, no. Su Ran subconsciously refused. Isn't today's lesson made up for last Sunday's lesson? I don't need to pay any more. Luckily, her family was not short of money recently. Otherwise, Su Ran felt that she might have to bend over for this stack of money. No, it's actually quite embarrassing. Miss Su, we didn't know that you were such a good teacher. It was young master who told us. If it was the same teacher that Madam randomly found from the university, it would be fine. But for someone of Miss Su's level, 500 yuan was definitely not enough. Because of this, she even went to the other schools in the East Mountain Garden to inquire about it. A master-level musician's lesson would cost at least 10,000 yuan. I've already asked Sir about this matter. Miss Su, don't worry. Mother Wu was afraid that Su Ran would not accept it, so she specially explained. Sir? You mean Song? You mean Song Ian and the other's father? Didn't the male lead accompany the female lead abroad to recuperate? Yes, Sir has been here for the past few days. After all, it was not easy to find a good teacher for young master under Madam's nose. Moreover, Miss Su had to prepare for the exam soon. As if she did not see Su Ran's stiff expression, Mother Wu continued, originally, Sir wanted to personally talk to you about the lesson fee, but because there were guests visiting, it was delayed. Miss Su, why don't you have a meal at home and wait, don't bother. Su Ran interrupted Mother Wu and said hurriedly. There are some things that I need to clarify. In order not to show that she was overly shocked in front of Mother Wu, Su Ran tried to keep a straight face. In Mother Wu's eyes, such an expression became a very serious one. What is it? Miss Su, please tell me. Previously, I was also helping Li. Li what? Yes, I was helping teacher Li substitute. Because she had some matters to attend to, she couldn't come for the time being. So, it's not that I don't have plans to teach young master and Miss Su in the long term. Recently, due to some reasons, I have been unable to come to class. Today's lesson is to make up for last week's lesson. After this, I might not be able to come. This? Mother Wu did not expect Su Ran to say this. She did not know what to do. Miss Su, if it's about the tuition fee, we can discuss it. No, it's not about the money. That is actually my family's problem. Your family? Teacher Su, are you in some kind of trouble? It's not a problem. Let's put it this way. My son is in junior high school. It's a critical period, so I have to spend more time taking care of the child. In the face of Mother Wu's enthusiasm, Su Ran had no choice but to make up a story. Although, the truth was that Su Han made his own meals, washed his own clothes, and did not even need her help with his homework. Ah. Miss Su, you already have a child. Hearing Su Ran's words, Mother Wu was surprised. Judging from Su Ran's appearance, she had thought that this teacher Su was the same as the previous teacher Little Li, who was still studying part-time at a university. Then, Mother Wu nodded as if she understood. That's right. It's the most critical time for a child to enter junior high school, and it's also the most difficult time to manage them. You don't even know what they're thinking. As a parent, we have to put in more effort. Mother Wu, who had been watching over the two little ancestors at home, had a deep understanding of this point. Isn't that right? The child is in the rebellious period. He doesn't listen, doesn't know how to study, and is always causing trouble. If I don't spend more time looking after him, what else can I do? Su Ran continued Mother Wu's words. She learned this from the owner of the small shop downstairs the other day. It's just that when she said it, she felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, son. Your mother is so bad at you because she's thinking about your safety in the future. In the distance, Su Han, who had just finished the first 30 pages of the book, felt bored and casually browsed through the rest of the book. He sneezed for no reason. So that's the case. Then. It was indeed not good to delay Miss Su. How about this? I also know some teachers who are good at piano. I can introduce them to you. There really were such people. Su Ran had gotten to know these people when he was looking for part-time jobs a while ago. He browsed the forums and added them to the group chat on QQ. Occasionally, they would have business exchanges, and Su Ran had really discovered a few of them who were truly capable. In that case, I'll have to trouble Miss Su. Su Ran's approach satisfied Mother Wu. Why don't you stay for a meal before leaving? No, I have to go back and see if the child has finished the homework I gave him. Ah, okay then. I won't delay Miss Su. I'll ask the driver to send Miss Su out. No, it's not far. I can walk out. After leaving the Song family and walking out of Area A, Su Ran regretted it. Why didn't she ask the Song family to send her out? If she had taken the Song family's car, she wouldn't have run into a wolf dog right after leaving the tiger's den. Looking at Gu Jiahao, who was not far away, getting out of the car with a sexy girl in his arms, Su Ran wailed in her heart. It was obvious that the other party was coming for her. Su Ran quickened her pace and walked in the direction of the door. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. After taking a few steps, Su Ran was stopped by Gu Jiahao. Humph. President Gu, you've already made an appointment with someone else. Why did you ask me to come? Before Gu Jiahao could say anything, the sexy girl looked Su Ran up and down and complained with a pout. Haha, Ening baby, you'll be punished later if you're jealous for no reason. You're so annoying. I'm not jealous of you. If you say that I'm jealous, then tell me, which one of your female confidants is she? Just as Su Ran was about to vomit from the interaction between the two people in front of her, the other party finally pointed the blame at her. Female confidant? Haha, she doesn't want to be my female confidant. Isn't that right, Miss Su? Seeing that Su Ran was ignoring him, Gu Jiahao wasn't embarrassed. He looked at Su Ran frivolously and said, What's wrong? Miss Su, have you changed your service? You don't need to wait for customers to come and spend money anymore. You've changed your service this time? Hee, so that's how it is. From the looks of it, President Gu, this Miss Su that you mentioned is in the same line as me. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. She looked at Su Ran and said, Miss Su, what's your guest's room number? Introduce him to me too. Hearing that, Gu Jiahao grabbed the girl's chin and said, You've got guts. You dare to seduce other customers in front of me, HM? No, of course not. I just want to introduce her to my other sisters. The main reason was to cooperate with President Gu's performance. Crazy. Su Ran looked at Gu Jiahao and the girl with a look that said, I seem to have met a pair of crazy people I don't know. She turned and left. Ever since she used the female lead's future golden finger to escape from the Gu family, Su Ran didn't expect to meet this pervert again. She didn't expect herself to be so unlucky. Sure enough, there was a problem with the feng shui of the East Mountain residents, Su Ran cursed in her heart. However, no matter what, it was still in broad daylight. No matter what, there were still a lot of reputable people living here. She didn't believe that this Gu Jiahao could really do anything strange. Unfortunately, Su Ran had overestimated the level of shamelessness of Gu Jiahao, who was known as a mad dog in the novel. Stop. Gu Jiahao stopped Su Ran and gnashed his teeth as he said, What? You still want to leave when we haven't made things clear? He didn't smile when he looked at Su Ran. His vicious eyes looked as if he couldn't wait to kill Su Ran immediately. At the banquet last time, what this B*TCH said really scared him. After that, he spent a few days investigating this matter. When he found that there was no sign of him capsizing, he finally had a good night's sleep. He also realized that he was played by Su Ran, this B*TCH, this was a great humiliation for Gu Jiahao. The next day, Gu Jiahao sent people to Su Ran's previous workplace to teach this B*TCH a lesson. In the end, the other party said that Su Ran had already quit. After that, Gu Jiahao kept sending people to look for Su Ran. No matter who Su Ran heard about this matter from, as long as she knew, it was a threat to Gu Jiahao. Therefore, this woman must be eliminated. Su Ran, this woman who was expelled from the Su family, disappeared. No one would care. Moreover, Su Ran was a woman who didn't know how to do anything other than accompany guests. He didn't believe that she could grow wings and fly away. However, his subordinates had been searching for Su Ran in the traffic light district of B City for almost half a month, but they still couldn't find a trace of him. Originally, Gu Jiahao was guessing whether this woman was dead or ran somewhere else. He didn't expect that he would actually meet her here today. Pfft, it's really fate that brings us together. Miss Su, about the matter of you slandering me last time, you better explain it to me properly. Su Ran knew that it was not safe to use the female lead's golden finger last time. That was why she didn't show off in the Gu family and just ran away with her son. The female lead was the female lead. She had the male lead to protect her. As for her Su Han would become the villain in the novel in the future. Maybe she could even pinch this pervert to death. Now, she could only pray for good luck. Let's go. Do you want to come with me consciously, or do you want me to let my subordinates drag you back? Go with this pervert? Then she probably didn't have much hope of walking out of East Mountain Court. Run. She had to run. Wow. Song Ziyu? You're finally here. Su Ran suddenly said excitedly as she stared at a spot behind Gu Jiahao. In the next second, Su Ran took advantage of the moment when the other party turned around to run. Damn it, bitch. Realizing that he had been tricked, Gu Jiahao was furious. He chased after Su Ran and wanted to grab hold of her. At this moment, a car happened to stop by the side. Help! There's a lunatic hurting people. Su Ran shouted at the car. What did you say? Who's the lunatic? Gu Jiahao roared. However, looking at the car, Gu Jiahao's eyes flashed and he retracted his hand that was about to grab Su Ran. After he steadied himself and looked at the license plate number, his face instantly changed. When he was young, Gu Jiahao took advantage of the fact that he was the only son of the Gu family and didn't restrain himself even when he was old. However, he knew that there were a few families in East Mountain Court that he couldn't afford to offend. For example, the one in front of him. You're lucky this time. Gu Jiahao glared at Su Ran and turned to leave. Although he didn't know if this person was a busybody, he didn't dare to act rashly under the other party's nose. He would have to take revenge on this bitch next time. Before Gu Jiahao could take 2 steps, the tightly shut car window rolled down. Gu Jiahao felt the blood in his body freeze as the person in the car stared coldly at him. Uncle Lu, how are you? Gu Jiahao mumbled. At first, Gu Jiahao only knew that this was the Lu family's car. It could be said that Gu Jiahao was fearful of the Lu family. But this Mr. Lu was the true terror. Uncle Lu? Who are you to call? Oh, no, Mr. Lu, sorry for the delay. What happened? Lu Xiao asked. Nothing, misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Is that so? Yes. Looks like you're crazy. Lu Xiao still remembered what the voice outside the car shouted. Yes, I'll get a doctor to take a look when I get back. Gu Jiahao said hurriedly. If this person called a doctor for him, he would really be done for. Let's go. Lu Xiao looked away and ordered the front seat. However, just as he was about to close the car window, his eyes met with Su Ran. Originally, Su Ran only wanted to see Gu Jiahao's sudden change in attitude and was curious to see who could make the head of the Gu family cower like a dog. Unfortunately, their eyes met and she felt a bit awkward. Su Ran smiled and nodded at the other party to express her gratitude. Although the big boss only stopped the car to scare Xiaopeng, perverted Jr., he didn't want to do anything good. As he looked at Su Ran, Lu Xiao's fingers, which had been tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the car, stopped for some reason. Get in the car. Su Ran, is it a trend in the big boss circle to do good deeds every day? Seeing that Gu Jiahao hadn't gone far, Su Ran decided to follow the good advice. Thank you. Su Ran smiled and thanked the other party. She watched the car door open and got in. Which building do you live in? I'll send you there, Lu Xiao asked after Su Ran got in the car. He didn't ask about the conflict between Su Ran and Gu Jiahao. Lu Xiao just felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. He thought that she might also live in the East Mountain residence and might have seen her occasionally before. No need. Are you going out? I can get off at the entrance of the East Mountain residence. You're going out? No, I don't live here. I'm here to teach piano to the residents here. I'm leaving now. Piano? Lu Xiao quickly caught the key words in this sentence. Is it the Song family? Lu Xiao asked and couldn't help but look at Su Ran. Su Ran, what kind of god was this? How could he be so accurate? He even said that the information was so comprehensive. As if seeing Su Ran's surprise, Lu Xiao explained, when the Song family was having the piano lesson, I was across from them. I could hear it. She played very well. Lu Xiao paused and added. Across from them, and she could hear the piano. Wasn't that the male lead's house, right? Mother Wu said before that Song Ziyu was receiving a guest. So it was this person in front of her. Looking at Lu Xiao, Su Ran was trying hard to find the memories left by the original owner. To be able to make the male lead personally receive someone at home, even if it wasn't a good friend of the male lead, it must be a big shot. However, in the original owner's memories, this person didn't seem to exist. In the novel, it never mentioned that Song Ziyu knew such a big shot. Even Su Ran, who had always been clumsy, could see that this person wasn't ordinary. This was different from Song Ziyu's character in the novel that was built up with words such as sharp eyebrows, outstanding charm, and extraordinary temperament. This person's aura was completely real. He didn't need to say anything, he didn't need to do anything. No matter where he stood, he would have the aura and standard of a big shot. This had nothing to do with age or appearance. Although the other party's appearance was quite good. And Su Ran faintly felt that he was even better looking than the Song Ziyu left in the original owner's memories. There were 3 rules in the novel. The male lead was the most awesome, the male lead was the most handsome, and the male lead was the most affectionate. She didn't know about affectionate, but it didn't make sense for someone to exist who was more awesome and good-looking than the male lead. Was this person a big shot from a hidden line? Or did he jump out after Su Ran, the supporting female lead, went offline? After thinking for a long time, the more she thought, the more bizarre it became. Su Ran put away her wild thoughts for the time being. Thank you for your affirmation. This sentence was in response to the other party's previous praise. When it came to music, Su Ran was never pretentious. Is the lesson arranged on the weekend every week? Lu Xiao asked. He wasn't free today, but he could talk to this pianist next week. No, this is the last lesson. I won't be coming to the Song family next week. Then let's talk now, Lu Xiao said. Su Ran, what does this big shot want to talk to me about? How much is it to ask you to play the piano? Is it based on the number of pieces or the time? Lu Xiao asked very carefully. There was a job. Su Ran's eyes lit up, and she almost agreed. But thinking about how deep this big shot's relationship with the Song family was and how he lived in a toxic place like Dongshan Garden, Su Ran decisively refused. Sorry, because there are a lot of things going on at home, I don't plan to teach piano lessons for the time being, Su Ran said. Probably not expecting the other party to directly refuse, Lu Xiao was slightly stunned. I'm not asking you to teach piano lessons. I just hope that you can play some songs for me. If there's a conflict in time, you can also give me songs through a recording. As for the price, I'm not very sure. I can pay you 3 times the industry price. Think about it. Triple the salary for playing a few songs? How could there be such a good thing? In the past, Su Ran would definitely think that she had met a fool with a lot of money. But the person next to her was obviously not. May I take the liberty to ask the reason? Reason? I think the songs you play might help with my symptoms. What symptoms? Su Ran asked subconsciously. Non-pathological insomnia, Lu Xiao told Su Ran, who was strictly a stranger, without hesitation. This point, even he was a bit surprised. Probably because the pianist in front of him was a good person, gave off a good feeling, and the tone of the conversation made him feel very comfortable. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's fine. Can I trouble you to stop the car over there? Su Ran said as the car drove out of the East Mountain Garden. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. No need, I already booked a car. Thank you. Okay. Lu Xiao nodded. Seeing Su Ran get out of the car, Lu Xiao took out a business card and handed it to her. This is my business card. About what I said before, I hope you can consider it. Once you've made up your mind, you can contact me at any time. The business card of the head of the Liu family, in the black market, was a priceless item. Just one of it was enough to make people fight over it. Of course, Su Ran didn't know this. He took the business card from the other party and looked at it out of courtesy. A name, a string of numbers, and then nothing. Liu Xiao. Su Ran looked at the name. It was a name that didn't appear in the novel. But, the word Liu, in the whole novel, there was only one person with the surname Liu, and that was the second male lead, Liu Boyong. In the original novel, the Liu family was big and mysterious. Could this person be one of Liu Boyong's relatives? Su Ran really wanted to ask this person, "Do you have a gold mine in your family?" Unfortunately, the car was already far away. She didn't want to ask. She couldn't afford to offend the Song family, and the second male lead's surname Liu was also not to be trifled with. Seeing that the taxi she called before had arrived, Su Ran temporarily put this matter aside. She bought 2 pounds of crayfish and went home. At home, Su Han had already finished several subjects and was scrolling through the class group out of boredom. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Han hesitated for a moment. Then, he rushed to the table, flipped open the books, and pretended to write. "Wow, Xiao Han, you're still doing the questions." Seeing that Su Han was still doing the questions, Su Ran was surprised and felt a little sorry for him. Did she set up too much? She heard that these things were only done to win at the starting line, and they were usually done in the 3rd year of middle school. "How much more do you need to do? Why don't you stop?" Hearing this, Su Han's pen that was hovering in the air paused. "Oh, I'm almost there." Su Ran, is that so? If she didn't go closer to take a look, she wouldn't have noticed that Su Han was almost at the last third of the book. Moreover, all the questions on the paper were written down. Most importantly, Su Ran didn't know that the phone was still lit up after doing the questions for half a day. "Oh, then you work hard and finish it. I'll watch from the side." Su Ran winked at Su Han and said as she leisurely sat on the sofa. "Little guy, you still want to fool me?" She wanted to see how long Su Han's hand would be sore from shaking like this. Su Ran took the phone that was thrown aside. Sure enough, it was still warm and the sweat on the back hadn't dried yet. "What are you doing with my phone?" Su Han turned his head and stared at Su Ran. His expression was a little nervous. Did he forget to turn off his phone just now? "What? Can't I?" Su Ran raised her eyebrows, then stared at Su Han with a gossipy face and said, "You still say, what little secret do you have?" "What little secret do I have? Don't talk nonsense." Su Han frowned and said unhappily. "You can look at it if you want. Anyway, there's nothing to look at." Moreover, he actually also, he wouldn't admit that he had any little expectations. "Oh, then I'll look at mine. You continue to do the questions." Su Ran was almost amused by Su Han's angry look. She was just teasing him. Su Ran was already prepared to put Su Han's phone on the table. At this moment, the phone that didn't turn off the screen started to ring with a ding 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 notification. 8th class base. This was Su Han's class group, Zhou Xiaoling, extra. The exact news is here. The teachers have decided on the location and time for the drawing activity. It's on the 18th of this month, Shijiao Park, Wangluqing, 666. Zhao Jiaming, haha, I told you I didn't hear wrong, right? There's really going to be an outside school activity. Wei Yiming, Zhao Jiaming, then what you said before about the parents going too, is that true? Zhao Jiaming, nonsense, this kind of outside school activity must be attended by parents. Literature Committee Luna, Shijiao Park is probably going camping. Can I apply to only bring my mom? My dad will cause trouble for our family if he goes. Li Yang, my parents aren't okay either. What should I do? Lu Yang, then don't bring them, ha ha ha. Li Yang, Lu Yang, don't talk about me. Your parents are still thousands of miles away. Lu Yang, it's okay, I can be in the same group as Brother Han's family. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jiaming, can Su Han's family go this time? Lu Yang, of course, or else I'll be a child without a class mother. Crazy at my brother Han, Su Han. Tisk. She didn't do it on purpose. It was just that the conversation in Su Han's group was so funny. What are you doing? Su-han stopped writing and looked at Su-ran. In fact, he was also a little nervous. Nothing, I heard that your class is going to organize a drawing activity? Being stared at by Su-ran, Su-han unnaturally turned his head away. Is it true? Seeing that Su-han was ignoring her, Su-ran persistently asked. This woman actually saw it herself, so why did she still ask him? I think so. Su-han coolly threw out these 4 words, as if he didn't want to talk to someone who wasn't smart. Anyway, this woman saw it herself, and he didn't take the initiative to tell her. Su-han secretly thought. After that, for a long minute, he didn't hear Su-ran's voice, so Su-han couldn't help but look at the sofa. In the end, he saw Su-ran looking at him with a calm expression, which made him feel inexplicably guilty. Didn't you say that you've been doing questions over there? You still have time to look at your phone while doing questions? You still know what the class is talking about, Su-han, careless. Looking at her son's deflated face, Su-ran smiled proudly. Hee hee, see, the older the ginger, the spicier. That. Not seeing the smug expression on Su-ran's face, he pursed his lips and lowered his head. After hesitating for a moment, Su-han opened his mouth to explain, I did the 30 pages you arranged, I didn't slack off. Oh. Su-ran believed this. Then how much did you write? Su-ran asked again, next time she had to arrange more for Su-han. I finished it all. Oh. What? He finished it all, Su-ran finally reacted. That was a whole book, no, there were several books, and Su-han actually finished it all. Did he think that it was like a primary school student's 1+1? Su-ran's heart was shaken. But thinking about it, her family's Su-han was the #1 genius, the kind that had the potential to become a villain in the future. Suppressing the shock in her heart and the smugness that followed, Su-ran was actually already thinking about what homework to prepare for Su-han next time. Otherwise, if he finished it in half a day, what would Su-han do with the rest of the time? If he was like the one downstairs, going to some internet cafe to level up, or going to some weird party with his friends, then wouldn't he really become a problem child? Su-ran continued to study while scrolling through Su-han's phone. On the other side, Su-han, who had no idea that Su-ran was thinking about how to take up his free time, saw that Su-ran kept his head lowered and did not look at him. When he spoke to him just now, Su-han's heart could not help but clench. He lowered his head and glanced at Su-ran. Su-ran, on the other hand, still had her head down, and had no intention of responding to him. Su-ran couldn't be angry, could he? TSK, women are really troublesome. Su-ran didn't know that Su-han's mind was spinning 1,000 times. If Su-ran knew, she would definitely say, son, you're really thinking too much. She was a kind mother, so she wouldn't be angry. She was just addicted to Su-han's class chat and couldn't extricate herself. Class 8 base Zhou Fengyuan, Lu Yangyang, can you have some backbone? Lu Yangyang, no, Lu Yangyang, brother Han, can you hear me? Su-han, Lu Yangyang, no problem. Lu Yangyang, oh my god. My brother Han is here, Lu Yangyang, no. You're definitely not my brother Han, Lu Yangyang, I'll bet my next monthly test results that this is definitely not my brother Han. Oh no, my brother Han has been kidnapped. Su-ran, who was outside the group chat, didn't she just send a no-problem message? How did it turn out like this? Could it be that Su-han's setting was that she couldn't say no problem? Su-ran expressed her dissatisfaction. Class 8 base class monitor, Wang Jia, Su-han, are you really going? Su-han, yes, really. Lu Yangyang, class monitor, this isn't my brother Han, you can't take it seriously. Su-han, get lost. Lu Yangyang, it's my brother Han in person. Sorry, brother Han, I was wrong. Lu Yangyang, oh my god, I can't take back what I said. Su-ran, this Lu Yangyang's big brother day, is he a masochist? Worried that she would turn out like this again, Su-ran didn't use Su-han's account to send messages. She was content to be a screensaver. After chatting for a while about Su-tuo's activities, the conversation in the group chat quickly went in another direction. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, dear fairies who are going to buy camping clothes tomorrow, can you guys change your time? Li Min, what's wrong? PE committee member, Lu Rubois, we need your enthusiastic applause and flying kisses for tomorrow's basketball match with Class 4, Zhou Fengyuan. PE committee member, can you not make being a cheerleader sound so Xianxia, class match? Isn't it next week? PE committee member, Lu Rubois, isn't the school starting to prepare for Su Tuo's activities next week? That's why the 4 basketball matches next week were moved to this week. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, don't hit me, I just received old Lu's notice. Zhang Yang, no way, Zhang Yang, oh wow. PE committee member, Lu Rubois at Zhang Yang, what's wrong, Zhang Yang, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm in City H eating barbecued meat now. It's true, I even invited Monday's classes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Wang. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, PE committee member, Lu Rubois, I want to kill you. Zhang Xiaoxue, then what should we do? PE committee member, Lu Rubois, find someone. PE committee member, Lu Rubois et al. Comrades, it's an important moment for our class's honor. Who can still participate in tomorrow's basketball match? Lu Yang, I want to go, but the organization knows about my situation. Lin Xiaoran, what's the situation? I don't know. Wei Yiming, when school started, Lu Yang used this flashy basketball to show off at the sports field. In the end, he was beaten by Su Han. Ha ha ha, Su Han is really good at basketball, but he rarely participates in group activities. Most importantly, no one dares to call Su Han. Su Han, I'll go. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, really, Su Han, yes. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, that's great. Su Han, I love you. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, it's settled then. 9:30 tomorrow morning, West Sports Field. What number do you like? I'll prepare your team uniform. Su Han, let's do it on the 17th, coincidentally, the 17th is Su Han's birthday. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, okay, leave it to me. PE committee member, Lu Rubois, I think our class will definitely win tomorrow. Lu Yang, do you want to be a mascot tomorrow? Lu Yang, yes, yes, yes. I'll show you that I'm not all talk and no action. Su Han, what's a mascot? A mascot? Su Han stopped flipping the pages of his book. What kind of mascot are you talking about? For example, a basketball match. Oh, usually, when the team is leading by a large margin in the second half of a basketball match, they will withdraw their helpers and let some substitutes or new players play. Why are you asking this? Su Han was puzzled. He looked at Su Ran and realized that this woman was not only typing happily on her phone, but she was also holding his phone. Su Han, I have a bad feeling. You're chatting with my phone? Yes, Su Ran answered without any pressure. We were talking about your class's competition tomorrow. One of your classmates can't come back from H City, so I signed you up. You, yes? Su Ran sent another emoji in the group. When she looked up, she realized that her son was staring at her speechlessly. This expression was even more indescribable than when she gave him 3 or 5 gift packs. Ahem, about that, I've set the time and place for you. If you're not sure, you can look through the chat history. After speaking, Su Ran pretended that nothing had happened and put Su Han's phone back on the sofa. She said, it's already 6. You must be hungry after doing so many questions today. I came back and bought some crayfish. Come, let's have dinner. Su Han, this year's parents are all deceitful. Come, let's eat. In order to make up for the small emotional hurt she caused to Su Han, Su Ran put on a pair of gloves and put the peeled crayfish in Su Han's bowl. No need, I'll do it myself. Was he the kind of person who could settle everything with just one crayfish? Su Ran, there's nothing that one crayfish can't settle. If one isn't enough, I'll make 2. It's okay, eat more. You still have a competition tomorrow. Can we not talk about this? Seeing that Su Han was silent, Su Ran smiled and said, you have to believe that you have the ability. Do your best tomorrow. N. Do you want me to cheer you on tomorrow? The school basketball game of number 7 high school was arranged on the weekend and was usually open to parents. Although the music at Ulele Studios still needed some adjustments, an afternoon was enough for her to come back after watching Su Han's competition. Moreover, she didn't have to work part-time at Dongshan Garden tomorrow anyway. At the mention of East Mountain Garden, Su Ran thought of the big shot he had met today who had stood up for injustice. Insomnia was a high-end disease. Usually, people who just ate and waited for death wouldn't get it. If it was just to record some soothing piano music and send it to the other party, this kind of part-time job was actually quite good. The main thing was that she lacked money. These 2 days, Su-ran specially went online to check. The house prices here were about the same as where she came from, about 80,000 yuan per square meter. Her family's current assets didn't even seem to be enough for a down payment. On the other side, after hearing Su-ran's words, Su-han coughed. Cough, 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 you're going? Forget it. Su-ran didn't forget to show a rather disdainful expression. If you don't want to go, then don't go. After biting a prawn, Su-ran said again, but, how many points did you win tomorrow? Remember to come back and tell me. Why do you want to know this? Let's see if my son is good at smashing. Su-han continued to eat the prawns with his head lowered. The next day, Su-ran woke up early, unlike her usual self. While casually scrolling through her phone, she secretly glanced at Su-han, who was packing up and preparing to go out. I'm going out. I'm going to play a competition. Su-han added. I know, son, do your best. I helped you wipe your shoes when I was wiping them just now. I put them at the door. After a pause, Su-han said again, well, if you want to go out, you can wear them. Thank you, son. Su-ran nodded. She had to work very hard to control herself so that she could hold back her laughter and say goodbye to Su-han. After Su-han left, Su-ran immediately jumped down from the sofa, quickly changed her clothes, put on her shoes, and went out. Master, sorry to trouble you. Okay. Originally, according to Su-ran's plan, she should have arrived at school before Su-han and could even get a good seat. However, as soon as she walked into the school gate, she met an acquaintance. It couldn't be said that it was an acquaintance, but she knew the other party's name yesterday. Miss Su? Seeing Su-ran, Lu Xiao was also a little surprised. Yesterday, he received the phone number from the Song family and found out that the pianist's surname was Su. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. She wasn't sure if this person had anything to do with the second male lead's family. Su-ran just thought that the other party was a good person that she had just met and greeted him in a friendly manner. Miss Su is going to school? Yes. Then let's go together. After instructing the driver to park the car in the parking lot, Lu Xiao and Su-ran walked into the school together. Miss Su is here to teach? Lu Xiao asked. No, I'm here to watch my child's class play a competition. The two chatted casually, and Su-ran didn't avoid anything. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes flashed. The expression on his face was strange for a moment. This Miss Su already has a child, Lu Xiao felt that it was incredible. However, thinking about it, it didn't seem like there was anything incredible about it. However, for some reason, Lu Xiao felt a little stifled in his heart for a moment. Are you here to see your child? Too? Su-ran asked. Hearing Su-ran's question, Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment. Not really. I'm just here to understand some things. I see. My child is playing on the west field. I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. When Su-ran walked into the west field, the competition seemed to be about to start. Because the school basketball competition at number 7 high school seemed to be well organized, many parents came to the school to watch the competition. Not only did they participate in the competition, but some of the students and parents who didn't play would also accompany them. By the time Su-ran arrived, the front row was basically already full. Walking to the stands, Su-ran walked around for a long time before finally finding a seat slightly closer to the front and sat down. Accompanied by the crisp screams of girls, the players from both sides came on the court. Although half of the players next to her were blocked, Su-ran still saw Su-han at first glance. He walked coolly at the back of the team with his hands in his trouser pockets, wearing the number 17 jersey. Su-han seemed to look at the stands a few times as if he was looking for something. Brother Han, what are you looking at? Did you find a beautiful girl? Lu Yangyang elbowed Su-han and followed Su-han's line of sight to look outside the court. Boring. Su-han spat out 2 words coldly. How is it boring? We're playing against Class 4 today. I heard that the school belle also came to cheer for their class. Hey, where is she? Is she here? Seeing that Su-han ignored him and walked away, Lu Yongyang had to retract his gaze and chase after him. Hey, wait for me. Seriously, Brother Han, hurry up and win more points for the opponent today so that I, as a substitute, can get on the court earlier. Su-han ignored Lu Yongyang and just looked in the direction of the stands for a while. Until the whistle sounded, the referee signaled the players from both classes to go to the middle of the court. The basketball was thrown up and the game began. Class 8 got the ball. Su-ran didn't know basketball, but this didn't affect her excitement. After a few passes, the basketball was quickly brought to the opponent's basket. Bang, the basketball went into the basket. Ah! It went in. Class 8 scored. Su-han fought his way in. Come on, Class 8. Come on, Su-han. Outside the court, some people were cheering, and some people were whispering. I've never seen Su-han play basketball before. I didn't expect him to be so good. Yeah, our class PE committee member should have asked Su-han to play in the class competition. I guess the PE committee member is just a coward. Indeed, Su-han always had a cold face and never talked to anyone. Other than Lu Yongyang, he didn't get along well with anyone. Usually, no one dared to get close to Su-han. However, I think we've been deceived by appearances. After these few times, I feel that Su-han is quite a good person. Maybe he's just a little more introverted and doesn't like to talk. Yeah, I think so too. It's good to talk less. Look at how cool Su-han is. He's so handsome. He's quite handsome. Especially when he's playing basketball with such a cold face. As a mother, Su-ran didn't know that her son had already gained a few fangirls after scoring a goal. However, when she heard the students shouting, "Come on, Class 8, and come on, Su-han," Su-ran felt proud. In a moment of excitement, Su-ran couldn't help but shout, "Class 8 is the best, Su-han is the best." As soon as Su-ran shouted, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding parents. There were even parents in the front row who turned their heads and stared at Su-ran strangely. Ahem, that's my son. Although he was being stared at strangely, Su-ran's face was still filled with pride when he mentioned Su-han. Su-han's mother, you sit here too. Probably because they heard the cheers of Su-ran, the people a few seats away moved to Su-ran's side. Oh, it's Du Wentao's mother. Why is everyone looking at me like this when I just shouted come on? Feeling the strange atmosphere, Su-ran whispered. Don't shout. The parents sitting here are all from Class 4. I came late because the company asked me to send a document at the last minute. There are no more seats in Class 8, so I came to sit with Class 4, Zhou Qin said in a low voice. So that's how it is. Su-ran finally understood why those people were staring at her with unfriendly gazes just now. At this moment, Class 4 was almost 20 points behind Class 8, feeling smug, Su-ran decided to be a quiet spectator. By the way, Su-han's mother, is your family planning to go to school 18? Let's pair up. Watching the game, Zhou Qin took the time to talk to Su-ran about the Su-tua event. And? How did you know? She only found out after sneaking a peek at Su-han's group. The teacher announced it in the class group and also mentioned the requirements. Why, haven't you seen it yet? I haven't had time to see it. Although Su-ran also wanted to see the specific event notice, in comparison, her son's game was more exciting. As for the group notice, she would see it after the game. Su-ran continued to watch the game with her chin in her hands. Seeing Su-han pass the ball, dribble, and lay up, Su-ran couldn't help but take out her phone and take a few photos. As if he had sensed something, Su-han turned sideways and his line of sight finally landed on the spectator stand opposite his class. His eyes lit up. The teenager suddenly opened his mouth and a smile suddenly appeared on his face that was covered in sweat due to the intense exercise. It was more dazzling than the sun above his head. With a fake move, the teenager beautifully bypassed the defender in front of him. Lu Rubua, catch the ball. Okay. Bang, another goal. Quick. Defense. Defense. Du Wentao. Block the left side. Pass the ball to Su-han. Suhan's voice was mixed with the voices of several teenagers and constantly sounded on the court. Although she didn't know much about basketball, she still heard about the game from others. Originally, Su-ran thought that maintaining a 20-point lead over the opponent was already very impressive. She didn't expect that when Lu Yangyang, the mascot, came on the court, Class 8 was already leading Class 4 by more than 50 points. Su-ran didn't notice that Su-han had already walked to her side. "Hey, the game isn't over yet. Why are you in the stands?" Seeing Su-han suddenly jump out, Su-ran said with a look of surprise. "Anyway, there's nothing else for me to do," Su-han said with a look of indifference. Looking at Su-ran, Su-han said again, "Why are you here?" Su-ran, hee hee. "Son, when you speak in such a disdainful tone, can't you pay attention to your expression? Look, your teeth are so white. I really want to see my son play basketball. I couldn't help but put down a lot of work and came all the way here," Su-ran said with a look of pride. "My son is really the brightest child on the court. He didn't disappoint this old mother's expectations." "Ahem, you're exaggerating." Su-han speechlessly looked at Su-ran and said, but the corner of his mouth slightly raised a few degrees. "Am I exaggerating? No, my son is good." Considering that the situation was a bit awkward, Su-ran decided to stop this wave of flattery. Since Su-ran came over, there were already several parents of Class 4 who looked over from time to time. "Take this and wipe your sweat." Su-ran took out a packet of napkins from his small handbag and handed it to Su-han in a rather shabby manner. When she came, she noticed that many of the parents didn't come empty-handed. They carried a big bag. Even Du Wentao's mother brought a jacket, a towel, and a thermos. In comparison, she really didn't prepare anything. Fortunately, Su-han didn't look disgusted. He took the napkins from Su-ran and wiped the sweat on his head. "Do you want me to help you?" "There's no need." Su-han turned his head away from her. "Oh, I'm being disliked by my son again." But his ears weren't this red when he was playing basketball, right? As the two talked, the game was already over. Class 8 won by a big score of 74-55. Why did they lead by more than 50 points before, but the difference was less than 30 points later? This question could only be asked to Lu Yangyang, who came on later. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The announcement about the school's sketch drawing activity on the 18th had already been posted in the parent group chat. At this moment, the parent group chat was quite lively. On the way to school with Su-han, Su-ran took out her phone that had been ringing non-stop. She scrolled up until she saw the announcement made by the homeroom teacher. Grade 1 Class 8 Parent Contact Group. Miss Wang. Notice: in order to improve the students' teamwork and extracurricular activities, improve the relationship between parents and students, the school has decided to hold an extracurricular sketch drawing activity this month. Time, October 18th. Location, Xijiao Park. Hope that all parents will participate. Zhang Xiaoshua's mother. Got it, will participate. Zhou Fengyuan's father. It's a good thing that the school is organizing a sketch drawing activity. Our family will also participate. Lu Min's mother. Miss Wang, can we just sign up in the group chat? Miss Wang, yes, please sign up in the group chat. I'll tabulate the results later. Miss Wang, I've also sent the details of the sketch drawing activity to the group chat. Miss Wang, file. Lin Sharon's mother. Wow, we're going camping this time. Lu Rubo's mother, I saw that we're going to spend the night there. Is it safe there? Zhang Hao's father. Lu Rubo's mother, there are a lot of people camping at Xijiao Park. The facilities there are very good, so don't worry. Lu Rubo's mother, that's good. But Lu Rubo's father is on a business trip. I don't know how to set up a campsite. He even asked us to make a fire and set up our own tents. Chen Ye's mother, don't worry. Didn't the arrangement say that we can form a team based on our family? We can form a team. Lu Rubo's mother, that's great, didn't you say we can't look at our phones when we're walking? Su-ran was engrossed in his work when Su-han's voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. He jumped in fright. Didn't you say it's dangerous to look at your phone when you're walking? Su-han saw that Su-ran didn't respond and was still staring at her phone. Who was the one that brought the news about the story of translation drawing translation, student playing with phone on street hit by truck? Translation? Who was it? Translation? 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 Translation. He even repeated the important thing 3 times. This woman was a double-standard monster, Su-han complained in his heart. He did not admit that he was a little unhappy because Su-ran had been playing with her phone and ignored him. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Su-han still subconsciously raised his hand to correct Su-ran's direction from time to time as he walked beside Su-ran. Otherwise, Su-ran would have bumped into a tree and a bulletin board on the way to the school. I'm not playing. I'm looking at the activity notice that your homeroom teacher sent in the group, Su-ran emphasized. Activities? Hearing this, Su-han's eyes moved slightly. Yeah, it's the extracurricular activity that you guys talked about in the group yesterday. The parents group has already sent out a notice. As she spoke, Su-ran clicked on the document sent by the homeroom teacher and read the event description. The main activity of this activity was camping. It included outdoor tents, a picnic, and a sketch drawing competition. The camping tents, cooking utensils, and ingredients needed for the picnic would be provided by the school. They would also provide outdoor mosquito repellents and pain medication. The rest of the clothes and toiletries would be prepared by the parents themselves. Su-ran's eyes moved quickly on her phone. When she saw the top line, she could not help but frown. Yesterday, when she saw that Su-han's classmates said that the school might organize a camping event, Su-ran went to Taobao and searched for a lot of camping essentials. Anti-mosquito sprays, anti-mosquito pads, cold medicine, cross-country shoes, windproof coats, and so on. Her shopping cart was full and she put them in her collection folder. Most importantly, she had already chosen a super beautiful deluxe suite tent and a full set of hardcover cooking utensils. The school actually said that it would be distributed in one go, her tent, her cooking utensils. It was not easy to negotiate the price with the shopkeeper and give her a discount of 200 yuan. She was just waiting to get a coupon to place an order today, but she was actually banished to the cold palace. Su-ran's heart was filled with regret and her entire face fell. Su-han, who did not know what Su-ran was thinking, suddenly felt his heart drop when he saw Su-ran staring at her phone screen with a dark expression. He clenched his fists by his side slightly. His gaze was calm as if he did not want Su-ran to see his current expression. He stubbornly turned his head to the side. It's fine if you don't want to go, Su-han said in a deep voice. His voice sounded like it came from a tight throat and was a bit stiff. Anyway, this kind of activity was not very interesting. Also, he could not count on this woman to do anything. When she heard Su-han's words, Su-ran, who was still looking at the other points to take note of, instantly widened her eyes. Lamp? Who said I'm not going? Even if she did not have the tent plus and the exquisite cooking utensils, she still had a professional outdoor survival kit, cool luminous hiking poles, 3L large volume thermos, and the latest dazzling outdoor sports apparel in her shopping cart. Look, I've already signed up. Su-ran brought her phone in front of Su-han. Contact group for parents of first-year class 8. Su-han's mother, Miss Wang, our family also signed up, 2 people. It's true. Seeing Su-ran's message in the parents group, Su-han's eyes lit up. He seemed to feel that his performance was not quite right, so he coolly turned his head and pretended to look at the scenery as if nothing had happened. Since you've already signed up, then go, Su-han said. As a 13-year-old, no matter how calm and collected he appeared, the excitement and happiness in his eyes could not be hidden. But this activity is camping, can you do it? Su-han asked leisurely. He looked at Su-ran with an "I don't think you're okay" look. However, there was also a trace of genuine worry in the depths of his eyes. After all, when Su-ran was at home, he could even cook porridge until it turned into rice. Su-han did not know whether to worry for this woman or for himself. Su-ran, this question is way too direct. Set up a tent? Yesterday, she specially went online to download several camping guides, one of which was about setting up a tent. Su-ran also specially studied it. Unfortunately, the steps were too complicated. Later, she specially asked the shopkeeper of a treasure shop for the tent, but he still did not understand. Also, starting a fire did not seem to be too easy. As for cooking, that would depend on whether the ingredients provided by the school were good or not. Su Ran turned her head and leisurely looked at Su Han beside her. When they first met a few weeks ago, Su Han was still a little shorter than her. When did he become almost the same height as her? However, he was still a child. When would her little boy grow up to be a big boy? Why are you looking at me? Su Han was a little confused by Su Ran's gaze. He finally could not help but ask. Nothing, just wondering when you can become the main labor force of our family. What do you mean when? I am now okay. When the young man said this, there was a trace of pride on his face. Really? You know how to set up a tent? Just go back and watch the video. You know how to make a fire? What's so difficult about it? Otherwise, why would he need a lighter? Rice, okay. Su Han knew how to cook, although it was all some non-technical things like boiled eggs, boiled water, steamed buns, and so on. Okay then, our family depends on you. Su Ran patted Su Han's shoulder and said with an expression of entrusting a heavy responsibility. In fact, Su Ran was just saying. As for the camping guides, she would go home and study them in depth. If it really did not work, then, Su Ran did not come and wanted to ask for external help. Only then did she realize that the omnipotent assistants in her original world were not around. Thinking about it carefully, the original owner did not seem to have any friends, let alone friends who could set up tents. Then do you want to prepare for camping? Su Han, who suddenly felt a sense of responsibility, suggested. Of course, but I have already picked more than 100 items. I will show you my shopping cart when I go back. Su Han, so, the reason why this woman was so excited yesterday and didn't sleep at night was because she was collecting camping items? Let's go home. Su Ran pulled Su Han home. However, after returning home, Su Ran did not show Su Han everything in her shopping cart. She only clicked on a few items for Su Han to choose from. That was because Su Ran suddenly remembered that her shopping cart didn't only contain the items for camping. There was also a huge pile of options for Su Han's birthday gifts that she had found. Drones, Rubik's Cube sets from level 2 to level 17, models. In short, the internet said that 13-year-old boys would like it. Su Ran basically added everything into the shopping cart. In order to maintain the surprise, Su Ran certainly could not let Su Han see these. However, Su Ran was still very worried about what to give him. Of course, at this moment, Su Ran was not the only one who was worried about this matter. In the principal's office of number 7 high school, Mr. Liu was holding a file and thinking to himself. 2 hours ago, the newest board member of the school, Mr. Liu, had arrived. Fortunately, this time, he received a call from Liu Xiao himself in advance, so the principal was fully prepared. Mr. Liu, our school has a total of 1,346 students. The files of every student are here. The principal pointed to the 3 boxes of files on the desk and said. He thought to himself, Mr. Liu probably wants to know the quality of the students in our school by checking the students' files. Originally, the principal thought that Liu Xiao would look through the files like the last time when he looked at their school's files. However, he did not expect that Mr. Liu would look at them so carefully this time. Not only did he look through all the files one by one, but he even opened each file and looked through it. Just when Liu Xiao was about to go through half of the 3 boxes of files, he finally stopped. Pulling the file out of the folder, Liu Xiao's gaze stopped on the photo in the upper right corner for a moment before moving to other places. Su Han? Liu Xiao read the name, and a hint of gentleness appeared in his serious eyes. At the same time, Liu Xiao also saw some other information on the form. For example, grades, rewards and punishments, such as the date of birth. Although it was already noon when she returned home after watching the basketball game at Su Han's school on Sunday, Su Ran excitedly went to Taobao to buy a lot of camping essentials and picnic equipment under Su Han's contemptuous gaze. However, Su Ran did not forget about the proper business of earning money. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Ran finally finished adjusting the complete version of the 10 songs prepared for Ulele Studios, including the previous 2 songs. Early in the morning, Su Han went to school, and Su Ran also took the music manuscript to Ulele Studios. This time, not only the studio's manager, Su Xiao, but also several tuners and sound engineers received Su Ran. Miss Su, you said that the music has all been processed, is that true? Seeing Su Ran, Su Xiao was very excited. Yesterday, when he received Su Ran's text message, Su Xiao still couldn't believe it. After listening to the 2 songs that Su Ran had brought over last time, Su Xiao had a lot of faith in teacher Su's ability to compose and the quality of the songs. However, wasn't this a little too fast? It was less than 2 weeks. In fact, long before receiving Su Ran's songs, their studio had already been preparing for Euleilei's album composition. It was only because of the malicious slander against Euleilei 3 months ago that the whole thing was delayed. Originally, he had gathered all 3 composition teachers in the studio and sent out invitations to several well-known composers, hoping to release the album before December. He didn't expect Miss Su to act so fast. In this way, they might not have to miss the golden month when the album was released. Yes, it's done. Su Ran nodded with a smile and handed a stack of music scores in a document bag to the other party. Including the music arrangement and the design of some of the accompanying music, Su Ran paused for a moment, then continued, however, because we don't have the equipment at home, we only have the paper version. We'll need you to do the demo again. Yesterday, when purchasing the supplies, Su Ran ordered an electronic piano for the basic class online, but it hadn't arrived yet. Speaking of which, Su Ran really wanted to buy a piano of the few brands she liked. Unfortunately, with her family's current situation, not only did they not have enough money, they also didn't have enough space. That's not a problem at all. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Su. Su Xiao took the music scores from Su Ran and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Although he wasn't a professional, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He could see that Miss Su's music scores were very professional. It's so complete. It can even be produced directly. The studio's composition teacher also looked over and tried to hum the song on the music score. His face was filled with amazement. Director Su, why don't we start today? The people in the music room couldn't wait any longer. Okay, then let's tidy up and start directly. Manager Su waved his hand and did as he said. Inform Teacher Wei and the others to come over as well. It's a good time to think about the lyrics. Okay. Miss Su, do you have time? If you can spare some time, I would like to ask you to guide me on the spot. Su Xiao looked at Su Ran and asked with anticipation. No problem. Her after-sales service was still very good. Because the composition provided by Su Ran was very complete and there was almost no need to modify or adjust, the entire music production process was very smooth. When the pure music demo came out, the way everyone in the music room looked at Su Ran had completely changed from the initial respect and friendliness to worship. Too amazing, what kind of person could write such good music? God. I don't know how to choose. Previously, I was thinking about Miss Su's first 2 songs, one as the prelude song and the other as the album's title track. But now, I think each song is very good. How should I choose? Why don't we exchange? Lan Lan is also preparing an album recently. Her voice and style are quite similar to Leilei's. Should I use the title track to exchange for one of these songs? In your dreams. I'm not exchanging. Although they didn't know how to choose, the 10 songs prepared by Su Ran, including the melody and the story behind the music, were all designed. It was like a very exquisite gift box. If anything was missing, it would be imperfect. I have a feeling that Leilei's album will be a hit. Isn't that nonsense? Let's guess how many songs will win the award, haha. On the other side, after finishing the music production, Su Ran directly left after declining the other party's enthusiastic invitation to have a big meal. There was still a huge amount of money in her bank card that she had just received. On the way home, she repeatedly looked at the text message notifications. Finally, there was a 1-digit deposit balance. Su Ran was in a very good mood. At the same time, she also sent a few processed audio files to the email account that she had asked Lu Xiao for on the phone. Edit a message, hello, Mr. Lu. I have sent the music files to your email. Check it. Send. Although she wanted her family Su Han to become a rich second-generation heir in the future, her family was short of money. Therefore, after returning home that day, after thinking about it, Su Ran still accepted Lu Xiao's job. Su Ran had borrowed Leilei's equipment to record these songs when he had just started working in Leilei's studio. Hence, the quality of the songs was still very good. This time, she sent a total of 4 piano songs to the other party. One was Memory Retrieval and the other was The Fifth Song of the Night. The other 2 songs were composed by Su Ran in his original world. They were called Tranquil and Heavy respectively. They were very suitable for when he was feeling frustrated and could be used to calm himself down. Although she didn't know what the other party meant by insomnia, Su Ran felt that it should be quite suitable. Not long after the text message was sent, the other party replied. Let's add each other on WeChat. Okay, my phone number is my WeChat number. You can add me. Su Ran replied in the text message. The text message showed that it was read, but she didn't receive a reply for a long time. Su Ran felt a little strange. She secretly guessed that the other party was afraid of exposing more information and didn't want to add her on WeChat. Finally, the text message came again. Add me. It's also my phone number. Su Ran, confused. It's just adding each other on WeChat. It's not like we're quarreling on the street. Does it make a difference who adds who? Although she complained in her heart, Su Ran still opened her phone and added the other party's number. You've added me. We can start chatting now. 2 piano piece client Lu Xiao. Hello, I'm Lu Xiao. Su Ran, of course I know who you are. 2 piano piece client Lu was the name that Su Ran added for the other party. Su, hello, Mr. Lu. Do you need me to forward the song on WeChat? 2 piano piece client Lu, no need to trouble yourself. I'll listen to it later. Su, okay. Su Ran replied with an emoji. She thought that the conversation was over, but she didn't expect that after a minute, Lu Xiao sent another message. 2 piano piece client Lu, wait a moment. Lu family study. Lu Xiao, who was focused on looking at his phone, suddenly looked up. Lu Boyang, who was sitting across from her and pretending to read a financial magazine, was startled by her sudden outburst. Third uncle, what can I do for you? Lu Boyang's attitude was that he could go to work at the Lu Grand Hotel with a badge on his chest. How much money do you have on WeChat? Lu Xiao asked. WeChat. Not much, a few 100,000. But I have my bank card tied. Okay, transfer 1 million. Pfft. 1 million? Third uncle, who are you transferring the money to? It's already 1 million. Just write a check or ask your assistant to transfer the money. Lu Boyang didn't understand what this demon king was up to. It's not just once. It's about 5 times. Lu Xiao explained in a rare good mood. What? Car maintenance? Is it that expensive? Other than this, Lu Boyang couldn't think of any other personal expenses his third uncle could have. Lu Xiao didn't look at him. He just coldly looked at Lu Boyang. Was this nephew of his a retard? Why don't I just give up? After being stared at by Lu Xiao, Lu Boyang immediately shut his mouth. He obediently took out his phone and transferred the money to his third uncle. However, Lu Boyang couldn't help but whisper, why don't you bind a usable card? Troublesome. Lu Xiao looked at Lu Boyang again and threw out 2 words. Lu Boyang, oh, haha. Don't think he didn't know that the Demon King was hiding the fact that he couldn't use WeChat. Hurry up. I know, I'm already very fast. I've transferred this many times. His phone rang. Lu Boyang casually scrolled up Lu Boyang's number of transfers and accepted the money one by one. Then he transferred it to Su Ran. Miss Su. Lu, transfer 200000. Lu, transfer 200000. Miss Su, surprised. Lu, not enough? Miss Su, no, it's too much. The music I sent you is just a non-commercial piano piece. Even if it's 3 times the market price, it doesn't cost that much. Lu, no problem, accept it. Miss Su, okay, thank you, Mr. Lu. During the conversation, Lu Xiao raised his head and looked at Lu Boyang. It meant, why are you still here? There's nothing else for you to do. You can leave, Lu Xiao said. What do you mean there's nothing else for me to do? Hearing this, Lu Boyang's eyes widened and he looked at his third uncle in disbelief. However, the slave mentality that was cultivated in the Lu family for a long time finally made Lu Boyang get up from the chair and walk out without a word. He almost kowtowed and knelt down. Close the door. Okay. The door was closed. Lu Xiao used his computer to log into his private email and clicked on the audio file sent by Su Ran. A very skilled and tight tune sounded, making people subconsciously focus their attention. Originally, Lu Xiao thought that this kind of tune would continue, but he was wrong. With a beautiful turn, the rhythm of the piano suddenly slowed down. At this moment, it was as if the whole room was silent, only the sound of the piano surrounded it. This was not the kind of music that was dull and slow. On the contrary, the sound of the piano was very light and very moving. However, it was this kind of music that made people feel very calm. Once, under the doctor's advice, Lu Xiao tried to listen to some soft and slow music. However, the results were not very good. On the contrary, it was this song. It had been a long time since he felt so calm in the depths of his soul. Outside, in the Lu family's living room. When Zhou Fu came over, Lu Boyang was sitting on the sofa and scrolling through his phone. Didn't third young master go to your company? Of course he didn't go. Without you, I have to be the temporary little Lu Boyang said leisurely. In reality, there was nothing going on in the company recently. Hee, Zhou Fu laughed, thank you, third young master. So it seems like Sir is at home. He is, in the study on the second floor. I don't know what he is doing. Lu Boyang pointed in the direction of the second floor. Then I'll go up first. Okay. Lu Boyang nodded. Although he was very curious, he held back and did not follow him. Zhou Fu had been with third uncle for many years. His existence in the Lu family was very meaningful. Usually, if Zhou Fu was in such a hurry to look for third uncle, it would not be an ordinary matter. It was not something he could listen to casually. At the door of the study on the second floor, Zhou Fu knocked on the door 3 times, but there was no response. Hearing the faint sounds coming from the room and looking at the information in his hand, Zhou Fu hesitated for a moment. Then, he pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of the piano in the room. At this moment, Mr. Lu had already listened to the first 2 songs that Su Ran sent to him 3 or 4 times. Then, he played the last 2 songs 6 or 7 times. At this moment, he was leaning back on the chair with his eyes closed. When he heard the movement at the door, he slowly opened his eyes and looked over. Did I disturb you? Zhou Fu asked. Hearing this, Lu Xiao just looked at Zhou Fu without saying anything. Ahem, haha, very good piano music. I haven't seen you rest during the day for a long time. Zhou Fu smiled and said. He did not want to disturb Mr. Lu, but the matter he was about to report was too important. It is indeed very good. With that, Lu Xiao raised his hand and turned off the music. Tell me, what is it? As the music stopped, Lu Xiao's voice sounded. Here's the thing. Mr. Lu, you asked me to investigate the incident 13 years ago. I've already investigated everything. With that, Zhou Fu spread out one of the documents in front of Lu Xiao. That year, at Huading Hotel, on the night that Lu's collateral family attacked you, another incident did happen. If it were not for the results of his own investigation, even Zhou Fu himself could not believe that there was such a thing. It was really, too much of a coincidence. After a pause, seeming to organize his words, Zhou Fu said again, that night, Song's group also had a business party at Huading Hotel, but something also happened at the banquet. At that time, Song Ziyu, the young master of Song's group, had a secretary, and the two were very ambiguous. There was also another admirer of Song's young master. Because she was dissatisfied with the relationship between Song's young master and the secretary, she had framed the secretary 7 times in various ways, including, at this moment, if Su Ran knew that the things that the original Su Ran had done in the original novel had not only been dug out after more than 10 years, but had also been dug up inside and out in such detail that it was even more detailed than the description in the novel, he would definitely shrink into a corner and tremble. In fear, begging to be peeled off lightly. However, it was obvious that Lu Xiao did not want to know about this. Get to the point. Lu Xiao frowned impatiently and interrupted Zhou Fu's words. he asked Zhou Fu to investigate just to confirm some things. He was not interested in the Song family's melodramatic story. Zhou Fu was helpless. The melodramatic story in front was very important. If the cause was not explained clearly, the follow-up would be even more difficult to explain. Yes, sir. Zhou Fu lowered his eyes and said as concisely as possible, at that banquet, Miss Su family, Su? Hearing this word, Lu Xiao opened his mouth without any reason. Yes, it's the Su family from Buiyue Group. 10 years ago, the family moved to Australia. At present, except for some real estate, the company's business has also been transferred to Australia. Okay, go on. Miss Su found some people in private and wanted to use the banquet as an opportunity to make Lin Xinger, who is now Mrs. Song, lose her virginity. In the end, she was exposed and the gangsters she found were already under Lin Xinger's control. Lin Xinger asked them to drag away Miss Su, who was drugged, and then carried out the original plan of Miss Su on Miss Su. In this matter, Zhou Fu did not think that anyone was kind. Su Ran suffered the consequences of her own actions. Mrs. Song was actually safe and sound, but she deliberately took the drug. She broke through the last layer of relationship with the Song family's young master and became the young madam of the Song family. It was also not simple. The location of the incident was on the 12th floor of the hotel, Area A, at 10 p.m. Seeing that Mr. Liu seemed to be getting impatient again, Zhou Fu quickly got to the point. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes darkened. Back then, he came back to deal with some assets under the collateral branch of the Liu family. Originally, Lu Xiao's solution was kind. Unfortunately, seeing that their interests were damaged, the collateral branch was still very dissatisfied. Lu Xiao found out in advance that they were going to make use of the old man Lu Wei's birthday banquet to do something. He also made preparations in advance. Unfortunately, he still fell into the trap in some aspects. After being injected with the drug, Lu Xiao only had a little vague consciousness left. He knew that he was dragged into a room, and then a person was sent into the room. After that, there seemed to be a noise, but Lu Xiao did not have much consciousness at that time. However, now that he recalled the mistake of that day, Lu Xiao still looked cold. Of course, he guessed what the collateral branch was going to do. It was nothing more than arranging for a woman with a sensitive identity to have sex with him. The next day, they released the news to let some reporters enter the room and take the so-called solid news, making the scandal of the master of the Liu family a sensation in the city. Back then, Lu Xiao was still young. He had not taken over the Liu family for long, and his foundation was not stable. Such a method could indeed send him to hell. Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Zhou Fu quickly said, "Those people from the collateral branch did send the person they arranged into the room you were in. They even left the door open so that they could remember to enter. However, as soon as those people left, those people arranged by Lin Xinger dragged Miss Su into the room. The people downstairs have already found one of those people." After a pause, Zhou Fu continued, "According to them, the hotel was full of people downstairs, including Miss Su's people. It was not easy to move around. At that time, they happened to pass by your room. They saw the door open, but the lights were not on. Thinking that no one was there, they barged in. After that, those people saw that there was another woman in the room. Because they had accepted Miss Su's money before, they were more or less afraid of the Su family. So, they left Miss Su behind and took away the woman arranged by the collateral branch. After they were done, they took a few blurry photos and handed them to Lin Xinger. So, the last woman in room 1026 was actually the young lady of the Su family." Speaking of this, Zhou Fu felt a little embarrassed. He still remembered that it was already too late when he completely investigated the collateral branch. When he finally found Mr. Liu, it was already the next morning. At that time, when he brought people into the room, there was indeed another woman in the room. At that time, he only thought that it was arranged by the collateral branch. He originally wanted to get rid of that woman, but the reporters were about to arrive at the room, and they had no time to do that. Helpless, Zhou Fu could only take Mr. Liu, who was still in a semi-conscious state, and leave before the reporters arrived. Of course, Zhou Fu wanted to pursue this matter, but after all, some things had already happened, and it was difficult to cover them up. Once they were implicated, it would be no different from hurting Lu Xiao himself. At that time, Mr. Lu would not be able to withstand such a storm. Therefore, the only thing Zhou Fu could do was to suppress some of the news in the shortest time possible and completely get rid of the collateral branch, so that some secrets would remain secrets forever. As for the arranged woman, Zhou Fu did not care about it afterward. After all, she was arranged. Even if they did not do anything, the collateral branch would have gotten rid of all the trouble in the first place. The only thing that Zhou Fu did not expect was that there would be such a thing in the middle, and that the woman would be replaced with the young lady of the Su family. After that, because Song Ziyu personally took action, the Su family completely expelled Miss Su from the family. Speaking of this, a hint of disdain flashed in Zhou Fu's eyes. So what if the Su family expelled Su Ran from the family for their own interests? In the end, they were suppressed by Song Ziyu, who was the chairman, and in the end, had no choice but to run abroad. Because after leaving the Su family, she lived alone. At that time, Miss Su was still young, and probably did not have the awareness of contraception, so, by chance, she had Mr. Lu's bloodline. Speaking of this, Zhou Fu's indescribable face seemed to have a hint of unnoticeable excitement. This was an unexpected gain from this investigation. No matter what the reason was, the child was still Mr. Lu's bloodline. I went to investigate what happened after that. Seeing that Lu Xiao only looked down when he talked about the child and did not know what to think, Zhou Fu felt uneasy. He could only say carefully, although there was no hospital birth record related to Miss Su's hospitalization and no birth certificate for the child, I found a police dispatch record. According to that record, Miss Su did give birth to a baby boy about 13 years ago. At that time, the police station registered the child under special circumstances. In addition, I also sent the child's DNA sample and Mr. Lu's sample to Lu's medical center for testing, Zhou Fu said. As Lu Xiao's right-hand man, Zhou Fu had always been meticulous in his work. He would not report to Lu Xiao unless he was certain of something. So, almost as soon as he knew of the child's existence, Zhou Fu was excited and immediately ordered someone to investigate the child. Su Han's DNA was obtained from a blood sample taken from a physical examination organized by the school, and it was indeed as he had guessed before. That child was undoubtedly Lu Xiao's. This is the paternity test report, Zhou Fu said as he handed the report to Lu Xiao. Okay. Lu Xiao's gaze swept over the paternity test report, but he had no intention of opening it. He had already guessed some things, and letting Zhou Fu check it was just to confirm it. The twists and turns that happened in the middle surprised Lu Xiao, but the difference was not big. On the other side, Zhou Fu still did not know that Lu Xiao only had the idea of investigating the original matter after meeting Su Han. Seeing that Lu Xiao only glanced at the report and did not even open it, Zhou Fu felt a little uncertain. Mr. Lu, could it be that he disliked that child very much? Zhou Fu could not help but worry. After following Lu Xiao for so many years and watching Lu Xiao grow from a young man to a mature man, step by step becoming stronger, Zhou Fu felt that everything was good. The only thing that worried him was Mr. Lu's marriage and family problems. Although there were many juniors in the next generation of the Lu family, and there was no need to worry about the succession of the family head in the future, Zhou Fu still hoped that Lu Xiao would have his own bloodline. Therefore, the moment he knew about Su Han's existence, Zhou Fu was so excited. After that, the investigation on Su Han's child had been very positive. And the moment he found out that the woman who gave birth to Su Han was not the one arranged by the collateral branch of the Lu family, Zhou Fu also had a trace of acceptance towards Su Ran. Unfortunately, the investigation on Su Ran's matter was really quite disappointing. Fortunately, Su Han was still a very good child. Sir, that child is called Su Han. After saying that, Zhou Fu carefully observed Lu Xiao's expression. Seeing that Mr. Lu did not show any trace of displeasure or rejection, and even the look in his eyes softened a little, Zhou Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Han is 13 years old this year, and is currently in the first year of 7th high school. All his information is here. As he said that, Zhou Fu carefully spread out the investigation on Su Han in his hands on the table in front of Lu Xiao. According to the information I found, Su Han is a very good child. He did not know that not only did his boss already know about Su Han's existence, but he even went to the school to carefully look through all of Su Han's files, as well as all of his awards from primary school to middle school. Zhou Fu said as if he was presenting a treasure. Su Han's grades are very good. He entered 7th high school with very high scores, and he is also very smart in other aspects. He has strong hands-on skills, and he once won the second prize in the B City's primary and secondary school innovation competition. Also, although he already knew all this, Lu Xiao did not have the slightest intention of stopping Zhou Fu as he listened to him speak as if he was familiar with his family's treasures. He listened, and at the same time, he flipped through the information on the table again. These are young master's photos. Seeing Lu Xiao pick up a stack of photos from the information, Zhou Fu said. Among these photos, one was Su Han's primary school graduation photo, and several others were photos of school activities shared by Su Han's classmates in their circle of friends or in the space. Su Han's figure could be seen in some corners, although it was not very clear. The only clear photo was Su Han's student ID photo after he entered 7th high school. It was not so obvious before, there was no comparison, but now that he looked at Lu Xiao and Su Han in the photo, he felt that this child really looked like Sir. Zhou Fu sighed in his heart. At the same time, his favorable impression of Su Han in his heart rose a lot. By the way, there is also young master's report card after junior high school. Seeing that he had secretly called him young master, Lu Xiao had no intention of refuting. At this moment, Zhou Fu boldly changed the way he called Su Han. Zhou Fu deliberately pulled out the 7th high school report card and handed it to Lu Xiao. This report card was very detailed, including every exam and even a class quiz. Su Han's name could be clearly seen in the first row of each report. The teaching quality of 7th high school is very good, and the ranking in the city is also very good. Young master is ranked first in their grade. Hearing this, Lu Xiao finally retracted his gaze and looked up at Zhou Fu. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Fu's original words when deciding on the disposal plan for the land in 7th high school last week were, "The teaching of 7th high school is too traditional and lacks innovation. The students' grades are okay, but other than grades, their abilities in other aspects are very weak." Zhou Fu seemed to have thought of this as well. He smiled awkwardly and said, "The overall quality of 7th high school is still okay. The point is that young master can always be first in the exam. This is very rare." Compared to Zhou Fu's pride, Lu Xiao was much calmer. "He's just first," Lu Xiao said lightly as his gaze swept across Su Han's name. From his tone, not only was he not proud, but he also sounded a little disdainful. "But if he can be first every time, the meaning is different." Zhou Fu reminded him again. "Is that so?" Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "So what?" Zhou Fu, it was as if he was trying to wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep. There are so many awards. This shows that not only does young master have good grades, but he is also very outstanding in other aspects." This time, Lu Xiao finally nodded stingily. "Yes, it's okay." Hearing this, Zhou Fu was already very satisfied. Then, Zhou Fu's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Lu Xiao and asked, "Young master, do you need me to arrange to contact him?" "No, I will handle this matter myself." "Okay, sir." "Then, sir, should we bring young master back to the Lu family?" Zhou Fu asked carefully. "We can consider it." "Okay, I understand, sir." Although Lu Xiao said that he would consider it, Zhou Fu, who knew Lu Xiao very well, was enough to read his meaning from Lu Xiao's tone. "Then about young master's birth mother, you deal with it," Lu Xiao said lightly. Obviously, he did not care too much about Su Han's so-called mother. "Okay," Zhou Fu replied. This was also the answer he was hoping for. At first, he also thought that it would be good if Sir could have a family by chance, and children were the best link for a family. However, when he found out about Su Ran's information, this idea completely died. There was no other reason. No matter when Su Ran was the daughter of the Su family, or later, when she was down and out in the red light district to accompany guests, the things that she did were very difficult to explain in a few words. In addition, although he did not find any news about Su Ran in the past month or so, according to his previous investigation, Su Ran did not treat young master well. Such a person did not deserve to be a mother at all, let alone step into the Lu family. Originally, he was holding a piece of information about Su Ran in his hand, and he was hesitating whether to show it to Sir or not. But now, Sir was not interested in it, and that could not be better. Then I will deal with it. Zhou Fu wanted to deal with Su Ran's matter as soon as possible. For such a woman, it was benevolent enough to send her away with a sum of money, or it did not matter if she was given a monthly allowance. After all, she was young master's birth mother. Okay. Lu Xiao nodded. Seeing that Zhou Fu was about to tidy up the information on the table, he spoke up to stop him. Leave it. Okay. Then sir, I will go out first. After Zhou Fu left, Lu Xiao's gaze paused on Su Han's photo for a few seconds. That's all. After saying that, Lu Xiao turned on the music on the computer again. At the same time, he took the phone and transferred the remaining 600,000 from WeChat to Su Ran. On the other end, Su Ran, who received the transfer message, was dumbfounded. My hand slipped? Su, Mr. Liu? Why did you transfer the money to me again? Did you press the wrong button? To piano piece client, Liu, no. To piano piece client, Liu, the piano piece is very good. If you have time, I hope you can record a few more for me. Su, okay. No problem, Su Ran replied very quickly. Su, I will do it as soon as possible. In the face of the housing prices in B City, she, a master of high standards, had become a slave to money. She would be a fool if she didn't earn money. However, should she accept the money first or wait for the shipment before accepting the money? At night, looking at the few shiny red packets in the chat interface, Su Ran was still hesitating whether to accept them. Then, her phone vibrated. To piano piece client, Liu, accept the money. Su, okay. Su Ran, then accept it. After accepting the money, Su Ran felt very relieved. She casually scrolled through her WeChat moments. There were not many people in Su Ran's WeChat moments. Most of them were parents of the students in Su Han's class that she added at the last parent-teacher conference. In the past 2 days, many parents had been showing off their camping equipment in their WeChat moments. Su Ran could use it as a reference. However, this time, when Su Ran refreshed, she saw that the first post was Lu Xiao's WeChat moments. The other party shared a soft article called The Great Contribution of Genes to a Child's Future Growth. He also added a comment, it makes sense. Although she didn't quite understand the meaning of this kind of sharing, the other party was a client after all. Su Ran still politely liked the post. East Mountain Residence, Lu Residence. Not only did Zhou Fu leave early in the morning, but even Lu Xiao, who was currently half working and half on vacation, was nowhere to be seen. Lu Boyong, who had originally planned to flatter his third uncle, was the only one left. He was bored to death as he scrolled through the WeChat group. Group chat, Landlord Family, 8:27 a.m. Two idiots of the Lu family. What did third uncle mean by the post he made last night? Lu family's most handsome. I want to know too. Lu family's most handsome, but I don't know. Two idiots of the Lu family, me too. When I saw that post yesterday, I was shocked. Too bad I couldn't figure it out even after a whole night. Does little six know? Lu family's little six. Lu family's little six, yeah, but you have to ask third bro. He's the only one in front of third uncle right now. Lu family's little six, but I don't think he's up yet. Let me try Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang, who says I'm not up yet? I'm not asleep. Lu family's most handsome. Yo, you're really online. Where's third uncle? Lu Xiaoyang, I don't know. He left early in the morning. Lu Xiaoyang, but don't ask me about it. I'm still in the clouds. Lu Buxiao, didn't he just post something? Why are you guys so excited? The two idiots of the Lu family, damn. Boss actually appeared, Lu family's most handsome, +1. Boss, aren't you at the development project in Nepal? Lu Buxiao, I was disturbed by your messages. Can't I do that, Lu Xiaoyang? I thought you blocked our messages a long time ago. Lu Xiaoyang, however, boss, I'm afraid you don't know that third uncle's last post in his moments was a year and 5 months ago, and he even forwarded the New Year's greetings from the Lu Corporation. Lu family's most handsome, there must be something fishy going on. The foolish sons of the Lu family, your hand slipped? Two idiots of Lu family, fourth brother, are you stupid? Can a slip of the hand be shared with comments? The foolish sons of the Lu family, that's right. Then why did third uncle share that article? Lu Buixiao, it's just an article. Lu family's most handsome, boss, you don't understand at all. In front of the great demon king, it was very important to understand the leader's intentions at all times. Little six of the Lu family, that's right. Little six of the Lu family, talking about the great contribution of genes to growth. Do you think third uncle is trying to praise us through this article? After all, we are the same as third uncle. We all have the Lu family's genes, ha ha ha. The foolish sons of the Lu family, that makes sense. Lu family's most handsome, it does make sense, but do you think third uncle is the type to praise us? Two idiots of Lu family, it doesn't exist. Unless he's in a good mood? Lu family's most handsome, Lu Xiaoyang, is third uncle in a good mood? On the sofa, Lu Boyan held his phone and carefully recalled yesterday, from when third uncle came home, to when Zhou Fu came and left, to when third uncle came down for dinner in the evening. It seemed that third uncle was in a good mood, although it wasn't obvious. When he received a call from the company's assistant at the dinner table yesterday, third uncle didn't even look at him. It was enough to show that third uncle was in a good mood yesterday. Group chat, landlord family. 8:58 p.m. Lu Xiaoyang, according to my visual observation and brain analysis, it seems that it's okay. Lu family's little 6-inch, oh my god. Really? I can't believe that third uncle approves of me in my lifetime, even though it's not obvious. Lu family's most handsome, how do you know it's you? Lu family's little 6-inch, who else could it be? In this world, other than us, who else has the closest genes to third uncle? Lu family's little 6-inch, I'm going to take a good look at the content of the article again, ha ha ha. The foolish sons of the Lu family, I'm going too. Lu Boyang also exited the group. As he clicked on the article that Lu Xiao had shared yesterday, he tried to recall if he had done anything that pleased third uncle recently. Could it be that he had changed the air conditioning system at home? On the other side, the idiots of the Lu family were all immersed in the second round of scrolling through their WeChat moments. On the other side, Su Ran, who was staying at home and had become unemployed again, was also scrolling through her WeChat moments. Of course, it wasn't Lu Xiao's article that had been shared. Although Su Ran didn't have many friends on WeChat, her parents were still very enthusiastic about sharing their WeChat moments. In just one night, Lu Xiao's WeChat moments had already been squeezed into some corner. Originally, most of these WeChat moments were about buying things on behalf of others, soliciting votes from relatives and children, and so on. Recently, they had all become about camping. Some of them were sharing their own equipment, while others were sharing practical camping strategies. Scrolling through her WeChat moments every day had already become Su Ran's habit. Xianxia's mom shared an article, Practical mosquito repellent for outdoor travel. It's very practical. I'll share it with everyone, this is not bad. I'll keep it. Zhang Hao's dad shared an article, What to do if you encounter danger in the wild. The park in the western suburbs shouldn't be considered a wilderness, but it's better to be prepared. I'll keep it too. Du Wentao's mom, this is a parent-child windbreaker specially prepared for this camping trip, it's very tacky. Su Ran commented in his heart. However, he still went against his will and gave a like below the post. After that, Su Ran saw that Du Wentao's mom had forwarded the photos to the parents' WeChat moments later. Du Wentao's mom, I don't have much camping experience, so I bought a special windbreaker for camping. Can everyone help me take a look and see if this will work? Su Ran, ha ha ha. Is she asking for everyone's help? Are you sure she's not showing off? Su Ran didn't know if she was showing off or not, but ever since Du Wentao's mom posted the photos, there was a wave of people posting photos of their equipment in the WeChat Moments group. It wasn't until the homeroom teacher, Miss Wang, appeared and sent a notice that the wave finally stopped. However, this matter wasn't over yet. At school, Du Wentao and Su Han were deskmates. In the past, he had always thought that this deskmate was a little scary, so he didn't really talk to Su Han. However, his mother had been instilling in him the idea of getting along well with his classmates, especially Su Han, who was good at studying and teaching. This weekend, he played basketball with Su Han again. In these 2 days, Du Wentao and Su Han's relationship had become closer. Ah. I'm going crazy. Du Wentao arrived at school early in the morning. He looked like he had nothing left to live for as he wailed beside Su-han. In response, Su-han just looked at him indifferently and continued to memorize his vocabulary with his head lowered. Seeing this, Du Wentao didn't care and continued to complain to Su-han, "Su-han, do you know? My mom actually bought me an extremely ugly windbreaker. It's really, really ugly. It's so ugly that it can break the sky." "It's really ugly?" Su-han asked. "Really? It's not really ugly, it's really ugly. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." Du Wentao took out his phone and showed a photo to Su-han. This was taken by his mother last night. In the photo, Du Wentao and his mother were wearing the same windbreaker. His mother looked obviously happy. As for Du Wentao beside her, he looked like he was forced to do business. As for the windbreaker, it was a little hard to explain. Right? Isn't it ugly? Su-han originally wanted to say that it was very ugly. However, when he thought of what Su-ran had told him not to be so direct when talking to other people, he paused for a moment and gave an evaluation that did not go against his conscience. "It's not very suitable." "Yeah. I'm a boy, how old am I? My mom actually made me wear this kind of clothes. Look at this, the pattern is actually a rose. I'm going crazy." Previously, his mother even asked him to post this photo on his WeChat Moments, but he didn't want to. If he posted it on his WeChat Moments, he would definitely be mocked. Du Wentao couldn't imagine how many people would laugh at him if he wore this set of clothes to sketch. "By the way, Su-han, did your family buy sunscreen?" Du Wentao thought of something and suddenly looked at Su-han with hope. His mother said that their family had already invited Su-han's family to team up. If Su-han's family didn't buy it, he might be able to convince his mother to go with Su-han's family and buy another set of sunscreen. Unfortunately, reality was destined to disappoint Du Wentao. "We bought it." Su-han nodded. We already bought it." "What kind of clothes did your family buy?" Du Wentao asked faintly after whining for a while. "Nothing special, just the normal kind. There are a few decorative lines on the shoulders, sleeves, and trousers. That's all," Su-han said. Although at first Su-ran also collected some cool and trendy camping clothes, in the end, when it was time to order, Su-ran and Su-han both tacitly chose the simplest one. "I also want this." Hearing this, Du Wentao was even more desperate. He didn't want anything now, the biggest hope was to be normal. It could only be said that in the same world, different mother, different taste. Su-han also thought the same. He looked at the fancy windbreaker on Du Wentao's phone, then thought about the 2 sets of clothes he received last night that were already washed and hung up by Su-ran. Su-han suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, that woman's taste was still okay. If Su-ran also wanted to force him to wear that kind of clothes like Du Wentao, Su-han suddenly felt a little creepy when he thought of a certain scenario. Su-han looked at Du Wentao sympathetically, then looked away and continued to read. However, the moment Su-han lowered his head, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. As if he sensed something, Su-han suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the classroom door. Du Wentao felt that it was too quiet, so he turned his head and was about to talk to Su-han when he saw him staring at the door. "What are you looking at?" Du Wentao also looked at the door. "Oh my god. Old Lu is here and you didn't even tell me. That's so mean." Du Wentao looked at the English teacher who was walking into the classroom. He quickly put his phone in his pocket, flipped open the book in front of him, and suddenly lowered his head and pretended to read. Was that the English teacher? No. Su-han looked at the English teacher who had already walked to the podium, then turned his gaze to the classroom door. Su-han frowned and his gaze was locked in a certain direction for a long time. He only looked away when the English teacher said that he had to do a dictation. However, there was still some confusion in his eyes. At the same time, Su-ran was lying on the sofa at home, scrolling through WeChat and parents group. She finally felt a little bored. Su-ran exited WeChat and got up. She walked to Su-han's room and picked up Su-han's unfinished draft book and a pen from the table. Su-ran dug out the messages from the bank during this period of time and copied the balance of each account onto a draft book. Then, he calculated some other miscellaneous things, such as the small amount of change left on WeChat and the money in his wallet, and wrote them all down on the draft book. 2 million plus 400,000 plus 237. 73 plus 769 yuan and 50 cents. Total, 370,1007. 23, 3. 7 million. Su Ran looked at the addition and subtraction on her phone and silently muttered this number. Because she received the 2 million from Ulele Studios and the accidental purchase of Mr. Lu's music, Su Ran's net worth had increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Su Ran once again put the matter of buying a house on the agenda. With the touching property prices in B City, it was definitely impossible to buy a house with the full amount of 3 million. However, if she chose a house in a slightly less desirable location, this amount of money should not be a problem for the down payment. She did as she said. Su Ran searched online for a few properties that met her requirements. She also looked at other people's comments and confirmed a few places. Then, she changed her clothes, put on some light makeup, grabbed her bag, and went out valiantly. When Su Ran went out, she happened to bump into Grandma de Bayo, who was coming up the stairs with a few suitcases. Seeing Su Ran, Grandma de Bayo seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, she turned her head away a little awkwardly. She lowered her head and carried her suitcases upstairs. Su Ran did not find Grandma de Bayo's reaction strange. Previously, when Su Ran came, the people in this building would greet Su Ran when they saw her. Those who were not familiar with her would also smile and nod. However, ever since that group of debt collectors came to make a scene and were sent away by Su Ran and heard that Su Ran was moving out, these people did not greet Su Ran anymore. She did not know if it was really because they did not want to talk to Su Ran anymore that day or because they felt a little embarrassed that they had chased her away after scolding her. Grandma de Bayo was probably the latter. After all, ever since she took Su Ran's things and sold them in the countryside for a sum of money, Grandma de Bayo was usually quite enthusiastic when she met Su Ran again. However, Su Ran did not mind such a cold shoulder. After all, the original her did not leave a good impression on the other party. Moreover, she and her son were really about to move out. However, Su Ran stood at the door and watched Grandma de Bayo climb up. Probably because the suitcases seemed to be too big and were stuck on both sides of the narrow corridor, it was particularly difficult to lift them up. Su Ran sighed, but he still took a step forward and helped de Bao's grandmother to lift the box up. Seeing Su Ran help her pull the suitcases up, Grandma de Bayo was stunned. She looked at Su Ran's expression and instantly became embarrassed. That, little Su, about that, thank you. Grandma de Bayo thanked her a little awkwardly. Su Ran nodded. That, are you going out? Grandma de Bayo asked again. I'm going to look at a house. Su Ran replied. Hearing Su Ran say that she was going to look at a house, Grandma de Bayo certainly did not think that Su Ran was going to the sales department to look at a house. After all, house prices were so expensive now. Not many people could afford it, let alone someone like Su Ran. She only thought that Su Ran had found a new rented house and was going to look at it. All of a sudden, Grandma de Bayo felt a little embarrassed again. She felt that it was them, the neighbors, who were not neighbors, who forced Su Ran away. Speaking of which, this mother and son were quite pitiful. That, little Su, actually, about what happened that day, we may have been a little harsh with our words. In fact, it's quite good for you to live here. Neighbors help each other out. Hearing this, Su Ran was stunned. She roughly understood what Grandma de Bayo meant. Su Ran smiled and explained, it's not because of what happened before. It's mainly because Su Han has grown up. The place we're living in now only has one bedroom and one living room. It's not convenient. I see. Grandma de Bayo heaved a sigh of relief. She nodded and said, that's true. This boy has grown up. It's time for him to rent a bigger house. Hearing this, Su Ran did not explain to Grandma de Bayo about buying and renting. She nodded at her and Su Ran prepared to leave. Ah, little Su, wait. This orange is quite sweet. Take a few to eat on the way. With that, Grandma de Bayo emptied her hand and took out a few oranges from an unknown box. Just like last time, she stuffed them into Su Ran's hands. Seeing this, Su Ran could not refuse. Just in case there's a traffic jam on the way. Su Ran went downstairs. Originally, she was going to take a taxi. However, thinking about the amount she calculated just now, Su Ran decided to take the bus. It might change a little if she took a taxi. First stop, Xingli District. This was Su Ran's first choice because it was already a ready-made house. Moreover, it was very close to Su Han's school. Most importantly, because it was near the outer ring, the price was slightly cheaper. She got off the bus at the stop. Su Ran quickly opened the map and found the Xingli district. If her little assistants in her previous life knew that their boss, who was almost spoiled by them, was so down-to-earth and self-reliant, they might be very touched. "Hello madam, are you looking for a house?" Su Ran walked through the door of the sales department. The sales lady greeted her warmly. "Yes, I'm looking for a 2-bedroom house." Su Ran smiled, nodded, and said. Previously, when she passed by a sales office, Su Ran went in to take a look because she wanted to avoid the sun while waiting for the bus. However, at that time, her assets were negative. Listening to the sales lady's introduction, Su Ran's heart did not waver. She even wanted to leave. This time, it was different. With 3 million on her, Su Ran was very confident. Hearing Su Ran's answer, the sales lady immediately understood that this customer was sincere in buying a house. She immediately brought Su Ran to the model area. "Madam, please take a look. We have a lot of 2-bedroom houses here, including 6 models. These are the 3 best-selling models. You can take a look first. If you're not satisfied, there are 3 more models over there. I'll go get them for you." "No need." Looking at the 3 models, Su Ran said. The one in front of her was very good. There was an indoor garden. If she bought a bicycle for Su Han, she could put it here. This way, it would be very convenient for Su Han to go to school. But the other one was also good. The 2 bedrooms were on both sides of the living room. Although they were a bit far apart, it seemed to be just right for their home. When the time comes, she can add a soundproof wall. When she composes, she won't affect Su Han. "Madam, are you not satisfied?" Seeing Su Ran slightly frown, the sales lady asked. "No, I'm just a bit conflicted between these 2. Su Ran said. Both were good. She really didn't know which to choose. How about letting Su Han choose? Regarding the problem of choosing, Su Ran had discovered in the past 2 days that Su Han was very decisive. Generally, there wouldn't be a situation of difficulty in choosing. Therefore, previously, when he was buying plain rubbings on Taobao, Su Ran would usually let Su Han make the final decision on which item to place the order on. "How about this? Since you are interested in both sets, I have calculated the price for both sets for you. This way, you can also compare." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." "You're welcome. Come, madam, this way please." "Okay." Su Ran had already decided. When Su Han finished school in a while, she would go directly to the school to pick him up and take a look here. It was also a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the future path of school. "Do you want a loan or a full payment?" "A loan." "A business loan or a provident fund?" "We also provide a mixed loan here." A business loan." "What are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund?" Never before, not in this life, and not in her previous life. "Okay, we have a cooperation with Bank X here. There is a 5% discount for business loans. The boxes here are the remaining unsold units." "Which floor do you want?" "The 17th floor. Probably because she had been thinking too much about the 17th floor recently, when the salesperson asked, Su Ran's first reaction was to think of the 17th floor. As Su Ran answered the salesperson's question, she took out her phone and was about to send a text message to Su Han. However, thinking about it, it seemed that last time, the homeroom teacher said in the group that the school didn't confiscate cell phones, but they also didn't support students' frequent use of cell phones in school. Thinking about it, Su Ran simply didn't send a text message. Anyway, it was still early. She would go directly to the gate of Su Han's school in a while and wait there. Su Ran was very satisfied with this happiness. Moreover, the price of the 2 houses was affordable. Su Ran didn't consider other places. After coming out of the sales department, she looked at the time and saw that it was still early. Su Ran didn't take the car. she simply walked to Suhan's school. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Ran walked out of the sales department and walked all the way to the entrance of Suhan's school in less than 30 minutes. Su Ran was even more satisfied with the blissful inner district. Are the parents picking up their children from school? So Ran arrived at the school gate and an old man on duty came forward to ask. That's right, Su Ran smiled at him and nodded. You're really early. The old man on duty looked at his watch and said to Su Ran with a smile, it's sunny here. Go stand in the shade over there. There's still about an hour before school ends. You'll have to wait. Okay, thank you. Su Ran thanked him. She wanted to say that she wasn't early because there was someone even earlier than her over there. So Ran looked at the car parked on the left side of the school gate and felt that it looked familiar. She took a closer look. Wasn't this the car of Mr. Liu, the one who had saved her life at the East Mountain residence and even gave her a ride? At the same time, Lu Xiao seemed to have seen Su Ran. He opened the door and got out of the car. Then, he walked towards Su Ran. Miss Su. Mr. Liu, what a coincidence. Seeing Lu Xiao greet her, Su Ran nodded at him. This client was quite good. Yes, what a coincidence. Are you picking up your children? Lu Xiao asked. He remembered that he met Miss Su here last weekend. She said that she was here to watch her children play in a competition. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's gaze darkened. Su Ran didn't notice the change in his expression. Hearing Lu Xiao's question, she nodded. Yes. Mr. Liu, are you here to pick up your children too? Su Ran asked. Looking at Mr. Liu's age, it was normal for him to have a child. His child was in junior high school, so he probably got married early. However, Su Ran was a little surprised that the big boss's child would go to 7th high school. After all, in her impression, it was basically impossible for the children of those families in the East Mountain residents to study in a normal public school. There were even quite a number of them who were specially arranged for private education. Hearing Su Ran's question, Lu Xiao was stunned. Yes, Lu Xiao answered vaguely. I guess so. Mr. Liu is quite early, said Su Ran. He thought to himself, don't say, this big shot is quite responsible. As a big shot, not only did he come to pick up the child in person, but he also came so early. At this moment, according to the photos taken by the mothers in the parents' group chat, in a while, there would be 2 rows of cars waiting to pick up the children at the entrance of number 7 high school. Yes, Lu Xiao replied vaguely. He didn't come early. He came in the morning. Previously, he just sat in the principal's office and said that he was looking for the child. In the end, the principal pretended to ask someone to call the child over. Lu Xiao felt that it was inappropriate. For the time being, he wasn't in the mood to look at the other party's future teaching plan, so he simply left the school. He waited outside. Miss Su is also very early. Is she usually at this time? Haha, not really. It was a shame to say that Su Han usually went home by himself after school. Not counting the parents' meeting, this was the first time Su Ran came to pick up Su Han from school. I'm looking at a house. I can't make up my mind, so I came to pick up the child to take a look. When she said this, Su Ran's face revealed a smile, and a look of yearning appeared in her eyes. It was very beautiful. Seeing this, Lu Xiao should have felt that it was pleasing to the eye, but he felt a little stifled in his heart. Looking at a house? You're planning to buy a house? Yes, it's in the blissful neighborhood on the east side of the school. It's very close to the school. You can walk there in less than 30 minutes, and it's very safe on the way. When it came to the new house that they were about to buy, Su Ran couldn't control herself. Because she felt that the neighborhood was really good, Su Ran subconsciously wanted to recommend it to Lu Xiao. There might be a discount if the old brought the new one. However, immediately after, when she thought of Lu Xiao's identity, Su Ran instantly felt awkward. He was a big shot. If he could drive an 8-figure car to pick up the child from school, why would he need to buy a house in an ordinary neighborhood that wasn't even considered a house in the school district? Yes. Hearing this, Lu Xiao looked at Su Ran. His eyes flashed, and a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. Although he had only had 2 very brief exchanges with Miss Su in school, Just a few words were enough to tell that she loved her child very much. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lu Xiao saw that Su Ran suddenly thought of something and frowned, so he asked subconsciously. It's not really a problem. I'm just thinking about which one is better. The two houses I saw are not bad, and I'm thinking about which one is better. Su Ran said. What kind of house? The Lu family had been in the real estate business before. Although it was mostly high-end apartments and residential commercial buildings, it was essentially the same. He knew a little about it. It's a two-bedroom house. I took a picture of the house floor plan. Let me show it to you. With that said, Su Ran pulled out the house floor plan that she took at the sales department and showed it to Lu Xiao. She also tried very hard to constantly remind herself that the person next to her was a big shot. He was not an ordinary person. However, when she stood with Lu Xiao and waited for the child to finish school, Su Ran couldn't help but chat with him calmly. It could only be said that the school entrance was a magical place. It didn't matter if they knew each other's parents. As long as they stood together, they could always chat. When Su Ran handed her phone over, Lu Xiao's gaze stopped on her slender fingers for a few seconds. Then, he looked at the two house floor plans. The two-bedroom house wasn't too big, but the layout and lighting were not bad. The only one, the master bedroom, seems a little small. These two two-bedroom houses had this problem. The two bedrooms were almost the same size. It was hard to tell which one was the master bedroom. It's not small anymore. It's just the two of us. Before Su Ran could finish speaking, she saw Lu Xiao suddenly raise his hand. Su Ran instinctively took a step back and retracted her hand. Su Ran, Lu Xiao, sorry. Your sleeve. Lu Xiao coughed dryly and pointed at a dirty spot on Su Ran's sleeve as he spoke. Although his action was completely subconscious, when he thought about how the other party was a married woman, his action was indeed a bit abrupt. After being reminded by Lu Xiao, Su Ran raised her hand and noticed the large spot on her right sleeve that was stained with dust. She must have gotten it when she helped De Bao's grandmother carry those boxes in the corridor earlier. Because it was near the back, it wasn't easy to notice it. Thank you. Su Ran smiled embarrassedly. She took out a tissue from her bag and wiped it. She didn't have time to talk to Lu Xiao. Although it was a misunderstanding, because of what happened just now, the atmosphere between the two parents suddenly became silent. Thank you for just now. It's nothing. Okay, then, do you want an orange? It's quite sweet. Su Ran suddenly remembered the oranges that Grandma De Bao gave her. In order to ease the awkwardness, she took out 2 oranges from her bag and said to Lu Xiao. At first, Su Ran was just trying to find a topic to lighten the atmosphere. He never thought that this big boss with the surname Lu would really want it. She didn't expect Lu Xiao to actually take the 2 oranges that she pretended to hand over. Okay, thank you. Lu Xiao took the oranges from Su Ran's hand and thanked her. He raised his other hand and peeled the oranges. During this process, Su Ran noticed a detail. When this person peeled the oranges, he peeled off the small protruding bump on the top of the oranges, along with the leaves and the dry parts. Then, he split the orange peel evenly in half. Is this orange peeling method really useful? Shouldn't a normal person peel an orange by poking a hole at the bottom and peeling it along the hole? What's wrong? Lu Xiao asked when he saw Su Ran staring at the oranges in his hand. Nothing, I'm just looking. My son peels oranges like this too. Thinking about how her son peeled oranges like this last time, Su Ran actually wanted to discuss with this student's parent. Was there any benefit to peeling oranges that she didn't know about? Or was this eating method popular now? She was just out of date. By the way, does Mr. Lu have a daughter? She felt that most old fathers doted on their daughters and would only send them to and from school. As for their sons, they were usually left alone. Son. Then he's the same as ours, Su Ran smiled and said, then what grade is your son in? Su Ran actually wanted to ask, is your child's grades good? What's his rank in the midterm exam? Is he good at basketball, and so on. She tried hard to tell herself twice in her mind that it was not good to compare, Only then did she finally suppress the little thoughts that came from the parent. Year 1, Lu Xiao added after a pause, Year 1, Class 8. Eh? Year 1, Class 8? Isn't that with my Sue? Sorry, I have to take this call. So Ran wanted to say that her son was also in Class 8, but she was interrupted by a ringtone. She took the phone and saw that it was Su Xiao from Ulele Studios. Su Ran was a little surprised, but she still picked up the phone. Hello, Manager Su. Miss Su, it's not good. There's an emergency over at Lele's album. What's the problem? Hearing the other party's anxious tone on the phone, Su Ran also became nervous for a moment. It's like this, we originally planned to let Lele release an album warm-up song first, but in the end. We'll talk about the specific situation when you arrive, Miss Su. Su Xiao roughly explained the situation on the phone. Although it wasn't very detailed, Su Ran vaguely guessed what was going on, and the expression on her face became a little ugly. Okay, I understand. I'll rush over now. With that, Su Ran hung up the phone. What happened? Seeing that Su Ran's expression didn't look too good, Lu Xiao asked with concern. When he saw Miss Su before, she had always been gentle and very warm. This was the first time he saw Su Ran like this. She was very angry and even a little aggressive. Even when he saw Su Ran for the first time in Dongshan Garden, she was not like this. Lu Xiao originally wanted to ask if she needed help, but he heard Su Ran say, "It's nothing, just a little accident at work. I have to go over and deal with it." She originally planned to take her son to see the house, but it seemed that she had to postpone it. Is it urgent? Do you need me to ask the driver to take you there? At this moment, Lu Xiao's car was parked next to the school. Su Ran also glanced at the car. Forget it. It was an 8-figure car, and she still had to pick up the young master. She didn't know who it was. When Su Ran came to their class for the parent-teacher conference, most of the parents added her as friends. During this period of time, she occasionally interacted in the class group and her circle of friends. She was also a little familiar with some parents, but she didn't seem to find any particularly rich family. Or maybe they deliberately hid it deep, and Lu Xiao wasn't in the parent contact group. Maybe he only added the child's mother in the group to keep a low profile. Surname Lu. How many children in Su Han's class had the surname Lu? If it wasn't for the urgent matter at Ulele's side, Su Ran really wanted to sit down and take a good look to see if she could find out who the other child was through clues. Then she would tell her Su Han to be careful not to play too close to the other party, especially not to go to their house to play. Mr. Lu also lived in Dongshan Garden. Su Ran didn't want Su Han to meet the Song family there, especially the two little ones. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your kindness, but I don't want to trouble you. Su Ran rejected Lu Xiao's kindness. After all, it was an urgent matter. Even though it was quite close, she still reluctantly took a taxi at the school gate to Ulele's studio. After Su Ran left, Lu Xiao's gaze lingered in the direction of the other party's departure for a long time. Finally, he frowned and retracted his gaze. Everyone knew that the current head of the Lu family had a cold personality. He didn't have much emotion towards people or things, and he wouldn't pay too much attention to them. He was like a machine in power. Or rather, a machine working for the family business. Lu Xiao himself knew this. It was lonely at the top. It seemed that after being the head of the Lu family for a long time, he had become more and more indifferent. Although this Miss Su was indeed a very good person and had a very easy personality to get along with, as the person who provided him with the piano music, it was normal for Lu Xiao to be friendly to her. However, this friendliness seemed to be a bit too much. It had already exceeded the normal friendliness that Lu Xiao treated others. Since it was impossible, it was better not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Lu Xiao thought to himself. These words were obviously meant for himself. Retracting his gaze, Lu Xiao finally cast his gaze in the direction of the school gate. At this time, the bell had already rung, and students came out in 2s and 3s. Soon, Lu Xiao saw Su Han's figure in the group of students. At this time, Lu Yangyang was beside Su Han. Brother Han, you're too mean. Du Wentao showed you such a funny photo, and you didn't even share it with me. If it weren't for a classmate in the class hanging out with his mother's WeChat account, and casually scrolling through the photo that Du Wentao's mother shared in her circle of friends, he would have missed this opportunity to mock the other party. Su Han looked at Lu Yangyang as if he was looking at an idiot. He only took a glance at the other party's phone. How could he share it? No, he wasn't such a boring person. It's true. It's really funny. That photo, Du Wentao's expression, ha ha ha, it's like a pig about to be slaughtered. That shirt, even if you gave me 100 yuan, I wouldn't wear it. Lu Yangyang laughed at Du Wentao without any burden. At the same time, for the first time, he felt a little lucky that his parents were in T-City and couldn't make it back in time. Otherwise, with his father's strange taste, he might also, but then again, is what Du Wentao said true? Is Du Wentao's family really going to team up with us? His mother seemed to have told my mother, Su Han said. At the same time, he coldly looked at Lu Yangyang. Us? Su Han repeated the two words that Lu Yangyang just said. Isn't it? It's our family. What does it have to do with you? Su Han calmly looked at Lu Yangyang and said. No. Brother Han, you can't play like this. You promised me that you'd bring me along. I've already registered my name. You can't just throw me off the boat halfway through. Lu Yangyang wailed. He had a hurt expression on his face that said, "You've hurt me, yet you're still smiling." When did I say that? Last week. You said it yourself in the group. I said bring me along, and you said yes. I'll show you the record. There's no need for that. Su Han recalled that it was last week. That woman had worn his best and sent it out. Frowning, Su Han looked at Lu Yangyang with disdain. This attitude was a tacit admission of this fact. What else could he do? Although he knew that the student next to him was someone who could play solo in a 5v5, and most importantly, he didn't even know that he was playing solo, what else could he do other than silently accept the trap that his parents had dug for him? No, Brother Han, why do you dislike me so much? No matter what, I'm still better than Du Wentao, right? Su Han, not necessarily. I'm serious. I'm not joking. This time, we really can't bring Du Wentao along. That shirt is too ugly. I can't bring him along. Really? His addition will drag down the overall attractiveness of our team. Really, really. Hey, Brother Han, don't keep quiet. Lu Yangyang urgently needed Su Han to agree with his point of view. After talking for a long time, he saw that Su Han suddenly stood still and didn't leave. His face was unfriendly as he stared in a certain direction. Lu Yangyang was a bit confused. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? Lu Yangyang followed Su Han's gaze and looked over. His eyes suddenly widened. Oh my god, this is the car from last time. Lu Yangyang excitedly pulled Su Han. This was the car they saw at school last time. It was now parked at the entrance, and the person who sat in the car last time was standing in front of the car. He seemed to be looking at the school entrance as well. This is the second time. It must be the student's parent. Damn, our school actually has this kind of super invisible rich second generation. Who the hell is it? No, I must know who it is. Then I'll go and suck up to him. I'll become the rich man's lackey and hang on his leg to be brought to the peak of life. Is that right? Brother Han? Seeing that Su Han didn't react at all after talking for a long time, Lu Yangyang wanted to raise his hand and wave it in front of Su Han's eyes to see if this person was stunned. At this moment, Su Han suddenly lifted his feet and walked straight toward the car. Damn. Brother Han, what are you doing? Lu Yangyang widened his eyes and looked at Su Han's back as he walked away. He made a gesture in his heart. Brother Han, I was just casually saying. If you want to know who that rich second generation is, we can slowly observe. You immediately ran to the parents and asked them who is their son. This is too fierce. No, I can't take it. You're looking for me? Su Han walked in front of the man and stared at him with cold eyes as he asked in a cold voice. Hearing this, Lu Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. Smart enough and sharp enough. Two men with half the same genes, or more accurately, a man and a boy, looked at each other. Some things didn't need to be said, but they already had a tacit understanding. You have the right to know what I found out. Lu Xiao faced Su Han and threw out this sentence. What he found out was naturally Su-han's background and the fact that Su-han was his son from a genetic perspective. Hearing this, Su-han frowned slightly. At this time, his phone just happened to ring. It was a few WeChat messages from Su-ran. "Ma, son, I went to the studio last time. There was an emergency there and I had to deal with it. I might be home a little late. Take care of yourself. I told Du Wintao's mother that you can eat at their house. If you don't want to go, you can order takeout at home. Ma, I wanted to take you to see the house today, but it will have to wait. I think it's super good. I sent you 2 floor plans. Ma, photos. Ma, photos." Seeing the photos sent by Su-ran, Su-han was a little surprised. That woman recently made a lot of money. Su-han knew this, but she was telling the truth when she said she wanted to buy her own house and move out. The corner of his mouth that had been tied all this time secretly curled up into a smile. "Whatever, I'll just treat it as if it's for that woman. What do you want me to know?" Su-han put away his phone and looked up at Lu Xiao. His eyes became cold and hard again. "Come with me." Su-han frowned, but he still followed Lu Xiao into the car. Behind them, Lu Yongyang, who saw the whole process, was shocked. "God! It can't be, I've been looking for him thousands of times, but it turns out he's right next to me, and I've already become a big shot's leg accessory. No wonder I thought that man, oh no, that uncle looked familiar last time. The two of them looked so similar. I stared at Su-han every day. How could I not think he looked familiar? Oh my god, this world is crazy. It's so fascinating." Lu Yongyang was lamenting that life was full of ups and downs. When he thought about whether to pick up his school bag or his school uniform when he saw Brother Han tomorrow, Su-han had already followed Lu Xiao to a clubhouse. This was one of Lu Corporation's properties. It was very quiet and safe. "Just say what you want to say." Su-han looked at the cup in front of him and didn't touch it. Lu Xiao didn't waste any time. He put a document in front of Su-han. "You know about DNA testing, right? This is a paternity test report. It compares the genes of the targets. One is mine, and the other is yours," Lu Xiao said. After that, he didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Su-han's heart couldn't help but fluctuate a little. However, he wasn't too surprised. Staring at the cover of the report in front of him, Su-han didn't open it. Instead, he stayed silent and didn't say a word. The originally quiet environment seemed to become even quieter because of the silence between the two of them. It was a little strange. However, the two parties didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lu Xiao just watched Su-han's reaction. If it weren't for his right index finger and left knuckles, perhaps no one would know that Mr. Lu wasn't as relaxed as he looked. Finally, when the atmosphere was extremely tense, Su-han raised his head and looked at Lu Xiao. "So, you showed me this to let me know that you're that scumbag? Lu Xiao?" Scumbag. Hearing these 2 words from the mouth of a kid who had half of his bloodline, Lu Xiao, the head of the Lu family, whose face would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, cracked for the first time. At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. What did he do? How did he become a scumbag in this kid's mouth? As far as he knew, Su-han should not have known of his existence before this. In fact, apart from giving birth to this child, that woman with the surname Su did not know the truth of the incident back then, and it was even more impossible for her to tell Su-han anything. When he raised his head to look at Su-han again, he saw that Su-han was looking at him with a gaze filled with disdain and mockery. There was even a hint of hatred in his eyes. Lu Xiao's gaze darkened. He did not like this kind of gaze. "Before this, I did not know of your existence," Lu Xiao said in a low voice. This was a statement, and also an explanation for Su-han. However, Lu Xiao did not know that the reason Su-han called him a scumbag was because in Su-han's mind, he was almost certain that the man that Su-ran once deeply loved was the person in front of him. In other words, in a biological sense, the scumbag who provided half of his genes. On this issue, although Su-ran had tried many times to correct Su-han's bizarre thinking, it was a pity that the 12 or 13-year-old boy already had his own ideas, and when he was stubborn, even 10 cows could not pull him back. Moreover, every time they discussed this issue, as long as Su-han asked, "Then who is the other man that you are talking about?" Su Ran would always have a conflicted look on her face, as if she did not know how to answer. Because Su Ran did not know who it was, there was no such thing in the original owner's memory, not even in the novel. She couldn't possibly tell her son that there was only one possible answer to this question, and that was, the group of hooligans who were suspected to have been hired by Su Ran to frame the female lead, and then were instigated by the female lead and changed sides at the last minute. Thus, when Su Ran's reaction fell into Su Han's eyes, he was even more convinced of his guess. Heh. Hearing the words of the scumbag opposite him, Su Han sneered, "You don't know of my existence? So what? Or do you think this can change the fact that you're a scumbag?" Hearing this, Lu Xiao frowned. "In terms of blood, I am your father." Lu Xiao wanted to remind Su Han that he shouldn't speak to him in such a tone. "Father?" Su Han looked at Lu Xiao as if he had heard something funny. "I don't know him, and I don't need him." Lu Xiao's fingers that were lightly tapping his knuckles stopped. "Okay, I'm just telling you the truth. As for whether you need it or not, it's your freedom to admit it or not," Lu Xiao said in an indifferent tone and expressionless face as he looked at Su Han. This kind of attitude was like a developer negotiating with a stubborn family that was unwilling to move out. "Of course, I only have so many conditions. It doesn't matter if you don't want to move, I can just avoid you." "The truth? You only want to tell me this?" Su Han pointed at the paternity test report in front of him that he had not opened from beginning to end and asked. "Indeed." Lu Xiao nodded. "Or, what else do you want to know?" Lu Xiao's words seemed to have hit Su Han's weak spot, stopping the next mocking sentence that he had prepared. There were some things that he really wanted to know. "Then tell me, what happened back then? What did you do?" Su Han stared straight at Lu Xiao and asked. His fists under the table were tightly clenched. Although the past between Su Ran and this man had nothing to do with him and he shouldn't ask about it, Su Han couldn't help but feel unhappy when he thought about how abnormal that woman looked every time she mentioned it. He didn't ask Su Ran because he didn't want that woman to remember anything bad, but it didn't mean that Su Han didn't care. He wanted to know how much emotional hurt it was for a woman like Su Ran to abandon herself and give up on herself for so many years. He also wanted to know what kind of hurt the shameless man in front of him had caused that woman. At this moment, Lu Xiao didn't notice the subconscious protective attitude in Su Han's tone when he asked this question. When he heard Su Han's question, he was slightly stunned. What happened back then? Was he referring to how he was set up by those people from the Collateral family and was prepared to direct a huge scandal about the new head of the Lu family? Or the methods he used to deal with the Lu family's Collateral family? Or the various things that the young lady of the Su family did back then to pursue the young master of the Song family and take revenge on her love rival? "These aren't things that you should know," Lu Xiao said coldly. His tone didn't have any intention of bargaining. Whatever happened back then, it wasn't suitable for Su Han to know. After all, he was still a child who wasn't even 13 years old. So what if he knew? It would only make him more unhappy. However, when Su Han was a little older, he could let him know about the Lu family's matters and how he dealt with the Lu family's Collateral family back then. It would also make this kid more aware of the crisis. Lu Xiao thought to himself. He didn't realize that he was already subconsciously thinking about Su Han's future growth. Su Han didn't know what Lu Xiao was thinking. When he heard what the other party said, he only thought that this scumbag was deliberately avoiding and being irresponsible. "Since you don't want me to know, then why did you come looking for me today?" Just wasting his time. However, it was good to know who that scumbag was back then. "I've said it before. I'm only letting you know about the relationship between us today, and then I'll let you make a choice," Lu Xiao said. "What choice? Should he beat this scumbag up and settle it privately? Or should he send this man to prison in the future when he had the ability? Since we're father and son in terms of blood relations, then I have the obligation to raise you. If you accept, I can provide your tuition fees, living expenses, and all the expenses you need to participate in competitions or start a business in the future." After a pause, Lu Xiao added, "Until you're 18 years old. Children of the Lu family should be independent at the age of 18. This included the 6 idiotic nephews left behind by his eldest brother and second brother. After the age of 18, he didn't provide them with any expenses." Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Su Han seemed to be greatly provoked. He suddenly stood up and glared at the person in front of him. Are you giving me charity? I don't need it. I said, no. Lu Xiao frowned. Did he need to waste money giving charity to others? He didn't need it at all. On this point, Lu Xiao and Su Han's views were surprisingly consistent. However, staring at Lu Xiao, Su Han had another thought in his mind. So, you're saying that at your old age, you've done too many immoral things, and you can't find anyone to take care of you in your old age. Only now did you remember that because of the sins you committed, you had a son like this? In addition to making music, Su Ran recently liked to watch melodramatic family dramas. Su Han seemed to have heard about it from a drama. However, Su Han felt that it made sense to use it here, to use it on this old man. Wasn't this an old man? Su Han had seen Su Ran's ID before, so he knew that the woman was young. When she gave birth to him, she was probably not that old. As for the man in front of him, he should be in his 30s. He's just an old man. He really didn't know how blind and stupid that woman was to fall for such a shameless and irresponsible old man. In short, in Su Han's eyes, Lu Xiao in front of him didn't deserve Su Ran at all. Although the woman and his family didn't know how to cook or do housework, liked to sleep in, liked to order takeout, liked to buy stupid products online, liked to eat crayfish, didn't like to shell it herself, and occasionally spoke a little childishly, everything else seemed to be very good. Su Ran was not only beautiful, young, and patient, she was also very good at making money. Her aesthetic was also good, at least much better than the other parents in his class. How could this old man be worthy of that woman of his family? Su Han felt that Su Ran's emotional setback must be that she was betrayed or abandoned by this scumbag. Although with Su Han's current experience and knowledge, he still couldn't understand the emotional side of things, but he knew that for Su Ran to live like that, and even work in that kind of place, she must have suffered a lot. And this man? What right did he have to betray Su Ran? What right did he have to hurt Su Ran like that? If he didn't like Su Ran, then why did he violate her? What was the point of using or even deceiving a girl? Su Han gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Xiao. Although he didn't know what happened back then, it didn't stop him from putting all the blame on this man. Lu Xiao, who was questioning him, was speechless. Over the years, some people treated him like the god of fortune, and some people treated him like the king of hell. This was the first time Lu Xiao heard Su Han describe him like this. What did he mean by old? What did he mean by doing too many immoral things? Also, care for the elderly? Did he even need to? Did this kid really think that he wouldn't beat him up? In fact, Mr. Lu really wouldn't. Facing this young man who looked too similar to him, but still had a bit of childishness, Lu Xiao seemed to let out a long sigh. In the end, he only looked up and coldly looked at Su Han. However, he no longer restrained his aura and fierce look. If those who knew the Lu family and had seen the methods of the head of the Lu family were standing here, they might have already knelt down and apologized with their backs sweating and legs numb. Unfortunately, Su Han wasn't one of those people. Facing Lu Xiao's sudden change of expression, Su Han seemed to feel an invisible pressure in the room. What? Did he become angry out of embarrassment? Su Han pursed his lips, clenched his fists, and stared back at him. Seems like I was right? But I advise you not to think about it, sir. It's impossible. From Su Han's point of view, this man who suddenly appeared was nothing to him. He didn't want to have anything to do with him. Today, Su Han followed him here only to find out what happened to that woman back then. Put away your ridiculous thoughts, Lu Xiao said in a deep voice. He paused and said, also, I can pretend that you didn't say what you said just now. I'll give you another chance to make a choice. No need. No matter how many times I choose, it won't change my mind. Also, please don't appear again, Su Han said. He could ignore and even ignore the scumbag, but what about Su Ran? What if that woman saw this scumbag and remembered what happened in the past and went through the pain again? What would he do then? Too stubborn. Lu Xiao frowned and evaluated Su Han in his heart. He didn't know where he learned to be so stubborn. If Zhoufu was here, he would definitely tell Lu Xiao, Sir, I feel that personality isn't necessarily learned from somewhere. It could be inherited. I hope you can make a rational decision, Lu Xiao said again. After all, the Lu family and he could provide Su Han with something that others couldn't even get. This was very important to Su Han's growth and future development. Moreover, as far as I know, you were with Su. Lu Xiao frowned. Obviously, he didn't know the name of the young lady of the Su family. Cough, as far as I know, the woman who gave birth to you wasn't a good person, and you weren't living well with her either. Everyone had a reverse scale. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao's seemingly casual and honest words just happened to poke Su Han's reverse scale. The young man who was originally more mature and steady than his peers suddenly felt like he had met his natural enemy. All of a sudden, all the thorns on his body stood up. Shut up! Su Han roared at Lu Xiao. Whether I'm good or not, that's our family's business. We don't need a passerby like you to blindly talk about it. And what was wrong with it? Their family had already paid off the loan sharks, and they were about to have their own house. One last sentence, Su Han looked at Lu Xiao with a face full of warning, and said, "The woman who gave birth to me is my mother." After saying this, Su Han left without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Xiao was also stunned. Seeing Su Han leave, his eyes darkened slightly, but he didn't say anything to stop him. Oh, right. When he reached the door of the private room, Su Han suddenly stopped. One last question. Ask. What's your name? Lu Xiao. Okay, I'll remember this name. Lu Xiao, right? He seemed to be a rich and powerful scumbag. Just wait, I'll stand higher than this scumbag. Hopefully, when that time comes, this old man will still be alive and waiting for the day of my revenge. Su Han clenched his fists and left without saying a word. Bang! The door was closed, leaving Lu Xiao's room in dead silence once again. Only the sound of fingertips tapping on the armrest of the chair could be heard. This kind of tapping sound seemed to be very regular, but in fact, it revealed a trace of irritation. Lu Xiao frowned and lowered his eyes to think about the whole conversation just now. It seemed that from the beginning, it was out of his control. All of this was very different from what he had expected. What was wrong? Forget it, it was just a kid who had the same blood relationship as him. It didn't matter to him whether he existed or not. He just wanted to fulfill his obligation after knowing about it. He gave the other party a chance, but since the other party refused to accept, then forget it. What did he have to lose? Lu Xiao secretly said to himself with an extremely cold attitude in his heart. However, the fingers tapping on the armrest of the chair still didn't stop. Not only did they not stop, but they also became more and more hurried. Zhou Fu went back to the Lu family and couldn't find Lu Xiao, so he asked the driver and found this place. When he came, Zhou Fu heard that the young man who came with Mr. Lu had already left, so he went to the door of the private room. Zhou Fu knocked on the door twice and called out "Sir" at the door before he entered the private room and walked up to Lu Xiao. It wasn't until Zhou Fu walked to Lu Xiao's left and called out to him that Lu Xiao noticed the person in front of him. Why are you here? Because there are a few plans that you need to make, sir. I asked the driver and he said that you were here, so I came over. Zhou Fu lowered his head and said. His tone was much more careful than usual. There was no other reason other than that Mr. Lu was acting very strangely at this moment. If it was any other day, with Mr. Lu's insight and vigilance, he would have already noticed before he opened the door. However, today, he had already walked up to Lu Xiao's side, but Lu Xiao still didn't notice him. It could only be said that Lu Xiao was distracted just now, and it was obvious that he was distracted by something unpleasant. Okay, bring it over. Okay. Zhou Fu handed a few documents to Lu Xiao, including a newly drafted investment plan for No. 7 High School. This document was placed on the first page. When he saw the words No. 7 High School, Lu Xiao's gaze paused for a moment, and he flipped to the last page in annoyance. Swish, swish. He wrote down Lu Xiao's name. Although Lu Xiao read the next few documents, he seemed to be more impatient than usual. Reject this one. Okay. Take this back and change it. Okay. Cut this fund by 40%. Okay, there were a few documents that were spared. However, seeing Lu Xiao write down his name on it, Zhou Fu only felt his heart skip a beat. He was really worried that the paper of these documents wouldn't be able to withstand the torment and would be directly signed by Mr. Lu. Seeing that Lu Xiao had finally finished signing the documents, Zhou Fu secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, this sigh of relief didn't last long before it was lifted up again. Sir, was the conversation with young master not ideal today? Zhou Fu hesitated for a moment and asked carefully. Conversation? I was just telling him a fact, Lu Xiao said coldly. Yes. Zhou Fu sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he still followed Lu Xiao's words and asked again, that's because young master didn't accept it. You can say that. Thinking of that kid's attitude just now, Lu Xiao frowned unhappily. Stubborn, ignorant, impulsive, blind, irrational, and unruly and rude. A long string of comments, and they were all derogatory comments, came out of Lu Xiao's mouth. Especially the last two words, they were clearly referring to Su Han's attitude when speaking to him. Hearing this, Zhou Fu felt helpless again. Since Mr. Lu said so, he could roughly guess what was going on. Although he wasn't there at the time, Zhou Fu could already imagine the scene of an unfriendly conversation between father and son in his mind. After all, Mr. Lu's personality, and the young master that he investigated was the same. Something about being unruly and rude. Zhou Fu boldly guessed that Mr. Lu was probably embarrassed by young master. That, Mr. Lu, actually, young master's character is not bad, but this child is always a little immature, and young master is now in his rebellious period, Zhou Fu said. Saying this was not entirely to absolve Su Han, or to calm Lu Xiao down. In fact, Su Han was indeed not bad. Even Zhou Fu felt this was amazing. Being raised by a woman like Su Ran, it was a miracle that young master's character was still so good. Or could it be said that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? Although his character was a little antisocial and cold, wasn't Mr. Lu the same? Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Fu's words, Lu Xiao's gaze seemed to soften a lot. Then, Lu Xiao thought of another thing. The result of your investigation was that Su Han's biological mother didn't treat him well? Lu Xiao asked with a frown. He trusted the ability of his subordinates, so Lu Xiao did not doubt Zhou Fu's report. However, Su Han's attitude today made him uncertain. First of all, looking at Su Han's appearance, it seemed that he was not doing badly, and his relationship with his classmates was not as bad as the information indicated. Also, from Su Han's tone, he vaguely felt that Su Han did not seem to be dissatisfied with his situation, his family, and the woman who gave birth to him. He even vaguely sensed a protective posture, but he did not know if it was an illusion. Lu Xiao did not think that he would have the slightest bit of mercy to those who had hurt him or tried to hurt him. He would not, and Su Han naturally would not either. Then, what was Su Han's attitude? Zhou Fu did not know the doubts in Lu Xiao's heart. When he heard Lu Xiao's question, he nodded seriously and said, "Yes, sir. From the information we found, Miss Su gave birth to young master by accident in the toilet. At that time, she wanted to directly abandon young master, but in the end, she was discovered by a neighbor and called the police, so she did not succeed. After that, the young master grew up eating leftovers or things given to him by his neighbors out of pity. Most of his clothes and necessities were given to him by his neighbors or bought from street stalls. After young master entered junior high school, he moved out for a while and worked at a hot pot restaurant near the school." Zhou Fu explained in detail the things that Lu Xiao did not ask last time. He mainly wanted to let Lu Xiao know that young master did not have an easy life. It was inevitable that he was a little stubborn. However, he did not know that Lu Xiao had already focused on another point. Moved out for a while? Yes, but because young master and the owner of the hot pot restaurant had some conflict, he was not there anymore. Later, Miss Su took him back. Recently, because he was thinking about how to make up for Su Ran's plan, Zhou Fu sent someone to investigate Su Ran again. Only then did he find out that Su Ran had resigned from the nightclub 1 or 2 months ago. The reason for her resignation seemed to be that she wanted to live a good life. Although Zhou Fu had the same view as the nightclub owner, it was strange that after a period of time, Miss Su did not seem to appear in that kind of place again. Moreover, she seemed to be treating young master better than before. Although Zhou Fu did not think that Su Ran's situation was important, he still dutifully reported this information to Lu Xiao. However, Lu Xiao suddenly sneered. "Better? Ha, you just gave that kid a candy and you can buy him over? Humph, where's your backbone? Where's your shame? Where's your pride? Why didn't you inherit that from me?" Zhou Fu seemed to have understood something from Mr. Lu's complaint. Sir, Are you saying that young master intends to follow Miss Su instead of going back to the Liu family? When did I say that I wanted that kid to go back to the Liu family? Zhou Fu, okay, I said it. Sir, you didn't say it. As long as you're happy. However, Lu Xiao suddenly thought for a moment and said, I'll give you 3 more days to confirm the reliability of the information you investigated previously. Yes. Although Zhou Fu wanted to say that the information they investigated could not be wrong. At most, it was not complete. After all, when the Su family kicked Su Ran out of the house, they were very ruthless. A lot of information was cleared or changed, and there were indeed some bits and pieces that could not be investigated. In particular, there were many things that they personally cleaned up in order to suppress the Liu family's collateral relatives' matters. However, he did need to investigate more about Su Ran in the future. For example, in the past few months, he needed to investigate Su Ran. When he thought of Su Ran, that self-degrading woman, Zhou Fu looked down on her, but he could not deny that she was indeed pitiful. She was just spoiled by her family when she was young, so she went to extremes and did stupid things. Compared to the current madam of the Song family, she was much worse, but she was not that evil. If it really did not work out, he would give that woman more money when the time came. Zhou Fu temporarily put the matter of Su Ran aside and reminded Lu Xiao, Sir, the 17th of this month is young master's birthday. Do you need me to tell them to start preparing a birthday gift for him? His birthday? What does it have to do with me? Lu Xiao said coldly. I said the wrong thing. Zhou Fu quickly lowered his head and said. Although he said this, Zhou Fu had already begun to think about what kind of gift to prepare for young master. Zhou Fu originally wanted to say that the day after young master's birthday was the school's parent-child activity, but he thought that this was probably not the right time, so he could only put it aside for now. On the other side, Su Ran, who still did not know that someone had not only set their sights on his son's birthday but had even set their sights on the sketch expansion event, was currently in Lei Lei's studio, listening to Su Xiao talk about the entire incident with a serious expression. It turned out that after Su Ran and the musicians here made the music demo that day, Su Xiao informed Lei Lei to come over and record a song for the primetime slot. For this song, when Su Ran provided the first half of the music, Su Xiao had already arranged for the teacher to fill in the lyrics, so there was still time. That night, everyone in the studio worked overtime overnight and finally completed the production of the entire song. This song was called Go, and the content was a summary of Lei Lei's past. It was indeed very suitable to be released as the first song of her transition album. Once the song was released, it immediately exploded. The number of downloads and related traffic data soared. It was not only because Lei Lei's influence in the entertainment industry was not bad and she had a lot of fans, but more importantly, this song was really good, the tune made people immersed and unable to extricate themselves, and the lyrics were full of a wave of memories. Previously, when they heard that Lei Lei was going to transition, many people were not optimistic about it, including some of Lei Lei's old fans. They did not expect that the first song would be released today, and it would be completely reversed. The song was very popular, and in just an hour, the number of views exceeded 10 million. Lei Lei was also directly pushed to the top of the trending searches, and a large number of fans on Weibo even began to cry for food. They wanted the studio to quickly release the other songs in the album. There were even many big influencers in the music industry who were not invited who reposted this music Weibo post and gave it very high comments. Originally, the studio was going to hold an early celebration banquet this afternoon, and they had even started to prepare for the major charts and some music awards ceremonies at the end of the year. In the end, before the popularity on the internet subsided, another thing exploded. Just this afternoon, a person who claimed to be a behind-the-scenes staff member of Xingding Entertainment released a video online. This video showed a girl group recording a song. The company wanted to promote some new girl groups, and occasionally exposed practice videos on the internet. This was nothing. However, the problem was that the song that was being recorded in the video was surprisingly similar to the song Go that Lei Lei had released this morning, especially the chorus. It was almost exactly the same. And that staff member was still on Weibo. He seemed to be vague, but in fact, his goal was very clear. He said, "I'm so sad to see the flower wreath of our young sister's hard work for more than a month being snatched away just like that." We're just a step too late. Didn't this sentence mean that the song was their girl group's, and then Ukulele Studios plagiarized it and released it first? As soon as this incident was released, it instantly caused an uproar on the internet. Other than a few malicious defamation cases, Ukulele and her studio did not have any scandals, and their reviews in the entertainment industry were not bad. Therefore, there were still many people who were willing to believe in Ukulele. Moreover, although Xingding Company's song was similar, it could not be compared to Ukulele's song at all. However, the party that claimed to be plagiarized was Xingding Entertainment. What was Xingding Entertainment? It was the leading company in the entertainment industry. No one believed that such a company would be so tasteless as to slander and plagiarize a song. Moreover, the incident had been brewing for almost 3 hours, and no one had heard Xingding Entertainment come out to refute the rumors and say that it was not their staff member. Silence meant that they were admitting it. Moreover, the recording time of that video was indeed earlier than Ukulele's album announcement. All of a sudden, the entire internet was in a heated argument. It's this song. Su Xiao played the music video of the girl group from Xingding Entertainment online. Humph. Are these people who say that we plagiarized it deaf? How can this song compare to Lele's? Moreover, some parts are strange. Su Xiao was browsing the news online at this moment. When she saw some comments, she was very dissatisfied and complained. Su Xiao was right. This song was one of the 10 one-minute samples that Su Ran had submitted to Xingding Entertainment back then. At that time, it was because the price had not been negotiated and the other party had rejected it that there was no follow-up cooperation. When this song was submitted to Ukulele Studios, Su Ran also made some changes to the song according to Ukulele's personal style. Back then, Su Ran could be considered to have sold her songs. The reason why she dared to send the song directly to the other party and was not afraid of being hacked by the other party was that when preparing the samples, Su Ran usually handled it very cleverly. It would not affect the listening effect, but if it was another person who wanted to rewrite or add passages to the song to make it 4 minutes, it would be impossible. She did not expect that Xingding Entertainment would actually find someone to rewrite her song. She had to say that although the person who dared to take this job had a big heart, he was still considered smart. Su Ran had designed a few places where the lines were broken, and the other party had found some similar tunes to connect them. Although it was just as Su Xiao had said, it was strange, at least the lines were connected. As for the other large section, the other party directly changed it to a large section of female rap. It was barely enough time for one song. I really didn't expect Xingding Entertainment to be so shameless. Su Xiao scolded in a low voice. When they talked about the song before, Su Ran also told him about the previous submission of the song and the changes. Su Xiao expressed his understanding and did not say anything. However, no one thought that Xingding Entertainment would do such a thing. They stole the song and framed it. Even an ordinary fifth-rate studio would not do such a thing. In this regard, Su Ran nodded in agreement. It was indeed like this. If last time when they met in Xingding, Lu Boyang inexplicably put the hat of conspiracy theory on her, Su Ran changed her attitude towards this second male lead. Then, after this incident, she could be considered to have completely turned against him. Miss Su, although there are more voices supporting Lele on the internet, this matter can't be left to ferment. Do you have any ideas? Su Xiao was really anxious. When the incident first broke out, he also tried to use normal means to suppress public opinion, but he was still angry in his heart. Moreover, the other party seemed to be using Xingding's resources to constantly promote public opinion. If it were not for his low status, Su Xiao would have Xingding Entertainment's president and asked him what this big shot wanted to do. There is indeed a way. Su Ran counted. The fundamental solution to this matter was actually very simple. You can upload the score I gave you that day and the demo I gave you after that to the internet. I will also send you the music files before and after the demo for comparison. This way, it will be very clear. In addition, you can also upload the copyright contract that we signed before. Once there was a clear comparison, it was obvious which was good and which was bad, and which was right and which was wrong. The only point. I can't do anything about the public opinion that the other party is deliberately stirring up on the internet. Su Ran told the truth. If she was still the music master from before, she could just go on Weibo and say a word about who plagiarized and who was the original. Unfortunately, she was just a nobody now. Even if she jumped out and exposed herself as the composer of this song, not many people would believe her. Miss Su, don't worry about this. We have concrete evidence, so why should I be afraid of them? Xiangding has a strong fist and a lot of internet trolls. Our Lele Studios is not bad either. Miss Su, just move a small stool and watch our Pia slap the big shot's face. At this moment, the entire Lele Studios had already ignited a raging fire of retaliation. While Lele Studios was busy sorting out the evidence and starting the counterattack, Xiangding Entertainment, who was on the other side of the incident, was also not calm at the moment. In the general manager's office, Chenong angrily threw a stack of documents in his hand in front of Zhou Lingyan. Zhou Lingyan, look at what your operations department has done. Chenong pointed at Director Zhou and shouted, are you pigs? You copied the original song and made it sound like a piece of trash, and you dare to say that it was plagiarized? Speaking of this matter, Chenong's lungs were about to explode. Today, Lele released a single, and the single became popular as soon as it came out. Chenong knew about this, and then the plagiarism incident broke out on the internet. Originally, he didn't care too much about it. After all, celebrities nowadays did all kinds of things to hype themselves up. He only thought that it was a self-directed hot search show made by the other party to build momentum. He didn't think that his subordinates would be stupid enough to find trouble with a small studio and a small celebrity. Until the afternoon, the incident became more and more intense. Xiangding's official Weibo was also very lively, so Chenong went to investigate. It would have been better if he didn't investigate. After investigating, he found that the so-called Xiangding staff on Weibo was actually real, and it was someone from the operations department. I always felt that the operations department was the most reliable, but look at what you've done these 2 times. Ah! Chenong roared, and his finger almost touched Director Zhou's nose. Last time, it was the acquisition of the 10 songs. Because the music was not successfully acquired in the end, it was already a big mistake. Although the music contract had not been signed yet, they had already started to prepare for some of the early related arrangements. It was like the pots and pans were ready, and the oil was boiling, but there were no ingredients in the pot. This was a big loss. Fortunately, their chairman did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter, nor did he express any intention of asking who was to blame. Thus, the matter was left unsettled. However, he didn't expect that after such a short period of time, the operation department would create such a huge mess for him. The crux of the matter was that they were clearly waiting to be slapped in the face. Even if they won in the end, they would only suffer a loss of 800 of their own men. How could they actually do such a stupid thing? Manager Chen, listen to me. You really can't blame me for this. Facing Manager Chen's reprimand, Zhou Lingyan wanted to cry. Indeed, it was her mistake to buy Su Ran's music copyright. After the face-to-face discussion that day, Zhou Lingyan actually contacted Su Ran on the phone and expressed her willingness to buy the previous music for 200,000 yuan per song. Her attitude on the phone was quite good, but unfortunately, she was directly rejected by the other party without even thinking about it. After that, when she called again, Su Ran actually blacklisted her. Regarding this point, Zhou Lingyan even did a review of her work. However, this time it really had nothing to do with her. This was completely Lin Xiaoxiao's personal behavior. I didn't know about it at all. Zhou Lingyan felt that she was really wronged in this matter. Originally, the higher-ups didn't mention the previous mistake, and it was all in the past. She didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxiao would actually use the demo that Su Ran sent over previously to get someone to rewrite it. How could a piece that wasn't composed by the same person be the same after piecing it together like that? Anyone with a bit of business experience or common knowledge about music would know about this kind of thing. Even the interns in the music department wouldn't dare to accept such a job. However, this Lin Xiaoxiao refused to give up. She couldn't find anyone in the company, so she went outside to spend money to get someone to rewrite it. She even used the name of the operation department to mobilize a group of paid posters under the company to create momentum and incite public opinion. She forcefully turned a matter that was originally easy to deal with into an unmanageable situation. Zhou Lingyan now had the heart to strangle Lin Xiaoxiao to death. Moreover, she wanted to ask Lin Xiaoxiao, Xingding didn't have any competition with a small studio, and their artists didn't have any clear competition for resources with Eulele. Even if the cooperation didn't come to an agreement, it was just a superficial matter. There was no enmity at all. What was Lin Xiaoxiao after spending so much effort to do such a big thing? Lin Xiaoxiao? Isn't Lin Xiaoxiao a member of the operation department? Seeing that Director Zhou pushed the responsibility to Lin Xiaoxiao, Chenong immediately asked. But it's indeed Lin Xiaoxiao, no buts. Suddenly, Chenong sneered, I'll tell you the truth. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao did this, it's impossible for her to come out and take responsibility. Chenong didn't know that the reason why Lu Boyang didn't pursue the acquisition of the previous song was because he knew that the composer was Su Ran. He simply didn't want to have any contact with Su Ran anymore. It wasn't to cover up for anyone. He only knew that the chairman did so in order not to pursue someone's responsibility. Who else could it be other than Lin Xiaoxiao? After all, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't absolve herself from the previous work mistake. Zhou Lingyan didn't know what Chenong was thinking. Hearing the other party's confident tone, her eyes widened. Manager, what do you mean? Literally. Looking at the closed office door, Chenong said again, you know the Song family's daughter who often comes to Xingding Entertainment to find our chairman, right? You mean the daughter of the Song family? Of course she knew. She also knew that Miss Song was the chairman's goddaughter. But, what does this have to do with Lin Xiaoxiao? Of course it has something to do with her. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoxiao under you is Miss Song's aunt. What? She. Zhou Lingyan looked surprised. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't speak for a while. Otherwise, how do you think she, a second-rate college student who just graduated from a non-related major, with average looks and working ability, entered Xingding? Manager Chen's words suddenly reminded Zhou Lingyan. It seemed to be true. Xingding and the Song family, even if the rumors on the internet about the chairman of Xingding Entertainment being deeply in love with Mrs. Song were false, it was a fact that Xingding Entertainment and the Song Enterprise had a very good relationship in recent years. Moreover, the Song Enterprise was the first sponsor of many of Xingding Entertainment's film and television productions. If this was true, that Lin Xiaoxiao and the wife of the Song family were cousins, then Lin Xiaoxiao was indeed not easy to offend. But she couldn't be the scapegoat. Well, no buts. Chenong frowned and interrupted Director Zhou impatiently, now the top priority is to solve the current problem quickly and minimize the impact of this incident. Hearing this, Director Zhou stopped complaining. I know. I've already informed those sources to stop the momentum. Other comments and messages are also under control. I've also contacted the hot search. It should be taken down soon. Director Zhou said. Okay. Chenong nodded. He had to admit that he still trusted the efficiency of the operation department and Director Zhou's ability. Also, Chenong said again, the follow-up work has to be followed up. Xingding can't afford to lose face. Manager Chen, don't worry. The follow-up work has already been followed up. Director Zhou promised. The so-called follow-up work was nothing more than releasing some other big news, guiding the traffic to transfer, and then issuing an announcement. After the company's investigation, the person who claimed to be a Xingding staff on the internet had nothing to do with Xingding, and Xingding Entertainment didn't know about it. It was a pity that the girl group in the previous video, who originally planned to debut at the end of the year, might be frozen for a while. Well, okay. You can go back to the office first. As for how to determine the responsibility later, we'll talk about it later. Chenong sighed and said. Yes. Director Zhou said, but she was still unwilling to give up. Wait. Just as Director Zhou was about to leave, she suddenly heard Manager Chen call out to her from behind. Manager, what's wrong? At this moment, Manager Chen's expression was very bad. See for yourself. With that, Chenong directly threw the phone to Director Zhou. After the incident broke out, Chenong had been paying attention to the development of the matter. Originally, their internet water army had withdrawn, and Xingding's power had suppressed the popularity. The plagiarism incident had already begun to cool down, and the trending list had already fallen to the bottom. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Ulele Studios, which had been quiet for most of the day, suddenly jumped out and released several solid evidence in a row, including a comparison of the sample, the complete handwritten version of the song, the arrangement of the song, and even a copyright contract. As soon as the solid evidence came out, the public opinion that was originally anxious immediately leaned towards Ulele Studios. Netizens, oh my god. So, Xingding Entertainment failed to acquire the music, and as a result, used other people's samples to compose their own music. Netizens, what use? It's actually plagiarism. Is this considered illegal? Netizens, how dare they change other people's music works without the copyright? Xingding Entertainment is bullying others. Netizens, pure passers-by, I've listened to both songs. Ulele's is indeed much better. Netizens, for those who study music, our class this afternoon will use these two songs as a comparison. Ulele's Go is indeed a very complete and very good music work. As for the other one, if you write down the complete score and arrangement, you will find that there are a lot of parts that are forcefully pieced together. Below is a picture for everyone to evaluate. Of course, there were also some netizens who insisted that it was impossible for Xingding Entertainment to do such a tasteless thing. If they were competing for an original piece of music, there was no reason why Xingding Entertainment would lose to Ulele Studios. There were also some people who felt that the composer who signed the contract with Ulele Studios was probably fabricated by the studio. After all, if they could really compose a song like Go, there was no reason for them to be unknown and unknown. At this time, another solid evidence was exposed on the internet. However, this time, the material was not exposed by Ulele Studios, but by an ordinary Weibo user named Li Xiaxue. Li Shui was the work-study college student that Su Ran met at the nightclub. Since school started, Li Shui had changed her job of distributing flyers. During the day, she distributed flyers. At night, she heard her roommate's recommendation and went to listen to Ulele's latest single. As soon as she heard the melody of the song, Li Shui immediately thought of one of the 10 songs that the young lady played at the bar. At that time, the young lady said that the music had not been released yet, but it would be released soon. She did not lie to her. Li Shui was excited and was about to share the song crazily. In the end, she saw the plagiarism incident on the internet. Looking at the comments that said that the composer that Ulele Studios found might be fake, Li Shui was furious. In the end, she could not help but release the video that she took at that time on Weibo. Li Xiaxue, I just saw the trending searches. I don't know if the video I posted will have a bad impact on the young lady. However, when I saw the comments of the NC and the Blackwater Army, I couldn't take it anymore. The following video was taken when I was working in a store during the holidays. The young lady used the piano in the store to record the music. Previously, the music in the music practice video that a certain company released was also played by the young lady before it was changed into something weird. Sorry, but it was also played by the young lady. As soon as the video was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. However, other than the discussion of Xingding's plagiarism against Ulele, many people's attention was immediately diverted. Netizens, she played 10 songs in a row without panting. What kind of godly operation is this? Netizens, oh my god. It's so good. I thought that Go was the best song I heard this year. I didn't expect there to be a song better than Go. I beg for the links to the other 9 songs. Netizens, maybe it hasn't been released yet. Otherwise, it's impossible that I haven't heard of it before. Netizens, am I the only one who noticed that the young lady playing the piano is also very good looking? This video was obviously secretly shot from a few meters away. In the video, the surroundings were dark, and only a beam of light fell in the middle. One could see the corner of a piano and the side profile of the protagonist playing the piano. Although it was a little blurry, one could vaguely see that the person in the video was not bad looking. Netizens, no, you're not alone. Netizens, are you sure that the composer and the player are the same person? I just want to say that if it is, then I'm a fan. At the same time, Lu Xiao, who had returned to the Lu family home and was eating in the dining room, also found the music video. Lu Xiao did not pay attention to this video because he paid attention to the entertainment gossip section. It was only because of his previous private doctor's suggestion that he pay attention to some quiet and soothing music tracks. By the time this video was forwarded to Weibo by the musician Lu Xiao followed, it had already been forwarded countless times. Almost at first glance, Lu Xiao recognized the person in the video. When he listened to the music again, it was indeed the kind of piano tune that Lu Xiao was familiar with. He had listened to it dozens of times. However, there were differences. The two songs that Su Ran sent to Lu Xiao previously were pure piano tunes. The tunes were lively and quiet, and one needed to concentrate to understand the musical emotions in them. However, the 10 songs in the video were more expressive. Almost immediately, one could understand the feelings expressed by the songs. Moreover, the style of these 10 songs was more varied and covered a lot of things. The music video, which was less than 10 minutes long, was played 3 times. The Lu family, who had never cared about Weibo and gossip, actually started to comment on Weibo for the first time. Because this video was forwarded, there was not much gossip in the comments below. Almost all of them were about the music itself. Netizens, when the teacher said that it was ingenious, was it referring to the way the teacher handled the music in the video? It was indeed very ingenious. 10 pieces of music with totally different styles were played together without any sense of disharmony. It was an eye-opener. Netizens, although the 10 songs felt more commercial, the other party's piano playing technique was indeed very good. It was worth learning. Netizens, very good. Netizens, amazing. When he saw these 2 comments, Lu Xiao nodded. He was not clear about the so-called techniques and skills, but these people were right. Miss Su was indeed very good at music. Lu Xiao continued to scroll down the comments and liked them from time to time. Until the 2 words Xingding appeared in one of the comments. Lu Xiao frowned slightly. His gaze lingered on that comment for a moment. The way the music festival was handled was too ingenious. No wonder Xingding Entertainment stumbled on this. Lu Xiao raised his head and looked at Lu Boyang, who was sitting on the other side of the table, and asked, "What happened to your entertainment company?" Lu Boyang almost dropped the bowl in his hand when he was suddenly called out by his own big devil. What did he mean by that entertainment company? Third uncle, can you not look so disdainful when you mention my company? However, Lu Boyang was still a little flattered when he thought that his company would be cared about by his third uncle one day. As for what happened, what else could happen to their company? If something big happened to Xingding, would he, the chairman, be able to sit here and have dinner? No, something did happen on the internet today. It was related to Xingding. Lu Boyang thought of the several messages that Chenong sent him today. They were all about that matter. It was said that some employees in the company's departments did something wrong. Naturally, they would deal with it as they should. Moreover, with Xingding's current status and market share, even if they publicly apologized, it would not affect anything. Therefore, Lu Boyang handed this matter over to Chenong to deal with. Originally, Lu Boyang also wanted to talk about it since it was rare for third uncle to ask. However, when he thought that this matter seemed to have something to do with that woman, Su Ran, Lu Boyang's face sank. He suddenly did not want to talk about this matter anymore. It's just a small mistake. It's not a big deal. I guess there won't be any discussion about it tomorrow, Lu Boyang said hastily. It's your fault? Originally, Lu Boyang thought that Lu Xiao would not care. He did not expect the other party to ask another question. Lu Boyang paused for a moment. You can say that. Those who should admit their mistakes should admit their mistakes, and those who should apologize, Lu Xiao said. Oh, okay. Lu Boyang did not dare to go against Lu Xiao's words. What's more, the Lu family's century-old ancestral teachings were still there. Do not bully your peers, do not violate morality. Fortunately, the 2 parties involved in this matter were Xingding and the studio. Otherwise, if it was Su Ran, Lu Boyang could not guarantee that he would not bring his personal feelings into it. However, he was still very touched to be cared for by third uncle. Apart from being touched, he also felt a chill down his spine. Lu Boyang wondered if someone had tattled on him to third uncle. However, he did not know that Lu Xiao was not concerned about him or his entertainment company at the moment. He just saw that he looked a little familiar and casually asked. It was enough to know that the trouble did not lie with Miss Su. As for Xingding's life and death, it did not matter. Retracting his gaze, Lu Xiao opened the video again. Lu Boyang, who was sitting opposite him, was speechless. Because they were not close and there was the sound of weeding outside, Lu Boyong could not hear what Lu Xiao was playing. However, this did not prevent him from feeling that third uncle was not normal today. Using his phone, Lu Xiao never used his phone during mealtimes. Even he did not dare to use his phone at the dining table in front of third uncle. But today, third uncle had been looking at his phone the whole time, and he seemed to be very happy. Group chat, landlord family. Lu Xiaoyang, there is a situation. Big situation. Lu family's little 6-inch, what? The foolish sons of the Lu family, hurry up and say it. Lu Xiaoyang, wait, let me ask something else first. Which one of you tattled on me to third uncle today? Lu family's little 6-inch, what tattletale? What's wrong with you? What happened? Tell me and I'll be happy. Lu Xiaoyang, get lost. Your attitude makes me feel that you are very suspicious. Lu family's little 6, I really don't know what happened. Lu family's most handsome, third brother, are you talking about the incident on the internet? Lu family's little 6-inch, Lu family's most handsome, Lao Wu, what's the matter? Lu family's most handsome, it's his Xingding entertainment. Netizens collectively crusaded against him for framing plagiarism on the internet today. I'm guessing he's being flamed to pieces by now. Lu family's most handsome, how can you not know about such a sensational incident on the internet, Lao Wu? Are you using the Antarctic LAN? Lu family's little 6-inch, damn, I only went out to sea for one day and I actually missed such a fun thing. Is it real? Lu family's most handsome, nonsense, if it's not real, how can the people on the internet unanimously crusade against third brother's company? Lu family's little 6-inch, I got it. My god, I can't believe that third brother actually did such a lowly thing. Lu family's little 6-inch, you really have fallen after leaving the organization. Lu family's little 6, does your face hurt now? Lu Xiaoyang, get lost. I shouldn't have asked you. Lu Xiaoyang, I wanted to talk about something else. Lu family's little 6-inch, I don't want to know about anything else. I just want to know how you did such a heartless, detestable, and heartbreaking thing. Lu Xiaoyang, stop fooling around. Just tell me if you want to know about third uncle or not. Lu family's most handsome, third uncle? Lu family's most handsome, did third uncle teach you a lesson after he found out about what happened on the internet? Lu Xiaoyang, no, it's just a little management mistake. It's third uncle himself. The foolish sons of the Lu family, what happened to third uncle? Tell me quickly. Lu family's little 6-inch, tell me quickly. What happened to third uncle? If the news was explosive, I wouldn't have mocked you about what happened before. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the dining table of the Lu family, Lu Boyong sent a video he had secretly taken to the group, adding, I can't explain it clearly, feel it for yourselves. Soon after, the video caused a huge commotion in the group chat. Lu Boyong secretly skimmed through the conversations of the other 4 idiots in the group and thought to himself, see, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. Today, or rather recently, the great demon king is indeed abnormal. Lu Boyong squinted his eyes and thought to himself, should I get some information from Zhou Fu? At this moment, Lu Boyong felt a chill on his back and raised his head abruptly, only to see Lu Xiao staring at him coldly. Cough, third uncle? What's the matter? Nothing. If there's nothing, let's eat. Oh. The Lu family's rules were not only strict, but they were also old-fashioned. Originally, he thought that after his grandfather's accident, his father's death, and his uncle's death, the Lu family would be reformed and overthrown in the hands of his third uncle. He didn't expect that it would actually become stronger. On the other side, at Ulele Studios. Miss Su, I've ordered a working meal. Why don't you stay for a meal before going back? Su Xiao looked at Su Ran and said. Thank you, but it's okay. Su Ran smiled and rejected the other party's kindness. She then said, it's getting late, I have to hurry back. Hearing this, Su Xiao seemed to have remembered that this young music master in front of her had a teenage child at home. Then I won't delay Miss Su any longer. I've troubled Miss Su today. Don't say that. Speaking of this, Su Ran also felt a little embarrassed. Today's trouble is also my responsibility. Su Ran said apologetically. No, this isn't Miss Sue's responsibility. I just didn't expect such a big company like Xingding to have such a lack of contract spirit. Su Xiao frowned and said, however, Miss Su, don't mind it too much. I think it's probably a management problem. As for us, it's a blessing in disguise. At least the result is satisfying. Su Xiao was a little excited when he said this. In today's plagiarism storm, their side could be said to have won a complete victory. The public opinion was almost overwhelmingly on their side. Moreover, Yu Leilei's album also received very good publicity. The effect was many times better than what they had expected. Netizens also had high expectations for the other songs in the album. It made Su Xiao want to Xingding Entertainment's chairman to thank him for sacrificing himself and giving them such a big publicity package. It's good that there's no bad influence. Su Ran nodded and said. There's one thing I'd like to trouble Manager Su. After a pause, Su Ran said, today's video about me on the internet, if it's convenient, can I trouble Manager Su to help me clean it up when you deal with the public opinion? That's easy. But. Looking at Su Ran with some confusion, Su Xiao couldn't help but ask, Miss Su, the reaction to your video is actually quite positive. Why do you want to get rid of it? And through this, it will also be of great help to increase your popularity, Miss Su. Our studio can even help you with a wave of publicity. Please don't. The entertainment industry is too complicated. She's not a star, and she's not going to be an internet celebrity. Selling songs is just to make a living and occasionally improve the quality of life. What's the use of such high traffic and popularity, if it's to become famous? Su Ran only hopes that one day, her music creation and her personal label of Music Master will be well known. And the person who uploaded the video, that is, the user named Xianxia, I'd like to trouble Manager Su to help keep an eye on her. Don't encounter any online violence. Su Ran said. Don't worry, I understand. Su Xiao promised. The person named Xianxia on the internet can take out the video. Whether or not she is someone Su Ran knows, she can stand up at that time and upload the video, which is very worthy of their studio's gratitude. It's difficult to distinguish right from wrong on the internet. Xianxia, as the video uploader, will encounter attacks from some internet water army or extremist netizens after the incident, and even human flesh is not impossible. He really needs to pay attention. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Su. You're welcome. Shall I ask Zhongling to send you off? No need, no need. You guys go ahead. Su Ran came down from Yu Leilei Studios. She had just walked out of the office building and was about to call a taxi. However, as soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw a familiar figure. The young man's slender body was carrying a backpack and leaning against a pillar on the side of the building. She didn't know what bag he was carrying in his hand. One hand was in his pocket, and his head was lowered. She didn't know what he was thinking. From time to time, he raised his head to look at the people coming out of the building and walking past him. Then, he continued to lower his head. Su-han? The moment Su Ran saw Su-han, she was quite surprised. At this time, there were many people leaving the building after work. If it weren't for the fact that Su-han was wearing the 7th high school uniform, which seemed a bit out of place in this place, and if it weren't for Su Ran being quite familiar with this kid, she wouldn't have noticed Su-han when she walked out. At this moment, as if he felt something, Su-han, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the entrance. Originally, Su-han didn't notice because he had his head lowered. Now that he raised his head, it revealed a rather handsome face that was still a little childish. The moment he saw Su Ran, a glimmer of light seemed to flash across the young man's eyes. His entire person suddenly lit up. Even a few young ladies who happened to walk past Su-han couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su-han. Then, they gathered together and discussed something. Oh my, look, my son is so handsome. Su Ran also felt a little proud in her heart. Then, she quickened her pace and walked towards Su-han. Why are you here? Su Ran asked. She was quite surprised to see Su-han here. Previously, Du Wintao's mother sent her a message saying that Su-han didn't go to their house for dinner. Su Ran thought that the child might have gone home. Because she was worried that Su-han didn't order takeout and casually made some food at home, Su Ran was in a hurry to go back. Although Su Ran had called a master to fix the broken fridge in their house, Su Ran had only prepared some eggs, steamed buns, bags of food, and other ingredients in the fridge due to Su Ran's living capabilities and beginner culinary skills. Usually, it could be used as breakfast, but it definitely wasn't enough for a boy at Su Han's level to eat for dinner. Asked by Su Ran, Su Han seemed to be stunned. "You said on WeChat that you were here," Su Han said. After the parent-teacher conference last time, Su Han followed this woman to Ulele Studios. So, this time, when he saw Su Ran's message, he immediately remembered this place. "Su Ran, I'm asking why you didn't go home. Why did you come here?" Su Ran's mouth twitched. She stared at Su Han and continued to ask. She was the one who sent the WeChat message, but if she didn't mean wrong, she just wanted to tell her son to go home and do his homework obediently. He didn't have to wait for her to eat. "Why did Su Han come here?" Su Han said dryly. Then, there was nothing else. "This place wasn't owned by anyone. I can come here whenever I want. Why does this woman have so many questions? Isn't she annoying?" As Su Han thought to himself, he felt that he had become a lot more righteous. "Anyway, I'm here," Su Han said. However, when Su Ran's gaze was fixed on her, why did she feel a strange sense of guilt, as if he didn't want anyone to see the nervousness in his eyes? Su Han coolly turned his head to the side. He no longer looked at Su Ran. Seeing this, Su Ran seemed to have guessed something. But she didn't say anything, haha. "If you have the guts, then stay cool. Don't peek at your mom." Su Ran looked at her son's cold face and tried very hard to control her facial expression. She didn't laugh out loud. However, Su Ran still had a smile on her face. She looked at Su Han with bright eyes. "Why are you looking at me?" Su Han couldn't hold it in under Su Ran's stare. He turned around and said with a look of disdain. "Look at you. You've been waiting here all this time. Aren't you tired?" Su Ran said smoothly. "How is that possible?" Su Han said. After a slight pause, he muttered, "It hasn't been that long." "That's good." Su Ran smiled and said, "Then let's go home." "Oh." The young man responded and stood up coolly. "Oh, right." As if he thought of something, Su Han suddenly handed the thing in his hand to Su Ran. "Take it. This is for you." "And?" Looking at Su Han's hand, Su Ran finally saw what Su Han was holding in his hand. It was a cup of milk tea. Looking at the color, it seemed to be her favorite matcha plus Oreo flavor. Looking at the cup of milk tea in front of her, Su Ran was very surprised. In addition to being surprised, she was also a little excited. Back then, before becoming a master of drinking dew and having her diet strictly controlled by the little assistants, Su Ran also had a rather indulgent time in school. At that time, she was like many of her classmates. Milk tea was a life-prolonging thing. The only difference was that other people's boyfriends would buy it for their girlfriends would buy it for their boyfriends, or friends would buy it for their friends. Su Ran was different. She always bought it for herself. She never thought that the first time someone bought her milk tea in 2 lifetimes would be her cheap son. Although it seemed like the money was still her money in principle, ignoring these details, it could be considered someone else's treat. It turned out that not taking out money from her own pocket to buy milk tea felt so good, she was a little touched. Su Han didn't know what Su Ran was thinking at this moment. Seeing that he had been handing over the thing in his hand for a long time, Su Ran just stood there. She didn't say anything and didn't have any intention to accept it. Su Han inexplicably panicked and subconsciously looked at the cup of milk tea in his hand. Looking at it, Su Han realized that at this moment, perhaps because it had been left there for too long or because he had shaken it when he came over, the top layer of ice cream and the layer of ice in the middle had completely melted. The layer of biscuits sprinkled on top of the ice cream had also completely softened and melted into the milk tea. Originally, this cup of milk tea had been white on the top and matcha green on the bottom. It looked quite refreshing. However, at this moment, they were all mixed together. It was grayish-green with some biscuits black. It was a little hard to describe in a few words. "Forget it, let's not drink it." Su Han's face stiffened and he quickly withdrew his hand. What's wrong? Su-ran looked at her son and was puzzled. Then she heard Su-han say dryly, "It's not cold anymore." "It's fine if it's not cold. It tastes the same anyway. Also, let me tell you, it's not good to drink it cold for a long time. You have to be careful," Su-ran said as she took the cup of milk tea from Su-han's hand. "Do whatever you want," Su-han turned his head and said casually. In his mind, he was complaining, "What do you mean it's not good to drink it cold? Who was the one who ordered the milk tea at home the other day and specifically asked the store to give an extra cup of ice?" "Thank you, son." "Okay." Su-han responded in a low voice. "Huh? What's wrong?" Hearing Su-ran's voice, Su-han was a little nervous. "This is the brand we ordered at home the other day." Su-ran noticed the logo on the cup and said with her eyes shining. Ever since Master Su lost his assistance, he began to live his life freely again. For example, milk tea. If he didn't order it a few times, how would he know which one was the best? This milk tea was the best that Su-ran had found so far, especially the matcha snow angel. "Yeah." Su-han paused his steps and answered vaguely, "There's another one near here." "Really? That's great. I thought it would take a long time before there was another one." "Yeah. Is it not good anymore?" Seeing that Su-ran only took one sip after inserting the straw, Su-han's heart skipped a beat and asked. "No, I want to take a picture first. This is the first time my son is showing me filial piety." As Su-ran spoke, he took out his phone in a very serious manner and started snapping pictures of the milk tea in his hand. Looking at the cup of milk tea that was already gray and green, Su-ran was actually very interested in taking pictures from different angles. Su-han's face twitched slightly. "Isn't it just a cup of ugly milk tea? What's there to take pictures of?" Su-han complained in his heart. He wouldn't admit that he was quite happy to see the woman beside him holding her phone and milk tea with a focused expression and a smile on her face. Then, Su-han seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. She was so happy over a cup of lousy milk tea. This woman was too easy to fool. Was she also tricked by that old man in the past? Until now, Su-han still firmly believed that Su-ran had been deceived by that scumbag with the surname Liu. That was why she gave birth to him in a daze. Suddenly, Su-han glanced sideways at Su-ran and said abruptly, "I think you have a problem with your taste." If she didn't have a problem with her taste, why would she fall for that kind of man? At least, in Su-han's eyes, that man called Liu Xiao was basically useless except for some money. "Looks, he's not even as handsome as me." Su-ran didn't know what her son was thinking. When she heard this sudden sentence, a lump of Oreos got stuck in her straw. Have a problem with her taste? Regarding Su-han's evaluation, Su-ran's first reaction was the two houses she picked today. If it weren't for the sudden delay caused by Ulele Studios, she would have taken Su-han to look at the houses after school today. Maybe they were already half a family with a house. Su-ran pushed the main responsibility of this accident to the second male lead, who turned her into a hater. "As for the houses, I sent you 2 house plans. Don't you like them?" Su-ran asked. She thought to herself, no wonder Su-han didn't reply after I sent him the house plans. Maybe he didn't like them? But she thought they were pretty good. What was the problem? "Are you talking about the houses? Aren't you talking about them?" Su-ran glanced at Su-han and asked. "Su-han, of course not. I'm talking about how you have a problem with men." "Yes, then you don't like them?" Su-ran asked. She was about to say that it was fine if he didn't like them. There were a few other houses in the neighborhood. Then, she heard Su-han quickly and firmly say, "I don't dislike them." Then which one do you think is better?" Su-ran blinked and looked at Su-han and asked. The first one." Su-han thought for a moment and answered. Actually, both houses were fine. It was just that he didn't understand the second one. Why did they have to make the bedrooms so far apart? They were on the left and right of the living room. The first one? Okay, then we'll take the first one. Wait, Su-han suddenly asked a very realistic question, do we have enough money? More or less. When I was in the sales department, I asked them to help me calculate the price of the 17th floor. Oh, this 17th? Suhan's eyes flashed and his mouth muttered. The 17th floor. The sales lady said that the 17th, 19th, and 20th floors are the most expensive in the entire building. Anyway, for things that he didn't know much about, price equaled quality. There was nothing wrong with this. Oh. So it was like this, it was just a coincidence. Suhan's eyes drooped slightly. Without looking at Suhan, Su-Ran zoomed in on the photo on her phone and continued, "This is the price of the first one that you think is okay. It's a little more than 7 million. Our family's current money is enough for the down payment. As for the loan repayment and the renovation money, don't worry, your mom will work hard." Su-Ran patted Suhan's shoulder and said. "Suhan classmate, you're going to be a second-generation heir. Do you have any thoughts?" Su-Ran turned her head and saw Suhan in a daze. He looked like he was worried about his life. She secretly sighed and deliberately teased him. "Suhan, I don't dare to think about it. If you don't have that much money, then forget about it. Don't buy a house." Su-Ran frowned and said. Although he was looking forward to their family's house in the future, Suhan didn't want Su-Ran to work hard to earn money to buy a house. Suhan was a junior high school student, so he didn't pay too much attention to the things on the internet. He also didn't know that Su-Ran rushed to Ulele Studios to help deal with the plagiarism storm that broke out on the internet. He only thought that Su-Ran was working overtime because he wanted to earn more money. When he thought about how this woman might often, or even every night, come home late, Suhan suddenly felt that he didn't want to buy another house. He didn't want this to happen. He also didn't want Su-Ran to do bad work to earn money. Even though Suhan inexplicably believed that Su-Ran wouldn't do that kind of work, it was still dangerous to come home late like today. Especially when this woman was so beautiful. Su-Ran might not have noticed it himself, but while the two of them were walking just now, there were already a few men who were sneaking glances at Su-Ran flirtatiously. They were all blocked by Suhan, or he simply glared at them angrily. "Son, wait, don't move." Just as Suhan was seriously thinking about Su-Ran's safety, he suddenly heard Su-Ran's voice and almost jumped in fright. "What? Don't move. Just stay like this. I'll take a picture of you," Su-Ran said with some excitement. Although she didn't know what this son of hers was thinking just now with such a dignified and serious face, but to be honest, Suhan looked like a little adult with such a deep look and looked a little handsome. Especially the side of his face. "Take a picture, I must take a picture." Although Su-Ran's phone already had a few pictures of Suhan playing basketball last time, because of the distance and Suhan's running speed on the court, the pictures that Su-Ran took were basically a little blurry. It wasn't as good as it was now. Moreover, to be honest, the color of Suhan's basketball uniform was really a little ugly. On the other side, Su-Ran's posture of taking out her phone made Suhan break down in a second. "Don't take a picture," Suhan said and hurriedly turned his face to the side. Are all children nowadays so averse to taking pictures? Su-Ran thought to himself when he saw Suhan's fearful and unhurried manner. Regarding this question, Su-Ran immediately had an answer. This was because she thought of the mother-son outfit picture that Du Wintao's mother sent to the parents' contact group today. In the picture, Du Wintao looked like he was forced to do business. Perhaps only Du Wintao's mother herself didn't notice. Ahem, she was a kind mother, and an even more considerate mother. Su-Ran repeated this in her heart twice. Although she still felt a little regretful, Su-Ran still put away her phone. On the side, Suhan, who had been waiting for Su-Ran's next move, felt that the side was a little quiet. He couldn't help but turn his head and see that Su-Ran had already taken out her phone to check when the bus would arrive. Suhan was speechless. "What's wrong?" Seeing that her son was looking at her, Su-Ran looked up and asked. "Didn't you say you wanted to take a picture?" Suhan asked with a smug look on his face. "Really? Just one picture. Also, don't make me look ugly on purpose. Don't put it in the parents' group." Su-Ran, "Io, this son is so cute. Don't worry, we'll keep it for ourselves. Also, my son is so handsome, no matter how I take a picture, he won't look ugly. Come, I'll take a picture. Don't laugh, like just now, cool." The moment the two of them reached home, Su-Ran held his phone and started photoshopping madly. "What are you doing?" Suhan couldn't help but ask softly as he watched Su Ran poking at her phone screen with all her concentration. She looked like she had blocked out the entire world, as if nothing could interrupt her except for earthquakes and tsunamis. Su Ran, eh? Was my son talking to her just now? Son, what did you say just now? Su Ran squeezed out a second to raise his head and look at Suhan at the side before he asked. Nothing, Suhan frowned and mumbled, I was just asking what you were doing. It's just a photo. Did she have to take so long? Moreover, for some reason, Suhan had an ominous premonition when he saw the woman's face full of excitement and the way she would occasionally look at the photo on her phone and smile strangely. Photoshop, Su Ran said leisurely as she continued to look at the photo on her phone. It was a selfie. The background was the bus stop where they were waiting for the bus. In the photo, Su Ran and Suhan were standing on the left and right respectively. Su Ran had an unrestrained smile on her face. As for what kind of smile it was, one could refer to the photo that Du Wintao's mother sent to the parent contact group. As for Suhan, although the expression on the young man's face was still cool and arrogant, and he even seemed to be looking at Su Ran beside him with a little disdain, he was still quite cooperative. He did not look like Du Wintao, who was forced to do business in the photo. Hearing this, Suhan's mouth twitched. Then what were you doing before? On the way back, this woman had been looking at these photos with her head lowered. As for his son, it seemed like he had been completely ignored after Su Ran took a bunch of photos with great satisfaction. I was choosing photos just now. There are so many photos. Do I have to choose carefully? Su Ran said. Although Suhan's condition at the beginning was to only take one picture. But, just one? How could this be? Su Ran had taken quite a few photos of the two of them with his phone, and this was the best photo he had taken. It was a beautiful picture of the mother and son. It was very pleasing to the eye. Suhan's gaze also fell on the photo on Su Ran's phone. I think it's pretty good. What else do you want? Suhan frowned slightly and asked in a puzzled tone. In the photo, he and the woman were standing side by side. There was nothing wrong with it. Wasn't that normal? Suhan muttered to himself. He would never admit that this photo was actually quite good. Needless to say, this woman was much prettier than the mothers of his classmates. Of course it has to be photoshopped. You don't understand. Photoshop is the basic respect for the photo. It had nothing to do with looks, he did not care what his son was thinking. Su Ran spouted nonsense in a very righteous manner. Then, her slender fingers continued to tap on the photo. The background was blurred. Skin removal could be done a little. Whitening could be done too. Whitening would be good. Face shape was pretty good. No need for Photoshop. Face remodeling was not necessary. Su Ran's facial features were already very delicate. As for her son next to her. Her son was quite handsome. No need for Photoshop. She could just Photoshop herself. Su Ran raised her head and glanced at Suhan. She made a decision happily. Right, there was also the scar. Looking at the 3 to 4 centimeter scar on her forehead in the photo, Su Ran hesitated for a moment. Although it didn't affect her looks, it was better to remove it. Suhan also noticed Su Ran's action. As if he thought of something, Suhan's originally relaxed eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of fierceness. You, N? Not noticing the change in her son's expression, Su Ran subconsciously responded, what? This? The expression on his face seemed to be tangled. In the end, Suhan raised his finger and pointed at Su Ran's forehead and asked, how did you get this? This? Su Ran subconsciously raised her hand and touched the clear mark on her forehead. In the original text, this scar was a souvenir that the evil supporting female lead Su Ran gave when she went offline. There was also such a memory in the original owner's memory. At that time, Su Ran had already been drugged. However, he had not completely lost his consciousness. He was being dragged by a group of people. The original owner struggled with all his might, trying to break free from those people. In the end, of course, he failed. In the process of struggling, he was pushed onto the coffee table by one of the people. This injury was left behind when he hit the corner of the coffee table. As for that memory, for the current Su Ran, it was only a vague memory, so she didn't mind it too much. But suddenly being asked by her son, Su-ran didn't know how to answer. Su-ran didn't know that her tangled expression had another meaning in Su-han's eyes. Su-han pursed his lips, almost forming a line. It was obvious that he was unhappy. Because of that man again? Su-han gritted his teeth and asked. His fists hanging on both sides were tightly clenched as if he wanted to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Man? What man? Su-ran's fingers paused. She was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized who Su-han was talking about. The male lead of the original text? Xianxia? Something like that, but not completely. Su-ran thought for a while and said casually. The female supporting lead in the original text suffered this calamity because of her own actions. But the main reason was to fight with the female lead for the male lead. So, saying that it was because of the male lead didn't seem wrong. Su-ran thought that Su-han suddenly noticed that children of this age were very curious and suddenly wanted to know about their mother's past. So, she gave a casual answer. But she didn't notice that the moment he received the answer, Su-han's eyes suddenly emitted a strong sense of anger. Sure enough, it was that man again, Su-han roared in his heart. If thoughts could kill people, Master Lu, who was in the Lu family right now and had no idea that he had already been identified, would probably be dead without a trace left behind. He should have given that man a good beating before leaving today, Su-han gritted his teeth and thought to himself. In fact, he was already thinking about how he should take revenge on that old man. Until the phone in front of him suddenly interrupted Su-han's thoughts. Son, why are you in a daze? Su-ran looked at Su-han's expressionless face and asked. Then, she waved the phone in front of Su-han and said, Come, take a look at the finished product. Isn't it great? Huh? He looked at the photo that Su-ran handed over. Su-han, there's nothing different. Su-han frowned and said. This proves that my Photoshop skills are good. You can't see any traces of it. Su-ran took back the phone and looked at the photo that she had photoshopped. She nodded and saved it with satisfaction. I mean, there's nothing different. What was the difference between the Photoshop and before? Well, he couldn't see it. It was just a slight adjustment. What change is there? Su-ran felt that her Photoshop skills were being questioned. Then why did you Photoshop? Inexplicably, Su-ran rolled her eyes and Su-han muttered unwillingly. This is called a woman's vanity. Son, you won't understand such a profound question. Sigh. Su-ran pretended to look sympathetically at Su-han, shook her head and sighed. Vanity? Glory? Heart? Yeah. Expensive clothes and branded bags? Su-han didn't care about these, but occasionally, he would hear the girls in class discussing these topics. Was this woman also so materialistic? That's right. If she wasn't materialistic, how could she be so easily fooled by that man? What you said counts, why? Before Su-ran finished her words, she was interrupted by Su-han. He said in a very disgusted tone, what's so good about those things? Just because someone buys those things for you, it's good? Su-ran, What's wrong with me? Su-ran was dumbfounded. Then, she heard Su-han say, if you like it, I can buy it for you when I make money in the future. I can buy a lot. So, don't point at other people. In the past, it was fine, but in the future, it can't be. Pfft, ha ha ha. Although Su-ran did not understand what his son meant by saying so much, he was really amused by Su-han's act of pretending to be an old man and saying, I'll take care of you. This made Su-ran suddenly remember that in the modern world, when she went to university for an exchange, she saw children around the same age as Su-han. 2 young middle school students secretly dating in school. The boy even held the girl's hand and said in a very serious tone, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. What's so funny? Su-han was confused by Su-ran's behavior. He frowned slightly and said unhappily. Being stared at by Su-ran like this, he felt a little uncomfortable. No, ha ha ha, son, let me tell you, cough, that's right. In the future, when you're dating little girls, don't say such things to them. Otherwise, you'll be fooled, Su-han. Actually, they were talking about this woman. Why did it involve him again? More importantly, why was it this topic again? What dating? He wasn't in a relationship. It was even more impossible for him to say such things to anyone. Suhan's speechless expression was naturally interpreted by Su-ran as shyness. It seemed like Su-han was at the age of rebellion and adolescence. He was starting to yearn for love, but he didn't want his family to know. Unfortunately, Su-ran was a single otaku with no experience in love. In this aspect, it seemed like she couldn't provide any useful experience to her cheap son. But son, Su-ran suddenly looked at Su-han with a serious face and said, "If you're in a relationship, you must tell me. At least let her have the right to know. Then, the house, car, betrothal gifts and so on could be prepared in advance." Oh, it seemed a little early. It was fine. It was better to prepare early. The housing prices in B City were rising so fast. What if they couldn't afford it by then? Su-han looked at Su-ran, who had already begun to imagine a beautiful future, and his face was full of black lines. Although he didn't know what this woman was thinking, he felt that it wasn't anything good. Su-han, how did they jump to such a topic? How could they end this topic? Just as Su-han was feeling extremely conflicted, fortunately, the takeout he ordered earlier arrived. "I'll go get the takeout." He interrupted Su-ran, who was about to say something. Hearing the knock on the door, Su-han quickly ran to the door. Probably because he didn't want to bother with this boring woman anymore, this time, Su-han brought the takeout into the house. He didn't call Su-ran over as usual. Instead, he placed the takeout on the table very coldly and then took out the lunch boxes one by one. 2 minutes later. Looking at Su-ran, who was still focused on playing with her phone on the sofa, Su-han finally couldn't help but call out to her. "Cough, it's time to eat. You eat first. Don't worry about me. I'll post it on my WeChat moments first," Su-ran said without looking up. As for the content of her WeChat moments, of course, it was about her handsome son. Anyway, Su-han only said that she couldn't post it in the parent contact group. He didn't say that she couldn't post it on her WeChat moments. Su-ran silently gave his own mechanism a thumbs up. "I don't understand you women." Su-han lowered his head and complained. "Of course you don't understand. If one wasn't a parent, there was no way one could understand the joy of showing off one's daughter on WeChat moments." Su-ran ignored Su-han's disdain and excitedly edited the content of her WeChat moments. "I think my son should be called Sun-wan, ha ha ha." After sending this message, Su-ran added a few more photos to the post, including a few close-up shots of her holding the cup of gray-green milk tea from various angles, as well as a photo of Su-han alone. Previously, Su-ran took many close-up shots of Su-han's side profile and front profile. He was really super handsome. Looking at those photos in the album, Su-ran's hands were quite itchy. However, in the end, she held back and only posted a photo of Su-han from afar. In the photo, Su-han was standing beside the bus stop, leaning against the bus stop sign. Because the lighting was poor at night and they were a little far apart, Su-han's face wasn't that clear in the photo. At least, the disdainful expression on her cheapskate's face couldn't be seen at all in this photo. Although it was a little blurry, this photo was still very artistic. Moreover, in Su-ran's eyes, her son was still as handsome as ever. She clicked publish and it was done. When Su-ran raised her head, she realized that Su-han wasn't eating. Instead, he was sitting at the table, playing with his phone with his head lowered. "Why didn't you eat? Why did you post this?" Both mother and son asked at almost the same time. Su-ran, eh? After all this time, her son was looking at her WeChat moments post. "Haha, what do you think? Your mom's taste is pretty good, right? I didn't post any ugly photos of you, right?" Su-ran thought that Su-han was checking whether she shared any weird photos on WeChat moments, so she raised her eyebrows at Su-han and said. "I didn't have any ugly photos," Su-han said in a low voice. "Also, I think your taste is average," Su-han said very honestly. Really, this woman's taste was definitely problematic. She took so many photos before, but she only chose this one to post. Also, there were 9 photos on WeChat moments. Why did she put his photo in the middle of a circle of ugly, grayish-green close-up photos of milk tea from various angles? Really? I think it's pretty good. It was enough to prove that her son bought her milk tea. Su-han, haha, as long as you're happy. Then why didn't you post the photo that you photoshopped for so long? After a while, Su-han stared straight at Su-ran and asked. If you're so good, why don't you put the two of them together in a circle of milk tea photos? That one? No, that one is an exclusive collector's edition, Su-ran said in all seriousness. Oh. Hearing this, Su-han only responded indifferently. But, maybe it was an illusion. Why did Su-ran feel like she saw a hint of regret on her son's face? Suddenly, Su-han's phone vibrated. When Su-han saw Su-ran's message on WeChat, he was confused. What are you doing? I sent you the photo just now. I worked so hard to Photoshop it. You have to keep it well. When Su-han heard Su-ran's words, he paused and said, troublesome. Then, Su-han said in a low voice, okay. The sound seemed to come from his throat. If the two weren't so close, Su-ran might not have heard it. Let's eat, said Su-ran with a satisfied smile. It was still the rice noodles from downstairs. It was still the same familiar taste. Later on, he ordered the rice noodles from this restaurant a few more times. Only then did Su-ran realize that the first time the two of them ate rice noodles at this table, it was not because there was too much rice noodles and Su-han ate slowly. Instead, it was because he deliberately slowed down and waited for her to finish. Now, when it was time to eat, Su-han would no longer intentionally wait for Su-ran. Normally, he would finish his meal at a normal pace, then sit opposite Su-ran and use his phone to memorize vocabulary, check the group chat, and so on. Then, he would wait for Su-ran to finish eating. Before Su-ran could react, he would quickly clean up the lunch boxes on the table. After Su-han finished eating, he raised his head and looked at Su-ran. Only then did he realize that Su-ran ate slower than usual. Her chopsticks stopped in midair, her phone was placed next to the lunchbox. She clicked on the previous post and exited it repeatedly. What are you spamming? Su-han couldn't help but ask. She kept spamming and spamming. Wasn't she tired? I'm looking at how many people liked it and how many people commented on my post, said Su-ran. She completely ignored the shocked and speechless eyes and continued to enjoy herself. There are 23 likes. Oh. There are also several parents who commented. Oh. I don't want to know. You don't have to tell me. Ignoring Su-han's look of disdain, Su-ran looked at the comments on her post with relish and replied to them one by one. Zhao Jiaming's mother, is the person in the photo your family Su-han? She replied, yes. Wang Luqing's mother, Su-han's mother, this photo is really good. Su replied, thank you. Li Yang's mother, where did you go to play? Why did you come home so late? Su replied, no, I was working overtime today. Little Han came to pick me up. After replying to about a dozen comments, Su-ran suddenly refreshed another new comment. Because her friends' names were different, this comment stood out among the comments of XX Mom. 2 Piano Piece Client Lu, is the person in the photo your son? Suddenly seeing Lu Xiao appear in the comment section of her post, Su-ran felt a little strange for a moment. However, then she remembered that Mr. Lu was also a student's parent and that his child was probably in Su-han's class. Su-ran immediately calmed down. Su replied, yes. The resources of her post were limited. After replying to this post, Su-ran felt that there shouldn't be any more comments from other parents. She was ready to put away her phone and eat properly. Who would have thought that in less than a few seconds, there would be a new comment? She opened it and saw that it was still Lu Xiao's. 2 Piano Piece Client Lu, Su-han? Su replied, yes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Son. Su-ran, who was scrolling through his phone, suddenly raised his head and looked at Su-han. I suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Su-han was speechless. You don't seem to be that serious right now. There are many competitions in your school's sketch expansion event, and you'll be able to accumulate points, right? Su-ran asked, ignoring Su-han's disdainful gaze. Yes. Will there be a prize for the team with the highest points? There should be, Su-han thought and said. He looked at Su-ran in front of him and asked, what's wrong? Then won't we be at a disadvantage? Su-ran frowned as if she saw the doubt on her son's face. She continued to explain, Du Wintao's mother said that Du Wintao's father won't be able to come back for the school's event. Our family only has you and me, and Lu Yangyang. In other words, our family and Du Wintao's family will only have the two of us and the three of you. There won't be a single man in the team. Not to mention the competition and event points, they might not even be able to set up a tent. Su Ran suddenly thought of this question when she saw Du Wintao's mother's comment on her WeChat moments ago. Hearing this, Su Han was stunned, and the expression on his face fell instantly. What do you mean by no man? Wasn't he? As if she understood the second half of Su Han's sentence, Su Ran looked at Su Han faintly. You don't count. You're a boy, and so are Du Wentao and Lu Yangyang. Su Ran looked at Su Han seriously and said resolutely. I won't let you lose. Su Han said, dissatisfaction written all over his face. Was this woman doubting his ability? Even if they had Lu Yangyang and Du Wentao, those two idiots, their points wouldn't be lower than the other teams. Do you understand how to set up your tent? Su Ran didn't understand it herself. Su Han paused for a moment before replying in a low voice, what's so difficult about it? At this moment, Su Ran's phone suddenly rang. Su Ran was a little surprised when she saw the caller ID. Eh? What's wrong? Su Han raised his head and asked. It's nothing. It's just a call from a client. However, the other party hung up the phone after 2 rings. Su Ran looked at the name client, Mr. Lu, on her phone and felt a bit confused. Lu Xiao, why would this person suddenly call her? Could it be that his hand slipped, or was the other party here to urge her to sing better? Thinking about the 600,000 yuan that the other party transferred the other day, Su Ran suddenly felt that she knew the truth. Originally, Su Ran planned to borrow Ulele Studios' equipment to record a few piano pieces and send them to Lu Xiao. Unfortunately, the studio was busy until night and Su Ran didn't have time to spare. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ran still sent a text message to the other party. Mr. Lu, I'll send the music to your email before Friday. She clicked send. Previously, Su Ran always felt that Lu Xiao's replies were quite fast. However, this time, Su Ran's text message was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reply at all. Maybe it really was a slip of the hand. Su Ran looked at the unresponsive phone screen again and muttered to herself. It can't be because of that post, right? Although Su Ran hadn't discovered which classmate in Su Han's class was Lu Xiao's father, this didn't affect Su Ran's treatment of Lu Xiao at all. As for the other party's comments on his WeChat moments, Su Ran didn't care too much. However, Su Ran did not know that the 2 words she casually replied to the other party had caused a huge commotion on Lu Xiao's side. Zhou Fu was called to the Lu family's house by Lu Xiao in the middle of the night. When he arrived at the Lu family's house, he pushed open the door to the study and saw Lu Xiao sitting in the study with his eyebrows furrowed. He didn't know what to think. Zhou Fu was stunned and a look of surprise flashed across his face. In his memory, after the Lu family stabilized, Mr. Lu's emotions seemed to have become more stable. Especially in the past few years, he had never seen Lu Xiao show such an expression. Irritable, confused, and a little hesitant, Zhou Fu thought he might have seen wrongly. Mr. Lu, Zhou Fu walked over and stood in front of Lu Xiao. He lowered his voice and asked carefully, is there something troubling you? In his heart, he was confused. That shouldn't be the case. The projects in B City seemed to be going quite smoothly recently. Moreover, even if there were any problems, in the eyes of the current head of the Lu family, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Hearing Zhou Fu's voice, Lu Xiao seemed to snap out of his thoughts. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. You also looked up information on Su Han's mother? Lu Xiao looked up at Zhou Fu and asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhou Fu was stunned. When he was investigating the young master, he did look up information on Su Ran. Mr. Lu didn't care before, so he just left it as it was. The main thing was, regarding that woman, it was hard to explain in a few words. Because he was worried that Mr. Lu would have a bad impression of the young master after knowing about Su Ran, Zhou Fu had already made up his mind to throw that information into the shredder. As for Su Ran, Zhou Fu had been arranging for the Lu family's legal staff to determine a compensation plan, including the issue of Su Ran's living expenses in the future. However, he didn't expect Lu Xiao, who didn't pay attention to this matter at all, to suddenly ask about that woman. Therefore, when he heard Mr. Lu suddenly mention Su Han's mother, Zhou Fu didn't react for a moment. Before Zhou Fu could speak, Lu Xiao frowned and asked impatiently, "Where is the information?" It's at home." "Sir, please wait a second, I'll bring it over right away," Zhou Fu said and quickly left the study room. It was only a few minutes, but for Lu Xiao, it was as long as a 2-hour meeting with the shareholders of the Lu family. A few minutes later, Zhou Fu knocked on the door again and entered the study room with a folder in his hand. When Zhou Fu handed the folder to Lu Xiao, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Sir, the information you asked for is here, including the information from more than 10 years ago until recently." Fortunately, he was worried that when he talked to that woman about the young master and the compensation, she would take the opportunity to make unreasonable demands. Therefore, he specifically kept the information as a backup and didn't destroy it. But seeing Lu Xiao take the information, Zhou Fu frowned and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. "Sir, actually, the information about that woman isn't." Before Zhou Fu could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted. It wasn't that he suddenly didn't want to say anything, but when Zhou Fu was halfway through his sentence, especially when he said the words "that woman," Lu Xiao suddenly looked up at him. That gaze was so sharp that it made one shudder. Did he say something wrong? No, right? Just as Zhou Fu was wiping away his cold sweat, he was secretly puzzled. Lu Xiao said in a cold and very serious voice, "That's Su Han's mother." "Zhou Fu!" Exclamation point. "What's going on? Get out." Lu Xiao looked coldly at Zhou Fu and said. His gaze fell on the document in his hand again. "Su Ran?" Lu Xiao's gaze fell on the name and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. However, when he looked down, the expression on Lu Xiao's face gradually became subtle. When Su Ran was expelled from the Su family almost erased all traces of Su Ran. In addition, Xianxia deliberately suppressed what happened back then. Therefore, unless it was someone who really knew what happened back then, other people probably didn't even know who Su Ran was, let alone the past. However, who was the Lu family? They were an existence that several Song conglomerates added together couldn't compare to. It was very easy to investigate some things in the past. At this moment, the document in Lu Xiao's hand not only contained information about the young lady of the Su family from childhood to adulthood, but also the melodramatic experiences between Su Ran, Song Ziyu, Lin Xing'er, and even Lu Boyang were recorded in great detail. Of course, it also included everything that Su Ran did after that. Looking at every word in the document, Lu Xiao only felt that it was extremely painful to look at. Loan shark, escort, launch. Lu Xiao's eyes were like sharp swords as he stared at the document in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said these words. The thick stack of documents was almost crushed in Lu Xiao's hands. Bang, there was a loud noise. Zhou Fu, who was standing at the door of the study, was stunned at first. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Was Mr. Lu smashing things? If it weren't for the fact that the commotion in the study hadn't subsided, Zhou Fu would have thought that he was hallucinating. Was it because of that document? How was this possible? Zhou Fu subconsciously denied this possibility. Even if that was the case, the information about Su Ran was a little unbearable to look at. When he first saw it, he also felt a little uncomfortable. But he didn't have to be so angry. Moreover, Lu Xiao was not a person who was easily angered. Even if something made Master Lu unhappy, Lu Xiao would at most smile coldly. Those who didn't know Mr. Lu very well couldn't tell that this person was angry. Not to mention that he was out of control like this. That's right, out of control. Zhou Fu felt that he finally found a word to describe Lu Xiao now. Back then, when dealing with the collateral branch of the Lu family, Mr. Lu wasn't this angry. This was what Zhou Fu couldn't understand the most. Was it because of young master? It shouldn't be, right? Because of Su Ran, it was completely impossible. Come in. While Zhou Fu was puzzled, Lu Xiao's low and cold voice came from the study again. When Zhou Fu walked into the study while holding his breath, he saw the documents scattered all over the floor. Clean it up, Lu Xiao said calmly. At this moment, people who didn't need to know Lu Xiao well could easily see the irritation on his face. If Lu Xiao didn't have his head down at this moment, and the shadow that fell down blocked his vision. A trace of blood could be seen from his eyes. Yes, sir, Zhou Fu responded, and quickly put away the documents in front of Lu Xiao. Just as Zhou Fu put away all the documents and was about to leave quickly, Lu Xiao's voice sounded again. What I said is, clean up all of this. Zhou Fu, who felt like he was walking on a tightrope, was confused. Did he hear it wrong? Did Mr. Lu mean that not only did he want to clean up the documents, but he also wanted him to clean up everything related to the documents? Before Zhou Fu could figure out the meaning of Lu Xiao's words, Lu Xiao gave him a clear answer. I don't want a second person to know or investigate everything about her in the documents. Understood? Lu Xiao looked up and coldly looked at Zhou Fu as he asked. Yes, sir, I understand. I will arrange this matter. Although he still had a million questions in his mind. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Zhou Fu asked again, that woman, young master's biological mother, do we need to follow up on it? Hearing this, Lu Xiao's fingers stopped tapping, and a hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes. I will take care of that matter personally. Yes. Some people didn't sleep the whole night, and some people didn't dream the whole night. The next day, Su Han, who was about to go to school with his backpack, was surprised to see Su Ran, who was usually sleeping, wake up for the first time. Why are you up so early today? Su Han looked at Su Ran strangely and asked. I'm taking you to school. Su Ran, who had half a steamed bun in her mouth, blinked at Su Han and said slowly. Sure enough, the steamed bun that just came out of the pot was better. Usually, before Su Han went to school, he would make breakfast at home and leave a portion for Su Ran. But usually, when Su Ran woke up, the eggs would be cold and the steamed bun would be a bit hard. You. Hearing Su Ran's words, Su Han's eyes widened. What kind of joke was this woman making? She was taking him to school. Su Han frowned, he felt that something was wrong. I'm not lying to you. Look, don't many of your classmates' parents take them to and from school? I think I should be a competent mother. Pretending not to see Su Han's face full of surprise and unwillingness, Su Ran held her chin and continued. Speaking of which, her son was really worry-free. Not only did she not have to worry about school, but she would also fight for chores at home, although most of the chores at home were actually throwing away takeout boxes. No need. Ignoring the trace of regret in his heart, Su Han said. He raised his head and said coolly, I'm not a child anymore. But I really want to take you to school. What should I do? Also, didn't you pick me up yesterday? As a thank you, I've decided to take you to school today. When Su Ran saw the uneasiness hidden in Su Han's eyes, he tried very hard to hold back his laughter and continued to speak in a serious manner. Why are parents so annoying these days? Su Han frowned in disgust. Then, Su Han wanted to say, do whatever you want. In the end, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Ran's soft chuckles. Haha, I'll stop teasing you. I have to go to Eulele Studios today, Su Ran explained. Last night, Eulele's manager called Su Ran again. The video that Su Ran asked the manager to help suppress was quickly removed. Other than the downloaded video, the video could no longer be found. Naturally, the popularity of the video was quickly pushed down by the new topic. However, the video could be deleted, but the memories could not be deleted. What's more, the popularity of Eulele's song Go was still popular. Yesterday, not long after Su Ran left, the studio's phone and Su Zhao's personal phone were flooded with calls. Basically, the calls were from managers of entertainment companies and artist studios. Some were even from singers themselves. Their purpose was to ask Su Ran for a song and to ask Su Xiao for Su Ran's contact information. Because he was not sure of Su Ran's appearance, Su Xiao did not reveal Su Ran's phone number. However, some of the calls were not bad. After Su Xiao asked for Su Ran's opinion, he arranged a meeting with Su Ran's manager today. Bang! As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, the door was slammed shut with a bang. Oh, looks like he's angry. When Su Ran recalled Su Han's conflicted and resistant look when he heard that he wanted to send him to school, Su Ran could not help but laugh unkindly again. After a simple tidying up at home, Su Ran took her bag and left. Little Su, you're leaving so early. Grandma de Bao looked at Su Ran and greeted her with a smile. Yeah. how's the house? Have you decided on it? Almost done. Su Ran replied with a smile on her face. What was her early motivation, her dream? Of course not. Now, buying a house was Su Ran's only motivation. After going downstairs, Su Ran walked a few steps and her gaze was attracted by a very familiar black luxury car parked not far away. Mr. Liu? Su Ran looked at the person leaning against the car in surprise. Then, she remembered that he was not only Su Han's parent, but also one of her current big clients. Su Ran immediately smiled and greeted him. What a coincidence to meet you here. Regarding this point, Su Ran was also puzzled. This was an old-fashioned residential area, right? Why would a big shot like Lu Xiao appear here? Could it be that this place was going to be demolished? Su Ran felt that this was the only possibility. If this was the case, then she would buy the house that she and Su Han were living in now. When the time came for demolition, she would be the first one to demolish, and Su Han would be the second one to demolish, haha. Su Ran was very happy to imagine herself becoming a demolition tycoon. She completely did not notice that the person in front of her had a face full of stubble and looked a little disheveled, as well as the slight abnormality in his expression when he looked at her. What a coincidence. Lu Xiao suddenly spoke, his voice unusually hoarse. It was not a coincidence. In fact, he had been waiting here for the whole night. Originally, Lu Xiao drove out last night to question Su Ran. However, when the car drove downstairs, Lu Xiao hesitated again. What reason and position did he have to question the other party? For the first time, Lu Xiao felt that something could give him such a headache. However, no matter how angry he was, one night was enough for Lu Xiao to calm down. Originally, when he saw Su Han leave from afar, Lu Xiao was considering whether to go back. However, in the next moment, he saw Su Ran coming out of the door. Huh? Su Ran was a little confused by Lu Xiao's sudden words. What a coincidence. It was just a greeting. This person, was he stupid? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Just as Su Ran was about to politely say goodbye and leave, she heard Lu Xiao speak again. Do you have time? Do you have time? What do you mean? Tell her that this place is going to be demolished? It doesn't seem likely. Su Ran was even more confused by Lu Xiao's words. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, I was just about to go out, you see. Su Ran hesitated for a moment and said apologetically. Is there something urgent? Lu Xiao asked as he looked at Su Ran. It's all right. The main reason was that she had an appointment with the managers that Su Xiao had introduced to her at Ulele Studios. She couldn't be late, right? Furthermore, she had no way to record a few piano pieces and give them to the other party without any equipment. Until now, when she saw Lu Xiao, Su Ran still felt that the other party was here to ask her for the piano piece she owed him. Other than that, she didn't have much of a relationship with this person. I'll send you there. Huh? What the hell was going on? Go do your thing, I'll wait for you. Hearing Lu Xiao's explanation, Su Ran's eyes widened even more. No need, no need. Su Ran hurriedly waved her hand and said, actually, it's not that important, I'm just going to see. Su Ran was completely unable to continue the rest of his words. This was because she realized that Lu Xiao was looking at her with an expression that was too deep and too serious. It didn't feel like it was a matter of one or two songs. Mr. Liu, do you have something important to do? Su Ran frowned slightly, and her expression became serious and nervous. Then, she looked up at Lu Xiao and asked. Yes. Lu Xiao replied indifferently, paused, and said, it's very important. Looking for me? Yes, looking for you. Lu Xiao looked at Su Ran and said, but the moment his gaze met with Su Ran, he instantly looked away. All right then. Su Ran lowered her head, sighed, and said, temporarily dispelling the idea of leaving. Although Su Ran was still very confused and didn't know why Mr. Liu was looking for her, from the previous few interactions, Lu Xiao wasn't someone who would joke around. Moreover, the other party's current appearance was really too serious. So serious that Su Ran couldn't refuse. After giving it some thought, Su Ran took out his phone and sent a message to Su Xiao, asking him to postpone the meeting with his manager to the afternoon. Client Su Xiao, it's okay. Miss Sue, if you have something important to do, you can go ahead and do it. I've already helped you talk to the other party's agents about the meeting. It'll be tomorrow. After receiving Su Zhao's reply, Su Ran was relieved. Mr. Liu, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Xiao seemed like he was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Grandma de Bao's voice from behind. Little Su, you haven't left yet. Grandma de Bao and Aunt Zhang, who was upstairs, each pulled a small vegetable cart as they walked down the corridor. When they saw Su Ran, who was still standing downstairs, they were originally just casually greeting her. However, when they saw Lu Xiao standing in front of Su Ran, they were stunned. Ah. You have a friend. Grandma de Bao had a strange expression on her face. Then, as if she had thought of something, she smiled embarrassedly. Without greeting Su Ran, she pulled Aunt Zhang and walked away quickly. Even when they were far away, the two of them still looked back from time to time. Grandma de Bao, who was that man just now? It seems like he knows Su Ran. Aunt Zhang pulled Grandma de Bao and subconsciously lowered her voice as she asked. No, Aunt Zhang's eyes turned, and she felt that something was wrong. I think it's not as simple as just knowing each other. That man seemed to have come here specifically to see Su Ran. If he wasn't here specifically, why would he stand in our yard so early in the morning? Aunt Zhang analyzed and nodded to herself. She felt that she was right. That man looked unfamiliar. Most importantly, from his clothes, it was obvious that he wasn't from around here. Oh, that man drove a car, right? It's the one behind him. He must be rich. Although Aunt Zhang didn't know much about cars, she knew that such cars weren't cheap. She had a hometown friend who had made a fortune in business and bought a Mercedes-Benz. That was worth millions. She looked at the car that the man drove over. It didn't seem to be any worse than her hometown friend's car. Grandma de Bao's impression of Su Ran had changed because of what had happened in the past 2 days. She didn't want to discuss this matter with this big mouth. Does money get in your way? Grandma de Bao said unhappily. It didn't bother me, I was just curious. Auntie Zhang smiled and continued, I'm afraid it's not a man that Su Ran has hooked up with. I was wondering why she was so well behaved these days and didn't go to those places to work anymore. After all this time, it's because she found a rich man. Aunt Zhang said, but she was secretly jealous. She thought that the man was not bad. He looked talented and rich. Could he be some big boss? How did this woman, Su Ran, have such a good life? She could even find such a good master. Hey, do you have any impression of that person? Was he Su Ran's previous customer? Did you bring him in before? Aunt Zhang tugged at Grandma de Bao and asked. I've never seen him before. How would I know? Grandma de Bao still didn't know what Aunt Zhang was thinking. However, even though she said that, she was also muttering in her heart. After all, no matter what, she was someone who had been through this. Judging from the way that man looked at Su Ran just now, it did not seem like the way a normal acquaintance or friend would look at him. It's just her face that's good to look at. Why don't you take a look at what that woman used to do? Aunt Zhang muttered to herself. Then, with a face full of disdain, she continued, however, to be able to find a woman like her, she's probably not a good person. Su Ran probably won't have a good ending being her mistress. Can't you hope for her to be better? De Bao's grandmother glared at Aunt Zhang unhappily and said. I'm just speaking the truth. What can't I hope for a better person? It can't be that the man is so good and still hasn't settled down, right? It can't be that the man is Su Ran's poor son's biological father, right? Grandma de Bao and Aunt Zhang's conversation was whispered, so the two people involved didn't hear it. However, the sudden interruption made Lu Xiao a little unhappy. Moreover, the way the two aunties looked at him and then at Su Ran just now made Lu Xiao feel a little suffocated for some reason. Get in the car, Lu Xiao said as he glanced behind Su Ran and saw that there were residents going in and out of the building from time to time. After pausing for a moment, Lu Xiao added, let's go somewhere else to talk. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. Okay then. Su Ran nodded. She wasn't blind, so how could she not see Grandma de Bao and Aunt Zhang's gossipy expressions just now? The original owner's previous job was no longer a secret in this area. She didn't know what those people would think when they saw a big boss like Lu Xiao appear here. Su Ran was a musician who stayed at home 300 days a year, so it didn't matter. However, it wouldn't be good if there were any misunderstandings. After all, she was not only her client, but also the parent of Su Han's classmate. No need, no need. I'll do it myself. Seeing that Lu Xiao was about to open the car door for her, Su Ran quickly stepped forward and opened the door herself. Seeing that Su Ran subconsciously avoided him and got into the car, Lu Xiao's eyes darkened and he also opened the door and got into the car. When she met Lu Xiao before, the other party had a driver. This time, Lu Xiao drove himself. Su Ran found it a little strange. He had wanted to ask about it casually. After opening her mouth, Su Ran realized that the atmosphere in the car was a bit suffocating. It was even more awkward than the first time they met at Dongshan Garden and the other party gave her a ride. So fat, other than a few songs that she still owed this big boss, she didn't seem to owe this big boss anything, right? Su Ran thought embarrassedly and subconsciously tightened her grip on her small bag. Then she pursed her lips and looked out the window without saying a word, completely treating herself as invisible. Su, huh? Do you want me to turn up the air conditioner? No need, thank you. They didn't speak for the rest of the journey. Fortunately, Lu Xiao didn't drive Su Ran too far away. Soon, Lu Xiao parked the car in a place similar to a private residence. Su Ran was considered a master who had seen the world. She was already used to the existence of this kind of residence. However, she was still a bit confused about why Lu Xiao was looking for her. Just as Su Ran was puzzled, the car door opened. Su Ran originally thought it was a staff member and was about to say thank you. Only when she looked up did she realize that the person who opened the door for her was Lu Xiao. Thank you. Su Ran smiled awkwardly and said. No need. This way please. Okay, what is this big boss doing? It doesn't look like he's here to collect a debt. Instead, it looks like. I'm the customer. Mr. Lu, why are you looking for me today? Su Ran followed Lu Xiao to a very elegant and quiet room. Finally, she couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. If it's about the music, I already sent you a text yesterday. Mr. Lu, don't worry, Su Ran. Without waiting for Su Ran to finish speaking, Lu Xiao suddenly stopped Su Ran. When Su Ran heard him call her name, her first reaction was to be stunned. When she met Lu Xiao before, he always called her Miss Su. Now that she suddenly heard him call her name, Su Ran felt a bit strange for a moment. Originally, Su Ran was still waiting for Lu Xiao to continue. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Lu Xiao's voice. When she looked up, she realized that he was actually looking straight at her with a complicated expression. At this moment, Lu Xiao was only thinking about how to say the first sentence. Tell Su Ran that he knew about her past? Or that he was the father of her child. For the first time, Master Lu felt like there was something that could give him a headache. He was even hesitant about what to do. All these years, Lu Xiao was the only one in control of the Lu family. Lu Xiao never doubted the abilities of the people in the Lu family. It was just a small matter like investigating the past of a rich girl. It was impossible for his subordinates to make a mistake. However, because this person was the woman in front of him, Lu Xiao for the first time doubted the abilities of his subordinates. It was impossible for the information in his hands to be fake. However, this was completely different from what Lu Xiao had seen. Putting aside the past of Miss Su family, the information said that Su Ran treated Su Han badly. However, what he saw actually was a mother who loved her child very much. If she wasn't good, Su Han wouldn't have been so protective when he talked about his mother last time. Lu Xiao was somewhat vexed. The last time, he actually did not notice this point. And the Su Ran he saw was also very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. Mr. Lu? Sorry, Lu Xiao apologized for being absent-minded just now, and at the same time, he retracted his somewhat abrupt gaze. I asked you to come over today because I want to talk to you about the incident from 13 years ago. Lu Xiao said in a low voice, but his voice was not as calm as usual. 13 years ago? Hearing the other party's words, Su Ran had a vague ominous feeling. The memories left by the original owner were very simple. Other than the strong resentment towards Song Ziyu, Lin Xing'er, and the others, the only other memory was the constant debauchery after she, the supporting female lead, went offline. 13 years ago, wasn't that the period when the supporting female lead went offline? Yes, 13 years ago, at Huading Hotel. To you, it should be the Song family's banquet. Lu Xiao said, his throat a little tight. Without waiting for Lu Xiao to finish speaking, Su Ran felt a chill all over her body. She stared at Lu Xiao with wide eyes. Who was this person, Lu Xiao? This person didn't exist in the original novel, and this man didn't exist in the original owner's memories at all. Then how did he know about that incident? What happened that night was a terrible nightmare for the original owner. As an outsider, Su Ran could treat that memory from an outsider's point of view. What really frightened her was the plot of the original novel. She didn't want it to be like how it was described in the original novel, where she died at a banquet, and Su Han became a big villain, and in the end, the male lead's son took everything away with a flick of his finger. After coming here, Su Ran had tried her best to stay away from the original plot and avoid contact with the characters in the original novel. But who could tell her, why did she stay away from the male and female leads, and avoid the second male lead, and now another one popped up? Most importantly, she still didn't know who this person was. Don't be afraid, I'm not talking about what happened 13 years ago. Noticing the change in Su Ran's expression, Lu Xiao's heart tightened. Realizing that his words might have reminded Su Ran of those bad memories, Lu Xiao explained somewhat anxiously. After saying this, Master Lu realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Cough, I did want to talk about what happened 13 years ago, but it has nothing to do with Song. Or anyone else, it's about me and you. Of course, there was also Su Han. But Lu Xiao didn't take him into consideration for the time being. That night, with you, that man was me. Without waiting for Su Ran to speak, Lu Xiao opened his mouth. While speaking, Lu Xiao's hand on the armrest slightly tightened, and his eyes were focused on the changes in Su Ran's expression. No hatred. Very good. No sudden outburst of disgust. It was still okay. Su Ran's face was only filled with shock. Lu Xiao could understand this point. You're saying that you... Su Ran opened her mouth wide and stared at Lu Xiao with eyes full of shock. Although the original owner's memories of the experience of losing her virginity were completely blurry, this was written very clearly in the novel. Su Ran was done by the group of hooligans she hired to pay back the money. Could it be that the man in front of her was one of those hooligans? This was obviously impossible. It's me. Lu Xiao nodded seriously and said, that incident was originally an accident, I can explain it to you. What accident? Su Ran frowned and tried to tell herself to calm down and wait for the other party to finish before deciding whether to call the police or not. This is the information I found. Lu Xiao said as he handed a document in his hand to Su Ran. Seeing Su Ran flip open the document, Lu Xiao's heart inexplicably tightened. At the same time, he followed Su Ran's gaze and began to explain. At that time, the Lu family's collateral relatives and a few other families tried to swallow the entire Lu family. After the old man's accident, my eldest brother and second brother were set up one after another. At that time, I had just taken over the Lu family, and originally came back to deal with some of the collateral relatives' affairs, and also to take back some of the Lu family's assets that originally belonged to the Lu family. Hearing Lu Xiao's explanation, Su Ran's hand that was flipping through the document paused for a moment. Su Ran vaguely felt that Lu Xiao had said a little too much. This kind of thing should belong to the other family's secret, and it didn't seem like he should reveal so much to her. However, Su Ran didn't interrupt him. Because she didn't have time. Compared to what Lu Xiao was saying, Su Ran felt that the content recorded in the document in her hand was more mysterious. The original owner's memory stopped at the moment when she was pushed down by those gangsters and hit the coffee table. Su Ran actually didn't know what happened after that. The next day, the original owner woke up in the hotel room. At that time, the entire room was empty, but it was very messy. The marks on her body and the shocking marks on the bedsheets were enough to prove that she had indeed been violated. After that, many people suddenly barged into the room. Su Ran had been hiding in the bathroom, and when those people left, she ran back to the Su family in a panic. The original owner had always thought that those people were hired by Lin Xinger to deliberately make a fool of her. So, there was another reason? That day, Wait. Lu Xiao was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Su Ran. Don't say anything, let me think. Su Ran felt that her mind was a little messy. The information in front of her was so detailed that it couldn't be fake. Although it was a little coincidental, it did make sense in terms of time and space. However, the plot of the novel had been deeply ingrained in Su Ran's mind all this time. Now that this information was placed in front of her, wasn't it equivalent to completely overturning the setting of the original novel? That wasn't right. What should have happened had already happened. The original Su Ran had indeed been disfigured and lost her virginity that night. She was even pregnant. As for those gangsters and this Lu Xiao in front of her, there didn't seem to be any difference. Su Ran glanced at Lu Xiao and thought to herself that something seemed to be wrong. Forget it, let's not care so much. Then, according to this information, because of an accident that night, you, Su, and I yes. Lu Xiao gave a definite answer. Lu Xiao's Adam's apple moved, a little itchy. At that time, I didn't know that such an accident had happened in the middle. I thought that the person in the room was someone arranged by the collateral family, so. Therefore, he didn't care about Su Ran who was thrown in the room at that time. After all, she was a pawn of the collateral family. Naturally, there would be people from the collateral family to deal with her. It was already a great mercy that he didn't get rid of this pawn on the spot. It was also because Lu Xiao didn't have much experience at that time. If it were now, Su Ran might have disappeared on the spot. Suddenly, Lu Xiao was a little glad that his methods weren't shrewd enough. I'm sorry. After a pause, Lu Xiao lowered his eyes and said. However, Lu Xiao didn't understand. Originally, he was filled with inexplicable anger yesterday and wanted to question this woman. However, when they were actually face to face, it became a convenient explanation for Lu Xiao, including an apology. As for what he was really concerned about yesterday, what Su Ran did in the past 13 years, Lu Xiao didn't mention a word. Mr. Lu, actually, you don't have to say sorry, Su Ran said. Putting all kinds of coincidences aside, this Lu Xiao was actually a victim. He was set up by the collateral family and then had that kind of relationship with a woman he didn't know at all. What if he was obsessed with cleanliness? What if he still had a white moonlight in his heart and originally planned to keep his chastity for that white moonlight? As for her, although the original owner's experience was quite miserable, to put it bluntly, it was just a taste of her own medicine. Even if it wasn't the person in front of her, it would still be that group of hooligans. The end result might be even more tragic than now. Moreover, at the very least, she could now confirm that the person who provided her son with the other half of the genes was a person, and not someone in a group of people. Wait, thinking of Su Han, Su Ran suddenly thought of a very serious question. This person suddenly appeared, suddenly found her, and then told her the truth back then. What did he ask? It was obvious that he was a big boss. Identity, status, power, money, he didn't lack anything. She and Su Han, a mother and son who had just escaped poverty, didn't seem to have anything in their family that was worth the other party's attention. Coming to ask her for compensation for psychological damage because of what happened back then? That didn't seem possible. Then, the only thing this person could be after was. You want my son? Su Ran's expression changed as she asked. Her gaze towards Lu Xiao was already full of caution. If someone had jumped out and said that he was the father of the villain's son when Su Ran had just transmigrated into this body and wanted to take Su Han away, Su Ran definitely wouldn't have refused. After all, although Su Han had a mother in name at that time, he lived like a child without a mother. In a situation where he didn't have a mother's love, it didn't seem too bad for him to suddenly have a father. At least, based on Su Ran's current observation, Lu Xiao was a good person. As for the future great villain, if he had a father to watch over him, he might not go astray. But now, this person wanted to take Su Han away. Absolutely not, her son, her handsome, smart, and sensible son, how could he be taken away by an unknown person with an unknown identity and occupation? Moreover, from the sound of it, Mr. Lu's family didn't seem to be very safe. She was still preparing to cultivate her own son into a capable, difficult, wide-ranging hobbies, well-rounded moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development, and full of a sense of justice in society, Lu Xiao was stunned by Su Ran's rhetorical question. He was obviously a little surprised. Although he didn't think so, Lu Xiao's heart still felt empty when the other party looked at him with such a guarded gaze. No, I didn't know about Su Han's existence before. Lu Xiao explained with a hint of urgency in his voice. He didn't even know about Su Ran's existence. So now that you know, you plan to take him away? Su Ran stared at Lu Xiao faintly and asked in return. Could it be that this person was old and was afraid that no one would inherit the family business, afraid that no one would take care of him in his old age? Could it be that he suddenly had the idea of taking away his son who was living outside? Su Ran's first thought was almost the same as Su Han's in the past. However, Su Ran immediately overturned this possibility. This kind of man with status, and good looks, if he wanted a child, there should be a square of people willing to give birth to his child. Could it be that this person was inconvenient? That couldn't be right. Wasn't the test tube baby technology quite mature now? Moreover, Su Ran always felt that people at Lu Xiao's age should already have their own family. Child. The last time you went to 7 high school, you didn't go to pick up your own child, but to look for my son? Su Ran asked cautiously. Lu Xiao didn't know what Su Ran was thinking. At first, his scalp was a little numb from Su Ran's sometimes probing and sometimes guarded gaze. Now, worried that Su Ran would misunderstand, Lu Xiao immediately explained, I went to 7 high school because of the problem with that piece of land. I happened to see Su Han at school. Because he gave me the same feeling as me, I ordered my subordinates to investigate what happened back then. Because I found out about his birth and his existence back then, I was prepared to fulfill my part of the obligations and responsibilities that I should bear. Ahem, I'm referring to legal and financial responsibilities. I'm not talking about taking him away or regarding myself as his father, Lu Xiao said. His tone was very sincere. It was undeniable that when he found out that the child was his own flesh and blood, Lu Xiao instinctively felt proud of the other party's excellence and displeased because of the other party's rebellion. But in fact, Lu Xiao never thought of unilaterally changing anything about Su Han, or even bringing Su Han into the Lu family. Even though he knew that Su Han might not have a good life with his biological mother, Lu Xiao thought more about it. He only wanted to provide Su Han with some resources and help so that Su Han could grow up smoothly. But what if Su Han was actually doing well with Su Ran? Then he had no position or right to interfere with what this mother and son pair did. You mean, you won't fight with me for Su Han's custody? Su Ran asked. I won't. Then you. Why did you suddenly appear? Su Ran sized up Lu Xiao. Sorry, my appearance was indeed a little abrupt. Although what happened back then was an accident and coincidence, I do have some responsibility. I'm willing to take responsibility for it, Lu Xiao said. He glanced at Su Ran nervously and added, if you're willing to accept it. Lu Xiao's words made Su Ran fall into deep thought. Responsibility? Did he mean that he was prepared to take on the responsibility of a father? After all, Lu Xiao had just said that he intended to take on the responsibility of raising his son financially and legally. Su Ran actually wanted to say that she could raise this son without anyone taking responsibility. Moreover, it was very possible for Su Han to become a rich second-generation heir in the future. However, the person in front of her was Su Han's biological father. There was nothing wrong with him taking responsibility for his son's upbringing. It was not right for her, a mother who had been unreliable for 12 years, to accuse Lu Xiao, a biological father who knew nothing about it, of being irresponsible. As for whether to accept or not, I think Su Han should make the decision, Su Ran said after thinking for a moment. Su Han was already 12 years old and would soon be 13 years old. Perhaps it was because of the villain aura, although this son was a little introverted and didn't like to talk much. Overall, Su Han didn't have any personality flaws. Even if there was a slight difference, Su Han was already past the age where he would always ask why he didn't have a father. His character had already been formed and it wasn't something that could be changed by having a biological father. At this time, a biological father suddenly appeared. To Su Han, it was more of a surprise than a shock. Of course, this was only Su Ran's own thoughts. Whether or not to accept this person's existence was completely up to Su Han. What about you? I want to know if you can accept my existence? Lu Xiao looked at Su Ran and asked with a burning gaze. Su Ran, of course not. Originally, my handsome son was only mine. Now, a stranger suddenly appeared and wanted to take half of my handsome son. Who would accept that? However, Su Ran only thought about this kind of narrow-minded ridicule in his heart. Let's change the question first. Mr. Liu, regarding Su Han's existence, do your family, your wife, and children accept it? If Su Han was willing to have a biological father to pay for his tuition, Su Ran had nothing to say. However, what if Lu Xiao's family found out about Su Han's existence and felt uncomfortable? She and her son lived their own lives and didn't care about Lu Xiao at all. However, they couldn't resist other people's thoughts. Su Ran shuddered when she thought about the melodramatic dramas her assistant had shown her in the past, about the heirs fighting against the illegitimate children. Bah! Her Su Han wasn't an illegitimate child. The person in front of her was the one with an unknown background. No. I don't have a family. I don't have a wife, and I don't have any children other than Su Han. Also, I'm not married, and I don't have anyone to date, Lu Xiao explained. Looking at Su Ran, thinking about the information he had on Su Ran, and thinking about the regret he had suppressed in his heart before, Lu Xiao actually felt a hint of joy in his heart. I see. Su Ran muttered, and then fell into silence. Su Ran wasn't interested in why Lu Xiao wasn't married and had children at such an old age. Hearing that the other party was alone, Su Ran felt that Su Han had a lot less trouble. However, this person really didn't find Su Han to let his son take care of him in his old age and send him off when he dies. Her family only had one child, Su Han. If Su Han accepted this biological father, it meant that in the future, Su Han would have to shoulder the responsibility of two elderly people. She was a music otaku who had been single since birth, so she would probably stay single forever. However, if the other party were to find a partner, then wouldn't her Su Han have to support three elderly people? That would be very tiring. Lu Xiao still did not know that at this moment, Su Ran's thoughts had already drifted to several decades later. Lu Xiao saw that Su Ran kept his head down and remained silent. His expression seemed a little heavy. For a moment, Lu Xiao panicked. He suddenly felt a little uncertain. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiao raised his head again. There was no longer any hope in his eyes, but there was more suppressed emotion. Sorry, my request was too much, Lu Xiao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, trying his best to suppress the fluctuations in his voice. If necessary, I will regularly pay the relevant support fees, as well as Su Han's tuition and living expenses. If you don't think it's necessary, I will deposit a sum of money for Su Han. When he becomes an adult, he can decide whether to use it or not. When Lu Xiao said this, he felt as if his throat was burning, and he felt a little uncomfortable. If you feel that my appearance has disturbed you, I am very sorry. If it has caused trouble for you, in the future, I will. Without waiting for Lu Xiao to finish, Su Ran, who had her head down, suddenly raised it. Do you know economics? Lu Xiao, the original calmness on Master Lu's face collapsed in an instant. Economics? Yes, economics. Advanced macroeconomics, or spectator economics, do you know this? Su Ran asked with a serious face. Su Ran still remembered that last time at the Song family, she saw Song Ian reading a book called Advanced Economics, right? Although she tried her best to avoid any contact with the characters in the original work, at present, her son was still fine, and there were no signs of him turning evil. However, the plot outside the original work, as well as the existence of Song Ian and Song Jining, had always been a knot in Su Ran's heart. Song Ian, with the male protagonist as his father, began to come into contact with economic matters from a young age, and the male protagonist personally guided him. In the future, it seemed completely reasonable for Song Yian to be able to easily crush a great villain who had built his business from scratch in the business world. At least, in terms of business, Su Han had completely lost at the starting line. Su Ran could provide Su Han with good living and learning conditions, and she could also work hard to earn tuition fees for Su Han's interest classes, but in other aspects. Music was okay, but she did not know anything about economics. Yes. Although he did not know why Su Ran suddenly asked this, Lu Xiao still answered truthfully. The Lu family was a business family with 100 years of heritage. Regarding business, economics, management and other subjects, these were all things that the heir had to learn from a young age. Compared to being in charge of the entire family, these were just the basics. Hearing this, Su Ran nodded. As Su Han's biological father, you have to be responsible. This is your right, I have no objections, but whether to accept or not, it is still up to Su Han to decide. After a pause, Su Ran continued, but don't worry, I will communicate with Su Han as soon as possible. No rush. Lu Xiao said. To be able to receive such an answer from Su Ran was already a pleasant surprise for him. As for that son. Haha. Last question. Go ahead. Do you know how to set up a tent? You said you had something to do? Where are you going? I'll send you there, Lu Xiao asked while looking at Su Ran. No need, no need. Su Ran realized that she didn't give him any face. She paused and added, I mean, there's nothing going on there for the time being, so there's no need to go over. Since Su Xiao had pushed the meeting to tomorrow, she naturally didn't need to go over today. Speaking of Ulele Studios, Su Ran naturally thought of the other side of the controversy yesterday, Xingding Entertainment and the second male lead. She didn't know what was going on with the second male lead. At Lu Boyang's side, the situation was obviously very bad. Because the public opinion of yesterday's incident was basically one-sided, Xingding Entertainment released an official Weibo post early in the morning as soon as she went to work. It included a clarification of the entire incident and an apology letter to Ulele Studios. The truth was out, and Xingding Entertainment had a miserable ending. Although the controversy on the internet wasn't enough to make this industry giant go bankrupt, Xingding Entertainment also suffered a great loss because of this. The company's share price fell when the market opened today, and it will probably fall for another 1 or 2 days before stabilizing. In addition, Dongding, Huayang, and the other 4 companies have decided to terminate the follow-up sponsorship of several TV series and reality shows that they have invested in. Chenong stood in the chairman's office and said solemnly. Okay. Lu Boyang nodded and said, cancel the performance of the marketing and operations departments for this month. In addition, we should have found out who was involved. Fire them. Is there a problem? We have found out who was involved, but... Chenong hesitated for a moment and finally said, this person is Lin Xiaoxiao. Who? It's Lin Xiaoxiao. She's Lin Xing. Mrs. Song recommended her to the company. She's also Mrs. Song's cousin. You mean Xing? Lu Boyang's face sank when he heard that. At the mention of Lin Xing, Lu Boyang suddenly became irritated. Yesterday, Lin Xing had called him from abroad again. The content of their conversation was still the same. How Songziyu was wrong and how she was upset. He was really annoyed. He had known Songziyu much earlier than he had known Lin Xing. Because of Songziyu as a good friend, Lu Boyang had taken care of Lin Xing a little more. He admitted that during this process, he had developed feelings for Lin Xing. However, these feelings had completely disappeared when Lin Xing finally chose Songziyu. Even if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be friends. However, Lu Boyang really couldn't understand. Since Songziyu liked Lin Xing back then and even married her, why did he start a cold war with her not long after they got married and leave Lin Xing hanging? There was also Lin Xing. In the past, Lu Boyang had thought that this girl was very good. However, during this period of time, he had listened to her complaints and even hysterics over the phone again and again. No matter how good the impression and memories were, they couldn't withstand such torment. In short, he was really annoyed by the couple now. So what? If she did something wrong, she should be fired, Lu Boyang said. There was no room for reconciliation in his cold voice. Pfft, with a sneer, Lu Boyang said again, so what if she's Lin Xing's cousin? If she feels wronged, she should go to the Song Enterprise to find her cousin-in-law. Does she think that Xingding is a waste recycling station? Or does she think that I, Lu Boyang, am a waste collector? As for whether he would receive a phone call from Lin Xing later to complain, Lu Boyang really couldn't say for sure. Otherwise, he would just blacklist her. On the other side, Mr. Lu, who had disappeared for a night, finally returned to the Lu family. Sir, you're back, Zhou Fu, who had been waiting at the door, saw Lu Xiao come back and stepped forward to take Lu Xiao's coat. While speaking, Zhou Fu carefully glanced at Lu Xiao's expression. Then, he was surprised to find that Lu Xiao, who had been furious when he left the house yesterday, had completely calmed down at this time. There was no trace of anger or displeasure on his face. Even if his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he even saw a faint smile at the corner of Mr. Lu's mouth. Although he felt a little strange, seeing that Lu Xiao had calmed down, Zhou Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. He sorted out a document overnight and handed it to Lu Xiao. "Sir, this is the list of guests that Miss Su Ran has received over the years, according to your instructions." Seeing Lu Xiao take the list with a fierce look in his eyes, Zhou Fu secretly wiped his sweat and said, "The first 2 pages are all ordinary guests who went to the bar to drink and pass the time. As for the last half of the page, it's some people who had bad blood with Miss Su family in the past, or who had some grudges with the Su family. They deliberately went to find trouble with Miss Su. They..." Lu Xiao squeezed the document in his hand, almost tearing it apart. It's mainly verbal humiliation," Zhou Fu quickly said, wiping his sweat. Previously, he only thought that Su Ran went to work in that kind of place because she had abandoned herself. It wasn't until he investigated this document that he realized there were some hidden secrets. Looking at it this way, although Su Ran was a little arrogant in the past and did some stupid things, she was indeed a little pitiful after that. In addition, I found out that the original plan to trick Ms. Su into working in the red light district and signing a 5-year contract, there were traces of the Song family's underlings. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Fu said this, the anger in Lu Xiao's eyes intensified. "Seal the people on the first 2 pages, and seal the people on the last half." Lu Xiao's eyes turned cold. He paused and said, "Deal with them." "Yes, sir." "As for the Song family..." Lu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he read out the last 2 words. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't continue. Zhou Fu didn't ask about this, because he knew that Mr. Lu meant to deal with the Song family personally. Oh right, Zhou Fu was about to leave to let Lu Xiao rest, but he was stopped by Lu Xiao. "Sir, do you have any other orders? Are there any unused rooms in the main residence? Make them bigger, and have a good location and orientation." Lu Xiao asked. "Zhou Fu, sir, your thunderstorm turned sunny a little too quickly." Even Zhou Fu felt that he was blind recently, but he could completely see that when Lu Xiao asked this question, he was very serious and in a good mood. "I'm not too sure about the main residence. Why don't I go and confirm with young Master San and the housekeeper later?" Zhou Fu said, but in his heart, he was thinking that if he wanted a big room and a good location, could it be that Mr. Lu was preparing a room for the young master? Zhou Fu was a little excited, but in the next second, Lu Xiao's words poured cold water on him. "And, as soon as possible. If there are things placed there, vacate them. Hurry up and install a piano room." Lu Xiao noticed that on the way back today, when he sent Su Ran back, they happened to pass by a piano shop. The other party's gaze stayed on a piano for a long time. Lu Xiao subconsciously felt that Su Ran should want a piano. However, Master Lu guessed wrong this time. Su Ran stared at the piano at that time, not because she wanted to buy the piano. Even if she wanted to, she would have to wait until she and Su Han moved to a new house before she bought it herself. At that time, Su Ran only saw the piano and suddenly thought of the several original music competitions and piano competitions that would be held in the second half of the year. When Su Han returned home from school, he saw Su Ran nestled on the sofa, holding her phone and looking at something. Seeing Su Ran frowning, Su Han's action of changing his shoes froze for a moment, and his heart slightly paused. "I'm back," Su Han said, as if to attract the attention of the person on the sofa, but when he spoke, he subconsciously lowered his voice. "En? You're back. Hurry up and do your homework." Su Ran hummed in response. It was the same as usual, but this time, it sounded a little perfunctory no matter how one listened to it. "Oh. The moment you walked into the room, Su Han finally couldn't help but ask, did something bad happen to you again? Or did you get into trouble again?" The young man frowned and looked at Su Ran. His face was full of disdain, but it was difficult to hide his concern and worry. "En?" At this moment, Su Ran raised her head and saw Su Han leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, staring at her with a serious face. "What are you thinking about? Do I look like the kind of person who gets into trouble?" "Su Han, aren't you?" Although he didn't say anything, his eyes said everything. Sue ran. Oh, hee hee, no wonder people say that children in the rebellious stage are hated by dogs. She realized that her son was becoming less and less cute. Don't worry, I didn't cause any trouble. I was just thinking about the competition. Su-ran glared at Su-han and said faintly. Competition? Su-han was a little confused. And, to be precise, it's a piano competition. As a musician, in order to make their work more valuable and to stand on the higher ladder, in addition to the music itself being recognized and sought after by the market, participating in major music competitions and piano competitions was a must. In the modern world, Su-ran participated in many music competitions, and her fame was also built through these competitions. At this point, Su-ran still didn't forget her goal. Music competitions, especially international competitions, were a must-have. Because she saw the piano during the day, and a few posters on the piano shop's glass, Su-ran remembered that some things and settings in this world were similar to her modern world. When she got home, Su-ran went online to check. Sure enough, the music competitions in her previous world also existed here. Although the name might have changed, the competition content and competition time were more or less the same. The next international piano competition was in 3 months. Brahms, this competition was very important in Su-ran's heart. Participating, that was a must, but, before Su-ran could get over her excitement, a new problem arose. When Su-ran was invited to participate in this music competition, she was already a slightly famous musician. Because she received the invitation, it saved her a lot of trouble in the competition process. But now, she was just a musician without 3 things. She had no fame, no works, no teachers, and she didn't even have a handy piano. This kind of international piano competition, normal people didn't have the qualifications to participate. Unless they could get a recommendation letter from a music master recognized by the competition. But for Su-ran now, getting a recommendation letter from a music master was no easier than getting an invitation to the competition. This possibility was basically a pass. If not, she would have to participate in the auditions. Before the competition, there would usually be some local auditions. If she could get into the top 3 of the auditions, she should be able to get a recommendation to participate in the official competition. But, if it's too difficult, it's okay if you don't go. Su-han suddenly said. He didn't know what this woman was worried about, but Su-han didn't want to see her frown. Also, he felt that Su-ran was already very good. She didn't need to prove anything through any competitions. In his eyes, she was already very good. Cough, referring to music. No, it's not a difficult problem. Before Su-ran had made a name for herself, she had also gone through various auditions and competitions. Even though these experiences only existed when she was still a student, Su-ran was still a student. After such a long time, Su-ran didn't find it difficult to participate in the auditions again. It was just that the auditions required a lot of time and she wasn't sure if she could take out that much time to participate in the competition. After all, she was no longer like before, alone. As long as she didn't starve to death, she could stay in the music room all year round without any problem. In addition, she also needed to register to participate in the auditions this time. Where could she get the registration qualifications? The forum seemed to say that some universities and training institutions would have a quota for registration, and then there was a chance to buy the brand of iced red tea. She didn't know if it was true or not. If you want to participate, then go. Su-han suddenly said. After a pause, he added, it doesn't matter if you win or not, I won't laugh at you. He still didn't understand what Su-ran was worried about, but looking at Su-ran's expression, Su-han guessed that this woman was probably nervous. After all, when he participated in some of the competitions in school, although he didn't say it on the surface, he was still nervous. Su-han said this to make Su-ran feel relieved, but he didn't expect to make Su-ran laugh. Ha ha ha, you're still laughing at me? Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to laugh at me. After Su-han said this, Su-ran made up her mind to participate in the competition. Not only did she want to participate, she also wanted to win an award to show her son. Eh? While speaking, Su-ran saw the thing in Su-han's hand. What's that in your hand? Oh, this is your express delivery. It's in the guard booth downstairs. Su-han held the box in his hand and said. He didn't know what this woman bought, but it felt a little heavy. Also, on the express delivery, there was a big note, "Never write that the goods are books," written on the express delivery. What the hell was that? Ah, it's delivered so quickly. I thought I would have to wait a few days. Looking at the box in Su-han's hand, Su-ran's eyes lit up and said. She threw her phone away and temporarily put the matter of the competition aside. Do you want me to help you open it? Su-han asked. Previously, Su-ran bought a lot of things online for Su-tua. The mother and son opened the express delivery every day, so they were already experienced. This package was quite heavy, so Su-han felt that it was better for him to open it. Stop. Su-han was about to open it, but he was stopped by Su-ran's exclamation. His hands trembled and he almost dropped the box on the ground. What? Don't open this package. I mean, let's not open this package first. What's wrong? Su-han was puzzled. Who was the one who treated opening packages as a great joy in life? There's something wrong with this package. When it was sent, it seemed like it was missing a piece. I'm contacting the store, so don't touch it first. Su-ran said. Only Su-han believed that Su-ran's words were true. Then I'll help you take it and return it? No. Leave it there first. What kind of joke was this? This was the surprise she prepared for her son. How could she let Su-han return it? You can just throw it anywhere you want. Throw it in the corner over there. When the time comes, I'll deal with it myself. You don't have to worry about it. When Su-han heard this, he tested the weight of the package and frowned slightly. However, in the end, he did as Su-ran said and threw it in the corner. At most, when it was time to return the package, he would help her move it down. At night, the mother and son sat at the table to eat. Finally, Su-han was a little scared by Su-ran's stare. Eat, why are you looking at me? Su-han couldn't take it anymore and finally looked up. He glared at Su-ran and said with a strange look on his face. Huh? Am I looking at you? Su-ran blinked and said. You dare say no? No. Then what are you doing now? Looking at you. Su-han, was this woman too nervous because of the competition? Seeing Su-han's red face and speechless look, Su-ran couldn't help but laugh. It was still so fun to tease her son. However, although she was deliberately teasing Su-han, in reality, Su-ran was not as happy as she appeared to be. Sigh, Su-ran sighed silently. Look, Su-han's nose, these eyebrows, these, looked so similar to Lu Xiao today. It was not wrong to say that they were carved out of the same mold. Especially the tone of voice and the look in his eyes, it was too similar. How blind was she to have seen Lu Xiao so many times without noticing this problem? Perhaps it was because she had never thought in that direction from the bottom of her heart, and it was even more impossible for her to associate a client she knew with her son. Su-han. Su-ran suddenly called out when she saw Su-han, who seemed to have lowered his head awkwardly due to anger, ignoring her. What now? Su-han looked up with some dissatisfaction. Originally, Su-han was still thinking about what this woman wanted to do. However, when he looked up, he realized that Su-ran was looking at him without the joking and teasing look from before. Su-han's heart skipped a beat. This woman, why was she suddenly looking at him with such a serious expression? There were even many emotions that Su-han couldn't understand at the moment. There are some things that I want to talk to you about. Su-ran said. Seriously. Hearing this, Su-han's heart tightened. He didn't like this kind of atmosphere. Su-han straightened his body and lowered his head. Just when Su-ran felt that this son of hers was refusing to chat with her, she finally saw Su-han's lowered head nod slightly. N. Su-han replied very softly. Seeing this, Su-ran sighed in her heart. She didn't know how to say it, but she still had to say it. That, Su-han, right? Do you have any resentment or dissatisfaction with your life? Su-ran hesitated for a moment, and decided to use a more tactful way to ask. Hearing Su-ran's question, Su-han's lowered hand that was eating suddenly stopped. What do you mean? You see, you don't have a father, and your mother, and I haven't been too concerned about you, although it was to lead to the next topic, she brought this up. However, on this issue, Su Ran's heart had always been worried. Su-han's current performance was quite normal, but who was Su-han? He was very likely to become a big villain in the future. Hiding deeply was a trait that a big villain must have. Su Ran was very afraid that her son would bury everything in his heart, and then let the seeds of darkness slowly germinate. I'm already used to it. After a long time, Su-han said sullenly. However, in the next second, Su-han seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised his head. When he saw Su Ran's face full of guilt and heartache, Su-han's heart couldn't help but panic for a moment. No, I'm talking about the previous habit. Now, Su-han paused for a moment before continuing, the way things are now is already very good. I'm not saying that you weren't good in the past, Su-han explained again. He spoke a little faster than before due to his urgency. It's just that in the past, it wasn't your fault in the past, I'm saying, pfft. Seeing Su-han trying to explain himself but not knowing how to explain himself, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh. You. Su-han frowned and glared at Su Ran with dissatisfaction, his face burning. Oh, I'm sorry. After apologizing, Su Ran straightened her voice and said, you don't have to rush to explain. I really don't care about you enough. The previous host was like this, and now she seemed to be like this too. The main reason was that she wasn't capable enough. She couldn't help Su-han with his homework and couldn't take care of his life well. Fortunately, my son didn't dislike it. I suddenly asked you this because I'm afraid that you're hiding some grievances in your heart and don't want to talk about it. No way, you're thinking too much. A 12 or 13-year-old boy was very prideful. Even if he had before, he wouldn't admit it. However, the way things were now was already very good. This woman, she's still all right. Su-han thought silently in his heart. And then have you ever thought of having another father or something like that? She had looked it up on the internet. Boys seem to have a natural admiration for their father, and there was no doubt that they would imitate and follow them. This was indeed something that a mother's role couldn't replace. Su Ran asked casually, but in fact, she was already nervously peeking at Su-han's facial expression. Then, Su Ran clearly saw that when Su-han heard the word father, he frowned. Was there a flash of disdain in his eyes? You've never thought of having a father? Su Ran asked. No. Su-han said. His tone was very certain, and even a little repulsed. Allowing a man to join their current family without a second thought? And even consider himself as his father? He didn't want that at all. He was the only man in their family. He could do things like moving things, changing light bulbs, picking up parcels, and delivering takeout. When he had the ability in the future, he could also support the family by himself. There was no need for anyone else to do it. Then have you thought of your real father? Is he your biological father? Su-han, biological father? That man, in his mind, he thought of the self-righteous scumbag he saw that day. Su-han's expression became even uglier. No. After a pause, Su-han said again, also, there's no need. If it was said that when the topic of his father was mentioned before, Su-han was only a little repulsed. But now, when it came to his biological father, Su-han's tone even had a trace of hostility. Su Ran didn't expect Su-han's reaction to be so intense. She was a little confused for a moment. Mr. Liu, my son said that he doesn't need you, so you don't have to appear again. For a moment, Su Ran really wanted to send Liu Xiao such a message. Fortunately, she resisted. At the other end of the table, Su-han seemed to have realized that his attitude was a little bad, and his words were a little harsh. A look of apology flashed across his face. Su Ran wouldn't say this to him for no reason. What if she found a man and wanted to test his attitude? After all, when a single mother suddenly asked her child if he wanted a father, it was most likely that she had found a man. That was what those boring gossip shows said. Although the thought of a certain man's existence made Su-han's heart inexplicably feel a little uncomfortable, it seemed that he had no right to reject this kind of thing from Su Ran's position. It's not that I can't accept it at all. Su-han lowered his head and muttered. If it was this woman's decision. Is that so? Su Ran, who originally thought that there was no chance and was worrying about how to get rid of Liu Xiao, heard Su-han's words, and her eyes lit up. I'm just saying that it's not that I can't accept it completely. But his basic attitude was still that he couldn't accept it. That's good. Su Ren smiled and said, then, if this person is quite good in all aspects, mature and steady, should be considered to have a successful career, and is also quite kind. Occasionally, he will see injustice on the road and is happy to help others. He is also modest and polite when dealing with people. Although he seems to be quite rich, he never acts like a rich person. Although his personality is a little dull, he is quite gentle, reasonable, and patient. Su Ren carefully recalled her feelings when she met Lu Xiao these few times. If that's the case, can you accept it? Su Ren looked at Su Han and asked. Actually, Mr. Lu was not bad in all aspects. Su Han was quite good to have such a father. As for Su Han, he carefully listened to Su Ran's description. After listening to it, he also heaved a sigh of relief. According to this woman, the person she was talking about should not be that scumbag with the surname Liu. It was good that it was not that scumbag. This way, he felt a little more relieved. However, was that man really as good as Su Ran described him to be? Su Han frowned and expressed his doubts. If the other party is really like what you said. And you like him so much. Su Han pursed his lips, as if he had experienced a huge loss and made a huge concession. Finally, he raised his head and looked seriously at Su Ran, saying, then I have no objections. However, Su Han changed the topic and said, you have to let me take a look first. This woman's taste was not good. Su Han felt that he had to check for her before this woman. If that man was really good, then it was okay. If he was a scumbag who cheated on her feelings, then a cold light flashed in Su Han's eyes. Su Ran did not notice what Su Han was thinking. Hearing that her son was willing to meet his father first, Su Ran was a little excited. She felt that her ideological work had taken a big step forward. Su Ran was about to take out her phone and tell Lu Xiao the good news. Coincidentally, Lu Xiao also sent a message at this time. Lu Xiao sent a photo of two pianos and asked, which one do you think is better? They were both very nice pianos. The moment she saw these two photos, Su Ran's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since she had seen such a good piano. It was even better than the two that she had seen in the Song family. Su Ran was a little excited and a little resentful of the rich. However, when she thought of the serious matter she wanted to talk about, Su Ran quickly calmed her emotions. Thinking about how Lu Xiao seemed to be very interested in piano music and probably sent the photo to her for reference, Su Ran did not think too much about it and replied to the other party's message in a more pertinent manner. Su, the first one. To piano music client Liu, okay. Su, Mr. Liu, regarding Su Han's other father, I've just told him. He's willing to meet you first. When Su Ran sent this message to the other party, she felt a little emotional in her heart. She was too noble. In order to let her son recognize this father, she had worked very hard. However, on the other end of WeChat, Lu Xiao frowned slightly when he saw Su Ran's message. Meet? That kid wants to see me? Heh, didn't we already meet before? Is there a need to meet again? Although he thought so, Lu Xiao still replied to Su Ran's message. To piano music client Liu, okay. To piano music client Liu, thank you for your hard work. Su, no, you're welcome. Su, then what time do you think we should meet? To piano music client Liu, anything is fine. To piano music client Liu, you decide. Su Ran did not understand why Lu Xiao sent messages today. Su, tomorrow then. Do you have time tomorrow night? It just so happened that she was going to Ulele Studios tomorrow. When Su Han finished school, she would pick up Su Han and go meet this father. Lu, okay. After a while, Lu Xiao sent a few more messages. Lu, let's have dinner together tomorrow. Lu, do you have any dietary restrictions? Su, I don't. I'm fine with anything. As for Su Han, he likes to eat prawns, but he doesn't like shellfish. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Lu, okay, I got it. Lu, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Su, no need. I'll pick up Su Han and go directly. Give me an address. After a few more minutes, Lu Xiao sent an address. Dongshan Garden, Block A1, Su-ran did not care about the rest. Just seeing the 3 words Dongshan Garden made her feel uncomfortable. Mr. Liu, can we go somewhere else? Not Dongshan Garden. On the other end, after several messages were deleted in a row, Lu Xiao sent the latest message, okay, sorry, I didn't think it through. I'll arrange another place. I'll send you the address later. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Su-ran put away her phone and looked at Su-han. Son, Su-ran swallowed the word dad in his throat. I've already talked to the other party. It'll be tomorrow night. After you finish school, I'll pick you up and then you two can meet, okay? Although he instinctively didn't want this to happen too quickly, Su-han still nodded after a moment of hesitation. Okay. The next day, Su-ran went out early and went to Ulele Studios to meet the agents recommended by Su Xiao. Among them was an agent with the surname Wang. It was said that she was a good friend of Su Xiao's for many years. Su-ran felt that she was not bad. I still need to understand the actual situation of the artist you're managing, Su-ran said sincerely. Although Su-ran sold songs, she still had her principles. If it was an artist who did not have any ability or did not know how to sing at all, no matter how popular the other party was, she would not let the other party ruin her work. Moreover, to write a song, she needed to understand the singer's experience, personality, and characteristics. No problem, Miss Su, your request is very reasonable, Wang Yu nodded and said. She paused and said, but I have to go back and prepare the relevant information. Old Su should have told you that Sami debuted overseas and has been developing his career overseas all these years. It's only because Sami's family is coming back that he wants to come back to develop his career. Speaking of which, Sami's surname is also Miss Su. He's from the same family as you. Is that so? Su-ran smiled and did not care about the other party's attempt to get close to her. If you're making a single, you just need to show me some of the artist's previous music works and simple personal information. If you're planning to release an entire album, it's best that the relevant information is as detailed as possible. Okay, no problem. I'll organize it and send it to Miss Su as soon as possible. Okay, Su-ran looked at the time and said, it's getting late. I have to go pick up the child. If there's anything, we can communicate on WeChat. Miss Su already has a child? Wang Yu could not help but ask curiously after Su-ran left. She thought that in this industry, there were not many people who had children at such a young age. Yeah, Miss Su's son seems to be in junior high school. I've seen him once. He's a handsome guy, Su Xiao said casually. What? Junior high school? He's already so old. Oh my god. Wang Yu felt that she was blind. Miss Su actually looked about the same age as Sami. Su-ran did not care about what Su Xiao and Wang Yu were talking about. After leaving Ulele Studios, she walked all the way to the entrance of Su-han's school. As it was almost time for school to end, there were already a lot of parents standing at the school entrance. However, Su-han immediately spotted the woman standing on the left side of the school entrance. As they had already agreed yesterday, Su-han was not surprised to see Su-ran. When he came out of the classroom, he even sent away the 2 followers that were prepared to follow him. Mom. Su-ran, exclamation point. Did she hear wrong? This was the second time her son had called her mom. Before Su-ran could digest the shock in her heart, she saw Su-han suddenly frown and look her up and down. His gaze seemed to be a little disgusted. You're going to wear this to meet that person? Su-han asked in surprise when he saw Su-ran in casual clothes. This woman usually dressed like this. Su-han thought that it looked pretty good, so he did not think much of it. But that was normal, since she was going to meet that man today. It could be considered an official meeting. Shouldn't she wear something a little more high-profile and murderous? Previously, Su-han had thought that this woman's high-heeled shoes were ugly. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that those shoes that were stepped on high and made people panic when they walked were also quite good. Why didn't this woman wear it this time? Su-han felt that it was a pity. Even he thought about it before he went out today. Then, he wore his most expensive pair of sports shoes. If anyone thought that Su-han was doing this to show that he valued her and to leave a good impression, then they were completely wrong. He just wanted to let that man see that their family's threshold was also very high. Is there something wrong? I think it's pretty good. Su-ran looked at her decent clothes and said. Today, she was not the main character, so she did not need to have any presents. This was pretty good. Or, son, do you dislike me? Su-ran faintly stared at Su-han and asked. Cough, no, pretend I didn't say anything. Hee hee. Looking at Su-han's deflated look, Su-ran smiled and said, then let's go. Where is it? Let me see. It's in that direction. Walk along this road. It's very close. We'll be there in a few minutes. Su-ran looked at the road sign and said. Yesterday, not long after, Lu Xiao sent a new address to Su-ran. Su-ran looked at it. It was very close to Su-han's school, and it was very easy to find. Son, don't be nervous. Although he was about to meet his biological father, he was still worried. When they walked into the restaurant, Su-ran looked sideways at Su-han and pulled Su-han's arm as if to comfort him. Nervous? I'm not nervous. Su-han said with dissatisfaction. What a joke. He came today to see if there was anything wrong with this woman's eyesight. What was there to be nervous about? If anyone was nervous, it should be that man. As for why his face was tense, that was because, as long as he thought that Su-ran might be dating another man, or even getting married, Su-han's heart was very uncomfortable. It's good that you're not nervous. Su-ran said with a smile. Her son was not nervous, but why was she a little nervous? Su-ran had seen this restaurant when she passed by. Although there were not many customers because of the low price, but today it was too quiet. Su-ran was about to ask the middle-aged male waiter who led them here, but they arrived at the room. As if hearing the movement outside, the person who had been waiting inside stood up, walked to the door, and personally opened the door for Su-ran. The person who opened the door was Lu Xiao. Looking at Su-ran, Lu Xiao nodded and said, You're here. Lu, Su-ran was about to greet the other party, but she heard Su-han's voice. It's you? Glancing sideways at the young man beside Su-ran, Master Lu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, If it's not me, who do you think it is? Su-han, no matter who it is, it cannot be you. After recovering from the initial surprise, Su-han subconsciously stepped forward and stood between Su-ran and Lu Xiao. What are you here for? Su-han stared at Lu Xiao, gritted his teeth and asked, his eyes full of vigilance and dissatisfaction. Lu Xiao suddenly sneered when he saw that Su-han's entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of sharp thorns and was completely on guard. What do you think I'm here for? Recognize you? Lu Xiao looked at Su-han full of ridicule, his eyes seemed to have a trace of pride. Wait. Su-ran, who was still in a daze, finally came back to her senses. Her eyes widened, looking at Lu Xiao, and then at her son. You two already know each other? Su-ran asked in shock. Did she miss something? Barely. I don't know him. The father and son's voices sounded almost at the same time. Of course, the first sentence was said by Lu Xiao, and the second sentence was said by Su-han. That means they know each other. Looking at her son's expression, Su-ran felt that there was no need to confirm anything. Suddenly, Su-ran's eyes flashed, turning to look at Su-han and asked, So, you actually already know that he is your biological father? Father? When Su-han heard these two words, it was as if he had heard the biggest joke, coldly looking at Lu Xiao, is he worthy? Su-han's words caused the already unstable atmosphere to instantly freeze, the temperature in the air seemed to have dropped a few degrees because of Lu Xiao's suddenly darkened face. Lu Xiao's gaze deepened, and a stern look flashed in the depths of his eyes. His hands that were hanging by his side slightly clenched. He had almost used up all of his self-cultivation in order to hold himself back from teaching this brat a lesson on the spot. However, the way Lu Xiao looked at Su-han was still filled with pressure. No matter how calm Su-han was, he was only a 12 or 13-year-old boy after all. Facing the pressure exerted by someone who had been in power for many years, he was still somewhat weak. However, it was only for a moment. In the next second, Su-han glared back at him, not to be outdone. At the side, Su-ran, who suddenly lamented that it was not easy to be a passerby, looked at the two of them and could not help but sweat for her son. He thought to himself, Son, he's your father. It's not a question of whether you're worthy or not, okay? Previously, when Su Ran looked at them alone, she didn't think so. But now, when the two of them stood together and looked at them again, they really looked alike, especially now, the two of them were staring at each other with the exact same expression. If it weren't for the atmosphere, Su Ran would have taken out her phone to take a picture of the scene. Ahem, Mr. Liu. Su Ran coughed dryly and looked pointedly at Lu Xiao. The general meaning of her gaze was, Mr. Liu, this is my son. How can you stare at my son in front of me? I'm afraid it's not very good. Receiving Su Ran's gaze, Lu Xiao seemed to have realized this point and quickly restrained his aura. However, the way he looked at Su Han was still not so good. I'm not worthy? Then who do you think is worthy? Anyone is worthy, but you're not. Su Han was like an enraged lion cub, glaring at Lu Xiao with eyes full of anger. You're a scumbag who deceives people's feelings. What right do you have to say that I'm worthy? This woman is blind to think that you're good. And she's been deceived by you again and again. It was before, and it's still the same now. How can this woman be so stupid? You didn't want her back then, so why did you come back now? What's the point of being a bootlicker? On the side, Su Ran, who was blind, finally heard a hint of strangeness from her son's angry rebuke. Wait. Su Ran pulled Su Han, who was blocking in front of her, and looked at her son with a strange expression. Su Han, did you misunderstand something? What can I misunderstand? Didn't he deceive you back then? Su Ran, of course not. Su Ran had previously explained to Su Han about the original body and Songziyu. However, because it was related to the original body, there were some things that she couldn't tell Su Han in detail. Originally, Su Ran didn't care, but she didn't expect that a child could be so stubborn about his own views. Holding back Su Han, who seemed ready to explode at any time, Su Ran hesitated for a moment, raised her head, and looked at Lu Xiao apologetically. Mr. Liu, can you please leave for a moment? Hearing Su Ran's words, Lu Xiao was stunned, but then he nodded. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. Seeing Lu Xiao suddenly come out of the room, Zhou Fu, who was guarding the door, was surprised. Sir? You are. It's fine. Lu Xiao waved his hand and asked Zhou Fu to leave, while he stood silently outside the room. On the other side, after Lu Xiao left, the atmosphere in the room finally returned to normal. So, you're so repulsed by your father, I mean, Mr. Liu, because you think he's the man I said I liked a lot? Su Ran asked. Isn't that so? Of course not. The person I'm talking about is not Mr. Liu. As for why Mr. Liu is your biological father, that was an accident. Su Ran made a call in her head and briefly explained what happened in the past to Su Han. Of course, for the sake of her son's physical and mental health, Su Ran removed the part of the story that Lu Xiao was set up by the family head's collateral relatives. So, the whole thing can't simply determine who's right and who's wrong. Before this, Mr. Liu didn't know about your existence, and of course, he didn't know about me. After Su Ran finished speaking, she saw that Su Han kept his head down. She didn't know what he was thinking. Su Ran opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She wanted to give Su Han some time to digest the information. After a while, Su Han raised his head and looked at Su Ran. So, who's the man you like? Su Han asked. When they were talking about the past, Su Ran used melee to replace a certain man's name. He wanted to know who that person was. Su Ran was speechless. Son, why is your focus always so different from what I want to say? It's just a passerby. It's not important. I haven't seen that person for many years. I don't even remember what he looks like, Su Ran said with certainty. She paused and added, also, I was young and impulsive. I don't like that person anymore. Son, you have to remember that you can't force things like feelings. You might have a good impression of a girl for a while, but if she doesn't like you, don't pester her, understand? Su Ran said this to give Su Han a heads up. If Su Han inevitably fell in love with the male lead's daughter, in the future, he had to hold it in and not do anything extreme, let alone go against the male lead's family. Unexpectedly, Su Han only heard the first part of the sentence. Then, he looked at Su Ran seriously. Really? You don't like that person anymore? Really? Back then, Su Ran loved the male lead so deeply. Even after more than 10 years, the original body was filled with hatred for everything in the past, for the female lead, for Lu Boyang, for the Su family, and even for Songziyu himself. But in her heart, she still couldn't forget Songziyu. However, the person now was her. She had no feelings for Songziyu at all. Even when she was reading the novel, Su Ran didn't like the male lead. What about the person outside now? Do you like his mother? Su Han asked as he looked at Su Ran sharply. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Him? Lu Xiao? Of course not. Until now, she had only met Mr. Lu a few times. He was just a little bit better than a stranger. At least she knew his name. Other than that, they weren't even friends. How could she like him? Hearing this, Su Han let out a sigh of relief. A sharp glint flashed through his childish eyes. Since you don't like him and I hate him, why should we bother with him? Su Han asked. Even if the person outside the door wasn't the scumbag he thought he was, he still hated him. Su Ran, haha, son, what you said makes sense. I actually can't refute it. In his heart, he wanted to raise both hands in agreement. You said you hate him? Why? Su Ran didn't understand. There's no reason. I just hate him. Su Han said with a look of disgust. He didn't need a reason to hate him. Anyway, that person's appearance, tone, and attitude all made him feel very disgusted. Su Ran felt this question was strange from the beginning. Su Ran knew what her son was like. Although he was a little arrogant on the surface, at the end of the day, he was still very sensible. As for Lu Xiao, if it weren't for the fact that Su Ran felt that he was a very patient and tolerant person, Su Ran wouldn't have agreed to let Su Han meet him. A sensible and obedient son and a steady and kind father. What a good combination. Why did Su Ran not see the slightest bit of filial piety when the two of them bumped into each other? Instead, it was a bit like Mars colliding with Earth. No matter what, he's still your biological father by blood. That's something that can't be changed, Su Ran said to Su Han as gently as possible. Also, I think that he might have found you purely because he wanted to fulfill his responsibility as a father. Actually, I think that Mr. Lu is a pretty good person. He's not an unreasonable person. In the room, Su Han didn't say anything. Su Ran kept talking. Although Su Han maintained a look of rejection, Su Ran could still feel that Su Han's attitude had softened a little. The door of the private room was opened again. Su Ran immediately saw Lu Xiao standing at the door. Obviously, this person had been waiting here the whole time. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I didn't make it clear to the child before and made him misunderstand you, Su Ran said to Lu Xiao. Hearing this, Lu Xiao froze. It's not your fault. After saying this, Lu Xiao glanced at Su Han, who was behind Su Ran. He saw that the kid had his hands in the pockets of his school uniform. He still had a sour expression on his face, as if he was very unhappy. At this moment, Su Han was no longer glaring at Lu Xiao as if he had thorns all over his body like before. Instead, he deliberately turned his face away and put on a posture as if he didn't want to look at Lu Xiao at all. Why don't we stop talking about this today? Su Ran asked. Okay, Lu Xiao replied. After a pause, he said, let's go back after dinner. Dinner? When Su Ran heard that, he turned around and realized that the dishes for dinner were already prepared. Probably because she and Su Han had been chatting for a long time, the dishes were placed on the table outside. Su Ran was speechless. Of course, Su Han also heard Lu Xiao's words. He wanted to refuse at first. It wasn't like their family didn't have food. Then, he saw Su Ran beside him, whose eyes were shining as she looked at the dishes. In the private room, Su Han sat at the dining table and pulled a long face the entire time. There seemed to be a trace of annoyance in his eyes. Until now, Su Han still didn't understand how he was tricked into staying for dinner by this woman's inexplicable glances. He didn't want to eat with this man at all. Su Han's expression was not good. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, was in a good mood. The corners of his mouth, which had been cold for a long time, actually had a smile. Looking at Su Han, Lu Xiao's eyes seemed to have a trace of mockery. The undercurrent between the two seemed to have affected even Su Ran, who had always been careless. Looking at the father and son, who were almost cut from the same mold, staring at each other, Su Ran silently wiped her sweat and began to reflect on whether she should have stayed for dinner because she was tempted by the food. After all, there were only 3 people at the table. With the 2 of them in a deadlock, she was too embarrassed to eat. Is the food not to your liking? Noticing Su Ran, who was holding the chopsticks in a daze, Lu Xiao slightly frowned and asked. A trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes. No, it's fine. Su Ran came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. Speaking of which, Su Han, Mr. Lu, was really attentive. Before, Su Ran told him on WeChat that Su Han liked to eat shrimp and didn't like shellfish. Sure enough, there was not a single shellfish dish on the table. Instead, there were several shrimp dishes. It was really hard for a Western restaurant to make a spicy prawn, a clear water prawn, and a spicy prawn. But looking at the appearance, it was quite authentic. If it wasn't for the awkward atmosphere, Su Ran would have already started. Now, since the person who paid the bill said so, Su Ran didn't hold back. Turning her head, Su Ran saw that her son was still staring at the table of dishes in front of him with a look of deep hatred. She subconsciously raised her hand to pat his head. However, in the next second, Su Ran remembered that there were other people at the table. She had to save some face for her big boy. In the end, she held back. Then, he raised his hand and waved it in front of Su Han's eyes. Hurry up and eat. You still have to go home and do your homework. Su Ran reminded her. She didn't know which part of her words pleased this youth who was currently in a state of refusing to cooperate. Anyway, when Su Han heard Su Ran's words, the unhappiness in his heart immediately disappeared by half. Okay, let's go home after eating. Going back to their own home had nothing to do with this passerby. With that said, Su Han did not forget to provocatively look at Lu Xiao. Then, he looked away as if this person who affected the air quality did not exist. Looking at the 4 or 5 plates of prawns on the table, Su Han thought for a moment. In the end, he took the plate of spicy prawns and put it in front of him. He put on gloves and began to peel the prawns. Seeing this, Su Ran's eyes lit up. Wait, son, let me help you roll up your sleeves first. With that said, Su Han cooperatively reached out his hand. Su Ran smiled and raised her hand to carefully roll up his sleeves. Su Ran's favorite thing was to watch his handsome son peel prawns. Of course, the most important reason was not because Su Han looked particularly handsome when he was carefully peeling the prawns. It was because this way, Su Ran did not have to peel the prawns herself. In Su Ran's words, 2 people peeling the prawns was the same, 1 person peeling the prawns was the same. If 1 person peeled the prawns, they only needed to use a pair of gloves. They were contributing to the environmental protection. With regards to Su Ran's nonsense, Su Han did not care. He was already used to it. With regards to this, Su Han's proficiency in peeling the prawns was enough to see. He threw the peeled prawns aside and put the prawns back on the plate. He repeated this several times. Soon, the plate of prawns in front of Su Han was only left with the prawns. It was numbing and spicy. It looked very appetizing. Mom, eat the prawns. With that said, Su Han put the plate between the 2 of them. Just like before, 1 person peeled the prawns and the 2 of them ate together. As for the other side? Just treat it as sharing a table. N. Thank you, my son. Su Ran smiled and winked at Su Han as he said. She picked up a prawn covered in spicy sauce from the plate and put it in her mouth. Su Ran's eyes immediately narrowed in satisfaction. Western restaurants' Chinese dishes are also this delicious? It's so delicious. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, who was sitting across the table, watched the interaction between the mother and son. When he saw Su Ran's curved eyes, the light in his eyes softened, and a hint of a smile flashed past the corners of his lips. Lu Xiao looked at the other plate of prawns in front of him. After a pause, he followed Su Han's example. He took the plate of prawns in front of him, put on the gloves next to him, and started peeling the prawns. Lu Xiao's action of peeling the prawns was obviously not as skillful as Su Han. However, with the other party's calm expression, it was quite pleasing to the eye. Is there a problem? Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked when he saw the kid staring at him with a displeased and defensive expression. No. Su Han's voice seemed to be stuck for a moment. I just want to remind you that if you don't know how to peel prawns, don't peel them. If you want to peel them, it's best if you peel them cleanly, Su Han said with a look of disdain. He pointed at a prawn on the plate in front of Lu Xiao. Sure enough, the shell of the prawn was quite clean. Only the prawn's stomach was left with a leg hanging on it. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. Su Ran, who was eating the prawns, also paused for a few seconds. Su Ran almost couldn't help but step on Su Han's foot under the table and tell him, "Son, this is not your home. Don't be so rude. You'll make people hate you." However, when he thought about it, Su Han seemed to have worn a pair of rather expensive shoes today, and they were even white. Su Ran took a deep breath and finally held it in. Ahem, prawn legs are calcium supplements, haha. Su Ran awkwardly but politely smiled at Lu Xiao and said. Oh, Mr. Lu, you also like to eat prawns like this? Su Ran suddenly said with a bit of surprise. How do I eat them? Lu Xiao asked back. Just peel off all the shells, leave a pile of prawns, and eat them all at once, Su Ran said. Although her original intention was to change the topic, Su Ran was still shocked when she saw the pile of shrimps on Lu Xiao's plate that was also piled up into a small mountain. Lu Xiao, he doesn't like to eat prawns. Lu Xiao didn't answer Su Ran's question. After removing the shell of the last prawn, he took off his gloves and pushed the plate in front of Su Ran. Su Ran. What's going on? Seeing Su Ran's stiff face, Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with confusion and asked, You don't like the white ones? Not really, this isn't a matter of what flavor you like, Su Ran roared in her heart. Previously, she thought that Lu Xiao ate prawns the same way as them. After all this time, it turned out that he was peeling prawns for her and Su Han. How could she do that? Su Ran suddenly enslaved Su Han to peel prawns for her because her son was her son. She didn't feel guilty about enslaving him. But to let an outsider peel prawns for her. How could Su Ran taste good? Su Han was fine. After all, he and Lu Xiao were considered father and son. But Su Ran and this Mr. Lu in front of her were at most strangers who she only knew by name. You worked so hard to peel them. How can we eat them? Su Ran smiled at Lu Xiao and said, Mr. Lu, you can eat them yourself. Don't worry about us. Lu Xiao also saw the trace of awkwardness and rejection on Su Ran's face. In the next second, he seemed to realize something and said to Su Ran, Sorry, I didn't think it through. After saying that, Lu Xiao moved the plate away and didn't touch the other plates of prawns on the table. Heh, Su Han rolled his eyes at Lu Xiao and laughed sarcastically. Why did he say it was on purpose? Because if it wasn't on purpose, it wouldn't have been so loud. Lu Xiao pulled the corners of his mouth into a straight line. He didn't say anything, but he also lowered his gaze and looked at Su Han coldly. The calm before the storm didn't last for long. Suddenly, Lu Xiao looked at the prawn in Su Han's hand and said, You didn't peel it clean. Hearing that, Su Han frowned unhappily. How did I not peel it clean? The prawn head, Lu Xiao said in a very calm and serious tone, You peeled off too little of the prawn head. It's easy to leave some behind. I know, you don't have to tell me. Besides, I peeled it just right. Su Ran had no idea why the father and son who had just met started arguing again. She wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth, looked up at the two of them, and then lowered her head again. She decided to be a quiet prawn eater. However, these two didn't seem to know how to stop. In theory, there's meat in the prawn tail too. If there's meat, then try peeling one. I didn't remove the prawn line. How can I remove it when it's cooked? Besides, you didn't remove it just now either. Su Ran, are these questions important? Su Han was fine, but Lu Xiao was a mature and steady person. Why would he care about these details? Su Ran silently complained in her heart. Also, after these two people said that, why did she suddenly feel that the prawns didn't taste so good? The meal ended in a rather lively atmosphere. Su Ran was full. Su Han, who had been competing with Lu Xiao, finally finished 2 bowls of rice under Su Ran's oppressive gaze. As for Lu Xiao, this was not within Su Ran's consideration. Mr. Lu, sorry to trouble you today. Su Ran faced Lu Xiao, smiled politely, and said. In summary, although the meeting between her son and his biological father was a little different from what Su Ran had imagined. However, the overall situation was still good. In any case, the two of them talked a lot. Although, the main content was entirely about how to peel prawns and hurt each other. "You're welcome," Lu Xiao said. He looked at Su Ran with a deep expression and said, "If there's anything abrupt, I hope you won't take it to heart." "No, no. Okay." Lu Xiao nodded and said, "I'll send you back." "No need." Without waiting for Su Ran to speak, Su Han had already firmly rejected Lu Xiao's suggestion. "It's not like we can't go back ourselves." Yeah, there's no need to trouble you. We can go back ourselves." "It's too late, it's not safe on the road." Lu Xiao looked at Su Ran and said worriedly. After saying that, Lu Xiao turned to look at Su Han and said coldly, "Do you have a car?" Su Han. When Su Ran returned home that night, she received a message from Samy's manager. She said that she had prepared the artist's information and hoped to meet Su Ran as soon as possible. The next day, the two of them agreed to meet at Ulele Studios. Su Ran originally thought that she would only bring Samy's information. She didn't expect her to bring Samy along as well. "Miss Su, Samy needs to enter the domestic market, so I thought about it and decided to let Samy come over to meet you personally. It'll be more convenient for you to communicate and understand each other," Wang Yu said enthusiastically to Su Ran in the studio's meeting room. Last night, Ulele Studios happened to be working on the remaining songs of Ulele's new album. Due to her friendship with Su Xiao, she shamelessly stayed behind to observe. If it was said that Wang Yu only felt that this teacher Su was very good at composing when she saw the video that was circulating on the internet, after yesterday, she really wanted to worship Su Ran. The new album's music was good on one hand, but more importantly, it was very compatible with Ulele's personality. The entire album, every song, and every detail of the music was perfectly compatible with Ulele's personality and voice. This made Wang Yu think that she had to bring Samy over personally today. "I didn't tell you in detail before, so I hope you don't mind, Miss Su." "I won't," Su Ran shook her head, indicating that she didn't mind. "Then where is she?" Su Ran looked around the meeting room, but didn't see the artist mentioned by the manager. I'm sorry, Samy is touching up his makeup in the back." "He'll be here soon," Wang Yu said, handing a stack of documents to Su Ran. "Miss Su, this is Samy's personal information, please take a look." "Okay," Su Ran took the stack of documents, her gaze landing on the resume on the cover. Chinese name, Su Shui, 29 years old? Su Ran raised her eyebrows, her attention quickly focused on the 1-inch photo on the top right corner of the resume. Her gaze paused, a trace of doubt flashing across her eyes. "Miss Su?" "Yes?" "Is there a problem?" Wang Yu noticed the change in Su Ran's expression and asked. Nothing," Su Ran shook her head, the doubt in her eyes didn't diminish. This photo was obviously photoshopped. Usually, celebrities or actors would have their photos edited as their resumes. What made her Su Shui was that she didn't know her. For some reason, she looked familiar, as if she had seen this face before. However, Su Ran searched through the memories left behind by the original owner, and there didn't seem to be anyone called Su Shui. "Sorry, I just went to tidy up. Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Su Shui was Shui 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 Shui. Shui 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 Shui. Then, she saw a dazzlingly dressed woman enter the conference room and walk to Wang Yu's side. Although she wore heavy Western-style makeup, it was still possible to tell that she was the same person in the photo. "Miss Su, this is Samy," Wang Yu introduced to Su Ran. "Samy, this is Miss Su, the person we're working with this time." "Hello," Su Ran greeted with a smile. "You." Su Shui's hand, which had originally reached out, froze in midair when she saw Su Ran. "You." Su Shui stared blankly at Su Ran. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to remember something. Her eyes suddenly widened and her face turned pale. "You're Su Ran," Su Ran added. "It's really you." Su Shui rolled her eyes. She looked at Su Ran as if she had seen something dirty. She took a few steps back. Seeing that the other party not only recognized her, but also clearly had a deep impression of her, Su Ran finally found a face from the original owner's memory that matched the person in front of her. Was she a relative of the Su family? The granddaughter of Su Ran, however, if he remembered correctly, wasn't this person called Xianxia? When did he change his surname to Su? Su Ran was puzzled. In addition, Su Ran was also curious about Su Shui's behavior. At most, Su Ran was a little surprised to see this person, but what was the meaning of Su Shui's shock and fear when she saw Su Ran? It was understandable that he was shocked. After all, when the Su family chased Su Ran out of the house, the original owner was only 15 or 16 years old. She didn't have the ability to survive. After so many years, the Su family probably thought that Su Ran was already dead. But what was fear? When the original owner was still in the Su family, she did look down on her relatives, but it wasn't to the extent of causing them to be traumatized. While Su Ran was puzzled, Su Shui had already grabbed her manager and was about to leave. Sammy, what's going on? Wang Yu was probably the most confused person in the room. Why did he have to leave so soon after meeting a customer? Nothing's going on. Let's go. Everything was fine, shut up. Su Shui glared at Wang Yu before shaking her off and walking out of the meeting room. Miss Su, old Su, I'm sorry. Something might have happened to Sammy. I'll go ask. Helpless, Wang Yu apologized to Su Ran and Su Xiao before hurriedly chasing after Su Shui. In the hallway outside the meeting room, the sound of the two arguing could still be heard. Sammy, we're here today to help you sign an album and compose a song. It's very important, you know? What's important? Don't tell me you're here to get Su Ran to compose a song. Miss Su's work is amazing, don't say it's amazing. I don't believe you. Let me tell you, even if that shameless woman gave it to me for free, I wouldn't accept it. Su Shui's roar was in English. But, who didn't understand a few words of English? Su Zhao's mouth twitched as he listened to the roar outside the meeting room. At the same time, his face turned gloomy. Miss Su, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. Su Xiao suppressed the anger in his heart and hurriedly apologized to Su Ran. He and Wang Yu had been friends for more than 10 years. How could she be like this? It's fine. Su Ran shook her head. Su Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Ran's face showed no signs of anger other than surprise. At the same time, he was a bit confused. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment before he asked, Miss Su, do you know him? He's a distant relative. It's just that we haven't been in contact for many years, Su Ran said indifferently. Hearing this, Su Zhao's mind had already naturally simulated the scene of relatives and families fighting over family property and quarreling. However, Su Xiao didn't know that when Su Ran said they hadn't been in contact, it wasn't that her family didn't have any contact with the other family, but that she didn't have any contact with the entire Su family. This was what Su Ran couldn't figure out the most. After 13 years, the Su family had moved abroad for nearly 10 years. Whatever relationship they had with the original owner should have faded by now. Why was a relative so excited to see her? Su Shui's reaction was too abnormal. Previously, manager Wang seemed to have said that her artist had to come back to develop because her family returned to the country, right? Su Ran asked Su Xiao. Yeah, she did say that. Su Xiao nodded. He looked at Su Ran worriedly. Miss Su, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Ran shook her head. She wondered if the family he was talking about was Su Shui's previous Yang family or Su Shui's Su family. If it was the latter, forget it, the latter didn't have much to do with her. Su Ran thought to herself. Miss Su, I was delayed by what happened just now. I actually have some good news to tell you. It was obvious that composing for Sammy's album wasn't going to happen. Seeing Su Ran's frown, Su Xiao decided to tell Su Ran another piece of good news. What good news? Su Ran asked. For the time being, she put aside the matter of Su Shui and the Su family. Didn't you ask me to help you find out about the piano competition? It just so happens that one of my university classmates became a music teacher after graduation. She has a recommendation for the competition. Really? Hearing Su Zhao's words, Su Ran's eyes lit up. Absolutely. That's great. Su Ran said, then do you need me to provide a piano video? No need. I just showed the video you posted online to my classmate. Then, without me saying anything, she was so excited that she wanted to write a recommendation letter for you. Su Xiao said in high spirits as if he was showing off that he knew a real piano master. That's right. Su Xiao paused and said embarrassedly, my classmate's school is just an ordinary music school. Her recommendation letter isn't that valuable. It can only prevent you from participating in the various competitions. You still have to participate in the later competitions. It's fine. This is already good enough. Su Ran said with a smile. She was just worried about this. The various competitions were starting this week and the competition cycle was very long. If she participated in the competitions, she would definitely miss Su Han's birthday and the school's drawing event. Su Ran originally wanted to give up, but she didn't expect Su Xiao to bring her such good news. The competition would be next month and there wouldn't be any delay. Although the competition schedule wasn't short, Su Ran could use it as practice. Thank you. Su Ran thanked him again. You're welcome. I just happen to know this classmate. It's nothing. Su Xiao smiled and said, but our studio will have to trouble Miss Su in the future. Ever since Yulei's new song exploded, Su Xiao had already planned to let Su Ran compose the songs for the other male and female groups in their studio, as well as the young singers' EPs and albums. If it wasn't for Wang Yu, his old friend, he would have arranged the contracts long ago. No problem. Su Ran nodded and said, then, can I borrow the studio's music room again? Su Ran didn't forget that she had taken Lu Xiao's 600,000 yuan and hadn't given him the songs yet. Of course. Miss Su, you can use our studio as you wish. Also, the people in the music room are very welcoming of you. After all, it was a great opportunity to observe and learn. Unfortunately, Su Ran recorded very quickly every time and basically finished in one take. It was the same today. At night, when Su Han returned home from school, he found Su Ran sitting on the sofa in a daze. She didn't take out her phone and write on a piece of paper like she usually did, nor did she buy a bunch of weird things that cost 9 yuan and 9 cents on Taobao. Are you in a daze? Su Han asked. Hearing Su Han's voice, Su Ran, who came back to her senses, looked at her son and frowned in dissatisfaction. You're the one in a daze, I'm just worried. Although this woman's expression didn't look like she was worried at all, Su Han was still a little worried when he heard Su Ran's words. What are you worried about? Su Han asked and then muttered to himself, what can you be worried about? Su Ran, exclamation point. It was as if she felt her son's contempt. How would a child like you understand the worries of an adult? As he spoke, Su Ran did not forget to look at Su Han with his chin propped on his hand. He pretended to shake his head sadly. What are you trying to say? Su Han frowned and finally couldn't take it anymore and asked. Why was this woman looking at him like that? Why did he feel a little guilty? Actually, he didn't do anything. Actually, I'm just thinking that when you become successful, you won't want me as your mother anymore. Then, when I ask you for help one day, you'll kick me away with a cold face. As if he was provoked by Su Ran's words, Su Han shouted at Su Ran, what are you thinking? What was this woman thinking? How could he not want her? Why would he kick her away? Yeah, I also don't think my son would do that to me. After all, I've been kind to you, Su Ran said with a smile. However, her son seemed to be a little autistic. Su Ran blinked when she saw Su Han enter the house with a dark face and didn't say a word. Did you watch some weird soap opera again? After a while, so long that Su Ran thought Su Han had fallen asleep, she finally saw Su Han raise his head and ask her with a strange face. His voice was muffled, mixed with a strong sense of depression. She really didn't. In fact, although Su Ran asked before to deliberately tease Su Han, she didn't make it up. Before Su Han came back, Su Ran was indeed worried about Su Han. In the original novel, it was indeed mentioned that after returning to City B, the Su family's business faced a crisis again. The Su family found the villain who had a successful business at that time, hoping that he could help the Su family. As a result, they were naturally rejected by the villain with a cold face. Since then, the Su family had been holding a grudge against the villain. In the end, the reason why Song Ian was able to so easily destroy Su Han's company was because the Su family had put in a lot of effort. After all, it was a part of the novel, and the description of the villain was even less. Therefore, based on Su Ran's understanding of the original novel, it was impossible to know when the Su family returned to China and how they found Su Han. Although she didn't know what the relationship between Su Shui and the Su family was like, her appearance still made Su Ran feel inexplicably uneasy. Su Ran didn't want Su Han to see this uneasiness. On the other side, seeing Su Ran fall silent again, Su Han pursed his lips and subconsciously began to reflect on his attitude just now. Was his attitude a bit too bad? That, Su Han's eyes flashed and said, "You're my mom. You've always been my mom. I'll never leave you alone." When the promise was made by a 12 or 13-year-old boy, Su Ran actually felt a sense of seriousness in it. If you like to eat takeout, then eat it. If you like to buy those fancy and useless deliveries, then buy it. At most, I'll just earn more money in the future. Also, you don't need to think about who to ask for help. I'll protect you. At this point, the boy's face was slightly dyed with red and he turned his head to the side unnaturally. He still looked so cool. Hearing Su Han's words, Su Ran originally wanted to refute that she ordered takeout because it was safer than the things she made. The things she bought online were all very useful. However, after hearing the last part, Su Ran's heart was filled with gratitude. Even the uneasiness and worry from before were washed away. In the original work, Su Ran died, but she wasn't dead yet. She wouldn't let the Su family appear in front of Su Han and shamelessly say that Su Han was also a member of the Su family. Moreover, her son was so good. He was smart, sensible, and capable. He definitely wouldn't be so miserable in the future, and it was even more impossible for him to be defeated by Song Ian. Su Ran didn't feel that her son was any worse than the male lead's son. Wasn't he just losing at the starting line by a little? Don't worry, there's still economics. Lu Xiao. Thinking of Lu Xiao, Su Ran remembered that she had been thinking about the Su family since she came back. She hadn't sent the music she recorded today to the other party. Just like before, Su Ran packaged a few piano pieces and sent them to Lu Xiao's email. Then, she reminded him on WeChat. Mr. Lu, I sent 8 piano pieces to your email. The first 4 are piano pieces that I think are good, and the last 4 are my previous compositions. You can check them when you have time. On the other side, in the Lu family study, Lu Xiao, who was holding his phone, was stunned when he heard the message notification. He lowered his eyes and saw a new message pop up in the WeChat conversation interface. Master Lu's slightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Lu, okay. Lu, thank you. Lu, I'll listen to it in a while. On the other side, Su Ran was already used to Lu Xiao's recent intermittent WeChat conversations. Seeing Lu Xiao send 3 messages in a row, Su Ran was already used to it. Originally, Su Ran was about to put away her phone after replying with a "You're welcome." Unexpectedly, another new message popped up. Lu, is the school building a tent? Lu Xiao only remembered Zhou Fu mentioning the building when he saw the teaching report provided by No. 7 High School later today. Originally, he wanted to use this matter to talk to Su Ran, but he thought that it was a little late. He didn't know if he would disturb her, so Lu Xiao hesitated and didn't send a message. At this moment, seeing that Su Ran sent a message, Lu Xiao naturally sent a sentence that he had cut and pasted several times before. Huh? Su Ran looked at Lu Xiao's message and was puzzled for 2 seconds. Then, she typed a message on WeChat. Su, yeah, that's what the homeroom teacher said in the notice. Right, Su Ran then realized that Lu Xiao shouldn't be in the group yet. Mr. Lu, do you want to join Su Han's class's parent contact group? Other parents only needed one in the class group. After all, if one person knew about the notice, the other would know as well. However, her situation was different from Lu Xiao's. Although she didn't know where Lu Xiao heard about the school building, Su Ran thought about it and felt that since he was Su Han's biological father, he had the right to know about Su Han's situation at school at any time. Lu, okay. Su, wait a moment, I'll add you. After a while, Lu Xiao received a message saying, invited by Su to join the parents of first-year class 8. Su, okay, you've been invited to the group. Miss Wang sent the notice and explanation about the building to the group. Look it up and see if you can find it. If you can't find it, I'll forward it to you. Suran was very thoughtful. She didn't know that an event plan that was even more detailed than the notice was placed in front of Lu Xiao. In the parents' group. At this time, the parents were reporting on the students' homework progress for the day. When they suddenly saw that someone was invited, the parents were a little confused. Zhao Jiaming's mother, who was invited? Wang Luqing's mother. It can't be an advertisement, right? Zhao Jiaming's mother, it shouldn't be. The group is full of parents. Miss Wang, Suhan's mother, you were the one who invited him. Suhan's mother, sorry, Miss Wang. I forgot to tell you in advance. The person who just joined the group is Suhan's father. Wei Yiming's mother, oh, it's Suhan's father. Welcome. Wang Luqing's mother, welcome. On WeChat, when Miss Wang saw the words Suhan's father, she was a little surprised. She remembered that Suhan's mother had said that their family was a single-parent family. Although she was confused, Miss Wang had good professionalism and didn't ask any more questions. Parents of first-year Class 8, Miss Wang, so it's Suhan's father. Miss Wang, parents who have just joined the group, please change the group name to XX's father's format. And the parents who haven't changed it before, Lu, at a cigarette can live a day, at a cigarette can live a day, okay. Du Wintao's father, teacher has changed it. Lu, change the group name to Suhan's father. Miss Wang, Lu, are you Suhan's father? You're changing the group name, not the group name. Miss Wang, change the group name to parents of first year Class 8. Lu, change the group name to Suhan's father. Miss Wang, Lu, this is your group name. Wei Yiming's mother, Lu, Suhan's father is at the top right corner of the interface. Click on it to change it. Lu, change the group name to Suhan's father. Miss Wang, change the group name to parents of first year Class 8. Lu, change the group name to Suhan's father. Miss Wang, change the group name to parents of first year Class 8. Lu, change the group name to Suhan's father. Pfft, ha ha ha. Su Ran, who was holding her phone, looked at the conversation in the group and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Su Han, who was sitting opposite Su Ran, asked with a puzzled expression. You, haha, no, it's too funny. Your dad, haha, it's too funny, cough, take a look for yourself. Su Ran handed her phone to Su Han with trembling hands. Su Han, I don't know this person. Su Han stared at the screen for a long time before he faintly squeezed out a sentence. Pfft, ha ha ha, I don't know him either, haha. On the other side, Su Ran was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. As for the class group, she would just pretend that they were invisible. After a while, the messages seemed to have stopped. Parents of first year Class 8 Li Yang, are you finally done changing it? Miss Wang, no, I removed that person just now. Miss Wang, Suhan's mother, please pass on the messages in the group to Suhan's father. Suhan's mother, okay. Suhan's mother, teacher, I'm sorry. End of chapter 41. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.